And welcome back, everybody, to the British Rental Kart Championship of 2026 here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. Now, we've got 4 rounds of heats, as we've been saying all morning. We're into the second round of heats now, and it's the alternate circuit. So if you've been enjoying the action so far, you've been seeing the standard track, which is what's normal here at Formula Fast. If you come in here and do any driving at all, you're on the standard track, which we've been watching. Now we've got the mystery layout for round 2 and round 3. Then we'll be reverting back to the standard for the 4th round into the semi-finals and the final itself. That'll all be tomorrow. So for the rest of the day, we're going to be on the alternate layout. And we've got the first race. Now, bear in mind, these drivers have not seen this. It's a secret layout. And Formula Fast have suddenly whipped it into shape. And the drivers heading out will be seeing it for the first time. Now, these guys in their second heat of the day, because they were into the second round, but it's their first time on this track. They've got a lap of to look at it, 1 lap to qualify on it, and then a slow, cooling down half lap with which to sort of get some idea again if they wanted to try any kind of different idea in any of the new corners. Then, of course, it's going to be the traditional start. They're going to be in a line start as always, and so we'll be getting things underway very soon. We can see, looking on the screen there, we've got Jacob Equal that we're looking immediately at the back of, and then trying to identify the driver in front of that. I think that's Eliana de Vos. Yes, it is. Eliana de Vos is in the blue suit in front, and then Joe Peters, it looks like. These are all drivers who've really shown well so far today. Kobe Koslet's ahead of him, Sam Spinell, and on it goes. So we've got some real heavy hitters in this. But worst of all, from everyone else's point of view, is reigning double champion of the BRKC, is Vika Schlitz. He's in this race as well. So we're going to take a quick run through. We've got David Harvey, Kobe Koslet, Peyton Fricker, Vika Schlitz, Eliana de Vos, Freddie Farrell, Bobby McGeer, Jacob Equal, Joe Peters, and Sam Spinell. Now, I'm James Alden. With me in the commentary is Brad Philpott, and down in the pits is Alex Van Gien, and a lot of experience in the commentary team. But Brad, there's a lot of experience on the track as well. It's hard to look beyond Vika Schlitz in any race because he is the double champion and a contender all the time. But beyond Vika, where would you go with this one?
Well, yeah, so as you say, Vika has demonstrated he can learn new tracks at Formula Fast multiple times in the past, so he's going to be very fast. But we've kind of got a who's who of top drivers in this race.
Yeah.
We've got people who have been right at the front in the first round all the way through the field here. So maybe let's have a little look at Eliana de Vos. Wants a good result. Yep. Bobby McGeer would like to come back and win after his 2nd place earlier.
He almost won earlier, didn't he?
Sam Spinell is going to feel a little bit burned after his 5th place in a race we saw very, very recently.
Absolutely. It's almost a who's who of who should be able to do something here. Alex, have you got a pick for this one down in the pit lane?
You can't really look past the champ, can you? It's the way you got to look at it.
If you're not including him in the listing, where would you go?
I'd love to see Sam Spinell do well.
Good choice.
He's such a quality driver, and learning new tracks is a key thing for this particular discipline. So it's not necessarily going to be the fastest driver that wins this race. It's the person who learns it the quickest.
It's currently Bobby McGeer from Vika Schlitz, so Bobby has done a good job here.
Vika's gone fastest.
Vika goes to the top. And they're gradually, so we're looking at what this kind of track's lap times are for the first time. It's a significantly slower track than we saw on the normal layout.
De Vos has topped the table now, so it's Eliana de Vos will start from the first position from Jacob Equal. An incredible result there by Jacob Equal. He really has got the bit between his teeth more than ever this year. Vika Schlitz has been bundled back to 3rd. Kobe Koslet looking good there in 4th. Joe Peters in 5th. Sam Spinell will feel he's a bit down in 6th. Bobby McGeer will be a bit disappointed with that one after qualifying on pole for his earlier heat race. Peyton Fricker is in 8th, David Harvey is in 9th, and Freddie Farrell rounds him out in 10. And they're starting to form the lineup there. We can see down the bottom. There's Jacob Equal just in your view there if you're watching at home. That's Jacob Equal in the orange. He's one of the BSR team drivers, the Bradley Shepherd Racing drivers. There's Eliana de Vos up at the front. Eliana de Vos, we've seen him here so many times. We've seen him in so many different international competitions similar to this, which take place all over Europe. There's a championship for every country. Looking a little bit further back, the 19 there is Kobe Koslet. I think that's Joe Peters in between. No, it's Vika Schlitz in between between them. So used to seeing Vika Schlitz in blue. But in the 5th place there, that of course is Joe Peters. Now, they're going to come round. Elliot de Vos is going to set the pace. He doesn't want to go too quick, but doesn't want to go too slow. Equally, he doesn't want to get hit up the bum going into the first corner there, which is now a seriously tight hairpin. So as de Vos brings him round, he's going to have to gauge this right so he doesn't get drilled into the first corner. He's pulled the pin now. He's on the throttle, but so are the others behind him. It's going to be heavy braking for turn 1. Expect some push and shove, but they're getting through pretty clean. That was cleaner than we could have expected, Brad. It's a good start.
Yeah, I think this is going to be pretty single file as the drivers feel each other out here. They're not going to want to go for a move which opens them up to losing loads of places.
Yep.
Nobody really knows how this layout's going to pan out just yet. I would suspect, based on previous alternate layouts, it's a little bit harder to overtake. You can see that's a slower lap time. That means the average speed is obviously slower, and that means the braking distances can be a lot shorter. They're not arriving at that corner they've just gone through quite as quick. So we might have to see some strategy to make some moves and make some passes.
Yeah, and it's almost a shining example at this stage of you can't win it on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. So in the meantime, winning at the moment is Eliane de Vos. We can expect that from the Dutchman. He's a pretty consistently good driver, Eliane de Vos. He's got a lot of there's a lot of kind of a how would you call it? Controlled aggression with de Vos. He's very good at getting the job done. And at the moment, that involves running ahead of Jacob Equal. But they are pulling away from Vika Schlitz a little bit.
Sam Spinell's gone for a move, and this time it's a really good move. So unlike his move on Ratford in the previous race, really nice and clean from the number 16 car into the hairpin.
Yeah, so a great run there by the returning Sam Spinell. He's not been around for the last 5 or so years, but he's returning with great aplomb. Was a front runner in his earlier heat race, actually got a bad pass flag, and he's done the same move without getting a bad pass flag. So really that's worked out very well for the dual British-Belgian national. So there's Eliane de Vos on the screen. So de Vos comes down to the hairpin. There's a lot of action always at this corner here. It's a classic overtaking point here at Formula Fast. There's de Vos in the lead, and there's Jacob Equal, and Vika Schlitz is not being left. He's now back to being with Jacob Equal, having dropped a little bit. If anyone's being dropped, there's a gap opening to Kobe Coslet, and then a huge gap behind as it's then Sam Spinell and back, forming a large group there. So Sam Spinell has a gap between him and Kobe Coslet, but right on his tail is of course Joe Peters, and then Bobby McGurr. Now Bobby McGurr, Brad, we saw him with a very late pit stop last time. Do you think he could get an early pit stop if he feels there's a bunch there slowing him down?
Yeah, I think there's 2 things that would make you make an early pit stop. If you're being held up by the karts in front, or if you think they're all about to start fighting. So essentially you want to always be going as fast as you can possibly be going, and if you're stuck behind someone, that can't happen. And if they start fighting, you're going to get stuck behind them. At the moment, Bobby isn't close enough, though. I wouldn't say it doesn't look like an imminent battle in front of him, does it? No. Sam Spinell's made the move. He's got past Joe Peters and he's pulling away. So there's not a lot of a prospect of someone holding Bobby up at the moment. I would just keep going.
Yeah, it's obviously that pit stop does allow for strategic adjustment, so to speak. So if you make that pit stop, you're then kind of stuck with what you've got.
Yeah, you've used up your potential extra strategy that if the guys at the front all pit and then they start battling and you haven't pitted, well, you can just stay out and jump them.
Absolutely, yeah, and well, which is the idea of the early pit stop, isn't it, to stay out and jump? But the lead currently is still with Eliane de Vos. We're not expecting him in any time soon at all. Theoretically, Jacob Equal will see that it's de Vos in front and may well try and actually copy a de Vos strategy. However, BSR that Jacob Equal is part of are very good strategically now, so it may well be that they're making their own calls and they'll be completely ignoring what de Vos does. He's obviously part of the Blue Star Racing talent outfit, but he's certainly somebody who could come under pressure from Jacob Equal, the way Equal's been performing this year. He's got the measure of de Vos. He's certainly the equal of de Vos as he continues in second place with Schlitz. Now Schlitz is starting to put increasing pressure, I think, on Jacob Equal, because it's in fact Schlitz who's closer to Equal than it is Equal closer to de Vos. So de Vos may be starting what he would like to make as some sort of checkup.
And we have our first pitter. It is number 13 with a good first stop, and they get a really good slide on into the thing, but nice stop for Billy McGurr.
Well, it's Bobby McGurr, as we were saying. So, Bobby McGurr did make that early pit stop. Brad, you were saying that maybe you shouldn't. Do you still go with that? Do you think he's come in too early?
Well, I kind of...
A move into the hairpin at the end, and it's Vika Schlets. Schlets has gone up to second place ahead of Jacob Equals. So he closed in, and now he's made the pass. So Vika Schlets, the reigning double BRKC champion, is now heading towards Eliana de Vos. Eliana de Vos will have seen over his shoulder in a hairpin that the position has actually changed. He will be that aware, and arguably he'll be less impressed to see it's actually Vika Schlets who's trying to close him down. Sorry, Brad, going back to your point with Bobby McGeer.
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on Bobby's pace. I mean, he wasn't being held up by anyone. He's made a stop just so it's kind of done, and now he can get his head down. I don't think he's going to be catching up with the rest of that pack in front of him anytime particularly soon. He is quicker than them, but you know, not enough quicker that they're going to be holding him up in the short term. So he's not really lost much. He's just got some clear air and he can focus on lap times.
Absolutely. The British Rental Kart Championship now is an invitation event, so you're kind of invited to enter, then it opens up. So it is an absolute all-star cast, a glittering international field. You know, the best of the best. It's basically like all of these national indoor titles. It's effectively the same people who are going to be in the World Championship doing the various national ones, which is what makes it so tough. And certainly contenders at world level do include the likes of Eliana de Vos for many years, and a relative newcomer on the scene in the past few years has been Vika Schlets, and he's been quickly racking up the titles. He's looking for number 3 in the BRKC this year. Brad.
He's quickly racking up the fastest laps in this race. He's the person on the move here. He's a couple of tenths quicker than everyone else in the race, including the leader, Eliana de Vos. So Vika Schlets has his sights set on the win here.
Absolutely, on that last lap, fastest in both sectors, and taking by definition the fastest lap of the race so far, which obviously is technically the current lap record on this track because it's the first race we've used this layout. So there we are now looking down the bottom there. Now it looks like Kobe Koslet is onto the back of Jacob Equal. So Jacob Equal possibly heading down the order a little bit. So we'll see if he can maintain that good form that got him into second place in the qualifying, because Kobe Koslet there, we can see Koslet is now all over the back of Jacob Equal. Now Koslet would have had an absolute grandstand view of where and how Vika Schlets made the pass. So it's possible that he's going to go for the repeat manoeuvre if Jacob Equal is bit worse in that area of the track. So we'll see what happens down here. Jacob Equal not feeling the heat, so he has not gone defensive. He stayed on the normal racing line there, as opposed to moving to the inside. And so round goes Jacob Equal. There's Kobe Koslet. They're third and fourth. Meantime, at the front, Vika Schlets is closing in on the race leader with the new fastest lap.
And these two are both in the actual same team. So we've been speaking about BSR. There's various BSR teams, but the two drivers leading this race, first and second, are both in Blue Star Racing. So they're not
Blue Star, not Talent Academy or whatever it is.
Absolutely, yeah. So they're not going to want to do anything that's going to ruin either of their races. They can't be too selfish. But Vika is on the move. Vika's clearly the quicker of the two at the moment in the race. Is he going to make a pit stop? Is he going to make a move? Is de Vos going to understand that with 12.5 minutes left to go in this race, plus one lap, it's probably he's fighting a losing battle if he actually wants to defend? We're about to find out.
Yeah, these guys are racing in big events, you know, month in, month out. They know each other very well. They'll work together. They're also being kind of controlled a little bit by their team. Blue Star Racing is not used to losing too much, and they're not used to losing because people do stupid things. So to be a part of that team, you've got to be a ridiculous level A grader in the first place, and they don't tolerate mucking about. Any mucking about and you'll be out. And obviously that's why these two are and have been part of the team. In fact, is Schlets in the pits.
Yes, he is, and he hits his marks nicely, as you would well expect him to do, as he comes up to the second mark. Again, very nice, clean stop. Rocks the kart backwards and forwards to get himself away. Has a nice big gap to work his way into, and I think unless Vos hits to cover him, I think we're going to see Schlets leading this race.
And the only other one who's been in the pits is Bobby McGeer, and Bobby McGeer is comfortably, from Schlets' point of view, far back from him. So Schlets has completely clear air. There's no one in front, no one behind. Schlets is capable of managing the pace without anyone to judge against fore and aft. So he will continue on now. The interesting thing from a team point of view, and they will have thought of this, is what they do reference Eliana de Vos, because the drivers are driving. It's a drivers' championship fundamentally, but the team do like to win for the team's sake. So they may well be, you know, you've got the early stopper in Schlets, maybe a late stopper with de Vos. He's certainly got no reason to come in. Strategically, the wise move would be to stay out. There's no one in front of him that's going to cost him any speed. So de Vos would be wise to stay out in front. Oh, he's coming in. Gosh, I wasn't expecting that.
Here he comes to cover off his teammate. It's a bit of a wait, but he gets through nicely. Up to the second one, and yeah, these Blue Star guys know what they're doing, don't they?
So now they do know what they're doing, but Schlitz has taken the lead. So De Vos was clearly trying to cover that position there, and he's failed because of the speed of Vika Schlitz, who is the fastest on the track.
It was pretty straightforward for Schlitz in the end, wasn't it? Just made a pit stop, undercut, straight back out. We don't tend to see that on the normal layout.
Not as clean as that. It was the real cut and shut, basically, wasn't it?
Maybe De Vos waited one lap too many. He stayed out that extra one lap, didn't do an immediate cover, and maybe his pit stop wasn't too fast.
And we have another one in the pits. Ooh, that's a big slide up to the bay. Manages to just about nail it, and he then gets the next one. And Koslet is on his way back out into some clean air behind the leaders.
Yeah, now Koslet obviously seen the leaders coming in. Maybe that influenced his decision slightly, we don't know. But certainly he'll be fighting his rearguard action against Joe Peters, etc. Sam Spinell, possibly. That does promote Jacob Equal into the lead, though. So the 9 there is Vika Schlitz, the reigning champion, coming down the backstretch. He's listed in 4th place, but we can expect that to cycle through to the lead once the pit stop's gone through. Now, the big question, of course, is can he pull away from Elian De Vos? De Vos would have come into the pits following Schlitz's stop to try and cover that, get out maintaining the lead, but it's not how it worked out at all. The speed of Schlitz and maybe a faster pit stop by him definitely gave him the advantage, which is why he's in front. Now, the only thing Elian De Vos can do is take the fight to his teammate, Vika Schlitz, as they go through the newer section. Now back to the old section of track, and we're going to be coming down the backstretch, and this is where the real speed is, and the overtaking at the bottom end of that bit into the hairpin.
And we have number 12, which is the leader, into the pits. Nice first stop, and then a second stop. Stops a little bit short, but still makes a nice, clean pit stop.
And he's coming out just in front of Koslet, and he's got the line going into the hairpin. This hairpin makes such a difference compared to the normal snail. All you've got to do is just get there in front. Brad, it must be awful tight turning into that out of the pits.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to try it yet, but I will shortly. Yeah, it's certainly something different. You really need to remember that that's the corner coming up when you've done so many thousands of laps of the normal track layout. But
yeah, and you must worry about the turning circle of the kart when you're on the inside, having exited the pit lane.
Absolutely. Well, and what we saw just then was the driver exiting the pits did actually open the corner up slightly, didn't stay totally defensive. I think that's quite sensible.
It's the only thing he could do, really, isn't it? It's without causing trouble. Now, Vika Schlitz, what's the position there? Yeah, well, he continues to maintain that gap of about 2.5 seconds. Not 2.5 seconds. It's less than that. It's about 0.8 of a second. We've got Sam Spinell in the lead by 2.5 seconds for Joe Peters, and they obviously haven't been in the pits yet. We've actually had half the field in, and relatively early. We've got just under 8 minutes plus that lap. As we saw, it's a 20-minute race plus 1 lap, and so it makes basically a half-hour segment, including the qualifying, as Sam Spinell now has assumed the lead. Now, Spinell is potentially going to be thinking completely differently strategically, Brad. If you were Spinell now, would you stay out?
So his pace right now isn't particularly strong. So I think Sam is going to be resigned to finishing somewhere in the middle of this race. At the moment, if he was to pit, he'd come out in around about 6th position. So yeah, he's not looking for one of the top spots, put it that way. So I think he's just keeping his options open by staying out. He's got no reason to pit immediately. He's not trying to cover anyone off. So there's no one further back that's quicker than him that's going to jump him. He's just waiting to see how it plays out with any other battles that might ensue. We've seen it so many times. People leave the pits, suddenly there's a big battle, and that whole group loses 5 seconds.
And then they get leapfrogged by somebody.
Exactly. So it's unlikely to happen, but he doesn't really have any other options, so he's just up on his own.
So Spinell fundamentally will be kind of happy-ish to take a top 5 somehow. If it can be higher, even better. But Spinell continues in the lead now. We're looking at the 12, which is in fact Jacob Equal now. He's fending off Kobe Koslet. Now, he came out the pits right in front of Koslet. He really did need to work hard into that first corner, and he managed to get the position there and maintain it. So as Jacob Equal continues, that's actually 5th and 6th place on the road that we're looking at on screen now. Just going through the order, it's Sam Spinell who's yet to pit, Joe Peters who's yet to pit. Now, Vika Schlitz has been in the pits, come out, and is still 3rd. That's an incredible performance this early, relatively early in a race, to be that kind of, 3rd. I'd expect him lower down.
We have Joe Peters into the pits. Nice stop so far. Looks had a double stab at the brake here there, but he gets away nice and easily as he's going to come out alongside Farrell as they're side by side into the first corner. But it looks like Peter's managed to hold it.
He has, but meantime there's been a change of position. Kobe Koslet has in fact moved ahead of Jacob Equal. It was a bit of a robust pass. We'll see what the organisers say about that, whether they give him the bad pass flag. There was a wave from Equal, but there's going to be. He's going to be a bit dismayed. But there is Kobe Koslet. Kobe Koslet has moved ahead, as I say, of Jacob Equal. It doesn't seem like he's had any indication that has been given as a bad pass. So Kobe Koslet has actually moved ahead. Now that potentially puts him net third because Sam Spinell is yet to pit. Vika Schlett's been in, Eleanor Voss has been in, Kobe Koslet's been in, so that potentially is your top three there with Jacob Equal in fourth, unless Equal can get back on terms and repass Kobe for that net third place. Meantime,
Sam is coming into the pits. As he rounds the corner, hits his marks, nice stop, calm and collected as he manages to nicely find himself away, but right in the middle of this Koslet battle, oh, very close, nearly took out the rear of Equals there, but off they go around the rest of the circuit.
Jacob Equal just managed to stay in front there. He had to turn across the nose of Sam Spinell without hitting him, and that's exactly what he did, because look at this, it's Koslet, and then Equal, and then Spinell. That's for third, fourth, fifth place on the road, and they've all top five have been in the pit, so that is it. That's going to have to be decided on the track now. But there is Kobe Koslet turning in. Now there's Jacob Equal, there is Sam Spinell. It's that close, 3, 4 and 5.
I wonder whether Sam would have just been better off staying out a few more laps, because if he was losing time to this pairing, he would have just come out of the pits slightly further behind. If they did start battling, lose any more time, there was a chance he could have jumped them and taken a bit of a shock podium there. But as it is, he's come out in fifth position, and that's, unless he can make a move on track now, that's going to be his lot.
Yeah, it's all a question of lap times when it's like that. And in that situation, looking at the best lap times, that's the best thing we can really look at, because obviously time's going to be a little bit plus minus on that. But certainly Sam Spinell will be in between Koslet and Jacob Equal on lap times at the moment. So they expect them to run, because it's like hundredths between them in terms of the lap times that they're producing right now. So yeah, Sam Spinell, if he'd stayed out, that would have bought the opportunity to improve on that lap time. But as it is, he's got to do it.
We have number 20 into the pits.
Harvey.
I think it's from Harvey from the rear end of the grid. Nice pit stop, nice and safe, and he sets off on his way.
Yeah, the British Indoor Championship, similar thing to this, but more British-based, rather the international event, which is the BRKC. David Harvey was actually the heavyweight champion 3 years ago, so he does have form. And into the pits again?
And yes, we have number 10 on his way into the pits, and which is Farrell, and he's got a nice little stop, nice and simple. Everyone's doing a really good job today.
Yeah, from the oldest driver to one of the younger ones, Freddie Farrell, at the age of 16, he's actually been doing very well, and relatively new to karting in general, but certainly compared to David Harvey, who's 50, but still putting in a decent show. He's back out and he's running ahead of Harvey. They are 9th and 10th respectively. So still Vika Schlett's leads. Are we looking for any pit stops? Yes, we are. There's just one, and that's Peyton Fricker. Now, Peyton Fricker, he's in 8th place, so actually he may get leapfrogged possibly by Freddie Farrell and David Harvey. So Peyton Fricker's going to have to be on it a little bit before he makes his pit stop to avoid losing positions there. So we're looking at Koslet on screen, that's third, Jacob Equal fourth, and then Sam Spinell in fifth. Now, Kobe Koslet does seem to be just slightly, millimetre by millimetre, eking out some kind of advantage over Equal. Looking at the lap times, 2/10 on the last lap, that's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen in this battle now. For a moment, I thought Sam Spinell was going to be really knocking on the door of fourth position, but they just seem to have settled down. There's that gap he can't quite bridge. He's not close enough to have any little stabs down the inside. So at the moment, it's I wasn't even going to say simmering. It's kind of just they're just sitting in those positions, trying their hardest, and not really making any inroads.
It's it's maintaining. I mean, all it would take is too much of a slide, something like this by Jacob Equal, and Spinell would be on him. But at the moment, it's a kart length. There's no way you can come at him from that kind of length. And when I'm talking about kart length, I'm more meaning when they get onto the straights where he's actually going to try and attempt to pass into the corner at the end. We can see on screen there, in the pits.
Yes, we have the last person finally making their pit. I was a bit worried because I thought that he might have actually missed the pit's closing board.
Well,
so I think he might get a penalty for that, because I'm pretty certain the last chance the pit board stopped flashing.
Okay, because it's been done before, where people have literally missed it. And in fact, I'm sure I remember someone winning a race a couple of years ago actually failed to pit.
It's happened a couple of times, actually.
It's not been it wouldn't be the first time if Peyton Fricker there had fallen foul of the last chance to pit. Basically, the organisers don't want you pitting on either lap 1, 2. You can pit the end of lap 2 maybe, but they don't want it on the end of the first lap or coming around to take it. And equally at the end, they want to keep those last 2 laps clear, empty in the pit lane, and so you can do it any other time. So we're almost onto the last lap board. Now the question is, Schlitz has just gone through, so it will be basically 2 laps now as they come around to start what's going to be 2 laps to go for the Koslet and back battle. There's Kobe Koslet now with a clear bit of a gap there over Jacob Equal, who's continuing to defend against Sam Spinell. Now Sam Spinell's actually closed in quite a bit to the point where he is potentially in an attacking position. We'll see what happens coming out onto the backstretch on this lap. They've got this corner. Now the track opens up, the corner opens up leading on the backstretch. Now will we see a move down the inside from Sam Spinell? Jacob Equal's gone defensive, so straight away he was thinking of that, and they turn in at the end, and Spinell can't do anything. But he's got another lap to try. One more lap. Brad, could Spinell do something at this late stage?
It feels like Equal's figured out the defensive line around here. It's relatively straightforward, just sticking to the inside, but it's amazing how many times people do leave a kart width to their inside, but I think he knows what he's doing here. I had a good look out of the window there just to check if he fully covered Sam off into the main overtaking spot at the end of the back straight, and he definitely did. There wasn't even a millimetre of daylight.
He was down the inside. You ain't coming through some. But here we go. It's going to be Vika Schlitz to take victory number 2. So 2 heat races in and 2 wins for the reigning champ, double BRKC champion, Vika Schlitz from Holland. And so Schlitz has done it from Eleanor de Vos. And here comes Kobe Koslet. He's 3rd. Jacob Equals held on to 4th from Sam Spinell, but there's no doubt in the winner. There he is on screen. It is Vika Schlitz of the Netherlands, and glad hand in with Elian de Vos, his teammate, even though they're wearing completely different clothing. And so there's Vika Schlitz. He's well on his way now with the BRKC this year. He's got 4 heat races to compete in. He's competed in 2, and he has won 2. So Schlitz from de Vos, Koslet, 4th was Equal, and 5th Sam Spinell. Joe Peters from Bobby McGeer in 7th, Freddie Farrell in 8th, Peyton Frick has come through to 9th, and David Harvey there in 10th. That completes the standings for this round 2 heat 1, the first on the revised layout. They're coming to you now, Alex, in the pit lane.
Yeah, and I'm going to grab Sam Spinell to find out what he thought of this new layout. Sam, so you were one of the unlucky few who got to try the track for the very first time. What was your thoughts of the new layout?
Yeah, it's difficult. I had to change my driving style, be a bit more aggressive, and I only really figured it out towards halfway through the session. By that time, I'd messed up quali, and yeah, to be honest, I'm happy with my pace.
You had a good race. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. So it looks like it's a difficult circuit. I mean, one of the things that I noticed before was the fact that where they've moved all the barriers, you've got dirty bits of track. So you've got part of the track which is incredibly well rubbered in, and part of the track which is terribly dusty. So it'll be very interesting to see how the other drivers think the track feels. So let's go find one of the winners, shall we? I need a winner. Where's one of my winners? Here's my winner. 2 for 2. So this is looking like a very good start to your weekend. How was the new layout for you?
Yeah, it was quite fun. It's slower than the other one, of course. But by the quali, it was really difficult because I was standing really in the front. So the tires were really cold and the track was also very slippery. But in the race, I felt directly my car is so much better than the others. So yeah, I take the pit stop first. Then Eliano takes 2 laps later the pit stop. It was really close. I really thought I was behind, but I couldn't catch him. So perfect.
Excellent. This is the perfect way to start your title defence. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Right, who's next? Where's Elio? Where's Elio? Oh, okay. We'll have Mr. Koslet. How are we doing? That was P3 for you.
P3.
How do you find the new layout? We're hearing from everybody about what they think of the new layout. Did you notice it being dusty, a little bit less grippy? What was your thoughts?
It really hurts on the arms, I'll tell you that. Left, right. Grip levels were okay at the start. Really good though. I enjoyed that. Really good layout.
Excellent. So that was a really good, fun race for you. So what was your last result? How's the weekend looking for you so far?
I had a poor first result. I finished P8. So this is a really big confidence boost for the weekend.
Excellent. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Take care. And we got one more who's gone. Oh no, he's over there having a chat with his team.
Yeah, that'll be Elion de Vos. I think he's.
De Vos.
Do you think you're going to get a word in, or
I think he's on
towards you now if you're
his
ready?
way over. Iliano, great race from you. Took the pole, which was the first pole on this new layout. But did you feel that you had the leader breathing down your neck?
Yeah, it was really hard to find the correct line, I think, because we were like the first guys. They were on track. But yeah, it's a really nice layout. But it was pretty hard to find the pace on this layout. So yeah.
Awesome. Good luck. That's a couple of good results for you. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
So I didn't do it.
That was a good couple of results for you, so good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much, and we will see about this weekend. I hope for the best, but yeah, we will see it.
Awesome, hope to see you do well.
Right then, so some interesting words there, Alex, that's for sure. We've got the next heat race coming up, race 2 on this revised layout. We've got Colin Marshall, Neil Durant, Benjamin Hamilton, Matt Barsh, Anton Schuppler, Jonathan Wilson, Thomas Wilshire, Aaron Bell, Ross Sandwell, and the spectacular Kieran Kennis out in this race. They're starting their qualifier now by the looks of things, and well, it's going to be a tough one, I think. Obviously, going in, clear favourites, you would suggest Matt Barsh, Anton Schuppler. Now do we need to add to the list Kieran Kennis?
Yeah, potentially. He seems like he's really grown in confidence after that win earlier on.
I think it surprised him, actually, to be fair.
It did. My money's on Barsh or Schuppler, though. Let's see. Let's see as they come through to finish this lap. Schuppler is due a good result. He didn't have a brilliant first race, and Barsh is always there or thereabouts, isn't he? Let's see as they cross the line.
He's just always at these events and always part of the action, Matt Barsh. But Anton Schuppler has definitely grown as a world-level driver. We've got the results in.
Hamilton takes a bit of a shock pole there, so beating both of our favourites.
Benjamin Hamilton, yeah. Now that's very interesting because you know he's been champion of other forms of karting, and you know he's shone in the Ginetta Junior Scholarship, but we've not seen him show anything like this in the previous heat race that he was in. He's really taken to the revised layout, and it looks like he's going to be starting in pole position. So Benjamin Hamilton there is going to start ahead of Matt Barsh and Anton Schuppler and Kieran Kennis. Our 3 favourites, the result, have all been leapfrogged by Benjamin Hamilton there. Thomas Wilshire is going to be 5th, Aaron Bell 6th, Neil Durant 7th, and Jonathan Wilson from Colin Marshall and Ross Sandwell, who will be 10th. Now, there in the purple suit there in the 16, that's Anton Schuppler. So behind him is Kieran Kennis, who we saw take really what we can only call as a shock result, but when you watch it, it seems like an easy victory, relatively. He had the job done, he pitted early, and you know, he just basically went to the front, and that was it. He was very fast. So we'll see if he can match that this time around. Obviously, the others will be on to him a little bit with that, but there in the blue suit at the front, that's the incredible Benjamin Wilson, a driver again who we haven't really said much about. There's Matt Barsh with the orange and yellow helmet, and then Anton Schuppler, the American, is behind him in 3rd in that sort of purple and orange suit, or dark blue and orange. As well, here comes Benjamin Hamilton. We're going to see what sort of start he can make and what kind of opening laps he can make. We know that little about him that compared to a regular like Matt Barsh, we're not sure what to expect.
I wonder what's going to happen here. If Hamilton found himself on pole there, surprisingly, if he surprised himself, and then the other 2 behind him kind of underperformed in qualifying. Will they get to grips with their car and start thinking they're being held up and they want to pass him? Or will Hamilton just settle down and drive away? Has he just genuinely got the pace? Looking good so far.
Are we looking at another Kieran Kennis?
Yeah, at the moment, he's got a nice little gap.
What would your advice be, Tim? Would be literally stay out front, keep fast, and pit at the end.
Do whatever you did in qualifying, because it clearly works.
He didn't make a pit stop at the end, so where would he factor that? Barsh is all over him, though. Barsh is definitely having a good look there. In fact, Barsh, the way he was swinging around was as if he got kind of caught up a little bit with Hamilton, but we'll see what happens on the new bit. Still Hamilton looking good out the front there as he works his way through. It's very windy, this new bit, very tight. Now, what sort of exit will he get out of this next hairpin? That's going to be crucial. for Hamilton, this needs to be good right now because Barsh is on his bumper.
Right there, isn't he?
And will Hamilton go defensive? He's looking at it. He's thinking about the middle of the road there. And yeah, that was cover with no drama, really.
That's the kind of gentle defence that makes people behind think about pit stops. So let's see if that continues. Expect a Schoppler or a Kennis straight into the pits. It worked for Kennis before. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't go in on that lap, if I'm honest.
Now, if you were calling the shots for Hamilton, if you saw Schoppler and Barsh in successive laps, would you be bringing your driver Hamilton in from the lead, or would you keep him out and just encourage him to be fast?
No, 100%. I wouldn't be pitting from the lead unless there was a very, very good reason to.
Well, such as Barsh and Schoppler being faster and pitting, you wouldn't want to cover them.
If they've pitted and you really think you can still fight for the win, and you're not just going to be defending the entire race, then it's worth it. If ultimately you're pitting to cover them and then just park it on the white line for the whole race, you might end up 5th.
I suppose really, Brad, if I can cut in there, it comes down to the question no one wants to be asked, or no one wants to actually ask, because it does sound a bit unpleasant, but Hamilton, he's on pole because he kind of got lucky on the new layout, or he's genuinely got the pace? That's what we're going to find out, isn't it?
Well, he definitely, I wouldn't say he got lucky, but he definitely nailed it.
Okay, he pinned it.
And there's a move for the lead, and there's a bit of contact there. Now, we've seen those moves penalised before. Let's see whether Barsh gets a bad pass flag there. It was pretty significant contact.
As we have somebody into pits, number 8 is into pits, heavy on the brakes.
Here we go.
We have 2 into the pits, number 9 as well.
Kennis.
The first one is Kennis. He's all right, and then we've got Marshall as well as he wiggles the wheel to have it stop. I've seen that happen before. But yeah, they go through 2 nice green lights, and we are off and out. And there is a bad pass flag for number 21, which is our leader, Matt Barsh.
And that's a master stroke then from Kennis, because Kennis is going to benefit from the amount of time Barsh is about to lose, letting Hamilton back through. Look, this is a gift for Kennis.
It is, but Barsh lost almost no time there. I mean, that's a minimum time you could ever lose giving a place back. He just ran wide in the hairpin. Hamilton came through. Hamilton's waving about something, but he needs to keep going. In the pits, Alex.
Oh, we have number 17 who's just come steaming up by the side of me. It's one of the KBR drivers, Mr. Bell. He gets through nice and easy and off on his way ahead of Marshall. Just under 17 minutes to go.
So back in the race goes Bell, and back in the lead goes Hamilton. So Benjamin Hamilton there is in the lead. He's got Matt Barsh behind him. Now, will we see Barsh and Schoppler think about a pit stop? Because if they feel Hamilton's holding him up, there's already been a pass given, so it'll be Barsh who'll be thinking more pit stop than overtake. But it's Hamilton who's hanging on the lead.
And we have Kart 19 into the pits, has a big slide up to the braking zone, but he does hit the green, and another big slide up to the second one and hits the green again. And Wilson is on his way as Bell goes past, and he comes in just as Marshall hits him up the backside as they go into turn 1, but Bell has managed to hold him off.
Certainly, and we've got one of those pit stops, I think, was Jonathan Wilson, who is a multiple kart champion, albeit not here. And Hamilton continues in the lead. There he is in the white helmet and the blue suit.
Schoppler's in.
Schoppler into the pits from 3rd.
As he hits his mark with a big slide up to the bay, gets a green light, and a nice, more controlled stop up to that one, and out he goes and into turn 1 by himself, as we're getting a contact warning for number 9.
Yeah, number 9 would be Colin Marshall, which you talked about earlier, actually. Bit of bump.
So this gives us our first indication of where Kennis would come out if the top 2 were to pit, because we just saw a pit stop for a driver that came out in front of Kennis. So that means Kennis doesn't currently have a chance of jumping. Well, now Barsh is coming into the pits.
Oh, very aggressive around the left-hander, hits his marks very, very well. Again, it feels like a long hold on the red, as he then comes to a stop again, gets the red, gets the green, off he goes, and Schoppler is going through. And Kennis. So this is terrible for Matt Barsh's race. The other guys need to stay out there and keep banging in those laps.
Now, whoever's doing any kind of strategy for Benjamin Hamilton's going to need to consider this, because Hamilton now has the possibility of a race win, because there's going to be a battle going on.
He's pitting. He's just put his hand up in the air.
My goodness me,
he's coming into the pits.
He has to. He didn't have a choice. If he didn't do this, then he was going to lose several positions.
His marks. He has a little bit of a hesitation on the throttle as he keeps going. Hits his marks again. Bangs the throttle multiple times. Gets out, and he's going to get done. He's by Schoppler. He's alongside Kennis. He's got ahead of Kennis, but Schoppler has taken what looks like the lead of this race.
He has taken the lead. Schoppler bundled Benjamin Hamilton back. Benjamin Hamilton lost the lead, but he kept second place. So crucially, he's in front of Kennis and Barsh, and so now it's Schoppler who's going to be defending the lead from Benjamin Hamilton, who's defending from Kennis and Barsh. So there they are on screen now. So that potentially is our net leader when all the pit stops cycle through. That's the American Anton Schoppler from Benjamin Hamilton, Kieran Kennis and Matt Barsh. Now Kennis is inspired early pit stop earlier on. He replicated in this race and it didn't quite work out, but it certainly got him to third place.
Now don't rule,
as we think.
Don't rule out Wiltshire either.
No.
In much the same way that Kennis came from nowhere in a previous race, Wiltshire is out there at the front of the field, and he's got about a 9-second gap to those guys in that battle. So currently he would come out somewhere behind Kennis, or just behind Barsh, or alongside Barsh. If they start fighting at all, then Wiltshire's going to inherit potentially a podium position here.
Well, current fastest in the race is actually Kieran Kennis, and that's changed to Schoppler. Schoppler's now quickest, but the fastest Sector 1 is still Jonathan Wilson, who's down in 9th place. So Jonathan Wilson has the fastest Sector 1, which is, if you like, the new section of the racetrack. So that's going to be quite an interesting point, that maybe later on, because Anton Schoppler sets another fastest lap of this race, and so there's Schoppler turning in front of us, and there is Hamilton, and there, of course, is Kieran Kennis. Now, Hamilton and Kennis are the two relative unknowns in this situation. Barsh is very much unknown. Barsh, well, he'll take the fight to you if he can, and he's fair but robust is Matt Barsh. Kieran Kennis is going to be feeling that in a minute, and he's going to want Hamilton to get a move on, or even get ahead himself, because having Matt Barsh chase you down is something you need to consider. So it's still Thomas Wiltshire in the lead from Neil Durant and Ross Sandwell. They're the ones who have yet to pit. Alex, we've got something like 12 and a half minutes just under to go, and there's only 3 that have not been in the pits.
Oh, and there's a move by Barsh.
Barsh has put Hamilton in the wall, but that'll be another bad pass. I can't see that one also being a good pass, so Barsh might end up with another one to deal with, because that looked very, very more than robust.
I'd like to see the replay of that. I had a great view in person from above, and he was definitely very much down the inside, but I'd like to see it in slow-mo to see how much barrier.
And Hamilton's lost another place. He's waving about something. What he needs to do is just keep his foot in it and go. This could be bad, because if Barsh gets a bad pass flag, he's going to lose 2 places, because by letting Hamilton back through, he'll let Bell through as well. So this could be double bad if Barsh gets a bad pass flag. We've not seen anything about that yet, so we're thinking it's not going to happen. Now, there is something to be said, and this is again trying to be some sort of neutral here, Brad, whereas has the driver been bundled into the wall, or has he actually driven himself into the wall? We've got car 17 bad pass coming up. Is that Barsh? No, that's Bell.
Aaron Bell, that's an interesting one. Yeah, I mean,
maybe that's what Hamilton was actually waving about, because he was side by side with Bell, waving at Bell. So it might not have been he was miffed about Barsh.
And he's let him back through.
Hamilton's back. If he's lost a place, Wilson's leapfrogged Bell as well while he was giving that place back. So Bell has lost 2 places when he could have, ideally just lost 1. So Hamilton is now back in the position he was in. Obviously, the big question is that's still a whole load of net lost time, isn't it?
And whilst all of this has been happening, as I mentioned a while ago, Thomas Wiltshire has been merrily doing 34.8 whilst people have been battling, and he's now got a 10-second gap on Kieran Kennis. So Anton Schoppler's gone. He's shown a clean pair of heels to everyone.
Yeah, and Thomas is into the pits.
Here we go, let's see.
So we're going to see what's going to happen as he gets a really good green on his first one, aggressive stop at the second one. As he comes out, Schoppler's gone past, and he's going to be alongside Kennis. There's contact going through. I have no idea what the team's going to do about that. Kennis is not happy, but also Barsh has benefited.
Yeah, was that? That was Kennis, wasn't it? And Barsh. Well, that's going to get a little bit messy. In fact, was it? Oh, yes, it was Barsh, wasn't it? We're looking at Benjamin Hamilton there on screen with Jonathan Wilson. So
we've seen that exact move penalised before, and I was looking back at some replays before this weekend of alternate layout pit exits.
Yeah.
And what just happened there, where Wiltshire exited the pits and kind of half T-boned the kart that was going around the outside. We've seen that given as a penalty. I don't know what race control will call this time. I haven't seen the slow-mos.
This is where race control's overhead view counts, isn't it?
Exactly.
Because that will show whether he got T-boned by the driver or the other driver in this case. Sorry, who was it? It wasn't...
It was Kieran Kennis, but
Kieran
Barsh,
Kennis, yeah. Did Kieran Kennis actually turn himself into the oh gosh, I'm losing all the names here, to Wilshire, or did Wilshire actually T-bone him? That would be the question. That would be seen more from the overhead view.
And Barsh has just made another on-track pass. That time it looked pretty good to me. Different corner, so that was one of our new hairpins. So Matt Barsh has now made his way through into effectively second position.
He's got another bad pass.
Oh my
Matt
goodness.
Barsh has got another bad pass ticket.
Now
So he's going to have to give a place back. I'm not quite certain who he's got to give it back to now, though.
Wilshire?
Is it Wiltshire or was it from the earlier one on Hamilton? Who knows?
No, because he's already suffered for that, hasn't he? Because he let him through. He let him through at the hairpin at the bottom end of the straight.
I think there was another time, but anyway, let's assume it's for Wiltshire because that's the most recent
there
one.
he is. He's let him through, but
Oh no!
made contact, but you know, I think that was unavoidable, to be fair. But it just wasn't clear enough to be able to avoid contact. It's probably one of those things that. But anyway, Barsh has been busted there, and Wilshire's back in position. However, Barsh will continue to come back at him. Unfortunately for Wilshire and Barsh's point of view, that has allowed the Kennis, Hamilton, Wilson, and possibly even Bell group to close in. So this is a large train of karts now. So there's Thomas Wilshire in 4th place, from Barsh, from Kennis, from Hamilton, and Jonathan Wilson. And where does Aaron Bell come into this? Because he may well be the back of that group.
Neil Durant and Ross Sandwell have also now jumped that group.
Is there a wave to the pits there? No, not just a wave.
So because of all of that melee and bad passes and letting people through, the amount of time those guys have lost, that means Neil Durant and Ross Sandwell from absolutely nowhere are going to jump those guys. Or certainly Neil Durant is going to move ahead of Kieran Kennis. He's right in there now from a position where he was fighting for one of the lowly positions before this big battle. And it's not over yet. There could be more fighting.
Yeah, I mean, this is great news for Neil Durant because he's been...
And here we go.
Oh, another pass. Yeah.
All of this
Definitely going to be another bad pass.
Yeah, it's... it's a tough one. Neil Durant, meantime, is out the front, minding his own business, and that potentially could get him a top 3 in this race. I mean, if not better.
Sure, if this carries on like this, and there's now a big train behind these guys.
Yeah.
So sometimes this is where just staying out and seeing what happens with the rest of the field can play into your hands.
And the bad pass board is up again for Matt Barsh.
Matt Barsh.
3 in this race. Is he turning this into MMA?
Well, yes, he's a fairly tough guy. He's not feeble. Matt Barsh, so he's obviously had to let him back through again, and Wilshire now leads Barsh there. So we're seeing Wilshire in the white helmet, and there's Barsh in the yellow and orange on screen there. So Matt Barsh has had to relinquish that place. He's back in the attack though, which is no less than what he did. But Hamilton, yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Is Hamilton stuck in the wall, or is he back? Oh, he's just in amongst all the cars.
Oh, and there's more people in the wall at the back. Hamilton's being bundled down.
Bell was involved, and Wilson. Yeah, it's all kicking off back there. So this gap has now appeared. It's broken that big train of 6 into sort of 2 distinct groups and a single one, which is the single one I think is probably Kennis.
Neil Durant and Ross Sandwell, meanwhile, with 6 minutes to go, which is over 12 laps here, they are just doing 34.7, whilst these guys are
doing every lap
sporadically knocking each other into the barriers and
warning
losing
for number 9, and number 9 of course is Colin Marshall again.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's the Hamilton situation, is it?
Yes, one of many knocks that Hamilton received.
Yeah.
And now Hamilton from right at the front is all the way down to 10th place. I've had an absolutely dismal race after the first few laps.
Yeah, well, he's just had a tough old BRKC race, hasn't he, really? It's, he started so well, but at this level, when it starts to go wrong, it really can go wrong very quickly. And obviously Hamilton's on the receiving end of what you could deem, you can't call it bad luck, what do you call it? Welcome to world level karting, I suppose. Matt Barsh is a known brand name, if you like. He's been around for so long, and he's a known quantity, and not normally used to seeing bad passes like this, so it could just be, he's got his sleeves rolled up, and Hamilton's trying to defend, and Barsh has been coming through, as they say.
I've had a good old look at one of the slow-mo replays, which we will look at after the race. I don't have time to do all of Matt Barsh's bad pass analysis after this, but one of them, the one into the final hairpin, this is why I'm glad I'm not in race control, because I've seen that move happen before and it been absolutely fine. Some contact. I think it's similar to what you mentioned earlier. Sometimes a driver will drive themselves into the wall and exit. Yeah. Maybe Hamilton did that on that occasion, but anyway, the collective body of Matt Barsh's work in this race has been
In Hamilton's
robust.
defence, he's tried to ride it round the outside and maintain the position, which you've got to credit him for. In fact, you'd think less of him if he didn't try that.
Yeah.
However, it's not paid off. So,
and with all the chaos that's been going on between Matt Barsh and friends, Schoppler has caught up with the two guys who haven't pitted yet. He's got an absolutely monstrous lead and is just disappearing off into the distance.
Absolutely, there's no way Schoppler can lose this now. I mean, he could run from it. He could park the kart and run from it.
Neil Durant's going to be in P3. Neil Durant has a 10.6 second gap on Matt Barsh. So unless Matt...
Is he going to be P3 or P2?
P3... Oh, P2. You're
P2
right.
is gonna be
Absolutely
second,
P2, because Ross
Neil
Samuel's also
Neil
yet to
Durant's going to bring this through in second place.
And Ross Sandwell's going to come out somewhere in the middle of a massive bunch of karts as well.
Do we think Ross Sandwell's in with a chance of actually hooking third? I mean, how out of the question is that?
I think at the moment he doesn't quite have the gap. But
What does he need?
again, so he needs just over 10 seconds, as with the other.
Yeah,
But
what's he got
right now?
versus what he needs?
Right now he's 10 seconds over Kieran Kennis. So that's the kind of in between
Right, it's
Wiltshire
probably
and
about
Kennis
7 or 8 seconds.
where he'd end up.
Because
Yeah.
Kennis is sort of in the middle of what was the big group, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Kennis is probably about 3 seconds back from the group that's Barsh and Wiltshire and so.
And from a selfish point of view, Neil Durant's competing with me for the Masters Championship this year. He's about to get a very solid result.
Yeah, you're going to have to get your foot down in this upcoming race, Brad, because Durant's doing the business here. He's looking good. I mean, he's literally stayed out front and just cracked out the laps. Everyone else has been driving like crazy guys, and Durant's done the business.
He will have been watching all those fights from the other side of the track with absolute joy.
Well, it's a miracle. It's a miracle he's not gone off from laughing then. If that's the case, I must admit, I'd have had a job staying in control there.
And Schoppler's up behind Samwell. Now, if you're wondering why Samwell's not getting blue flags, it's because although Samwell hasn't pitted yet, this is still 4th position. So one of the risks you take by pitting earlier than other people is that if you catch them, they're not going to just move out of your way. Now, you can argue it would be sensible for Ross to not fight Anton at this point, but really, Anton's got such a big gap behind, he can just afford to sit there.
And back in reality, we've got Matt Barsh moving ahead of Thomas Wiltshire he's now pulling away, so which is a more realistic situation. In the pits.
Samuel into the pits. He wanted to get away from the race leader, not cause any problems as he hits the brakes, being shouted at by Ramon to get out of the pit lane.
Wow.
As Matt Barsh has beaten him out of there, but he comes out ahead of Wiltshire and manages to take P3.
Right, well, I think actually Samwell's done a good job there, because it would have been so easy, because what we were saying about 7 seconds, Brad, was the gap, and he's actually managed to come out ahead of Wiltshire. So, yes, he's lost to Barsh, but he's actually gained on the other two. So, a great job there by Ross Sand.
And Durant's into the pits. Durant is into the pits. So now we are going to see if he can take second place in this race, as he hits his marks really nicely for the second one. And he's going. He's going to come out alongside Matt Barsh, but Barsh has managed to hold on.
There we go.
So even with all of his drama, all of his abuse, Matt Barsh has still managed to put himself in second place.
And we shouldn't be surprised, because Matt Barsh is Matt Barsh. He gets his sleeves rolled up. He's got the bit between his teeth, but he's also one of those drivers that, especially on the right day, can definitely get the job done. He's looking awfully strong out there. Neil Durant there is chasing down. So it's Barsh in the 21, and there's Neil Durant in that kart behind him, mostly orange. Now, there's Barsh. Interview there is Durant. So there's Barsh ahead of Durant now, coming off the hairpin there. Matt Barsh is in second place. We know it's Schoppler out in the lead, but Matt Barsh, what's an incredible run by the Polishman there. He's managed to overcome having to let people back through, which as the race was going on, we were saying that was almost self-crucifixion in terms of lap time and time lost, but Barsh has done it. He's 8 seconds back from Schoppler, and most of that probably is in letting people come back through. You think 8 seconds, how quickly you could use that, just lose that, just count it in your head. Barsh has had to give positions back 3 times, in fact once. I think he got jumped by another kart as well. So such is the drama, I can't remember too clearly, but definitely Barsh has had a lot of work to do, and by heck he's done it. The only one he couldn't overcome was Anton Schoppler, the American, who's going to win by 8 seconds as they come through to, they've got half a minute on the counter, then they go to completing that lap, and then 1 lap. So Schoppler, the American, has the lead, and Barsh behind in second place, has karts behind him, but they're enough of a gap. Now, what's this battle up here? That looks like it's the Ross Sandwell, and is that
Wiltshire behind him,
and Kennis?
Big shout out to the Team Valor Racing pit wall, because Ross Sandwell, part of Valor Racing, has come from last position in qualifying, and he's currently looking like he's on for 4th place.
Absolutely outstanding. Where did Durant start? It was pretty down there at the bottom anyways, wasn't he?
Durant was P7, so he's also made a big gain.
He's made a big gain, but Sandwell, yeah, I mean, 10th to 4th is kind of pretty much unheard of at this level, simply because everybody's so good. As there we are looking at Sandwell, the one we're talking about, actually holding on. Now he's got Thomas Wilshire, who we saw his brother James win earlier on, and then Kieran Kennis, who we saw win a race earlier on, and then Jonathan Wilson, who we know can win a race. And so Ross Sandwell definitely had his hands full, but what an outstanding run. Now they're giving the last lap, so the last lap has started. It's going to be Anton Schoppler, comfortable win, 8 seconds. Barsh is close to 7.9 seconds, but look at that, very defensive and tight there for Sandwell. So we know it's going to be Schoppler, Barsh, Durant. What about Sandwell? This could kick off going down the backstretch. What's Thomas Wilshire going to do? What's Kieran Kennis going to do? Here comes Anton Schoppler. Schoppler's going to win it for sure. He's got such a lead. That's the American. He's going to take the race win. Anton Schoppler wins in the BRKC, and here comes Ross Sandwell. Now Sandwell, he's just got to hang on for a few more corners, but the question is, can he do it? He's got loads of carts all lining up behind him.
Jonathan Wilson into the final corner.
Wilson has got him through. He's given the place back. He's trying to give it back, and he has. And so good effort there by Jonathan Wilson. He got that one in time. But it is Sandwell who's cemented 4th place. Brad, that's amazing.
It was. I'm pretty impressed there with Ross, and I can only imagine the Valor Racing guys were on the pit wall there just saying, stay out, stay out. I know you're almost at the very end of the race now, but just keep going. Yeah. Everyone else is knocking into each other, and it worked out. Yeah, good pace throughout.
And what about Matt Barsh, though? I mean, incredible comeback there. We haven't seen that sort of comeback from so many penalties. Durant in 3rd, and Alex, it looks like they're going to be down with you in the pits. They're coming in now.
Yeah, I'm going to try and grab Hamilton, because I'm going to try and talk for a few seconds, maybe put a finger over the beep button, because I can't imagine poor Benjamin Hamilton had the best race. So tell us about that. You had a bit of drama sort of all the way through that, and you just kind of end up on the bad end. Tell us in very short terms what happened.
Basically, the lines that worked at the start of the race, so in my qualifying lap, didn't work throughout the race. And I only learnt those lines on the last 3 laps. That's why I improved so much near the end. So most of the race, I was sort of still on the 0.9 sort of time. So I think it's just a lack of experience at this really such high level of karting. So sort of as one driver got past, I think they all got past really. And I kind of lost my head for a little bit, but then regained composure, started dropping some better lap times and started catching up once again. But at that point, the damage had already been done.
Well, that's a great attitude. Well done. Absolutely brilliant.
Alex, just before you leave him, can you ask him, first of all, do we call him Ben or Benjamin? And secondly, that's probably one of the most intelligent sort of responses we've had to these kind of situations. So many people would be almost in tears. What's he got on the side of his helmet?
I missed what you said in that last bit, and he's having a conversation now, so I'm going to leave him alone.
On the side. I just want to know what to call him. I don't want his... what's his mum call him when he's in trouble?
Just call him Hamilton. I think that works out quite well. Right, let's try and grab the winner. That, you must have been laughing, seeing everyone back, seeing Matt Barsh beat everybody up, and that must have been really, really nice to see.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, because I qualified 3rd. Obviously, this is our first time on this alternate layout, and I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know if I was going to be 1st. I didn't know if I was going to be 10th. So I came out 3rd, and I was like, okay, got a good shot at this. I know the 2 guys ahead of me are really fast, but we go, and then my teammate's like, all right, you need to come in. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna trust my team. So I come in, and I'm pumping out laps, and then I see them both pit, and I jump them both in the pits, and I'm like, okay, well, now I have to focus on defense. And then I look behind me, and they're all fighting behind me, so it worked out in the end.
It was an absolute stunner, and Matt Barsh is actually walking away. I would like someone to grab Matt Barsh and come back to me, because I really want to have a chat with him. But absolutely well done, and yeah, good luck.
I think you might have to go and grab him if you want.
There's just some more races to win, so I'm going to do that too.
Right, I'm going to go run into there and grab Matt Barsh. Matt, you can't get away. You're not having a performance like that, which very much felt like MMA, and get away with not having a conversation with me. So 4 bad passes. You were incredibly aggressive as 3. It's more than enough. But the thing that was actually great to see was your absolute aggression, and still managed to maintain the pace and finish 2nd. In a few words, how was that race?
Yeah, that race that's very tough for me, because I not make good quali. 2 tenths and the race will be comfortable. I want to overtake where I have the pace. I overtake and compare, and of course talk with the judgment. It's a bad pass, I know, but I think one of this one will be good. And the last one, I overtake good, but we'll see. I hope so. It's a very tough race for me.
It was a very tough race. It was great fun to watch, and it's just really interesting to see you still manage to finish P2. So well done and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Alex, tell him this is why we love Matt Barsh.
And I hope it should be good on the next races tomorrow.
And the guys in commentary said this is why they love you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, I think that's me done. Oh no, we have Mr. Durant. Oh, our pit stop wizard. Absolutely brilliant. Managed to be from nowhere to on the podium. How did that go in your head? Was the team shouting at you from the pit wall?
All strategy. The team absolutely nailed it. Can't thank Brad and Sam and all the team to support me on that, because I would not have got P3 without them. So yeah, not bad for a Masters.
And what's your thoughts on the new layout?
It's all right actually. Yeah, this track is challenging for me anyway, but P3's all right. I'll take that.
Excellent. Good luck. Well done for the rest of the weekend. Take care.
Just in case it wasn't clear, that's Brad Shepherd he's referring to. I wasn't doing anything for his strategy down there.
Yeah, so no, Brad's not doing any strategy. It was more Sam, I think, shouting from the
Phil Pot.
I saw him a lot.
Phil Pot literally doesn't care, and
I do care.
He does care.
My competitor.
But yeah, he's not an helping when he's. In fact, someone trying to move forward and the tyres in place. But in the next race, though, that was both been quite exciting so far. But we've got Jake Anders, Adam Wyckoff, Joop van Lijnhorst, Ben Luff, Nathan Turner, Thomas Fox, Sandy Kirshner, Ryan Taylor, Jack Langford and Tyler Mays. Now, in this race, could this be where we see Tyler Mays unlock a victory here?
Yeah, now, without wanting to call any of the races death heats or the opposite, I think Tyler will be considering this one of his best chances to get really strong points. He's the driver out of the driver in this race so far. I think him, along with Joop van Lijnhorst, those guys are going to be expecting a really strong result here. So they need to pull one out of the bag in qualifying.
Well, my expectation would be Van Lijnhorst and Mays as the real front runners. I wouldn't rule out Ben Luff. Ben Luff has been showing pretty well, and so he could be a risk. And then, no doubt, we're going to have Ryan Taylor to watch for, and who knows, somebody else could make the mark here. Maybe Adam Wyckoff, you know. And so we'll see what comes. They're on their qualifying lap now, so they've all gone out to start their qualifier.
A couple of cars very close together, so someone hasn't left a big enough gap. So that looks like Langford right up behind Jake Anders. You never want to be stuck behind someone on a qualifying lap like this.
So a bit of a blunder there possibly by Jack Langford by allowing himself to get close. The checker is out. We're seeing Langford is fastest from Anders. Lijnhorst has been pushed down. Kirshner, it can't make it. Luff is up to third. It's still
Langford's still there. Maybe the slipstream helped.
But it's Ryan Taylor to the top. Mays to third, so it's Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor could be the one from Jack Langford and Tyler Mays. Adam Wyckoff, what a great result there for the American Wyckoff. He's in fourth place. He'll be delighted with that. He's exactly the sort of person that rental karting is built for, is Adam Wyckoff. And there we go, fourth place for him. Sandy Kirshner, the German, is into fifth. Ben Luff has been pushed down to sixth. Thomas Fox, seventh. Anders finds himself in eighth. Joop van Lijnhorst will be definitely disappointed with that ninth place. And then Nathan Turner in 10th. So Van Lijnhorst, if you remember, was those watching home, if you were looking earlier on, Van Lijnhorst went from pretty much last place up to about second or third. So he may have to think the same terms again and do it on this revised layout. Well, we'll see what happens. If anyone can do it, it's him, because that performance earlier on. So we're looking there at an incredible Ryan Taylor from an outstanding Jack Langford. And Jack Langford in second place in the blue overalls and blue helmet.
We were saying maybe he got a bit too close to Jake Anders. Maybe he timed it perfectly and got the perfect slipstream.
He could have, or maybe he's raced his way there. Goodness knows, because he is very fast. So we'll see what happens, but...
it's PSR.
He races in the GX UK Championship.
Yeah, he's the champion, junior champion.
Yeah, he's the junior champ, so clearly he can pedal. So anyway, let's see what happens here. So on the throttle now to start the race is Taylor, Ryan Taylor from Langford, who we've been talking about, and then Tyler Mays. Now, Tyler Mays, you can't call it dropping back at this stage. He did seem to be a little bit slow off the hairpin, but no problem there. It's a very clean start this time, and it's definitely Taylor who leads them around onto the more familiar bit of track now, around that long corner we've been using all day, off the revised layout, down the backstretch, into the hairpin left. Now he's turning in, you can see that gentle drift there. You can't lose too much time with the slide, but BSR Racing, Ryan Taylor still has the lead from Langford and Mays. Now, obviously, from our point of view, Brad, up here in the commentary box, we would arguably use Mays as our sort of reference point, if you like, in terms of what we're going to be looking at from results, because Taylor is a relative unknown as far as we're concerned on the indoor here. So is Langford. Yes, they've all got credentials in other forms, but you know, they are unknown from a BRKC point of view. Taylor is very much known. Wyckoff fairly known. Kirshner not really known. And so in the middle there, the top 5 is Tyler Mays, theoretically our benchmark of what to expect result-wise. So completing another lap, it's Ryan Taylor, Bradley Shepherd Racing, a very strong contingent for them as always, and in the pits.
Number 20 is in as he stops a bit short, so he has to have a little longer run up to that line, but does manage to get a green. I'm not certain that'll be too good a pit stop, but he's at the back, he's got plenty of clean air and hopefully have some pace to race into.
And that was Joop van Lionhorst. So Joop van Lionhorst doing exactly what he did in the previous race. So I mean, you say, oh, yeah, we'll keep an eye on him, but we can't afford to take our eyes off him now because he is now clear air. Do we have any other pit stoppers? Not by the looks of things. So this is all good news for Van Lionhorst. He'll be looking across the track to see where people are, and he will be piling on that pressure. This is exactly what took him to the front in the previous race. Brad?
He's going to rely on this big, long train that we've currently got, all starting to get in each other's way. We've seen this countless times over the years and even today. If people start battling, they lose a lot of time. And Van Lionhorst is not really quick enough to make up the gap he had when he came into the pits without other people causing themselves problems. But look how close the entire pack is. You've got this top 3 that are all quite close together. Any moment that could erupt into a fight where they start defending. And then you've got this next 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. And we've got a pit stop. It's Jake Anders at the back.
As he stops on his marks, gets a roll forward and lands it nicely with a green, and he's up to the second one. And again, really, really good pit stops. There was seeing some brilliant. Oh, as he's side by side with Lunghorst into turn 1, he lets him pass. He doesn't want to barrel into the side of him as Duke gives him away to say, come on, let's just push and go forward.
Yeah, Joop van Lionhorst, we almost relieved to see that he was able to leapfrog Jake Anders there, because that's the driver who could have given him trouble. Anders, of course, obviously got the wave from Van Lionhorst. Yeah, come with me, mate. It's, let's go. In the pits.
Tom Fox in.
And we are on our marks to kart number 8. That's a little bit of a slow getaway. I don't think that was the best possible first stop. It was a bit of a wiggle of the steering wheel as he gets to it, as he gets himself out, and he's going to come out alongside the other 2, but I don't think he's going to make it ahead of them. He has joined the back of that train.
He pulls in behind Jake Anders, so it's Joop van Lionhorst, Jake Anders, Thomas Fox forming their own little group at the back now, with Van Lionhorst trying to pull away, but equally trying to pull these with him. Now, what will be very interesting, if Anders and Fox, again, relative unknowns, can stay with Van Lionhorst, what will happen is when the pit stop cycle through, we could find they are further up the order than they might have been, as Van Lionhorst continues to sort of pace those guys as they cross the line now to start another lap. It's still very early because we've got 16, well over 16 minutes plus the lap, and of course that means that there's plenty of time for others to come in, and some of them will be coming in really late. There's a good quarter of an hour before some pit stops.
Tyler Mays has options here, so it looks like he's quicker than Langford there. So he's going to be thinking about, can I pit to, try and undercut these guys in front? Certainly Langford. Does look like he's being held up. And if he was to pit now, he'd come out around about 2.5 seconds behind Nathan Turner. The only issue he's got there is Nathan's about half a second down on what those guys are doing. So it wouldn't be very many laps before he's back on the tail of Nathan. So he either needs to do that strategy and be confident he can pass Nathan, hope Nathan pits in the interim, or just stay exactly where he is and open up a bigger gap. But you can see Tyler's looking to try and get through.
Well, you mentioned Nathan Turner, and Nathan Turner is the one who's running net last on the road because he's in front of Joop van Lionhorst, who's the first pitter. Now, Van Lionhorst has actually set the quickest set to 1, which is the new revised section. So on that basis, if you were Tyler Mays, how much consideration would you be giving to Joop van Lionhorst right now?
Yeah, probably quite a lot. Let's have a little look. So right now he's safe. Tyler Mays is 1 second off the lead, and Van Lionhorst is just about 14 seconds away. So he's got around about 3 seconds margin. If Van Lionhorst keeps going super fast, then Mays should take note. But at the moment, it's only 1 or so tenths between their lap times.
So, looking on the screen there, that's the lead battle. It's Ryan Taylor from Jack Langford. How impressive has Jack Langford been so far in this race? And Tyler Mays third. Now, anyone staying in front of Tyler Mays is doing very well indeed, and that's where Jack Langford is and Ryan Taylor. We've been talking about Tyler Mays, reference Joop van Lijnhorst, who's come in the pits. That's where your strategic battle might be. But if you're thinking about whether Tyler Mays can pass Van Lijnhorst, come out in front of Van Lijnhorst, that would also mean by definition that Ryan Taylor and Jack Langford could relatively comfortably do that too, because they're in front of Tyler Mays. So this race is far from done. Van Lijnhorst potentially our fast benchmark, albeit at the back. In fact, Van Lijnhorst is currently holding the fastest lap of the race. He's gone quicker and quickest of this group, as there are the three leaders, Taylor, Langford, Mays, but it's Van Lijnhorst who's on the mission. Brad, can you tell us about the relative distance Van Lijnhorst to Taylor, in terms of pit stops?
Yeah, so Van Lijnhorst is effectively in 4th position right now. So
okay, by much?
He's relying on, he'd slot relatively comfortably, I think, into 4th if everyone had a normal kind of length pit stop. But that doesn't mean to say that if the guys in front start fighting, he couldn't be even higher than that. So it's going to depend on what happens with this Mays-Langford battle. Yeah. At the moment, Taylor's obviously clear and he's not got any problems. And right now, Tyler Mays down the inside.
Oh, that was as clean as you could ask. So, Mays, an absolutely beautiful move. No question of any kind of bad pass penalty or anything like that. So Tyler Mays now has gone ahead of Jack Langford. Obviously on the screen on your counter, it does say Langford ahead of Mays. That'll reset when they cross the line. On screen, you can see Tyler Mays in the white suit has passed Jack Langford for second place. Now, Langford, looking at his pace, I wouldn't be surprised if he can actually stay with Mays. Yes, he's lost the position, but that's about it. It's not as if he's lost the pace. So Langford now needs Mays to close in on race leader Taylor to bring him with him. You can see actually what happens. Just that simple pass there created the gap, those watching at home. That gap that exists between first and second, the orange suit to the white suit, that was all created when the white suit Mays made the pass on the blue suit Langford. So Langford needs to try and stay with this lot, because he does have to worry about Joop van Lijnhorst in particular, who's made a pit stop and currently running in 8th place. When the pit stop cycle through, that could be a factor in deciding the race. Now, going down the pit lane for a second, Alex, it's been a bit quiet down there. Still more than half the field, only 3 people in, I believe.
Yeah, I'm twiddling my thumbs down here, enjoying the battle for the lead. I think Tyler has got the pace here to catch up with the leader and actually fight for the win in this race. And we are obviously still keeping an eye on Van Lijnhorst to make sure that he's not going to be too much of a problem. But I think with the fact that Tyler managed to get past Jack means that threat might have gone away now. And this is now a out-and-out fight between P1 and P2.
Okay, and over to you on the stats there, Brad. Now that we're seeing a bit of a gap, it's stretching that lead group, isn't it? Taylor to Mays to Langford, there's getting some notable gaps between that group now rather than nose to tail. How does that affect the Van Lijnhorst situation in 8th? Because he's been in the pits, they haven't. Is it that Taylor's pulling away, or are Mays and Langford dropping back a bit, and therefore that hands more for Van Lijnhorst to work with when they come out of the pits?
So Taylor and Mays, they're looking comfortable right now, nailed on first and second. Van Lijnhorst is still a net 4th, but Jack Langford's lost a couple of tenths in the last 2 laps.
Well,
and then again,
back.
And again, another slightly slower lap. So Van Lijnhorst was 1/10 quicker on that lap. He doesn't quite have the gap. He's going to rely on a slow pit stop from Langford if he wants a podium. But 4th place would still be quite a good win, having qualified down in 9th position.
Well, absolutely, and on that note, Ryan Taylor currently has the fastest lap and is on his last lap. But you know what? For a moment there, Ryan Taylor's now set the fastest Sector 1, which is the new part. But for a moment, would you believe it? The fastest Sector 1, it flashed up, new record for that, Thomas Fox in 10th.
Wow, yeah, sometimes you get to grips with your kart a bit too late, don't you?
Welcome to the BRKC.
Yeah. Exactly, and again,
David, Tyler has put in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's now gone quickest. So Tyler Mays returns the favour to Ryan Taylor, and so the second place is now the fastest. He's just hovering on that 1 second area, 0.94 back. He's looking to recoup some of that and draw the leader in. Obviously, that'll be bad news for Van Lijnhorst, who's doing his best at the back. Van Lijnhorst's times are still pretty competitive, although that last one was a little bit off.
They're all so close, really, aren't they? So for Van Lijnhorst, he's relying on Langford making a mistake here. You know, having a pit stop which is too cautious. He's fallen off the back of the Tyler Mays slipstream there, so he is definitely on his own. And sometimes it's a bit harder when you don't have that reference of the kart in front to kind of drag you forward. But I still think the top 3 at the moment are safe. Certainly the top 2. The only real question mark is whether Van Leyenhorst can keep moving forward. He's just set another purple first sector there and get within that 10-second bracket that he needs.
Well, obviously you do this currently, but probably aim more at Alex and I. When we were doing the various bits of indoor kart racing years ago, we'd always work on the idea of looking across the track, making a reference point, maybe one of the big suspension beams, maybe a marker on the track, where you're looking across and you think, okay, well, I know that's a 10-second gap. So if somebody, where I am here looking at that point, if somebody's there, it's 10 seconds. Pit stop's 10 seconds. So you'd find that reference. Obviously, Van Leyenhorst got to be doing that now to consider where he is. He'll see Rebbe Ryan Taylor's ahead of that reference point, behind that reference point. He'll be looking for the likes of Jack Langford to fall into that area, and then, you know, he'll sense the blood there and be able to maybe pick his own pace up for what he can do. One thing I do want to actually mention, Adam Wyckoff is staying in 4th.
Yeah, at the moment, unfortunately for him, I think Van Leyenhorst is within his window. So, in fact,
could he be a top 5 though? Better than the 10th that he got in the early.
Yeah, for sure. He'll be really happy with this.
Yeah.
I think he'll be very, very satisfied with being somewhere solidly in the middle. And his pace is good. He's doing 34.8s. That's pretty similar to a lot of the drivers in the field. So yeah, I think Adam Wyckoff is he's in a good position for him. Let's see. Can anyone behind?
Someone's waving there. That's number 10. That'll be Wyckoff. That's Wyckoff who we're talking about in the pit.
And he hits his marks quite well, and we get a green. And he hits the second marks again. Has a lean forward. Off he goes as he's going to come out into the side of Anders, but squeezes just in between Anders and the number 8 kart behind him. That was a successful pit stop.
Yeah, that was exactly what he needed, and it keeps him ahead of the German Kirschner and Ben Luff, who's in 5th place there. When they come back out, Wyckoff comes out in 9th place overall. That's ahead of Thomas Fox. Now, how far back is he off Anders? So, what sort of gap have we got there, Brad?
Which drivers are we looking at?
Wyckoff to Anders.
So I think he's directly behind him, isn't he? Did he not just come out the pits?
Is he literally on his case?
Yeah, there we go. So the gap's opened up slightly on the outlap, but yeah,
Wyckoff's got someone in his case, I'm assuming.
Tom Fox. Yeah, Tom Fox is right behind him. He'll be a bit disappointed that his really quick lap time or sector times of slightly earlier weren't quite enough to stay in front of Adam there.
I mean, when you consider, you know, again, we refer often to the BRKC, which is another sort of British indoor championship, more aimed at British rather than the international such as this, but he can win at that level, and he's also won in Club 100, so Tom Fox is certainly no slouch out there. Needless to say, if he can latch on to Wyckoff, he could get pulled forward when the chips shake down with all the other pit stops. There's still only been 4 in the pits. Quite a relatively late set of pit stops, and turning in there in the lead is Ryan Taylor. Now look at Tyler Mays, he's really caught in on the race leader. There it is, 1-2. So Ryan Taylor in the front in the orange, and there's Tyler Mays in second in the white. That's the new first corner. They're on the new section now. It's very tight, hairpinny new section there, and this of course is where it's been tough for people to be quick, because the track is ever changing, because it's bits that people haven't driven on, it's bits that tyre walls have been on for like a year. So you know, it can be a little bit loose in the wrong bits, but there comes the race leader, Ryan Taylor. Tyler Mays now, he has a look over the shoulder there, Taylor, but he knows that Mays is too far back for a challenge. So you won't see anything defensive there, moving over to the right of our picture as we look. So completing another lap, no stops for those guys. It's down to Nathan Turner in 6th. He's not stopped either. Joop van Leyenhorst continues to be the highest placed of the pit stoppers. Brad, have we any update on the actual position of Leyenhorst? Yeah, if everyone came in now.
I still think it's 4th. Jack Langford's kind of got on the case here and started doing some comparable lap times. So Van Leyenhorst, high to mid 34.6s. Jack Langford, 34.71 on that lap. So the gap's about 11.5 seconds. It's certainly not guaranteed that Langford can get out in front. He needs a solid pit stop.
And I'm trying to do a little bit of maths here, and I think the 2 leaders can't pit at the moment, because if either of them pit now, they go straight into the pack of the other karts that have not pitted yet.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
So
they come behind Sandy.
Keep going until the others pit.
Yeah,
there's only 5 minutes left and 6 people to make pit stops.
Yeah, and another Sector 1 fastest lap for Joop van Lijnhorst. He continues to be the pace setter in that new section, which is arguably the most difficult thing because no one's been on it. Fastest lap at the moment is still in the hands of Tyler Mays, but that Sector 1, the new section, the relevant new section, I keep referring to that because it's the bit that no one's driven on, and that's still Joop van Lijnhorst again. Obviously you're thinking a net fourth, Brad, but if he can pull it in any tighter, that could well come third.
It could. I think Jack Langford, though, has just really set his stall out there with a 34.5. Yeah. That's a really, really fast time, which is quicker than Van Lijnhorst did on the last couple of laps.
Well, he's 35, 34.5, 34.6, that kind of area. If he can keep pinning that down, he's 34.5, 34.5. If he can keep doing that, he's probably going to keep that third place, isn't he?
At the moment, I think he's safe, but he still has to do the pit stop. You know, you can't be too cautious. You also can't blow the pit stop with a yellow light. So
absolutely,
you've got some pressure.
Yeah, I always think in terms of if you think the most expensive asset you own, in your case, your house, Brad, would you keep that on? Would you put that on Langford maintaining third?
Well, no, I don't own a house actually, so it's all right.
Okay, fair enough.
But if I did, I wouldn't. So,
no, you still wouldn't. Now, Sector 1, the new section, that's gone to Ryan Taylor. So Ryan Taylor, the current race leader and yet to pit, obviously, is now the fastest on the track. So that's
gone back to Mays immediately.
It's gone back to that's the fastest
Jack Langford is in. A good first stop. He leans himself forward as a good second stop, but he is going to be... Oh, he's got himself some nice clean air.
There's our answer.
Nicely done, and he's ahead of Van Horst. And we've got number 9 in the pits as well, who's also done a good first stop. And it looks like it'll be a good second stop. No, he started to roll far too early. As I said it, I was like, nah, you're rolling too early. And that is a failed pit stop. He's going to have to do another one.
That's a disaster then for Nathan Turner. He slapped the wheel as
Tyler comes into the pits. Come on, Tyler, as we hit the red and we get a green, which is nice. Put your hands back on the wheel as we get to the next one, and it is green, and he is heading out, and he's going to be into clean air, so he now needs to nail as many fast laps as he possibly can, but I assume the leader will be in this very next lap.
So Mays is in front of Kirshner and Luff. They've yet to be in as well. So fortunately for Mays, he didn't come out behind them.
Number 9 is into the pits, which is Nathan Turner. He gets a good first stop and a good second stop. But Ryan Taylor is still going around the track, so he is not worried by Tyler's pace, and is going to continue to go around. As we have another one into the pits.
Sandy Kirshner, the German.
As he hits his marks, green, rolls up to the next one, good stop. Oh, he had a go and then a stop, which I think might have saved him a yellow, but it would have slowed his pit stop down as he comes into the middle of these guys and just loses out to the pair of them.
Yeah, he definitely got jumped there, and I mean, what do you do? The worst thing will be to get that
James,
penalty.
Leader in. So, flies round that left-hander, screeches to a halt, gets a green, goes up to the next one, screeches to a halt, and gets another. No, it's yellow! Oh, no! So that will be the win for Tyler, which is excellent for Tyler, but for BSR is an absolute disaster as the whole team screams in disappointment as it looks like he's going to have to go and make another pit stop.
And he had a comfortable gap too. This is going to be why he kicks himself even more. There was no need to rush it. He had a really, really clear gap to Tyler Mays and track position. So such a shame there for Ryan Taylor. And both the front drivers there are in BSR of different teams.
And a disaster for Ryan Taylor. We can see the cameras on him. Will he come in this time? Surely he's going to come straight in the pits. He's got to redo it. He's going to be with you now, Alex.
As he comes in, I can tell from his whole body language that he's frustrated. He's not going to rush this one and just take it nice and easy. Heads down. Team boss Sam is telling him to keep calm as he comes out ahead of Anders and heads off to go and finish the race.
Yeah, and that's pushed him down to 5th place. Now, obviously, he's going to be gutted because he was first and had the win, not necessarily in the bag, but certainly comfortably, in his hands. He's 5th place, so it's still a reasonable amount of points, but he will rue that until next year, and he can win again. So here comes Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays is in the lead, and in the pits is Ben Luff, I believe.
As he is, he comes around the left-hander, makes it in nicely. Really nice smooth stop. Hits his marks again, looks up at the lights, gets a green, and heads off as he's going to come into with the middle of all this little pack. But there's going to be a little bit of contact, but he manages to make his way through. There's somebody trying to squeeze their way up the inside of him, and they disappear out of my view.
So Tom Fox nearly squeezing through past Luff. What Luff did there was pretty much what you're supposed to do, certainly for the first part of that corner. What he didn't do was wedge himself into the side of Adam Wyckoff. He realised the position was gone, decided not to make contact, although what happened afterwards I didn't have a good view of. But yeah.
And Ryan Taylor's promoted to 4th place, so the leader who had to come in and redo the pit stop has ended up in 4th place now. I believe that's everybody in the pits, so all the karts have been in the pits, and it is Tyler Mays there with a lap and a half to go now. So Tyler Mays has the lead. There he is. He's got a complete clear run to victory. He's looking over his shoulder. Probably can barely believe this, considering some of the battles he's been in so far this race. So to actually come out the leader with this kind of gap around him, nobody in front of him, obviously not just position, no lapping karts or anything like that, nobody behind him at all that he can even see as he comes through. He's on his last lap now. He's in that new section. He's just got to get it neatly through here. It's going to be Jack Langford in second. Jurt van Leinhorst has come through at third, both of them benefiting from Taylor's having to make 2 stops, and Taylor's in 4th place himself. Jake Anders 5th, Adam Wyckoff is in 6th, Ben Luff 7th, Thomas Fox 8th, and Kirshner 9th, and Nathan Turner 10th, as Tyler Mays comes down to the final hairpin. He's coming around through the final couple of corners now. He's onto the final hairpin itself and through and crossing the line, and it's Tyler Mays for victory. So Tyler Mays has done it as he takes victory there from Jack Langford and Jurt van Leinhorst, and disaster for poor Ryan Taylor. He will be thinking about that one for some time to come. But there's Tyler Mays. There's no doubt in who the winner is. That's going to be a cracking interview, Alex. He's going to be absolutely delighted with that one. He really, that helps his cause no end. He's got a lot of points so far today.
But before I get to Tyler, I think I'm going to have to stick a microphone in Ryan's face and see how he's feeling after that one. I mean, to be fair, to mess up your pit stop and still end up P4 is blooming impressive.
That's outstanding by any standards, but he's just not going to take it like that, is he, at the moment?
Not really. So, we give a fist bump to Tyler and to Jack.
Van Leinhorst.
And everybody else now, and Van Leinhorst, who's throwing himself up into 3rd. And I can see the forlorn look on Ryan's face, but he's not going to get away from me, and I'm going to stick a microphone in your face, Ryan. So that was a brilliant performance. I mean, to still finish 4th after what happened, but tell us your feelings right now.
It's my own fault. I've only got myself to blame. So I don't know, just learn from it, not do it again.
And listen, most people who've had failed pit stops have ended up way further back, so it's not too bad. And you've already been on the podium once, so it should be good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I look at the P4, I think, you know what, it could have been worse. But annoying as I felt like I had control of that race, but we go again.
Well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Right, so let's grab the race winner if I can find him. Oh, hang on, there's lots of people in my way, and I'm going to try not to get in the way of people carrying lots of weight because, all these karts have got to be weighted up to 90 kilos, including driver. So some of them are quite small and need lots of extra weight. So let's find Jack Langford. Jack, your first BRKC podium. How did that feel?
Yeah. Really good. I was on my own for most of it, but good pit stop and just led it to the end in 2nd.
So what was really nice to see was when you got overtaken by Tyler, you didn't panic, you didn't try and really aggressively fight back. There was a really sensible head there.
Yeah, I just knew I had to put some good laps in, which I did. I'm only like 800ths off and led it to the end.
Excellent, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Tyler. BRKC race winner. Excellent, well done. That was a stunning performance. You obviously benefited from the failed pit stop. Yeah. However, your pace was incredible. How did that race feel from your point of view?
Sector 1's a struggle. I was gaining all my time in Sector 2. Felt okay. There's definitely more to grow on that. Yeah, the time's not great, so yeah, I'll take it. Listen, it's a win.
You were more happy in your last race. You just won a race, mate.
Doesn't feel like a win, especially seeing as though it was my teammate. It just doesn't feel like a win.
Oh, Team BSR, there's like 17,000 of you. But anyway, that's 2 podiums in 2 races.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th.
Excellent. So, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Semis.
Let's see you in there. Take care, buddy. Thank you. And let's see if we can grab Jupe. Jupe. That was an interesting strategy from you. Put yourself at the back and just relied on your pace.
Yeah, again, same as in the first heat, qualified on P9 and then drove back to 3rd. So I need to work on my qualifying.
Yeah, if you work on your qualifying, you might actually go and win.
Yeah, but I don't know what
P7
to
and he might
improve.
win.
I need to look back at it.
Excellent. No worries. Well, listen, good luck for the rest of the weekend. Improve your qualifying, and we'll see you in the semis.
Yes. I will. Thank you, Father.
Excellent. What a brilliant race, and we are off to the next one, which includes some heavy hitters like Ruben Boutins and some of the Americans who won the last races. Over to you guys.
Absolutely, and yeah, some great interviews there. Joop van Leinhorst is certainly showing himself to be the hero of the low qualifying and early pit stop strategy so far. If he can be 7th in qualifying, he might actually win. So on this rate, now in this one, we've got potentially quite a few clear winners here. It's hard to look beyond Mason Brown. It's always hard to look beyond Ruben Boutins. We've got Seb Miller in this, the great British hope, but also worthy of looking at here, I'd say Harrison Kirkham, and you pointed to Charlie Ratford earlier, Brad. Conrad Bielek's capable of putting it in the top 3 despite the opposition.
Basically, everyone on this list can do a really good job.
Because it's the BRKC.
I love how you said there's a clear winner, and it's clear that anyone could win, basically. So
clearly, someone in this race could win.
I love races like this. There's so many good drivers throughout the field in BRKC, but when you get a few very well-known, recognisable names who all expect themselves to be at least in the top 3.
Yeah, and even if they don't, we do, don't we? It looks like sort of the first one out is going to be Ruben Boutins, and he's definitely going to be some benchmark to follow. That looks like his kart out in the front, and that will be Harrison Kirkham, I think, behind him by the looks of it. Just looking at the suit and the helmet, etc. So 2 potential front qualifiers right there, first out to qualify. So once they go out, they do the warm-up lap. Remember, of course, folks, if you're watching this at home, you're looking down at the back of the field there. There's Hack there, Morris Hack, who we saw do so well earlier on in the heat race today. But when these guys go out, they're on the track for the first time, the revised section. And the revised section is what really throws the wobbler in the BRKC. Although it's been so far the likely contenders doing the winning. You know, the potential winners have actually won so far. Schlitz, Schoppler, Mays. Who will we see in this one? But Ruben Boutins, he's going to be the first out to qualify, so we can expect a very good benchmark lap time appearing immediately on the top of the timing screen. Alex, they're holding. Is there an issue somewhere?
There's a slight delay because someone's trying to have their lap timer fixed. So
that looks like Mason Brown, because I'm looking on the live stream there, looking ahead. It's the American Mason Brown, who we saw win earlier on. There's clearly some kind of issue. Are they going to swap him out of a kart or swap the kit?
It's not the kart, it's just the lap timer. I think the lap timer the lap timer holder was loose. I'm currently trying to put it all back together.
Yeah.
Holding up the race, making everyone's tyres cold. So, yeah.
Yeah, Mason, I mean, potentially you would think he had the option to switch karts, but he's not going to want to do that because this kart's just been out on the track. So, you know, he'd be wise to stay with it and get him to fix it. As it's the lap timer, would you even think, listen, I'm just going to race without it if I have to, because I'd far rather that than cold tyres on the opening lap.
Well, I'm now not sure because there should be 3 bolts holding the steering wheel in, but there is only 1 bolt currently holding the steering wheel in.
Yeah, that can make steering difficult, couldn't it?
Yeah, so I'm not quite certain what it is, but you're absolutely right. He's not going to want to change this kart because no one has taken one of the 4 spare karts all weekend, and no one's going to want to because
the longer they leave it, the more the difference will be, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Just to explain to those people watching at home, you're looking at the live stream there. You're looking at the back of the field. Now, these spare karts that we're talking about are over to the right of your picture. There's 10 drivers in each race, and these 10 karts have been used. There may have been a bit of a shuffle around, perhaps during the refueling, but certainly the karts that you're seeing in the pit lineup now that we can see the back of, they have just come in off the track. They're warm in terms of engines, they're warm in terms of tyres, everything's good to go. So Mason Brown there, who we can see is still having work done on, the American who we saw win his earlier heat race, it's going to take a lot for him to get out of that kart and get into another one. Yeah. And I must admit, if it was me personally and the lap timer wasn't working, if it wasn't the thing that's recording laps, tripping it back to the race control, I'd want to stay in it. Even if I couldn't see what lap times I was doing, I'd still far rather than that than blow the qualifier.
I think the problem was it was loose and rattling around.
Right, so he's being picky.
I think, hopefully, that's now going to be repaired because it doesn't look like they're trying to shuffle him out.
No.
And everything you guys have just said, I'm fully on board with. you'd have to really drag me out kicking and screaming to get in one of those cold ones at the side.
Yeah.
There's a significant difference between a warm kart and a cold one on a slippery indoor track like this.
I mean, so long as the steering wheel actually is steering the kart, even if Mason Brown ended up with the lap timer falling into his lap, he'd probably take that, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
And as you say, you know, so long as the thing's got 4 wheels on it, you're going to want that kart.
Yeah.
So they're fixing it away as we speak. Going again towards the front, Ruben Boutons will be sort of a worthy bench setting for what sort of lap times we expect as the times come through. You'll see them on the screen. But equally, Mason Brown, who is having the work done, he's sort of in the mid-pack there, about 6th, I think, in the lineup, 5th, 6th, something like this. 6th, actually, in the lineup there. He is going to be another one that we'll need to keep an eye on in terms of what we're expecting from the lap time. Where's Seb Miller in this? I think he's up near the front. I'm looking, I think that's Seb Miller, who's about 4th back in the lineup. So he's going to be 4th out to qualify. So if Ruben Boutons is going to set the initial benchmark time, then it's going to be followed by Kirkham. Seb Miller's going to be 4th. If Boutons starts to lose that, he's going to lose it pretty quickly, isn't he, to the people behind him?
Absolutely. This is going to be a really interesting race to watch, and like they all are, but there's just some characters who have a lot to lose here. People who are, you know, definitely going to have eyes on the final.
Yeah.
And they're going to be taking points off each other.
Now, talking about the final, Adam Sheargold in there, I'm sure I'm right in saying, didn't he miss out on the final by 1 place a couple of years ago? And he was absolutely mortified. So, you know, he's another one that you can't really discount. You can't discount everyone. We've mentioned this enough times on the live stream now. It's an invitational entry, and then when there's gaps, you can enter. But so certainly Adam Sheargold would have been somebody who would have got in on the invitational, and so he's definitely somebody who can take it to these international drivers.
We're done.
Are we good to go?
I saw the Allen key tighten up the final bolt.
The wheel is back on, the timer is back on. Apparently it was just a little bit loose, so you've got to make fine adjustments around this circuit. So when you make a fine adjustment, the wheels weren't turning. So, I think it made the right decision.
Actually the steering wheel, not the lap timer.
Yeah, it sounds like it was the wheel.
Correct.
Yeah, so because earlier on it seemed it was the lap timer, so it's actually the steering wheel. Yeah, that's a bit more serious, that.
Yeah, the lap timer
would be grounds for going to another kart.
Yeah, the lap timer's bolted on with the same bolts that the steering wheel's bolted on with, so that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. Obviously, it does show actually the commitment of Mason Brown to keeping his car, that he made them fix the steering wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't want anything loose on a track. You know, when a competition's this tight and you're looking for the final thousandths, you don't want to turn the wheel and it not quite turn the first time. So
absolutely, there's no room for doubts. So they're starting their qualifying now. It's Ruben Boutons who's going to actually set the initial pace as he's on the new section now, under qualifying conditions. He's on that qualifying lap. You're looking on your live stream there at the karts beginning the lap. Chris crossing the line now. That's the final kart through. And so Ruben Boutons is somewhere, he's entering the backstretch now, so he's coming off the new section onto the old, and he's going to be basically 3 corners away from setting that benchmark time. Here he comes through the final corner. I can see him out the window, and with him though is the 21, which is Adam Sheargold. So Sheargold looking very fast indeed. In fact, Sheargold goes to second. Ruben Boutons continues to lead, and there's changes galore. It's still Ruben Boutons at the top from Seb Miller, Charlie Ratford, Mason Brown, who we saw having the work done, has now come through to second. A great showing by the American there. Well worth getting the steering wheel fixed, because Ruben Boutons, he holds on to the pole position. So Ruben Boutons will take it from the front. A strong, in terms of BRKC result there. He's 0.3 of a second to the good. Ruben Boutons, 6 times BRKC winner and double world champion. Someone's been pushed back in the 8. That would be Edgar Azevedo. And is it because he's gone into the barrier?
He's gone in hard there, forgetting that the layout's changed. And
he has, hasn't he?
The spectators down there enjoyed that one. They gave him a bit of a cheer.
We were waiting. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we?
It's happened before.
Yeah, and it's happened again.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's definitely never happened to me.
It definitely happened to
never, ever.
Those viewers at home, we've got former racers. We're all former racers, but Alex Van Gien there. If you've known the BRKC over the years, you'll know of Alex Van Gien. This time he's not driving. Now he's talking and being forced into the admission that he, in fact, has gone the wrong way on the revised layout before. And the wrong way usually involves straight into the wall, Alex, yeah?
There's technically no proof of it because it wasn't caught on camera, so it didn't happen.
Exactly that. That's the modern thinking. So luckily no one remembers it, Alex. So we've got Ruben Boutons on the pole, and then it's Mason Brown. So you can see Mason Brown there in the red and white stripe helmet, the vertical stripes. Then Seb Miller, theoretically Britain's main hope going into this event. He was second last year overall in the final. Then of course it's Charlie Ratford, and behind him is Adam Sheargold, and then Jakub Michalski. Jakub Michalski is the one we saw in so much trouble in this heat race. So let's see what he can do here. So Ruben Boutons takes the start. He makes the start good. He's really drawn them out in a way that prevents damage. You know, cars bouncing off each other in the first corner. And Ruben Boutons now leads the way into the new section there for the first lap. There he is in the blue. The Dutchman has twice been world champion in the rental karts, the Kart World Championship, and he's got one of the new troublemakers there, Mason Brown, who's going to cause him bother down the backstretch in second place. So Mason Brown means business in this race. Can he take it to the former world champ? Brad, obviously we're looking at Seb Miller from a British point of view behind Mason Brown. He's going to have ideas on winning this race himself.
Yeah, and I don't think Charlie Ratford will have counted himself out just yet. There's a little bit of a gap forming, but we've seen it over and over. When battles begin, anything can happen. People can come from all the way at the back and make their way up to the front.
Now, Harrison Kirkham, just want to cut in there, is ninth place at the moment. Potentially, could we see a Joop van Lijenhorst effort where he comes through? Because Harrison Kirkham, we saw, had the speed to put it on the front last in the earlier race, so be right up at the front. So Kirkham will consider himself way out of position in ninth. Yeah, could it be an early pit stop?
If he feels like he can't make progress where he is, then I wouldn't be surprised. So let's see. He's stayed out for the moment, though.
Yeah, so still out on the track, and Kirkham is actually right on the tail of Azevedo. Yes, it is Azevedo. So if Kirkham's going to be making any moves to pit stop, it may be relative to the speed of what he considers Edgar Azevedo. So it is still Ruben Boutons there on the screen in the lead, with Mason Brown about a kart length, but a comfortable distance there. He's closing in under braking. Mason Brown definitely somebody who can take it to Ruben Boutons here. As they cross the line, it's Boutons, Mason Brown, and then Seb Miller.
There's some big contact into the last corner there as a kart tried to pit.
Stopper. It is number 13. And he gets a good first stop. And he's up to the second stop, gives a bit of a jiggle to the throttle, and he's off and away. And he is the first stopper of the race with 18 minutes to go, and he has nice clean air for now.
There's a little bit of a mess on the way into the pits, though. As he dived in, it looked like he clipped the back of another kart there, but hopefully no harm done.
Yeah, it can happen, can't it? Because the pit entry is so much faster than the hairpin itself. Exactly. And of course, you're turning in beyond the hairpin. So, you know, you're actually, if you were to brake purely for the pit stop, you're braking way later than if you are for the hairpin.
And we have number 9 pitting. Now, interestingly, when I saw number 9 pitting, there is somebody over on the balcony shining a light from a phone. And as it happened, he ended up coming into the pit lane. So I think his team is at the end of the straight, shining a light for him to come into the pits.
Well, absolutely. He's responded to the shining light, and that, of course, was Jakub Michalski. And Jakub Michalski in and out of the pits behind the original stopper, Konrad Bilak. Bilak, who we saw finish third in the earlier heat race. So will we see an attack from the back there from Bilak, the Polish driver there? But meantime, it's the Dutchman in the front, and that's Ruben Boutons, 6 times BRKC champion. He's done very well around here, and of course there's £1,000 first prize, and Ruben Boutons has bagged £6,000 from this event alone, Brad. That's not bad going, is it? It's you know, certainly he'll be in the duty free on the way home on the ferry, but he's got Mason Brown, who's looking at attacking the airport duty free on the way back to North Carolina, because he's trying to keep that gap to a contained amount to Ruben Boutons. There's Brown, and Seb Miller's staying with the pair of them in terms of relative pace. Seb Miller's actually got the fastest lap of the race at the moment.
Where's Seb going to get this done? Where's he? He must be thinking about the fact that he's got enough pace. He's just set the fastest lap, as you say. He's going to want to finish ahead of where he currently is. He wants to win this whole championship. He's got his sights set on P1 in the final. Third place isn't necessarily good enough for that. You need to keep being top 2 all the way through the heat. Where's he going to do it? Strategy, he's got the BSR team on the pit wall who know exactly what they're doing. He's not got anyone right up behind him, so he's not under immediate pressure, which gives him a few options. And there's still 16 minutes of the race to go.
It's that two kart or one kart now as we're in the tight bits. It's that gap that's between Boutons to Mason and then between Mason and Seb Miller that just makes nothing look convincing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's the sort of gap that says nothing's going to happen between those three. But Seb Miller seems to have a run on Mason coming down the backstretch. He can't make it stick, but he's definitely closer, looking out the window there, going down the straight itself to Brown than Brown is to actually the leader, Ruben Boutons. And it looks like Sheargold and Radford are starting to get a little tasty behind. But certainly this is a real cat and mouse thing, but it's almost like they're cancelling each other out. But I would say Seb Miller has now moved closer to Mason Brown. Mason Brown's probably starting to get a little bit more concerned about Miller behind him than he is Ruben Boutons ahead of him. Mason Brown's got a win in the bag already, so he's got a lot of points. So Mason, you know, he's looking very good in this competition and will want to continue scoring very highly. If he can't be first, he definitely want to be second. Ruben Boutons there is ready to be first at all times. Mason Brown does seem to be making more of an effort now to close in on the race leader because, yeah, he's definitely closing in, but he's got Seb Miller coming with him. So Miller's got the speed. Miller's also got the fastest lap still, and he's got the fastest sector 2, which ends that lap. So, which is the familiar part.
So there's no pit stop opportunities at the moment. If any of these guys pit, they're going to come out in some form of horrible traffic. So
yeah,
it's just as it is. They're going to have to overtake on track or carry on as they are.
And there's nothing to gain between them. They're literally cancelling each other out with a kind of gap that doesn't allow for any, you know, random effort. So certainly we've got Ruben Boutons there in the lead still, coming around that first corner, entering the new section. Mason Brown, he's now reclosed that gap in, probably feeling a little bit of pressure from Seb Miller there. So Mason Brown has upped the pace a fraction relative to Ruben Boutons, and that has brought Miller as well in turn. Now, obviously, you know, we've seen Mason Brown drop back a little bit, close back up with Ruben Boutons. In fact, now he's really with him. But each time, Seb Miller's been about the same distance to Mason Brown. So does that say, do you think, Brad, that potentially of the three, the one carrying the speed is actually Seb Miller? Because whatever Mason Brown does, he's the same distance. So if Mason Brown speeds up, Miller's gone with him.
Yeah, for sure. Part of me wonders whether, and this may be not the case, but part of me wonders whether Ruben's just deliberately backing up Mason to try and get Seb to make a move, because it's unusual to see Ruben put a kart on pole and then not kind of just keep improving and go quicker than the karts behind him. He might have just absolutely nailed that lap, but he was so far.
Oh, down the inside. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Has it worked? Has that strategy worked?
He's led him straight back through. So, yeah, Mason Brown on the receiving end with a bit of a robust move, but look what's happened. Yep. Gap there. Mason Brown, that signal there to Seb Miller wasn't a signal, wasn't a gesture of anger. It was a gesture of, listen, come on, let's go catch back up with Ruben Boutons.
Now let's watch Ruben's lap time. Now he doesn't have immediate pressure from one of these guys behind.
Yeah, we may see him go quicker.
Lets himself go a little bit. Yeah, let's.
Well, there would have been some logic there, Brad, because what you're effectively saying is by not pulling away, bringing Mason Brown away from Seb Miller, that keeps Brown's mind on Miller as well as Boutons, so it's not allowing Mason Brown the luxury of purely focusing on the attack for the lead.
They've certainly got some work to do if they want to close back up to him now. So that's made their lives a lot harder.
Yeah, but it could be said they did it before. They did it a couple of laps before because that gap opened up, but then Mason Brown closed it back in again. And that's, of course, is when he took Seb Miller with him that made certainly me think that perhaps Seb Miller's the one with the ultimate pace in that group.
And Ruben hasn't gone any quicker, so still slower than certainly Mason Brown on that last lap by about a tenth. So it does seem like Mason's got the pace, and maybe now Seb gets his head down.
Well, to the 10th, Brown and Miller are actually on the same lap time. There's Mason Brown. We'll see if he can close in on the leader, Ruben Boutons. And when we're saying closing in on the leader, we're talking about closing in on the 6 times BRKC champion. That is quite an ask.
Yeah, they're both quicker. They are both quicker. Miller and Mason both did a 4 on that lap, so about a tenth quicker than Ruben's been able to manage. So they are going to gradually reel him back in. Again, a tenth doesn't sound like a lot, but there's a lot of laps left, so they are going to close on in.
And what's crucial in those lap times, those of you watching at home, what it is Ruben Boutons, you can see on the front screen there, he was doing 34.6 seconds, and Mason Brown and Seb Miller were doing 34.5. Now, the moment Ruben Boutons went to 34.5, they upped to 34.4.
Exactly.
And that is why they're inching back in. It's Mason Brown who I think is the one who's setting the pace there, really. I've got the feeling that it could well turn out that Seb Miller's actually actually got something more in hand. He just doesn't want to challenge Mason Brown at this stage because he knows that's what's getting them to the front. Big picture thinking.
Miller has just set the fastest lap of the race again, so they've both got the legs on Ruben here.
Yeah, they have. And they're both in 34.4 against, in fact, 34.5, 34.4 for Brown and Miller, but Ruben Boutons was down in 34.7. It's down to 34.6.
Maybe same thing happening again now. So as they get back on his tail, they're going to have to decide, do we fight each other? Does someone go for Ruben? Obviously, if Mason goes for a move on Ruben, that's going to open him up to Seb passing him. So it's not easy. Just because you're quicker, even if you see an opportunity, you need to know it's a definite opportunity. And when is that ever the case with Ruben Boutons? Well,
it's a definite opportunity. Now, one thing I'd like to throw into that mix of us guessing what's happening is Ruben Boutons is also clever enough to know what pace he needs to run to maintain something. It could well be that he lures these guys into something of a false sense of security if they decide to pit. I mean, if Brown pits, then probably Miller will come in and all that kind of thing, or certainly if Miller does, maybe Brown will. And then we see a string of faster laps by Ruben Boutons. I wouldn't want to call this sandbagging, but is this 10th bagging?
Potentially. I've got a feeling, actually, maybe Ruben is just going as quick as he can. Oh, Mason defending from Miller now.
That's the first time we've seen that, him feeling the need. And that was the thing.
There's no danger in this race of somebody out of sight lapping faster and jumping these guys. The top three are the fastest three on track. They're the guys pulling away from everyone. So
and
we
they
are
will
looking
know that, won't they?
They will. And we're looking at a genuine fight here. So it is between these three at the moment. It's just a case of whether Miller can find a way through or whether Mason can close up to Ruben and find a way through. I'd say at the moment it's looking more like Brown is worried about Miller. Yeah, because Brown, the American there in second place, he felt the need. Now he's waving there, and that is a distinct. Listen, we're coming for this guy. Let's think. He's not defended there, and Miller made no attempt. So didn't even feign it. So I think Miller's playing a sensible game, but. Do you know what? I wonder if BSR would bring Miller in sometime soon. So in terms of strategy and gaps, if Miller was to come in now, he's going to have traffic again. So they won't even think of it. Yeah, they're not really clear.
We do have a pit stop though. Number 16 is in there, and he is
Harrison Kirkham.
Managed to hit hits his marks again, and rolls forward. We get a nice green, and he's going to come out right behind Belak.
Right, well, that's interesting. He's come out behind Belak because Belak was an early pit stopper who was at the tail, going back out into the tail. So Belak's definitely making up some ground there. That obviously would be Konrad Belak, the Polish driver. We've seen him a semi-finalist in a whole bunch of these international competitions, so he's a known quantity. So that's very interesting there. That Belak, he's the leader of those who've been in the pits. He's what is he? He's something like oh gosh, I'm struggling to do the maths here, Brad. How
20
far?
seconds off the lead.
Yeah, which is 10 seconds back off whatever that really is.
Yeah, so he's kind of in the Ratford. No, not Ratford, sorry, Ratford is clear. That's Sheargold and Azevedo battle. That's his kind of region.
So he'll probably come out between Sheargold and Azevedo as a rule.
Somewhere there, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's pretty interesting. In the meantime, Mason Brown, the American, has definitely closed back up on the leader, Ruben Boutons.
They're right together, aren't they? The top three.
Because guess what? Boutons went to 34.4. An immediate response by Brown was 34.3. Boutons' last lap was 34.5. You can see this. Brown is definitely not letting Ruben Boutons go ahead. He's still got Seb Miller going with him, so it's almost like the gap between Brown to Miller stays.
Oh, Miller's
the same.
Miller
in. Yep, there we go.
Miller's in, nails the left-hander, hits his marks, rolls away nicely, gets a good green, rolls up to the next one, really nice smooth stop. There's a really nice progressive pit stop there. Rolled it down, got it back going again. Really, really nice pit stop.
And that's because the BSR team will have seen there was a gap formed just ahead of Sheargold. So that's where Miller's filtered back out. He's got some clear air, miles behind Charlie Ratford now, who's yet to stop. And now, can this be the jump for the win, or are the top two going to cover him?
Let's remember a 44.4 for that lap for his in-lap.
44.4, okay. Well, the
Brown's in to cover.
Brown he rounds the corner, very aggressive on the stop, a very different type of pit stop as Brown hits his marks, and then aggressive on the pit stop again, and he rolls out, goes across the line. He is going to still be ahead of Miller, and his lap time on that lap was a 44.0.
Expect Ruben Boutons in on this lap, because as he knows those two behind him have been quicker, there's no reason to stay out any longer. He can pit, cover them, white line it to the end.
Absolutely right there, Brad. This, and we'll see.
Here he comes.
I think he will.
He's in, hands up.
He's coming in. Yeah, he's got to.
Rounds the corner, very nice to a standstill, hits the green, Again, very nice to a standstill. Perfect from the former champ, as we would expect.
Oh, this is
He's
much
gonna come out
closer.
side by side. He's going to be on. Oh, there's contact, and he has lost the lead. Brown has managed to nick it.
Wow.
An incredible run there by Mason Brown. He kept it clean. Ruben Boutsens avoided contact, and Brown kept it clean and took the lead. And really, I was about to say, I think this whole pit stop round's been tripped off by BSR and Seb Miller. They called Miller in as soon as possible.
And Ruben lost 8/10 to Brown's pit stop in that last lap.
Slower pit stop.
Yeah, slower lap, so including the pit stop. So there's the new race leader. It's the American Mason Brown, and he is running in front of 6 times BRKC champion Ruben Boutsens as he comes to the corner where he took the lead in that last race. So for my money, Seb Miller and BSR were the ones that kicked all that off. They pitted immediately. They had a gap, and that caused Brown to have to respond. So he had to respond. He did, and that caused Ruben Boutsens and Blue Star, Talent Factory to have to respond, and they did. And the net gain there is for Mason Brown, who's now taking the lead. Now, Ruben Boutsens, what can he do to come back at the new race leader, Mason Brown? The difference in time and experience is vast, but the speed is not very much at all. So Mason Brown continues on. Seb Miller, who I don't know, but I keep thinking he's the quicker one. I mean, Mason Brown has got the lap time at the moment to him, but he's going to have his work cut out because Ruben Boutsens is going to have Seb Miller breathing down his neck, and in turn he's now putting the pressure onto Mason Brown. Mason Brown's got to deal with a lot of pressure there. Ruben Boutsens went to the outside. Mason Brown's gone defensive. He's got him. Okay,
so watch out for Charlie Ratford here. There's still several minutes to go. If Mason really defends hard, if he holds them up by 3.5 seconds over the next 4 minutes, or maybe 3 minutes before the last chance to pit board, there's a chance Ratford could be in this fight.
And that's what we love about this sort of racing, isn't it, Brad? Because, Radford, we saw it earlier on with Kennis, didn't we? It's that similar situation. And what was it, Ryan Taylor, yeah? So obviously Ryan Taylor had a problem with the pit stop, but the fundamentals were the same. He stayed out and he got the job done. So here comes Mason Brown. Now, Mason Brown's defending to the inside. That's why he's moving to the inside. Ruben Boutsens and spin. We've never seen that before.
He's
Ruben
stopped in the wall.
Stop against the wall. Are they going to flag it?
Replay on that.
And Ruben Boutsens.
And Charlie Ratford, if he pits under yellow now, is going to get effectively a free pit stop. It's a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's, let's see if he comes in now anyway.
What's the gap? What's the gap as they cross the line? It was 7 seconds on the previous lap. Now I've seen 8.7 seconds. He needs 10 seconds to come out in the lead. Charlie Ratford is certainly in the hunt now for second position, clearly in second position. It's just a case of whether or not he's close enough to take the lead from Mason Brown.
Absolutely. There's Mason Brown. Now,
and Ratford's in the pits right now. We're about to find out.
He comes in, hits it, stops. He's got to keep it calm. He knows he's all of a sudden in the chance for this win. You can see it in his eyes as he gets through. It's a green. It's a good stop. Brown goes through. Miller goes through. So he is P3 thanks to Ruben Boutsens as we have another stopper coming in, number 21, who stops on their marks. It's Sheargold, and he is getting away as well.
Just not enough laps then for Ratford to keep pumping in whilst those guys are fighting. And in fact, looks like Mason Brown was clear in the end. So it looks like you don't need quite you need quite a bigger gap on this layout if you don't nail the pit stop.
Yeah, it's interesting there, Brad, because obviously you were saying that you're thinking that he should be coming in, obviously with the confusion and.
Sorry, I am going to interrupt you, but Ratford's pit stop was a 46. Oh, as we have number 8 coming in for his stop. He hits a green on the first mark. He gets a good stop. He likes checking where the line is, this guy does, and he gets out nicely. But yeah, so a 46 for Charlie Ratford. If he had a better pit stop, it might have actually managed to at least be closer to Mason.
Yeah, so he's 6/10 behind Miller in the end, wasn't he? And his pit stop was a good 2.5 or so wrong. So my math wasn't that far out.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Charlie Radford, it was enough out to not come out in the lead. And but he actually joined the lead group. So it is something of a gain in real terms. Ruben Boutsens has basically eliminated himself from that lead group. So Charlie Ratford's run to third place is good.
And we have another stopper, number 12, stops on his marks. And he's got a green, and then it's Hack who's come in. And yeah, he is off and out, and he seems to be on his own. I think he's at the back.
So, Morris Hack is resumed there into 10th place. Now, Ruben Boutsens, who had the problem, had the spin and was nose into the barrier. That's so rare at this level. are we thinking clean or dodgy?
There was nowhere near enough of a gap for Ruben to go through, so we'll have a little bit of an analysis on that before Alex does his interviews.
Yeah.
But yeah, a rare mistake from Ruben there. He came from a long way back, but Mason was effectively touching the inside barrier by the time Ruben found himself in that wedge.
Penalty-wise, being stuck in the wall is probably enough of a penalty for Ruben Boutons, yeah?
Yeah.
We're not going to take it any further, I
So
doubt.
Mason hasn't lost out. He looks like he's going to win the race,
Yeah, he does.
and Ruben has lost out a lot. So a little bit of a self-penalising issue there.
Yeah. So Mason Brown is, well, you know, if I was thinking earlier on that maybe it was Seb Miller who had the speed, it does look like Mason Brown's got enough speed to cover him regardless. And he's not going to come under any attack, probably from Seb Miller. Question is what Miller's plans are. Does he think seconds enough, or is he going to go for some desperate lunge? There's probably more to lose at this stage in points on a desperate lunge. So, you know, unless he's really got something in hand, it's looking good for Mason Brown. Now, Mason Brown has got, at the end of this lap, he's probably going to cross the line before they get to the end of the countdown. It's going to be very close. It's on 13 seconds. He's got like 10 seconds, but he's going to cross the line with a couple of seconds to spare. So he's now got 2 laps to go. So Mason Brown's effectively got 2 laps to hold off Seb Miller there. So, and that's Charlie Radford now is making it effectively 3 karts, 1, 2, 3, instead of a gap. So Charlie Radford's really closing. Is he fastest? No, he's not. Seb Miller's actually got the quickest lap, but Radford is actually quickest at the moment on that last lap, which is why he's closed into that to make it a bit of a lead trio there. So there's Mason Brown turning in now. There's Seb Miller, and behind them in the 3rd spot there, that is Charlie Radford. Ruben Boutons, of course, is been bundled back to 4th, 9 seconds or so further back. Conrad Bielak, who was first one into pits, has come through from 10th into 5th, and that's probably the best he could have hoped for in that situation. So it's worked out for him, no question, in terms of points and positions. But we're on the last lap now, and here he comes. The American Mason Brown is going to make it another victory. He won the earlier heat race, and now he's going to win this one. Surely he's got the distance going down the backstretch. He's going to have a good look over his shoulder. I want to be sure about that one. Mason Brown turns in, knowing all he's got to do is get these last corners hooked up. He's done it. He's done the left. Remember, he had that steering wheel adjusted, and now that steering wheel's held on, and he's held on for the win. It's Mason Brown who takes it from Seb Miller, and in 3rd place is Charlie Radford. Amazing result there by Mason Brown. Ruben Boutons is going to come through in 4th. He does, crossing the line now, and then it's Conrad Bielak, that early pit stopper. Then it's Sheargold, Azevedo, Kirkham, Milcharski, and Morris Hack brings out the 10th place. So great run there by Mason Brown. He absorbed all pressure. Pretty cagey race there, Brad.
Yes, it was, but there was one defining moment. So before Alex takes the airtime and grabs all these drivers, I want to show everyone what happened with the Ruben Boutons overtake attempt. So let's go to my Brad pad. So they're lining up a move into the typical place at the end of the long straight. Ruben senses an opportunity and he goes for the inside. And at this point, he's pretty committed, but there's just not time for him to get there. And you can see he's only just about level with the rear of Mason's kart. There's certainly no kart width gap down the inside there. And by the
Brad, I'm going to interrupt you because I'm going to grab the man himself.
Just hold on for 2 seconds, Alex. And then by the time they get to the apex itself, Ruben is fully wedged in the barrier with significant contact. And if you look, we're a good few meters before we're even at the apex at this point. So I've not seen Ruben go for something quite as audacious as that.
Brad?
So, Ruben, it was a tough fight for you. You looked like the guys behind you had a bit more pace. But talk us through the incident.
Yeah, I just had a bad pit stop, which cost me the lead. And then I tried to overtake Mason, but he was defensive, and I saw he was looking over his shoulder, left, right. He left a little gap, but it was way too small to make a good move. So, yeah, very poor maneuver. It cost me a lot of points.
No worries. We've seen you do better, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
The honesty of
that is
a world champion.
Yeah, that is a very dejected world champion there. So now we need to grab the winners, and I'm going to try and grab Mr. Miller first for another podium conversation where you can tower over me while you take your helmet off. How was that? Another podium.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, my qualifying lap wasn't the best, so P3, which was a bit disappointing. But then I got 3 positions, so to get P2 in the end was good. But I was hoping for the win, let's be honest.
Yeah. I mean, you had the pace for it. It's just obviously the 2 guys you were fighting with were incredibly hard to battle. Did you even have a sniff at any point and you decided not to go for it, or was there nothing ever taking?
Well, I had a sniff at Mason at the end of the straight, but it was too robust, so I had to let him straight back through. But then we had the pace on Ruben, and Mason got around the outside of him when Ruben came out of the pit, so that was good for him, but I couldn't get past, so then I just had to like think of something else, but then Ruben tried to get past Mason and crashed, so that was a free position, but it's just a shame because it took me a long time to get used to the kart, but I found it eventually, so it's good.
Excellent. Well done. 2 podiums, and we'll hopefully see you on a podium again. All the best. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. Mason, it looks like you need to have your wheel fixed before every race. That was stunning.
Yeah, shout out to this guy right here, right? Reason I won that race.
Tell you the reason you won that race. You won that race because your pit stop was 4 tenths quicker than Sam and Seb and 8 tenths quicker than Ruben.
Yeah, I mean, pit stops have been something I really want to focus on. And Friday, I was getting really quick, you know. At least on the normal layout, the fastest I went was a 39.7. And I knew that wouldn't be necessary. That's too much risk. But that one, I pulled it out a little bit, and it paid off.
Excellent. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Oh. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Alex, you know when you're interviewing Seb Miller, you do need to stand up, mate. You can't do it sitting down.
Do you know what's also funny? I may be 5'9", but I've also got like quite thick trainers on. So it probably gives me another inch as he's still towering over me.
Brilliant. Okay, so the next race coming out now, well, it's going to be an interesting one because when we first looked at the entry list, we are struggling to look beyond Tomek Bernadowski. However, if we do look beyond Tomek Bernadowski, we've seen a great run earlier on by Sam Shaw. We've actually seen good stuff by Josh Ostick before. Tom Shipman there might show something. Yolano Shepkins as well. So, and Ivan Shana, the Hungarian, this is definitely a race in which he can score very well indeed. So we'll see what happens here. As they're out on their qualifier again, they're on this revised layout for the very first time. They've seen it, but this is the first time they've driven on it because it's been built specially for this weekend, just for the heat round number 2 and heat round number 3. So it's crossing the line now. We're getting these lap times in. It's Jamie Sherman Chase. He's still on the top spot. Tom Shipman comes through to second. They've been beaten by Shaw. He's been beaten by Shana. He's been beaten by Tomek Bernadowski. Tomek Bernadowski still on the top from Shana and Shaw. So the Polish driver leads the Hungarian and the Brit. And it's going to stay that way. Yes, they've all qualified now. So Tomek Bernadowski is the one on the top stop. And Ivan Shana second, the Hungarian. Sam Shaw third. Yolano Shipkins fourth. Jamie Sherman Chase fifth. Theo Rafter sixth. Richie Clark seventh. Josh Ostick eighth. Tom Shipman ninth. And Cameron Das in 10th place. Cameron Das, of course, racing single-seaters in British Formula 3, GB3. And in events like that. So he's on his comeback to karting, having a bit of a tough run this weekend. So, but there's no doubt in the first place, Tomek Bernadowski by something like 0.2 of a second. So Tomek there, he's really, every time out in the kart, he cements his position as one of the future stars and even current. He's with the Blue Star Racing team. He has something of a teammate in terms of Yolano Shepkins in the Talent Factory. They are kind of related teams. Sam Shaw, of course, being part of BSR, Bradley Shepherd Racing, they have a number of teams, so they colour them. So he's actually racing BSR white. And yeah, so and on it goes. Razio Drag have got 2 entries in this with Rafter and Ostick, but now they're coming round to the start. Tomek Bernadowski, he just needs to get the job done with this. Shana needs to take it to him and at the very least get a whole ton of points. So here comes Bernadowski. He's got a good run there, and the karts are gapped but not stretched, so they should get through the first corner pretty clean. It's a little bit side by side at the back there, but that's a very good start. Bernadowski had that one measured pretty perfect there as he's coming through the new section there. There he is leading the way in the blue suit, Blue Star driver, etc. And Ivan Shana, the Hungarian, who's won just about every kart championship available in Hungary, and obviously is another regular on the international scene. You attend any of the other events, the German Championship, the Polish Championship, the Dutch, Belgium, whatever, chances are Ivan Shana is going to be the one of those drivers who's in that, and the World Championship, of course. So, Tomek Bernadowski now back on for the second time into the new section there. He's got Shana with him. He's got Sam Shaw. We saw a great run earlier on by Sam Shaw. In fact, so good it was when they actually had to revert the positions, because it was Zhimovic Vera who made a pass on him that the organisers deemed a bad pass, and they had then the race finished and they had to actually swap those positions over. And so Shaw took the win from Vera. That was the very first race of the day, so that was the last time we saw Sam Shaw in action. And and of course it was a win. So here we are with Bernardowski in the lead. Now, Brad, just looking at Bernardowski in the lead there, he's got Shana with him, but Sam Shaw and Jelena Shepkins are definitely staying with that group.
I'm worried they're going to start dropping away. I think Bernardowski might have the legs on these guys. I was kind of relying on that second and third place driver.
Look at that, as you say, there's a big gap of fear in there. I mean, it stretches out on the straight, but you are right.
Shana's doing a solid job trying to keep him in sight, and you know, he is just about staying in his toe, but I think Bernardowski is probably feeling quite confident he can start edging away. 1/10 closer on that lap by the looks of it. Shana gets the fastest lap. It's
a simple case though of if Bernardowski's the one with the pace, can the others stay with him? And the only one who can vaguely make any claim to that is Ivan Shana, the Hungarian. There's Bernardowski in the blue, and there's Shana, and that gap is ever increasing. Shaw and Shepkins are doing their formidable best to stay in sight, but you can see that gap increasing. So Shaw probably already, with that little look over his shoulder to see where Shepkins is potentially considering, well, I'm going to try and be third in this race because I probably haven't got an answer to the flying Bernardowski. Shana's staying with him, so that includes him as well in that mix. But everyone else, I think I've got a bit of a measure of. So Sam Shaw, potentially that's going to be his result and the one he's aiming for even at this early stage. It's Bernardowski in the lead. Alex, we've not had anyone on the pit at all yet, have we?
No, they're all just plodding around at the moment. They don't want to come and see me. I think they've seen too many issues going on in the pits, and we're now watching their pit stop times, and we are going to scrutinise them now. But no, this is shaping up to be a nice one between these guys at the front, and this mid-pack is all very close. It's going to get tasty.
It's getting a bit tighter at the back end. The back four are in two groups of twos, and if ever there's going to be any bumpy and boring, it's back there. But would you pit out of a position back there? Well, you might. Just for the sake of keeping running and leapfrog the karts in front. But beyond that, ahead of that, the top six are certainly very evenly gapped.
Yeah, I think if I was in one of those karts near the back there, maybe Cameron Das, I don't think you've got a lot to lose by making a pit stop now. With it being a longer layout as well, there's less likelihood of one of the leaders coming up and giving you blue flags.
Not having to get out of the way and lose time.
Yeah, so I think, it looks like Cameron's being slightly held up there. There's a chance that he could make some places out of sight of everyone, but yeah, the battle that I'm interested in is actually the battle for the lead. I think Shana's doing a very solid job at keeping up with Bernardowski. Bernardowski has just set one of the fastest sectors, or the fastest second sector on the previous lap. Yeah. But he's having to look behind him. He's having to be aware of where Shana is. So this isn't over. Battle for third's also looking pretty close.
Well, the fastest lap in the sector one, which I deem quite important because it's the new bit. That is currently in the hands of Jelena Shepkins. So he's one of the talent factory drivers. So he's kind of a teammate to Bernardowski up at the front. It's sort of an affiliated team, and Shepkins is definitely showing he's got the speed. So Bernardowski's got the sector 2 time, which is the normal part of the track, and the changed part, the alternate layout part, is still in the hands of Shepkins.
And Sam Shaw's just started going defensive, so we're pretty early on, 15 minutes remaining. So Shepkins is going to have to think about making a move or making a pit stop.
Shepkins being quicker in the sector 2, which is the new bit, that leads him onto the backstretch, which is one of the best overtaking places on the track. So if you're going to be quick somewhere, quick onto the bit where you can pass is probably not a bad place to be quick. As we're seeing, they're heading in that area now. So there we are looking on screen at Tomek Bernardowski, the flying young Polish driver, very respected in the sport already despite a young age. Ivan Shana, very much respected in the sport and of a slightly greater age now, and certainly a huge amount of experience there by the Hungarian. And then it's Sam Shaw and Jelena Shepkins. So Sam Shaw may get defensive, Jelena Shepkins may make a pit stop. That could well be what happens. If Shepkins feels, well, okay, I'm just fighting a defending driver here, I'll come in the pits. Obviously it relates to where they're going to come out. Lads, do we have any idea about where Shepkins would come out if he pitted now?
Yeah, he'd actually have quite a good gap. He'd have about a 4-second gap. He'd come out last because it's 8 seconds.
Dead last.
To Cameron Das. But he'd then have a 4-second gap to move into. So
yeah, because he doesn't want to start moving forward and find Das doesn't pit till the very end.
Exactly, yeah. They are around about 3.5 tenths quicker.
And we have a pitter. Number 8 has dove into the pit as we get a green on the first stop. and we get a very early before the line, I think, but still hit the green, no problem. And he is the man that's going to have all the time in the world to drive into space with just under 14 minutes left.
So Josh Ostick there. Do we think, boys, that potentially is a bit of a speculative throw it down the pit lane and see what happens, or has he come out of something that was a bit more sinister?
They were in quite a big fight, weren't they?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure exactly where Ostick was.
Were they losing time?
I mean, you'd hope he was to make a pit stop, because that's generally why you would try and pit out of the way. So let's see. I'll keep an eye on his lap times. Right now, though, Shepkins could still pit and have a few laps before meeting traffic.
Yeah.
But such is their pace, it would only be a few laps. He doesn't really want to get up behind people who don't then get blue flags.
Yeah, and what sort of lap time? We're looking at a 35.1 versus 34.7 by Shepkins. Ostick would be the first kart he would arrive at the moment, and certainly when you're talking it's point.
And we have a pitter, number 12, I think, from 4th place.
Yeah,
he rolls.
Here's Shepkins. Here we go.
And we have a stop on the green.
So
nice clean pit stop, and he comes out in some clean air.
Bang on cue.
And there is the gap we were just talking about. So the next car up for him is Cameron Das. Obviously, it will be 4th position, but Cameron still needs to pit. But this is the amount of time he's got. He's got until he catches that pack to try and go faster than the karts he was battling before the pit stop.
Absolutely. So just as we were talking about whether Shepkins would be advised to do it, he's come into the pit. So he and the Talent Factory have decided it is time to pit. So he's come in. Importantly, he's come out ahead of Ostick, but behind Das.
Strong stop as well, 44.6. So
yeah, that's quick.
Stop.
That's quick. That was the best of the previous race, so he's on it there, isn't he?
No, it wasn't. That's 6/10 off.
Oh, is it really?
6/10 off. It was a 44.0 that Brown did in the last race. Yeah.
That is fast, isn't it? Yeah, that is very fast. Yeah, you're right there, Alex.
Putin's did a 44.8 and knew it was a bad stop.
Bad stop, yeah, okay. Good effort. Well, Tomek Bernadowski currently has the fastest lap and also the race lead.
Sam is into the pits, I'm sure, as he stops on his mark. Really aggressive pit stop from Sam there, as he then slams it on and nails it through that one. Gets a green, and he's going to come out just behind Cameron Das and ahead of the guy whose name I can't pronounce.
Shepkins, yeah. So clearly we had Shepkins and the Talent Factory deciding to pit to try and pass Shaw. Shaw and BSR have covered that, and now the positions are back where they were, which is Shaw ahead. So they were kind of that's probably a reactionary pit stop for those new to this kind of thing, and as what the BSR team and their driver Sam Shaw didn't want to happen was Yolano Shepkins, who clearly is very quick, was going to leapfrog their driver.
They've now got 11 minutes of Sam Shaw defending from Shepkins, so I'm going to keep an eye on who could potentially maybe move into a gap if they lose a bunch of time. I mean, they were pretty well clear of the group, but I'll have a little look.
Who potentially can get a bad pass flag?
Exactly. So right now I think they're fine, but it wouldn't take a lot for Jamie Sherman Chase to move into their pit window, so I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, and Jamie Sherman Chase, if he does that, is going to be a genuine threat to their position, so they're going to have to be mindful of that too. But meantime, here is Tomek Bernadowski there. He's making his way through.
Shipman's in the pits.
Really bad pass into the final corner.
As he hits the green, as he goes through, I talk over the battle that's going on ahead, but Shipman's hit another green and we are away.
Nice. So, yes, just as advertised, bad pass flag for somebody. In this case, it was Shepkins. He's let him back through, though, so it's all right. Just goes to a warning contact. He knows what it's about. Everybody knows what it's about. Game on.
But remember, they only had about 3.5 seconds to Sherman Chase. There's 1.5 seconds of it gone. So they can't afford to do too much of that with 10 minutes remaining and about 20 laps.
They've got to think of this, and, it's pretty important that they do.
Number 16 just came into the pits. He whacked the barrier as he came into the pits. So that will, we'll see what his pit time will be after that. But 2 greens, but he did really hit the barrier on the way in. Let's have a look at his pit stop as he goes past. It was a 46, yeah, that's a bad pit stop.
Yeah, Richie Clark slamming the wall coming in the pit lane. He managed to dive out in front of another car. We'll try and identify that because Richie Clark, I think that could be Tom Shipman, but Richie Clark is listed as last, but he made a massive effort to stay in front of the kart that was actually trying to leapfrog him coming out of the pits.
We just had contact between Sam and number 12 into the first corner, but the number 12 has got ahead of Sam.
Yeah, that was Jelano Shepkins. Those two obviously had the bad pass earlier on. We'll see whether anything gets flagged up this time.
Okay, so in terms of the gaps, they are now 17 seconds behind the leader. Jamie Sherman-Chase is 7 seconds behind. Jamie Sherman-Chase has the 10-second gap he needs. If he was to pit right now, there's a strong chance he could come out in front of the Sam Shaw and the Shepkins battle.
Yeah, and that battle is the one we're seeing on screen now. That's Jelano Shepkins turning in ahead of Sam Shaw.
And we have number 9 into the pits. He's got a green on the first one. It is Rafter as he gets a very aggressive stop into the second part of the bay and gets a green and comes out ahead of Ostic.
Yeah, Theo Rafter, one of the Razio Drag team drivers, comes out in front of his teammate as it happens. Yeah, and we're looking at the Jelano Shepkins, Sam Shaw battle. They're battling for 5th and 6th as we speak, but that could end up being the 3rd, 4th battle and potentially worse if they get leapfrog. Brad, what's the situation with that leapfrog risk?
Okay, so Jamie Sherman-Chase, 7.4 seconds behind the leaders, and the karts we're looking at, Shepkins, 7.7 and 18.1 to Sam Shaw. So it's very, very tight. Although the gap's now gone up to 18 seconds, so he could do it. If he does a fast pit stop, Jamie Sherman-Chase is in the fight here.
Yeah, he's one of those drivers that you just don't want to rule out for that kind of thing, do you? This is where I can see Jamie Sherman-Chase actually pulling this off. A lot's going to depend on Shepkins versus Sam Shaw. Their positions have been reversed. It's been robust from Shepkins. Will it be robust from Shaw? Now, the gap is opening up, so Shaw is not really able to make any moves on Shepkins right now because there's about a couple of kart length there. As we can see, we're looking at them on screen now. There are, 4 more karts to come back into the pits. Cameron Dass is one of them. Will he be a factor dropping into maybe some of these battles? Jamie Sherman-Chase, obviously, will he? We're expecting him in the middle of this lot where there's 2 of them.
So I think Cameron Dass has actually potentially made up some places. He was in last place at the beginning. I think his strategy seems to be working. He might move up to 8th. And yeah, I think what's really rescued Shepkins and Shaw is the fact that Shepkins got through, because they're now not fighting. They're now just going at the fastest pace they can, and that little gap between them is perfect. So Sherman-Chase was looking a shoe-in for that position until Shepkins got through.
Yeah, and so that duo there have basically saved themselves by the fact they swapped positions, because Shaw's not able to attack Shepkins as Shepkins was to Shaw.
Number 13 is into the pits as he has a wobble before he stops for the line, but he does make a clean stop, and he stops again, and he gets another good stop. Where's he going to come out? In some nice clean air ahead of Cameron Dass.
Yeah, that was the 2nd place driver, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian, the only one who was able to stay with more or less in sight of the flying Tomek Bernadowski, as we're now looking back again at the Shepkins-Shaw battle, but certainly Bernadowski has the measure of them. Now, Ivan Shana, he's looking pretty comfortable for 2nd, I believe, but we'll have to see how that pans out at the end. He's certainly got the speed to do it, albeit the fact he's dropping back from Bernadowski.
Oh, number 10 just came into the pits with a massive smack on the barrier on his way in, but he does manage to hit his marks, and he's hit his marks again, and it's a good green stop.
Has he done it? Has he done it?
And he's side by side.
He has. He's made it work, and that's Jamie Sherman. It is Jamie Sherman-Chase, and he's managed to just about leapfrog Jelano Shepkins and Sam Shaw. Now, Brad, going back to what you were talking about them losing time, straight away that's one of those passes.
Yeah, and there was a time where he wasn't even in the conversation.
Yep.
He was miles back, and then they had a couple of bad passes, or certainly some defending and some contact. Suddenly he was in the picture, and he gained 3 seconds on the fight. And in fact, I have to say, if he'd have pitted about 4 laps ago, he would have had a much clearer run out of the pits.
He would.
He'd been gradually losing time to that duo over the last few laps.
Okay, so he left it about as late as he could realistically get away with, because that was fairly close, although defendable, but he certainly came out alongside, and now he's got the full attentions of Jelano Shepkins, who we can see
is into the pits.
Oh, the leader.
Going to have a nice clean pit stop. He doesn't need to rush this. He's got about at least a 4-second gap before he comes out. Again, rolls up to the line, waits his time. Absolutely perfect. Lovely clean stop. Loads of clean air. Nice job done.
Yeah, the race leader there, Tomek Bernadowski, slickly done. gained that lead to give him the time in the pits to do it right. Ivan Shana there was not close enough to challenge, albeit he's maintaining a good lead there ahead of third place, obviously Cameron does, but in reality Jamie Sherman Chase. So there's Tomek Bernadowski on the 21. He's turning in. You can see the kind of lead he's got now over Ivan Shana. Everybody except Cameron Das has been in the pits. So there's Bernadowski then. He's on his way. He's actually got some time to go. 4:13, 4:12 plus 1 lap. Potentially we're looking about 9, possibly 10 laps to go. So a lot of pit stops done and got out of the way in this race now. So normally we'd still have some in hand at the moment, although there is still Cameron Das. Now,
sorry, James, to cut you off. You're talking about Cameron Das. If Cameron Das was to put pit now, he would actually have jumped 2 places because he started in 10th place. But it looks like he would come out just ahead of Richie Clark.
Yeah, so a decent move forward. He'll have made up a couple of places just on pounding out those laps there, Cameron.
His hand just went up in the air. He's making his pit stop now. Let's see if he can nail a good pit stop. As again, he clatters the barrier on the way in. He gets a nice clean stop, being very conservative, hits a green. Ooh, a bit more aggressive on the second one, gets another green. Where are the other 2? He's coming at Richie Clark. He's going to have done it. He's well done. He's gone from 10th to 8th and jumped these 2 guys ahead behind him.
Yes, he has. However, he's got them right behind him. And it's a 3-way battle for that 8th place, which is technically either 8th place or not being last, depending on your point of view, as they continue on their way. And there they are, actually. There's Cameron Das turning in. Sorry, not Cameron Das. That would be Jamie Sherman Chase. So there's Shipkins, that close up there, as Sherman Chase actually comfortably enough ahead of Shipkins that certainly Shipkins isn't in any position to make some ambitious lunge, but Sherman Chase will have to not make any kind of error at all to stay ahead. This is a gap that he could do with maintaining purely for safety's sake, to be honest, as he comes round onto the long straight, heading towards the hairpin at the end. A quick glance over his shoulder to see what the situation is. He knows he's cleared to turn in as and when he does. So on to the final hairpin. We've still got under 2.5 minutes, and then the last lap. So round there goes Bernadowski just out of view. Here's Sherman Chase heading Shopkins and Shaw. So that is yeah, that's tasty. We've seen Shopkins get stuck in on Shaw more than once, willing to pick up more than one bad pass flag in a single race. So Shipkins, if he can close that gap, will definitely try and make a move. There's no question about it. He's got just under 2 minutes to start to do that. We've got everybody in and out of the pit, so pit stops won't be a factor, and really what I'm considering there is no one's going to come out into the middle of this. So this is it for the result on 3rd place there, as Jamie Sherman Chase doing everything he can to keep a safe gap so that he can remain unchallenged from Jelena Shopkins.
Really, I think the only close battle out there, if we discount the Cameron Das defence, are the 2 Rezio drag drivers. You've got Theo Rafter with Josh Ostick right up behind him, around about 0.3 of a second. But they're unlikely to do anything rash, are they? They're teammates. They're not going to want to take each other out.
You know what? They are teammates, but they're kind of... they're the sort of lads who want to talk about it on the way home. Do you know what I mean? It's the best way I can describe it. They're going to want to get stuck in and have a great race. So if they can't win it, they want to have a great time. And so I can see Ostick certainly sticking it to Rafter a bit if he can actually get the opportunity. They're working their way through there. They're just in view now. So in fact, they've gone out of view. That's Das and the 2 at the tail. So there goes Richie Clark. He's in the middle of that with Tom Shipman at the back. But just going out of view there was the Rafter Ostick battle. They're the Razio drag boys from Wales, and they're sort of... They're boys who were game for a laugh. They're probably in this race, if you were to go to the pub with any of them, they'd be the ones you want to go with.
That sounds about right. Especially after this, they'll have some stories to tell.
Oh, yes, won't they just? Especially if someone ends up in the wall.
Cameron Das seems to have put a few metres between himself and Richie Clark now, so that battle for 8th position seems to have fizzled out. So really, it is just the 2 Rezio drag boys that are giving us the battle entertainment as we get to the flag.
They are the risk element in this race here. And yeah, Cameron does, and Jamie Sherman Chase, he does seem to have the measure there of Sheargold, not of Sheargold, of Shepkins. And so Sherman Chase, he's in the green, and there's Shepkins behind now. That gap is the crucial bit, because you can see there how much Shepkins closes in on Sherman Chase going into the hairpin there with the sort of concertina effect. So this gap here becomes absolutely onto his bumper into the hairpin. It would only take a little touch for this to change direction, literally and figuratively. So there's Sherman Chase, and you can see he's gone defensive there. He obviously sensed the challenge from the previous couple of corners.
Yeah, this has got a little bit closer, hasn't it? But
yeah, it's the last lap as well.
There's no need to leave any gaps anywhere now. Just keep it tight to the inside and bank this position. And once again, we've had a driver who's just kept their nose clean, had an early pit stop, and allowed other people to battle, and just inherited a position by being clean and sensible.
Yeah. Now, as we go into this final corner here, will he get nudged? It's very close. No, he doesn't, and that's crucial. And here comes Tomek Bernadowski. Tomek Bernadowski's going to take the win. He's done it again. So he won his first heat race. He's won his second heat race. A lot of points in the bag for him, and trying to book his place in the final. He's got 2 more heat races, theoretically a semi-final and possibly a final. The heat races, he's going to continue scoring. The semi-final races, it's not really knockout in terms of position, it's in terms of points. So he needs the heat race points, he needs the semi-final points, book himself into the final and get the job done there. So Tomek Bernadowski, last year 4th place, but he was closing on the 3 leaders. He's comfortably won this one. A superlative performance. And Alex, down to you in the pit lane.
What a masterful performance from Bernadowski there. That was fabulous. I really enjoyed that race. The first person I'm gonna stick the microphone up to is Mr. Sam Shaw, because I want to see if he realizes where that race fell apart for him. So we're gonna have a chat and maybe make him a little bit unhappy, but let's go. There he is. Oh, Sam, that looked like a very tough race for you. Do you know where it fell apart?
Just got a bad pass in the final corner, but it is what it is. You've got to try, you've got to make a move. No harm done.
No worries. Excellent. Well done. Look forward to seeing how you get on for the rest of the weekend. Right, so we're going to have a look at the race winners. Jamie Sherman Chase looked like he was very, very happy with that P3, and so he should be, because he came from obscurity. I'm trying to see where he actually started on the grid. He was P5, so to make a jump in this particular grid is a really good thing to do. So we are going to let the guys weigh themselves, and then we're going to go and talk to them. You got any analysis to discuss before?
No, we haven't. It's all down to you, Alex.
All down to me. Fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to go grab Mr. Chase. Jamie, that was impressive. You enjoyed that one.
I did enjoy that. I always love defending. I don't know why. It just kind of gives me some joy, because I know the people behind me won't be able to get past. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting to come out in front of them, because they did gap me quite a lot at the start. Got a call from the team to come in, and then I'm side by side into the hairpin. Got my elbows out on my exit, and I managed to keep the position. And then from there, I just defended, and it was great. It was fun.
Excellent. It was great fun to watch. It was a really good quality pit stop, and they were banging 11 bells out of each other.
Yeah, it was good fun. Honestly, I saw them battling behind me as well. And I managed to put a gap, and they caught back up and gap, and yeah, it was great.
Awesome. Well done. Well done. And see you later. Let's grab Mr. Shana. Oh, hang on. Oh, we got Bernadowski. Let's grab Mr. Bernadowski. That's another one. Yeah. That was excellent, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really nice race. Led from the start to the finish. Yeah, I got the best lap, so yeah, everything fine.
Give me something that makes you find out it just wasn't easy.
Yeah, I think the layout, it's quite tough physically to drive in it, so yeah.
Oh, excellent. So it's a physically demanding layout compared to the original?
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and well done. Thanks. That's another win in the bag.
Thanks.
Mr. Shana, P2, you had a pretty quiet race out there. Was it as quiet as it looked, or was it very, very tough?
Yeah, it was quite exciting and quite sad for me, because I was driving horribly. But this again just shows how terrific of a job Formula Fast is doing this year, because Tomek and me had, on paper, 2 of the slowest cars in the whole fleet. And yet we managed to be P1 and P2. So this just shows that all the cars are quite close together, I think. And there must have been some crazy action down the order, because when I was trying to come to the pits, the pit entry was actually blocked. So I was like, oh no, I don't know how to go around this. So there must have been some big overtakes behind me because there was surprisingly no one to contend me for second place.
Excellent. Well, listen, you did a really great job, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
All the best. Back to you guys.
Superb. Okay then, so we've got a fuel break on now, and what a great first half this was on the revised section. We're going to be back at about 5 o'clock with the remaining 5 heats in this second round, and then we'll do the first 5 heats in the evening of the third round before finishing up for the night. The last race will be going out at around 10 p.m. So we're going to be back live for more of the action at 5 p.m. Please join us for then.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lidmods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better, to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today. The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lidmods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
Okay, and welcome back everyone to Formula Fast here in Milton Keynes for the 2026 British Rental Kart Championship. The coverage continues. It's the second half of round 2, and the drivers that we're seeing in the lineup here are facing the revised layout for the first time themselves. And in this particular race, we've got Valdemar Anderson, Tristan Lloydell, Christopher Knight, James King, James Wilshire, Brad Philpott, Melodica Hubkes, Gabriel Kinter, Lewis Manley, and Thies Webberlink. Now, this could be quite an interesting race indeed, because we've seen some strong performances from the likes of Anderson and co. James Wilshire has already won his first heat race. He'll be looking to make it too. Brad Philpott theoretically is leading the entry list. We've got Lewis Manley in this one, who normally we would count on as a bit of a shoe-in for the final. He's only ever missed it once. He's a regular here at Formula Fast, been the track champion a number of times here. And but unfortunately, he's running with an injured rib, so he may yet actually not complete the event. But he's certainly out in this race. We'll see what he can do. And we've got Melodica Hubkes, Gabriel Kinter. Gabriel Kinter's going to be worth looking out for as well. And the qualifying is about to start. It looks like Brad Philpott leading the way, so he's going to set the benchmark qualifying lap, and we'll see where they come in. What you're seeing on your screen there is purely the gaps based on people completing their outlap. They've got the outlap from the pits. Have a look at the new course. The second half of the course is the revised layout. They do that Formula Fast for round 2 and 3 of the 4 rounds of heats, and we're in round 2, so it's the first time on this revised course for these drivers. And so the times you're seeing there are not really relevant to the qualifying. They're just the outlap, the first lap the drivers have seen the track. And so here comes Brad Philpott. He's going to be the first one through, and he's going to obviously completing his qualifying now. So there we go. So that time now is relevant, and we've got Philpott on top, but Kinter's gone quicker. Christopher Knight Anderson's gone quicker than him. Lewis Manley's up to second, and topping the table is James Wilshire. James Wilshire, and the qualifying laps complete. It's James Wilshire who's going to start from the pole position. Can he add to his first heat race win? Well, he's started it by sticking the kart on pole, and then it's Thies Webberlink, and then it's Valdemar Anderson, and then it's Lewis Manley, the one with the injured rib. He's going to be in 4th place. Gabriel Kinter 6th. Christopher Knight Kinter 6th. Christopher Knight in 6th place. Brad Philpott's going to be very disappointed with 7th place. Tristan Lloydell is in 8th. James King in 9th. Melodica Hubkes is in 10th place. So it's James Wilshire who's going to start him off at the front. He's already taken his position. You can see him there in the white and black with bits of yellow on its suit. 4th place we're going to see quite clearly there. The number 17, that's Lewis Manley. He's racing with the injured rib. As I say, we've seen him in the finals a number of times. He was 3rd back in 2014. He was 2nd back in 2016, and he was 2nd in the whole championship as recently as 2022. But this year could be a tough one. He got a 9th place finish in the previous race, and struggling with an injured rib. In the break there, he was actually trying sitting in a kart, one of the spare karts, to see if he could actually cope. There you go. You see he's trying to sort of position his body relative to not feeling pain. So they're all lined up. It's going to be a single file start as always, as James Wilshire is up at the front there, and he's going to start this race. Now, he's coming around the final couple of corners. There's a long right that he's entering now, and then it's the hairpin left, and then it's onto the start-finish straight, which leads to a very, very tight hairpin indeed. And it's quite a slow run there by James Wilshire. He's got him really backed up, and he's going to go now. He's accelerating now. He's heading for the tightest hairpin on the track. He's hard on the brakes, turns in, and it looks pretty clean so far. There's a little bit of a change up ahead. That's the Brad Philpott area, and somebody's lost a couple of positions there. It looks like it was Christopher Knight as they come through the revised area. This is the new layout part, the first half of it, and James Wilshire has the lead, and he's coming round to the older section now. So round this fast corner, this is back on familiar turf, as James Wilshire turns in at the end of the straight with the lead, as Webberlink continues in 2nd place, Anderson 3rd, and then Lewis Manley, who we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on, in 4th place. Normally he'd be running up the front, but now he's driving with an injured rib. So there is James Wilshire. James Wilshire continuing to lead from Webberlink and Anderson, as no early pit stops. Alex, it looked a pretty clean start.
Everyone's being very well behaved. And when we talk about Lewis and his rib, I have experienced what it's like to have a sore rib in a go-kart, and it is not nice. And everyone that I've spoken to who's come off the track has said this layout is particularly demanding. So, well, as we talk about Lewis, he's made that pit. He wants to get right out of the trouble. He hits his marks really well. Lewis is always spot on with his pit stops. He hits it nice as well. Next one worked out really well. Lewis Manley back out of the track. Let's have a look at what the lap time was. A 45.2. So considering he was stuck in traffic, that's actually quite a good pit stop.
And usually kind of competing on his own is Lewis Manley, and it has to be said he's pretty good strategically. So an early pit stop for him, he's got something in mind. It may well be just to stay out of battles and nurse that rib. He doesn't want contact with other cars, making that rib worse. Meantime, really leaning, you can see leaning to the outside all the time in the corners there is James Wilshere, and that of course is exactly the area where the rib is taking the load. So Lewis Manley won't be able to do that quite the same, and it could affect the performance. So as they come around to rejoin the traditional part of the racetrack, is definitely James Wilshere with the lead. Now the top three are pulling something of a gap. It's Thies Vibberlink and Valdemar Andersen who is with him. This is a good chance for these guys to score some sensible points. We've got Gabriel Kinter in fourth, Christopher Knight in fifth. Brad Philpott will feel he's down the order in sixth. Will he deem it necessary to make a pit stop? Not this time. He's continued round, and then further down from there with the American Tristan Loydel, James King and Melle Dikke Hupkes from the Netherlands, and then Lewis Manley, of course, is the one who's made the pit stop and resumes in 10th place.
But
so
he's set the fastest lap of the
he
race
has
so
set
far
the
as well.
lap. Yeah, he's he's the only one into 35.1. So Lewis Manley, could this be his comeback? He's mounting a challenge. It's beginning now. His last lap was the fastest of the race so far, the only one into the 0.1 on lap times, and now James Wilshere's into the 0.1 as well. So we'll see if Lewis Manley can go even faster.
We have a stopper. It's kart number 9. As he makes a very good stop at the first bit. He hits the second one, and we are green, and he is go. Obviously, he is clearly at the back of the field with nice clean air to drive into.
And that was Melle Dikke Hupkes, who is notably further back than Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley is like a number of corners in front there, and a change for position there at the back. Looking there, let's see if we can identify them. It looks like it's the 8 Vibberlink who's lost the position to Valdemar Andersen. Yes, that's correct. So Valdemar Andersen is now showing us second place. There's Andersen, there's Vibberlink, and behind that is Gabriel Kinter, one of the
Brad has got
BSR
past Chris Knight as well.
And Philpott's done it on Chris Knight. So Brad Philpott up into 5th place, the originator of the BRKC way back in 2011, and also the one who worked with Phil Stanley to bring the BRKC to a one event format such as this weekend, in line with the European events. And Brad and Phil worked hard to get that here to Formula Fast, where it's been since 2014. So Brad Philpott moving into 5th place there. We're still looking at Valdemar Andersen there.
We have
in
number
second
20
in the pits.
has dove into the pits as he stops on his marks. Nice green stop, and he is away.
And that's the American Tristan Loydel, who's come out in between Lewis Manley and Melle Dikke Hupkes. So, and when I say in between, that is within quite a gap in either direction. So, not actually in contact with the karts, and comfortably in between them, Tristan Loydel there. So we're looking there at the number 12, which is, of course, Valdemar Andersen. And Valdemar Andersen, the Danish driver, has actually been the champion over in Sweden in endurance racing, and has made a number of podiums in the Kart World Championship qualifiers. So Andersen, very quick driver indeed, with Vibberlink behind, and Gabriel Kinter, one of the BSR, Bradley Shepherd Racing drivers, following in 4th place, albeit 3rd of the group, as we can see. So there's James Wilshere. Now, James Wilshere won his earlier heat race, and he's trying to pull a gap now, and that gap is really working at it, and it's paying off. In James Wilshere's eyes at the moment, the best thing he can hope for is to try and pull a big enough gap to actually come into the pits and out of the pits without relinquishing that lead.
And the thing that you should notice is Brad is catching that pack in front. So my prediction is if he continues at the pace that he is currently putting in, the second he gets to the back of that pack, he will dive into the pits.
That would be the logical thing to do, because Philpott, let's have a look at the lap times for him. Yeah, he's a little bit slower on best lap, but he's kind of thereabouts. The fastest one seems to be Kinter in that group, the only one in 34 of that group you're talking about. Philpott is on 35, so we'll see what happens when he does actually catch them. So yeah, so there's Philpott. I can see out the window there closing in on the back of the battle we're looking at on screen. There is Brad Philpott in the background there with the black and green helmet. So Anderson, well, up at the front there you can see James Wilshere. Group of three in the middle, which is Anderson, Vibbelink and Kinter, and then a small gap to Brad Philpott. So there's Philpott coming onto the backstretch now. So it's first, second, third, fourth, very quick succession, and then Philpott in fifth with a gap behind about as far as the leader is ahead of that middle group.
And crucially to note that Lewis is quicker than the two karts in front of him. So when these guys pit, I think Lewis will clearly have got ahead of the two guys ahead.
Absolutely, and obviously Lewis Manley driving with that injured rib. It's going to be interesting to see if he can actually catch them on the track, or whether he ends up having to, you know, the effect of leapfrogging, having made the early pit stop. Certainly from Lewis Manley's point of view, it's not beyond him to actually catch that pair on the track. We're used to seeing Lewis Manley running absolutely at the front, and so we know he's got pace around here at Formula Fast. Meantime, it's still this second, third, fourth, which does seem to be sort of opening out somewhat. Wilshere's got the lead as comfortably as he can get, and Brad Philpott is still trying to close in, but the fastest lap is actually the fourth place, third in the group there, which is Gabriel Kinter. So it's Gabriel Kinter in the orange suit who's actually set the race's fastest lap at this point.
I think it's where you get the phenomena that three karts can travel faster than one.
Yeah.
And they're just all going along together, travelling in the slipstream, which might be where Brad is losing out. So I think he makes up little bits in certain places and loses it elsewhere. But the interesting thing is that Quinter is the fastest of that little pack ahead of him. So, which tells me Quinter might be stuck. So if he gets involved in an argument with the guys in front, there could be opportunities for people behind.
Yeah, and Philpott's actually set the fastest lap of the race. So Brad's doing what he needs to do to get on terms with these guys. There he is in the background, Philpott on his own. So it's Wilshere with a comfortable lead from Anderson, Vibbelink, Kinter with what is an increasingly less comfortable lead ahead of Brad Philpott. Behind that is Christopher Knight, and then James King, Lewis Manley, who we are keeping an eye on. He's in the 34-second bracket just of lap times, with people doing 35 seconds, fairly comfortably 35 seconds in front of him. So he is definitely making moves himself, Lewis Manley, in terms of the gap. He's made a pit stop, of course, they haven't, but that will be to the good of Lewis Manley when the pit stop cycle through. Now, 13 there is Gabriel Kinter, who's dropped way back. And no, he's overtaken Thies Vibbelink. What am I talking about? He's overtaken Thies Vibbelink out of view there. So Gabriel Kinter has now moved up. So Kinter is showing in third place. That's it. So we got Anderson.
We have a stopper. Sorry to
Yep, go for
James, it's Chris Knight, who has come in from the team Valor, and he stops on his marks and gets away quite nicely. Something I'm noticing though is Lewis Manley is only 12.5 seconds off the lead.
Yeah.
And we think that it's actually a bit more than 10 seconds for a pit stop here because of the longer lap time. So Lewis could very much be in for a shout with a podium. Maybe he should break his ribs more often.
Yeah. Well, he hopefully won't have to go quite that far, but we've seen that happen already today and generally in the BRKC. A driver in the position of Lewis Manley can almost come through seemingly without notice. We've got Gabriel Kinter now in third place, but there is a gap now to Valdemar Anderson, so that overtake has cost him something on Vibbelink, and then Brad Philpott does definitely seem to be closing in. When we get to the back straight on screen, viewers, there you go. So there's Gabriel Kinter, there is Thies Vibbelink, and there is Brad Philpott behind. So Philpott is definitely closing on the pair in front, probably due to that overtaking move. We've seen, actually, Alex, you come in on this, we've seen almost a disproportionate amount this year of any overtaking moves or difficult pass or whatever. It's just costing people so much time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just a thing of racing. Whenever you battle, it just costs you time. And if you're having to overtake somebody, it means you're not on the line that you'd normally be on. You're not on the line you'd normally be on. It's not optimal. You lose time. And the person who you're overtaking isn't on the optimal line. So they also lose time. And it's just one of those things, which is why you have to have a clever head. And you see some of the more experienced, especially the European drivers, they try not to fight that hard or for that long because they know what it costs them.
Absolutely, and obviously that's where the pit strategy comes into play. Now, Philpott is now on the back of the Kinter-Vibelink pair, the duel there. So Brad Philpott has done what he needs to do to get on the back of this lot. Lewis Manley looks like he's made up a position. There's Lewis Manley now, and that looks like behind him is James King. So Lewis Manley has made a position up on the track.
And that goes back to what we were just saying, is that he has still lost a second. So the time that he was stuck behind James King and trying to get past him, that's cost him time, which might move him further down the order once more pit stops start happening, which we've still got 6 drivers to make pit stops with 8 minutes and 44 seconds to go.
And one of those drivers is James Wilshere, who has the lead as we speak, and crucially from his point of view, he's got the fastest lap. Now, looking at the gap there, he's got a 2.1 second lead over Valdemar Anderson, and then a 3.7 lead ahead of Gabriel Kinter. So certainly, if I'm looking at the times there, if James Wilshere was to come into the pits now, which he wouldn't, but if he was and came back out, he would resume in something like 5th place. And so he's going to want to extend that gap if he can make a pit stop without any issue. So, yeah, go.
With the position that James is currently in, he can go up until the blue light flashes for the pit lane closing. He has absolutely no necessity to come in. He is doing an absolutely stellar job out there pounding in the lap times. He's actually still got the fastest lap of the race.
And the cameras at the moment are on the 8th and 9th place Christopher Knight versus the American Tristan Lloydell, and they're on the new section now.
So we got a pit stop. So kart number 8, which is the one ahead of Brad, has decided to come into the pits. He doesn't want to get involved with Brad, which will be a relief to Brad as he hits the first stop, and he is out. And he's alongside Lewis Manley, and Lewis has done it.
Yeah, Lewis,
absolutely stunning from Lewis.
Lewis Manley has leapfrogged the position. The early pit stop by Lewis, he's leapfrogged a couple of karts and he's overtaken one. So Lewis Manley is definitely moving forward. He's up to 5th place and he has made a pit stop. And there's drivers in front of him who haven't, including Brad Philpott, who does need to get the lap times in now to cement that position over Thies Vibelink. Now, with Lewis Manley coming increasingly into contention, I'm just looking at the gap there between Lewis Manley and the leader. It's 14 seconds, so Wilshere could come in and go out. However, I'm thinking that Brad Philpott certainly can't. He would lose to Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley at the moment is technically on line for maybe a 4th place. There's Thies Vibelink behind Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley in the red, Vibelink in the blue and black, and then behind him is James King, so that gives us an idea of where they are. And when Manley pitted, he came out right in front of Thies Vibelink, so it's no surprise they're together. Down in the pits there, Alex, you've got 5 people to come in, one of which is in 7th place, but the other are the top 4, and it's still looking risky for some of them.
Yeah, no, it is looking risky, and I think Lewis is actually more likely to be in that battle to take 3rd or 2nd, because remember, the pit stops are a little bit longer here. So we've already talked about James. James doesn't need to pit. He's got a big enough gap that he can pit whenever he wants and have a comfortable pit stop.
Yeah.
But P2, number 12, whose name I can't pronounce, and Gabriel Quinta, they need to really, really push out some really great lap times if they don't want to have a very strong Lewis Manley in their way when they come out the pits.
Yeah, now Lewis Manley, for some reason, is now... Oh, he's 15 seconds, yeah, now the thing's reset. He's 15 seconds. That does put him in contention with 3rd place in reality. You know, we're thinking, what, 11, 12 seconds on this revised layout for the time lost?
Yeah, absolutely. Because James is put... The 15 seconds is not the one to look at. It's the 2.8 seconds.
Exactly that.
Vladimir is behind James Wilshere.
Absolutely.
James is flying at the moment.
So doing the maths with that, it does put Lewis Manley potentially in 3rd place, and if he can keep this going, will be in potential 2nd place. Not bad for a man struggling with ribs. There's Lewis Manley on screen in the red overalls there. You can see he's now starting another lap through that tight hairpin. He's got Thies Vibelink keeping him honest and probably keeping the pressure on that keeps these lap times coming. As Lewis Manley on the new section now on the screen, he's heading towards the long, fast left hand. He's got a left hairpin and then the long, fast left left-hander. This is where the speed counts. Onto the backstretch, down into another hairpin. Classic overtaking opportunity, but Vivalink is nowhere near close enough to attempt something like that, much less pull it off. So Lewis Manley on the screen there is really doing the business here. Every lap he seems to draw himself towards. He keeps the same speed as James Wilshere, who's the fastest on the track, but with Valdemar Anderson dropping back away from Wilshere, that means he's falling into the clutches in real terms following a pit stop to Lewis Manley. So there's Lewis Manley on screen with Thies Vivalink on his absolute bumper. However, it is Manley the one who could come out on top in all this. He may get as high up the order as third, maybe even second place. So down the bottom of the hairpin, there's Lewis Manley on screen. Really good close-ups here. He's obviously not going to come into the pits because he's already been in. Those waiting for the pit stop are everybody in front of him, including Brad Philpott, who's now what is he? He's just really, he's running with Kinter, but not really challenging. So Lewis Manley, we've literally just got to wait for those four to come in, and that will give us the answer on our Manley situation here. So James Wilshere continues to lead, Valdemar Anderson, but it's Lewis Manley who's the one on the move there, turning into the corner. It's remember, he's driving with an injured rib, and so that'll be hurting him every time he turns the kart. With some 3.5 minutes to go, Alex. We've potentially got some dramas in the pit lane, because of course the longer they leave it to come in, the more stacked the pit lane's going to be when they do.
Absolutely, there is less minutes than drivers that need to pit.
Yeah.
And on the last lap, 3 of the top 4 set their personal best, including James. Oh, and Philpott is into the pits really nicely around the left-hander as he stops on his marks and hits a green. And he's off to the next one, a big old slide, hits the green again, and he's going to come out ahead just of Lewis Manley. So that is going to put a stop to Lewis's push forward. I think that was mostly due to the kart behind him, because he was having to go defensive.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing there, because if we look at Lewis Manley, yeah, his lap times have definitely fallen off a little bit. He's back into the 35 seconds rather than 34. And
we have a stopper. Number 13 is in, stopped on his mark. That's a nice stop. And Quinter has another good stop at the second bay, cheered on by his team as he comes out very, very clearly ahead of Brad Philpott.
Yeah, BSR white team have their driver Gabriel Kinter in and out of the pits, and Kinter now has, and that has really stopped the flow of Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, we were thinking he might be in contention, possibly even for second place, but somehow losing time has meant Brad Philpott's come in front of him, and there's absolutely no way he's going to separate Philpott from what will be fifth.
And number 12, Anderson is in the pits. A good stop. Slams on the brakes, lifts himself off the rear of the car. Oh, he's got a yellow. He's got a yellow. Absolute disaster for the man who was very clearly in P2, had plenty of time, and he's going to have to come in and do another stop.
Didn't need to push it, but chose to, and unfortunately Valdemar Anderson, the Danish driver, has got to come in and do it all again. The race officials, they want to see 2 greens, and you're going to do as many pit stops as you're going to do until you get those greens.
And as that happens, we have the leader comes into the pit, has a bit of a whack at the barrier as he comes in. He doesn't need to push this stop. He can chill out a little bit. Well done. Really, really nice stop. So what this has got now is we now have number 12 coming back into the pits to do his second pit stop. Hopefully this will be a nice clean one. And what this has done is rescued Brad's race and put him up to P3, and also rescued Lewis, who's put him back into the position he qualified in, as number 16, James King, also comes into the pits, has what looks like is a good stop, and he is off, but he's at the back of the pack.
And that's everybody has now made their pit stop with less than 1 minute to go before we get the last lap board out. And so there's Brad Philpott, there's Lewis Manley in the red, and then behind that will be Thies Vivalink. Now, yeah, the net gains there have really been to Brad Philpott. He's gained several positions now in third, so he's going to get a medal for this one, even though you know, it was looking a bit grim earlier on after the qualifying. So he's managed to somehow stay ahead of Lewis Manley, who looked like he was jumping everybody in terms of time. That movement movement forward stopped with the driver we're looking at there, that Lewis Manley's right behind, in this case Brad Philpott. And so Philpott is going to be in third, Kinter is comfortably up the road in second, and James Wilshere has hung on to the lead that he always intended to keep and take his second win of the tournament. Having an outstanding tournament this year is James Wilshere, as he's one of the Razio drag drivers. There's another one in there of the Razio drag boys from Wales. Valdemar Anderson isn't actually from Wales, but he's driving for a Welsh team in this competition. So the drivers do team up in this and score points in their own team championship. But it's really fundamentally a drivers' championship, this one. So there's Philpott in the green helmet. He's being followed by Lewis Manley in the red overalls, and then Thies Vibberlink, who's actually from the Netherlands, in that place behind, 5th place. So as we come now to the last lap, so the last lap board is out, and going to be taking the win will be surely for James Wilshere. That looks like him coming down the backstretch now, as James Wilshere is going to take a resounding victory. Now Lewis Manley's trying to work on Brad Philpott on this last lap, so James Wilshere is going to take the win surely, and they're going to be getting the flag out any second, but there's Philpott having to hold a really defensive action against Brad Philpott. Now here's James Wilshere. He's coming through the final corner. He's going to take the flag. It's James Wilshere for the second time today. 2 out of 2 for Wilshere in the British Rental Kart Championship. And what about Lewis Manley? Can Lewis Manley make it on Philpott? It looks like he can't quite. There's Kinter, then it's Philpott, and Lewis Manley and Thies Vibberlink. So a great run there to win by James Wilshere, making it 2 out of 2 this year. And this is by far the best performance we've ever seen from him in the British Rental Kart Championship. He's delighted with that. And so Wilshere is going to be the first one back. But a really strong run by both Brad Philpott and especially Lewis Manley with the injured rib, coming through from pretty much the tail right up into 4th place. So a great run there by the two veterans now of Philpott and Manley. And down to you in the pit lane, Alex. James Wilshere, 2 out of 2.
Fantastic. What a great race that was. Battles all the way up and down the field. And we saw a valiant performance from Lewis Manley with his sore rib, and I'm going to grab him now as he was P4, and I'll catch the other 3 on the podium. Lewis, maybe you should hurt your ribs more often. That was fantastic, mate.
Sorry?
Maybe you should hurt your ribs more often. It was fantastic.
I was hoping to have more pace in this. I wanted to pit early so I can try and undercut the others. So towards the middle of the whole of the race, my pace just dropped away a bit. So unfortunately, Brad overcutted me and then defended too hard, so I couldn't do nothing to him to get 3rd place. But I was just glad I was able to race that one, because I didn't think of doing it, obviously, with my rib injury. So hopefully it'll be in a better shape tomorrow.
Excellent. Well done. Absolutely stunning performance. Well done, mate. Right, so we will go and grab Brad Philpott, as I think he's finished weighing himself. Brad. I can imagine once you finished qualifying, you were like, "Oh God, this is going to be a horrible one." But it turned out to be an absolutely stunning performance.
Kind of, but I knew I had a good kart, and I just screwed up the qualifying. So I knew the kart I had done well in previous races. That's why I was at the front of the grid. And I just drove it badly in qualifying. I was very tidy, way too tidy. I didn't use enough exit. I need to go talk to my teammates who haven't driven this layout yet. And that meant that in the race I knew there was loads of pace left, and in the middle when I got the fastest lap I was like, yeah, I've wasted this kart. But the guys on the pit wall just told me to keep going. I knew it was Lewis that I was racing. As soon as he pitted and he was 3 karts in front, I thought my job now is to go fast enough to jump Lewis, and it just worked. So I've been rubbish in the pits, but that one was okay, I think.
Excellent job, Bradley. See you. Have a good rest of the weekend. Right, let's catch the race winner. James, that was stunning. Thank you. Absolutely phenomenal performance. Tell me it was harder than it looked.
Yeah, well, it's very tough. My arms and my elbows are killing me right now, but less physical than the forward layout. I was struggling in the last 10 minutes of that earlier, but yeah, I've never done that well on the alternate layout before, so this one clearly suits me, so yeah, I'm happy.
Excellent. So what's your results been so far? Is that a second win?
Oh, yeah, first and first. Fastest lap time, so we're leading the competition at the moment.
Awesome. Well done. Well, listen, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Where is my second place man? Here we are. I got you again on the podium. Another one. Excellent. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was quite good. I'm happy to come in second. I mean, James has been on fire this whole weekend. So, yeah, with how the race played out, second I'm happy with. Obviously, Valdemar's invalid pit stop played a hand in me getting me there. But yeah, I'm happy with how everything played out. A bit disappointed with the qualifying, starting 5th. Didn't make my life easy, but I was able to recover it.
Excellent, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Take care. Back to you, James.
Yeah, wonderful set of interviews there. So, right, we've got the next race heading out onto the track. And the first one out is actually Lee Hackett, double BRKC champion from back in the days when it was a multi-venue season-long championship. And before it went to the European format. And Gary Jones in this, who is 4 times champion of the over 40 division, the the sort of veteran class, the Masters. And we've also got Russell Endine, Zach Venn, Kylem Kenny Badeau in this. We've got Levi Block, Sam Slater, one of the organisers now of the BRKC. We've got Max Thorne, we've got Ashley Mason King, we've got Lee Hackett, and of course Chris Ball there. So Chris Ball definitely will be one looking to build on some of the earlier results. We know he can run at the front, and this will a good result in this race will really kickstart his campaign this year. He's the 3rd one set time. The flag is out, so that the times are going to be coming in. Hackett's gone fastest. Can he stay there? And Jones has put in the time, but it's a bit down the order there. Russell Endine is into 2nd, but they've all been beaten by Sam Slater. So Sam Slater is right up at the front, part of the BSR team, the Bradley Shepherd Racing, and Levi Blocks has gone quickest of all. Max Thorne to 2nd. Chris Ball's gone to 4th, and Zach Venn in 5th. So now they've completed the qualifying. It's going to be the flying Levi Blocks. Levi Blocks, the Belgian driver, who's he's been running at a very high level. He was 7th overall in the German Championship last year. So he's also been the Junior World Champion. So Levi Blocks, another one of the young drivers moving forward, and Levi Blocks really has raised the bar in his own performance for the BRKC by sticking it into 1st place there. From Max Thorne, Sam Slater, another one of the top British drivers now. Sam Slater also was one of the Brits who really took to doing a number of the European national championships. So, he was racing in the Polish Championship, the Belgian Championship, things like this. He was one of the first to sort of branch out from the UK into that. Chris Ball into 4th, Zach Venn 5th, Lee Hackett. He made the final. He's done very well when it's been in the indoor format, but when it was purely a multi-venue thing, indoor, outdoor, all sorts, Lee Hackett, of course, was a double champion. So making a bit of a comeback this weekend is Lee Hackett. 7th, Kylem Kenny Badeau. 8th is Russell Endine. 9th, Gary Jones. And 10th is Ashley Mason King. So let's have a look. So Levi Blocks brings him round to take the start. Blocks has to set the pace here. Too fast, gaps will open up and they'll make a restart. Too slow and everyone will pile in the first corner and probably collide and make a right mess. So he's got to get it right. And he does. He's got a good start, and he's going to get hard on the brakes here and turn into that first corner. Turning through the first corner, he's had no contact with any other carts, which is crucial. It'd be very easy for him to get turned around the seed stage. In fact, if anything's happening, it's happening behind him, and that's Thorne and Slater. So Levi Blocks has been given the perfect opportunity to pull away here with Max Thorne and then Sam Slater behind that, and then Chris Ball and Zach Venn and the rest. So look at Levi Blocks the lead. Now that is simply because of the action behind. There was a bit of bumping and boring there between Thorne and Slater, so you can see the sort of net result there. So Slater's actually moved into 2nd place. It's Sam Slater who's in the BSR orange there. That passing move is being what's given Levi Blocks the lead that he's got, apart from the fact that Blocks, of course, is very fast in his own right. So Sam Slater, and another one of the very top Brits, is going to have to really work hard on closing that gap down to Levi Blocks. So there's Blocks. There's Slater that we're looking at. So Blocks in the blue, Slater in the orange, and then it's Max Thorne behind.
And there's quite a lot of big gaps between people at the moment, so I'm not expecting anyone to make a pit stop. I think it'll be a bit of a mistake if you stop right now, as we see Ash at the back. But there was a little bit of chaos at the start. As we came round the last corner, there was a few carts out of position. Russell Endine had to duck to the inside to avoid some carnage. So that might be why it has spaced out so much at the back. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting race. I still predict fireworks for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? The sort of incident you're talking about on the final corner there, maybe not here at the BRKC, but I've seen it before at kart events where someone's actually been forced into the pit lane and ended up taking their pit stop simply because they've been forced in terms of an avoiding action. So it can happen.
So when we talk about pit stops early, Russell Endine has dived in very, very early. Again, I don't think he wanted to be involved too much in the fight. Nice green stop, always very consistent from Mr. Endine, and he is off and on his way.
looking for some clear track there, Russell Endine, and he knows he's got pace here at Formula Fast, so he's looking to see if he can leapfrog the drivers in front by being quick after making this pit stop. He's the only one who's been in so far, and the fastest on the track at the moment is the second place driver, Sam Slater. So Sam Slater's doing everything he can to close in on the Belgian Levi Bloks as Slater does continue to... Oh, and the fastest now, Lee Hackett. Lee Hackett, former double champion Lee Hackett, has got the bit between seats. In fact, he's closed right in on Zach Venn. So really, it's Lee Hackett who's doing the numbers in terms of lap times.
And if Lee's got that kind of pace and where he is stuck, he doesn't want to have a fight. Maybe he should pit and also get some clean air, just like Russell. Otherwise, if Russell starts pumping in some lap times, we're going to see him further up the field.
Well, here's Hackett. The gap's opened up, so Hackett stays out. And I'm sure if he'd been right on the tail of Venn on that one, he would have actually dived into the pit. So let's have a look here. So yeah, we've still got Levi Bloks with that lead, but Sam Slater again has now taken the fastest lap. So Slater visibly on screen. You can see how Slater in the orange is close up on the leader, Levi Bloks. Levi Bloks, the Belgian, and as I say, one of the up-and-coming drivers. Sam Slater these days, one of the vastly experienced drivers, and you know, he's literally twice the age of Levi Bloks that he's closing on, and it's working because Sam Slater's got the speed, he's still got the fastest lap, and now he's closing in on the race leader. So it's Levi Bloks now under increasing pressure from Sam Slater. Will Sam Slater go for the pit stop? Will Sam Slater go for the overtake? It's going to be a bit of a push and shove job. We've seen a lot of people with bad passes this weekend, particularly on this revised layout. Notably Matt Barsh, we saw in one of the earlier races, and it was very difficult to actually make clean passes on this revised layout. So there is Sam Slater we're looking at. Does he come in? No, he does not. So Sam Slater wants to get closer to Levi Bloks. He knows Levi Bloks is fast.
And Lee Hackett is into the pits. As I expected, he feels like he was getting held up. He's obviously got a lot of pace to use as he has a green and then another green. And is he going to come out ahead of Russell? Yes, very clearly out ahead of Russell. So now we're going to watch the two drivers from the Blue Steel Racing team really pound in some lap times and maybe get themselves further up the grid.
Absolutely. Those two drivers that you're talking about, Alex, of course, being Lee Hackett, Russell Endine, they're listed right at the back. There's Sam Slater, who's now all over the back of the race leader, but not coming in. And obviously the strategy, Alex, that you're alluding to there is literally, especially shown there by Lee, is drive fast till you run up to the kart in front, then pit. And that's what's given Lee reason and result from the pit stop. We'll see how he moves forward as the race progresses. So, meantime, moving forward is definitely Sam Slater, because he's now all over the back of Levi Bloks. He's completely covered that gap. Levi Bloks defensive to the inside. You saw him move to the inside there to block off access for Sam Slater down the inside to this final corner there. And this is the actual final corner, I mean the corner at the end of the straight. As Bloks continues on, so does Slater. Slater's willing to take the fight to Levi Bloks. How far into a fight he's going to go before he jumps into the pits is obviously the next question, as they have got Max Thorne who's staying with them. So Slater past Thorne.
What's really interesting to see is the driving style difference between Sam and Levi. Levi is very upright and holding the steering wheel quite high and isn't doing too much leaning. Sam is incredibly laid back and leaning loads and got the traditional sort of 3 to 6 hand position. It's really interesting to see the different styles and how they work. And Sam has a go up the inside. He's decided it wasn't a clean pass and he's waving the other guy past him.
But he's going to get done by Thorne. Oh, he's covered it off. Thorne nearly had to run up the inside. Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Alex. Sam made the pass, saw it wasn't going to be clean, so he waved Thorne Bloks back through. But in doing so in that tight hairpin, in the confusion, Thorne had closed right in and threatened to take the place from Sam Slater. So it really was a close run thing out of view there, Alex. It was quite spectacular, but the positions are back where they were.
And what'll be interesting now is to see what their lap times are for this lap. So as they go over the line, we see a 35.9 and a 36, and then we're going to have Russell and Lee come back past soon, and we'll see what kind of lap times they're doing, because they've been doing sort of high 34s. So let's see as Lee Hackett goes over the line, and Lee does a 34.6, which is a great lap time, and Russell 2/10 behind him. They are closing in on the leaders.
They certainly are, and Kylam Kenny Beddoe down in 6th place has now set the fastest lap of the race, 34.6. Very quick indeed. All bar 2 of them are into the 34 zone.
And we have a stopper. Number 20 is in flies round the left-hander. That was an incredible speed from Thorne round there. But he gets a good stop, really nice out there, and he gets himself out there ahead of James King, who has now got Lee Hackett tucked up behind him. This is going to be the killer, I think, for Lee Hackett if he can't get past James very quickly.
Yeah, Lee Hackett is going to be losing time with this. He's now he's still running 34 seconds, but 34.9 on that last lap. Now, obviously, Thorne, he kind of shows us where Hackett is, because Thorne was one of the 3 leaders. He clearly wanted to pit out of that, and it was crucial he came out on his own in clear space, because he must feel he's quicker now, especially if a battle starts to ensue. With reference to Levi Blocks there, he's now got Sam Slater, who has a gap to Chris Ball. So if Sam Slater's no longer under pressure, maybe we'll see, with the driver right behind him, maybe we'll see some increased attacks. Although, looking at the screen there, it does seem like Levi Blocks has got something of a lead. This is the furthest they've been apart. Obviously, Constantine is in through the corners there, but I think Levi Blocks got a bigger lead than he has for the past few laps.
I think Sam might have a small... Oh, as Lee Hackett has a go into the hairpin and gets past James King. He needed to get that move done. However, I think it cost him far too much time. I think if Sam has confidence that he is quicker than Levi, I think he can get into the pits, get just ahead of Max Thorne, and then have 3 or 4 seconds of clean air to run into, and then hope Gary Jones pits in front of him. But also, Gary's very sensible, so I don't think he'd fight Sam too hard. So it's all a case of whether Sam wants to take a risk yet or just go with him.
Yeah, maybe Lee Hackett left it a little bit late to get in front there, as that in terms of him then leapfrogging a huge amount of cars. However, he's probably closer to Thorne after the pit stop that he made than he was before the pit stop he made, so there may be some net gains there for Lee Hackett. Anyway, back to the on-screen there, we can see that Levi Blocks continues to lead, and Levi Blocks has opened up something of a comfortable cushion there. That's about the best it can be described. It's never entirely comfortable, but as comfortable as it's going to get over Sam Slater. Chris Ball, he's trying his best, but cannot quite close in on the second place of Slater. Levi Blocks now has the fastest lap of the race. The fastest Sector 2 time, though, is to Chris Ball. So Chris Ball has got the bit between his teeth, but visually isn't really making that much of an inroad into the second pace Sam Slater.
As Russell Endine finds his way past James King in a great move with very minimal contact into turn 1.
Superb. So yeah, that was a very good move there. Russell Endine, he can be relied on to take the shot when it needs to be taken. Sam Slater now seems to be pressing his attack back on Levi Blocks. Slater has taken the fastest lap of the race and is making inroads once more onto the leader. So from Blocks being quickest, it's now gone back to Sam Slater as being quickest, and that pressure is starting to mount again. So Levi Blocks in the blue suit there, one of the Blue Star Racing drivers, and Sam Slater there, one of the BSR Bradley Shepherd Racing drivers behind. And then of course you can see Chris Ball, another BSR team driver, behind him. So Levi Blocks, great close-ups here at Formula Fast on this second to last corner. Now with Blocks there, we're looking at just under 10 minutes, 9.5 minutes to go. Blocks has not been into the pits, nor has any of those really in any contention behind him. The top six drivers have not been in the pits. Interestingly, we've got Ashley Mason King in 10th place, having not made a pit stop, which does seem a bit strange there, Alex.
Yeah, I think this is Ash's first time at BRKC, and I think he's having a little bit of a struggle with pace. He's a Daytona Milton Keynes multiple champion in multiple disciplines, but I think he's struggling to come to grips with the intricacies of BRKC, because this type of indoor karting is a different motorsport to normal outdoor karting. I don't think people quite realise it's a very different thing to what a normal outdoor karter is used to. But the thing to notice is Lee Hackett is flying. He's doing mid-34s, which is matching the pace of the leaders. So Lee Hackett could have still, despite being caught up and losing a bit of time early on, could be in a good position to at least be fighting for a podium position, maybe.
And he's fastest in the Sector 2, the second half lap, the traditional part of the lap. So Lee Hackett still got the speed. Slater's still got the fastest lap. And going back to what you're saying about Ashley Mason King, obviously with the D-Max racing he's been doing at the other end of town at Daytona and the outdoor, that's, I believe, with the Rotax Max karts, Alex, that's correct, isn't it?
They are detuned junior road taxis in the Daytona series.
Right.
They're very fast karts, but they operate very differently to a 4-stroke because you've got a small power band you have to keep the kart in. Drives very differently to one of these.
Absolutely, it's not as much momentum importance, I suppose. He's also had great results, in the British 24-hour and of course the Daytona, his local track 24-hour. So yeah, he's definitely got the credentials, but he's on a slightly different discipline, and he's clearly trying to sort of convert that across. Now the Sector 1, the revised layout, we've got a new fastest driver in that, and that is Levi Blocks. So Levi Blocks has still got the full attention of Sam Slade. Sam Slade's right in his tail. Blocks is responding best he can, which is through speed, but that's been taken back by Sam Slade. Not only the fastest lap, but the last lap was his quickest. But guess what? Chris Ball is still quickest at the end of the lap, the second half of the lap there, the traditional bit. So there is Levi Blocks in the lead with Sam Slater with him. Then that gap to Chris Ball. So Ball is certainly not out of this. He's struggling to make major inroads, but he's fastest in the second half. This is Chris Ball's area, and there's Levi Blocks and Sam Slater. That leaning out, giving him a little bit less grip in the corner, which is allowing the kart to slide a bit more, which is what we saw in the hairpin. And so he's all over the back of Levi Blocks. The question is really going to be on the pit stop. It's 6.5 minutes to go. Has Sam Slater got enough to make a pit stop and then come out and challenge for the lead? Will Levi Blocks cover it immediately, and what will the pit exit situation be? Alex, you're going to have a ringside view of that,
and I'm looking forward to it. I think Sam's lost a little bit of time on that lap. There's now like a good kart length between the two of them, but he does seem to close it up through this particular section. So I think that's part of the reason that Sam isn't ducking into the pits just yet, because I think he knows that Levi will just dive into pits straight after him. Oh, we have a stopper into the pits, number 12, as he bashes the barrier, as he screeches to a halt, and he screeches to a halt again, and it works quite nicely, and he is off, out, and he's right behind Max Thorne, and just ahead of Lee Hackett. So we've got another one who's come out ahead of Lee and just stopped his progress. But yeah, so it's one of those things that becomes very, very difficult once people start stopping in front of you.
Kylem Kenny Bedeau, that was. He was in and out of the pits and has come out just in that gap in front of Lee Hackett. There was Gary Jones, Max Thorne, then a gap, then Lee Hackett, and the gap was about a kart size, and that's what Bedeau has managed to fit himself into. So meantime, up at the front, it is Levi Blocks and it is Sam Slater. Slater is definitely on the back of Levi Blocks. Slater's got the speed he needs now. But the fastest lap of the race has gone, guess what, to Zach Venn in 4th place. As we look, yes, there's a quite a battle going on in that area of Jones, Thornton and Bedeau, and there's been a collision. It's all got a bit messed up, and yes, someone's been forced to the outside, and there's a bit of pushing and shoving. Gary Jones seems though he's gone back to the front of that group there. Bedeau seemed to be unsure of which side the track he needed to move to. He was trying to be helpful on one side and end up getting in the way of someone on the other side. So yeah, a little bit of an interesting one there in the revised layout.
Yeah, it was all out of my view, apart from I did see Russell brushing up along the tyres, along the wall, and then just gesticulating at whatever just happened. So it'll be interesting to see if that's reviewed at any point or whether it's just deemed as a racing incident.
Yeah, there was something kicked off, and then Bedeau was trying to deal with something to his right, and he actually had someone to the left at the same time. So just one of those things where there's a lot of people in the same place. So Levi Blocks continues to lead with a slightly bigger gap.
We have a stopper. Number 16 is in as he watches the beam, and he gets a good stop away. It is Venn who is in the pits, and he is out and very clear and on his own. Let's see what that pit stop time was. It was a 45, so that's not a great pit stop. That's quite a poor pit stop, to be honest.
Zach Venn just set the fastest lap of the race there, so he's been in and out of the pits. What can he do on his own? Because he's got some nice clear air here. Could he push his way through to maybe even battling the leaders as they come around again? Neither of them are stopping. They've got under 4 minutes, and it's still...
As Christopher Ball has come in, not Charlie Ball, Christopher Ball, as he comes in, and he gets a nice good stop, nice and clean, and he comes out ahead of Venn.
Yeah, crucially, he's come out of them because I think Ball would have been a little bit concerned about that. It may even be almost one of those retaliatory pit stops because although they're both BSR drivers, they're different
Ashley
teams.
Mason King is in the pits as he rolls slowly forward, gets a green, hits his marks and rolls slightly forward and gets another green. And he is off out of his way as number 17, Sam Slater, has entered the pits. very, very quick pit stop is Sam. So let's have a look and see what his lap time is as he goes over the line. It is a 44.2. That is a very quick pit stop.
Ven's still fastest, but Levi Block's going to have to pull his finger out here. He needs to create some sort of gap to come out in the lead. This next pit stop, the one for Levi Blocks, is going to absolutely make or break the race, certainly from his point of view, and maybe make it for Sam Slater. So Levi Blocks, he's in this time. It's the race leader in.
Here he comes. Let's see if he keeps it nice and cool. A bit of brake, a bit of throttle. Again, jiggles the throttle as he gets out, and he's going to be ahead of Sam nice and clearly. What was that pit stop time? That was a 44.1, so a tenth quicker than Sam. That's the second fastest pit stop I've seen today.
Absolutely outstanding, and the biggest lead he's had over Slater the whole race long. So there's Levi Blocks, done it all there in the pits.
And Gary Jones is in, our multiple Masters champion, as he hits his marks again. Again, experience proving very, very good there. Let's have a look at his stop time for that. He's quite far back, unfortunately. Wasn't a great stop. It's a second slower than the two guys up front.
Yeah, and that rounds out all the pit stops for this race, so it's now to the flag. And there's Levi Blocks with the biggest lead he's had over Sam Slater. It's almost a second. Slater has just under 2 minutes plus 1 lap to try and close that in. Can he do it? Well, actually, Sam Slater, possibly, yes, he can. But Levi Blocks is going to make sure that he doesn't, because not only does he not want to lose the lead, he doesn't really want too much in the way of pressure either. So the answer to that is to be fast. It's still Zach Venn with the quickest lap of the race so far. But of the two front runners, it is Sam Slater who I can say is slightly faster. So in terms of recent lap times, it's Slater who's quicker. He is closing in, but will it be enough to take the lead from Levi Blocks? Levi Blocks doing everything he can. He's experienced in real terms, but he's still a very young driver. So, you know, there's a lot still to come from Levi Blocks, but he's doing enough to win this race at the moment. Slater is, well, he was actually slightly slower on that lap. Levi Blocks has pulled it down to a 34.4, and Slater was doing a 34.6. So Levi Blocks is really trying to just maintain that by fighting, pulling away at the front. They've got 3/4 of a minute and then a lap, so probably maybe another 3 laps or so to go. And a big thumbs up there to Levi Blocks from the team on the side. That would be the Blue Star Racing team. Their driver, needless to say, wearing blue, is up at the front there. So it's still about that second gap there. Sam Slater is hanging on second. It could even be that Sam Slater decided, well, second's all I can do here. Look at that gap now. That's the biggest gap we've seen between these two. When we cross the line, it's on, as you can see, it's on 0.98. Will it go over the second for the first time in this race as they cross the line about now? So there's Blocks, there's Slater. What does the gap do? Oh, it's 9.7, so he's actually closed in by 100th, but he needs more of 100th, Sam Slater does, if he's going to win this race. There's now the conclusion of this lap, then a lap to go. So a lap and, well, almost a lap and a half now, lap and 2/3, lap and a half almost, as Levi Blocks comes through to take what could be a spectacular victory over Sam Slater. So you can see third place, Chris Ball. That's a great result for him. He's just appearing on the back of the far end of the straight there. So here comes Levi Blocks. He's about to start his final lap. He's into that first corner hairpin. He's turning in with the lead. He's coming out with the lead. Slater is now closing down. He's got down to 0.7 of a second. Can he bring it in this last lap alone? I don't think he can, but Sam Slater's doing everything possible to make that happen, as Blocks is now coming up to a back marker. Ashley Mason is the one in front. Ashley Mason King and Levi Blocks. Oh, Mason King, what a sportsman, has moved right out of the way. So Mason King is a sportsman. He's got right out of the way, and the battle continues for the lead with the same sort of gap. They're going to come through though, and it's going to be Blocks winning it. Blocks takes the flag and wins. What a result there by the by Levi Blocks, the young Belgian driver, over Sam Slater. And so Slater takes second. He got the gap down to 0.6 of a second, but wasn't enough. And Chris Ball came through in third. A great result from him. Zach Venn was fourth, and fifth was Lee Hackett, who set the fastest lap of the race. Max Thorne into sixth, Kylam Kenny Bedos to seventh, Russ Lending eighth, Gary Jones ninth, and Ashley Mason King round him out in 10. Alex, that was quite a race, mate.
that was a fantastic race. I think Levi is going to be physically and emotionally destroyed after that race.
You're not going to say he's going to be blocked, are you?
No, definitely not. But I want before I catch the top three, I want to have a chat with Zach Venn, because I can imagine that was quite the race from his point of view, doing nothing but pushing and gaining really, really good lap times. Zach, that looked like one hell of a race, and looked like you had to put absolutely everything you had into that.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, especially when I got the purple, I thought, all right, I'm doing it right, and then I couldn't do it again. And I don't know what I did on that lap, but I need to look at my GoPro footage and figure out what I did, because I need to do that next time.
It was really impressive, because between the lot of you, you all were exchanging really fast lap times the whole time. Did it feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell the gap, once we got going, the sort of gap didn't really change too much, so we were obviously setting quite similar lap times. But yeah, when you got that situation, you can't really gain on them, so it's almost like we learned the track too late. If we would have done it a bit earlier, there might have been an opportunity to have a bit more racing and try and gain some positions, but not on this occasion.
Well done, you did a really good job. Catch you on the next one. Right, let's go find our winners, shall we? It's really funny. They get out the car, and then I don't know what they look like. So I've just got to go and nab people and just hope I'm grabbing the right
the helmet,
people.
but not the face, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like the two winners are having a conversation. Who was P3 in the end? It was Christopher Ball.
Yeah,
I'm not going to call him Charlie this time.
No, but he'll be really pleased with that. There he is next to you.
Christopher, not Charlie. No. How was that one for you? You were kind of a bit of a ghost in that one, just kept pounding it in, and it just kind of fell into place for you.
Yeah, I was surprised by Maxon's strategy. He just sort of pitted out of nowhere, so I just carried on. Had Zach Van following me. Obviously, Sam and Levy have a great race in front, but yeah, I was mainly watching that. Probably maximised it. You know, Levy and Sam are strong drivers. They're looking at the table today. Yeah, I'm happy with that result.
Excellent, well done. It was what was noticeable from here was everyone was just seemed to exchanging fastest lap times. Is that what it felt like?
Yeah, I think the track's just getting better, you know, over time. I don't really know what to say on that, to be honest with you. I just drove as hard as I could. The track is really fun, and we've got another heat tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes.
Excellent, well done. Take care. Right,
yeah, Alex, classic case there, I think, of he did it right and the race came to him, Chris Ball.
Absolutely, and that's kind of the thing that happens here. So let's go and grab Mr. Slater.
You did the right thing.
So, from the look on your face, that was physical and hard.
Yes. Look, I was in an awkward spot there because I had two guys behind me, which I could see a few purple laps come in. They were racy. I mean, one of them even out-qualified me, which, I mean, what a hell of a move on the lap one. But, you know, my strategy in that was actually I was putting way too much pressure on him at the start. Made a move on him, decided it wasn't fair. I thought it was way too much contact, so I waved him straight back through. But my plan from there was actually to stay with him, but stay out of attack range so that he wouldn't defend, and I could leave the other two behind and then attack him at the end. And he did so much extra than me in the pit stop. That's 2 for 2 now, where my pit stops lost me time, so I need to look at that.
Your pit stop was a 10th slower than his, but his was the second fastest and yours was the third fastest I've seen, so it wasn't a bad pit stop. His was just spectacular.
You know, it could have been the outlap after that, because if you pit first, often you're out in cold track for, you know, one lap whilst they catch up. So yeah, tough race, but I think that was probably all I was going to get out of that, so I'm quite happy. That was a good, respectable race.
Excellent, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Ooh, race winner. How was that one for you? That I was saying from where I was sat that looked like it was incredibly mentally and physically demanding.
True. Yeah, fully right to say that. I was sweating insane. Always defending. Maybe it wasn't the right call because he kept creating a gap so we could push further. But yeah, I wasn't really focusing too much on that. I was focusing on defending and keeping my lead, because I knew when I kept my lead and he would pit, I would have came out ahead of him, but quite easily.
Excellent. Well, listen, I've got to go because we've got another qualifying session going, but well done. Another win. Take care. Back to you, James.
Nice one, Alex. Yeah, some very interesting things there. One thing that did happen, though, leaving the pit lane, Thibaut Gabor made a what looked like a practice pit stop on the last block, on the last stop. So very interesting indeed. The checker flag is out. We're going to see the results. Bram van der Ende leading the way. Robertson, he's been beaten by Zimovit Vera. Vera is fastest at the moment from Bram van der Ende. Johnny Elliott's gone through to third. Anthony Roberts has been pushed back by Ed White to fourth. And into second place, it is Thibaut Gabor, the Hungarian. And And so an outstanding qualifying there in quite a stacked field, with Zimmerwit Vera, the young Polish driver, leading the way now, ahead of Thibaut Gabor. Bram van der Ende is third, and Johnny Elliott fourth, Ed White into fifth. Anthony Roberts is into sixth. Adrian Maslewski is into seventh. Antti Vipik is eighth. Hassan Zafar, race winner earlier on, is into ninth, with Ben Paynes in 10th. So an outstanding performance there by Zimmerwit Vera. He won the earlier race but got kind of bundled back to second, but now he's qualified on pole, and this time I reckon he can convert it. However, Thibaut Gabor, the Hungarian champ, is definitely one to be contended with, as is Bram van der Ende.
I think that top three, hello by the way, I'm back.
All right, Brad, it's good to see you back here.
That top three is what I would have predicted, but I'm very happy for my teammate. I'm not going to hide my biases here. My teammate in Valor Racing, Johnny Elliott, up there in fourth, so really good job. I think he'll be quite encouraged by that. That was clearly my advice I just gave to him about how to drive this layout.
Well, I think so. I mean, take the credit there, Brad. And Johnny Elliott, definitely one of the drivers who's capable of taking it to the likes of Bram van der Ende and Thibaut Gabor and Zimmerwit Vera. They're coming round now to start the race. So Vera, the young Polish driver, is going to bring them round. He's got a couple of corners to go before taking the start. So Vera just bringing them carefully round. Now he's on the throttle there. He's going to try and sort of make things as open as possible without a false start being given. He's into that first corner with the lead. That was about the biggest gap he could have possibly got away with at the start there. But the race is on, and they're onto the new bit as Vera continues to lead the way. We can see on screen there is Bram van der Ende in third place, with ahead of him is Thibaut Gabor, the Hungarian. So onto the more familiar part now is Zimmerwit Vera. They're onto that long backstretch. They're just starting that here, and down into the hairpin area. We've seen so many moves. Johnny Elliott getting defensive already, Brad, your teammate.
Yeah.
It looked like he was under threat.
I think he thought Ed White was a lot closer than he was, but he actually had a comfortable gap. So Johnny was defending fresh air there, but I think now he can get his head down. I think everyone in this race just needs to settle in, because none of them have driven this track layout, obviously.
Absolutely, and settling in but with speed seems to be the case, because it does look like it's going to be a fast race. Zimmerwit Vera predictably is the one setting the pace in terms of lap time right now, but that could change. It was very interesting. One of the drivers in the interview with Alex, I think it was, who was it? Let's have a think. It was one of the drivers a little bit further down, maybe Thorne or whatever, said about leaving it too late to figure the track. So that could play a part here. People have got to learn the new track really fast if they're going to be fast on it.
Absolutely. I have to say,
I've had a few of the guys tell me that they just didn't get there quick enough. They didn't figure out the layout, and then it was too late when they started setting their good lap times. The one you're talking about in that last stroke was Zach Venn.
It was Zach Venn, wasn't it? Yeah, because I mean, he was once he got the bit between his teeth, he was setting fastest laps. So it was a great showing by Venn there. But back down this straight there, building up his lead. Zimmerwit Vera looks like he's trying to check out in this one. It's Thibaut Gabor going with him, and Bram van der Ende staying with Thibaut Gabor. But that gap to the leaders is getting ever larger. Johnny Elliott seems to be potentially dropping away a little bit in fourth.
We have a stopper. It is kart number 20 as he hits his marks really nicely. That's a really nice stop, and he nails it again, rolls away. We get another green, so we have the first stopper on the 18-minute mark.
Now, Vipik listed as from Poland, but he does do a lot of racing here in the UK. He's been the D-Max National champion, which I assume involves all the Daytona circuits. Again, an outdoor series. Daytona Tamworth, that's going to be outdoor as well, isn't it? So he's been busy there. He's been the 5 times finalist in the BRKC, the indoor championship. As we say, it's more English-related than it is sort of international like this one. But certainly it's not to be sniffed at, and to do that, he's got something to offer. So we'll see what he does from last place. Can he be one of those who pulls himself up the order with some clean air? Only he can answer that, and that answer starts now. So it's Zimmerwit Vera leading. It's Thibaut Gabor second, Bram van der Ende in third, and those gaps are kind of stretching a little bit. There's no reason for anyone to pit because of being held up. Is anyone going to roll the dice randomly? Probably not. It wouldn't be the brightest idea at the moment. Brad Philpott, over to you for this one. Certainly, if you were down there, you wouldn't be calling your driver, your teammate, Johnny Elliott, into the pits anytime soon.
No, not at all. I'm very glad I'm not the one on the pit wall. I'm sure it's Ramon down there waving at him. But right now, I can imagine the hand signals he's giving him, and it'll be head down, keep going forward, no need to do anything at all right now. Johnny's built a comfortable gap to Ed White behind, and it's actually Ed White who's under threat from the 2 BSR drivers. In fact, that's the fight that I'm looking at through the window right now. You can see at the back of your picture there, just coming into shot.
Well, there's Thibaut Gabor on screen. That's what we're looking at with the live stream, and Bram van der Ende. And you can see that gap now to Johnny Elliott, and then it's Ed White following. Now, that gap, that battle there that we just came into view there, that's the one that Brad was just talking about. And that, of course, is the Ed White, Roberts, and Mazlewski one. Hassan Zafar might actually start having something to say about that as well, as we continue to look at Thibaut Gabor on screen. And he's holding off Bram van der Ende. I think he's probably already lost any thoughts he had of taking on Zimovit Vera for the lead, because certainly Vera is doing everything he can. He's pulled it out to way over a second. This is the sort of checkout performance we'd expect from a young driver like Zimovit Vera. It's very interesting seeing, because obviously I commentate myself in the...
Oh, we have a stopper. It is car number 8 as he gets a green on his first, and a nice clean stop. Another green. It's Roberts who gets the pit stop, and he comes out in clean air with Anthony Whippich behind him.
That's crucial then for the Ed White battle, because Ed White's suddenly freed up to not have to defend anymore. But is he going to need to defend by pitting to cover Roberts? Because Roberts is obviously pitted because he thinks he's faster.
Yeah, and having to... Part of his defence to Roberts is to go quicker, and with the freedom, not under pressure of being overtaken, could he Ed White then find that speed?
Ed White knows how to dig deep, and actually on that last lap, he started to go quicker than Johnny Elliott, so he's half a tenth quicker on that last one. That's exactly what Ed White needs to try and pull away from Roberts. I'm going to keep an eye on Roberts' times once he starts his next flying lap.
And Anthony Roberts' pit stop was about 0.5 of a second slower than you really would want it to be. We want to be in that sort of 44.0, 44.3 range for a really good pit stop.
Right, so that would obviously hurt Roberts a bit, but to the benefit of Ed White. So that does help Ed White in that department. We've still got Zimovit Vera in the lead. We've still got Thibaut Gabor second and Bram van der Ende third. We're not expecting a pit stop for them anytime soon. As the... looking out the window there, the number 8, of course, Anthony Roberts, he's in the sort of bit of a rear guard action there. And there is Thibaut Gabor on screen. Brad, just coming to the new young drivers, particularly coming out of Eastern Europe. You've got Zimovit Vera, you've got Bernardowski, Tomek Bernardowski. And I was thinking earlier on, when going old school, if I was to relate, I would say, looking at those two drivers who are definitely going to be contenders in the future. They are the Ruben Boutons of the future, those two. And when I look at it, I almost think I can see, like, if I was going old school, comparing them to some of the older drivers that we remember, Zimovit Vera is more like a Matthias Gruten versus Bernardowski's Robin Borremans. They've got that sort of feel to them.
You're dating yourself and me there,
Indeed.
James, with those references. Sorry, I agree with you, but what's happening right now is I've just noticed Ed White has made significant progress on his Johnny Elliott battle.
Right.
So he's now no longer competing with Anthony Roberts, who's slightly slower on the last lap, although actually has just done a good one.
What is the gap then, Brad?
Ed White is now right on the tail of Johnny Elliott. The gap is not very much, so we're looking at about 0.7 of a second, something like that. Very, very close. Less now.
Ed White has really closed in there on Johnny Elliott. Is that Johnny Elliott going slower or Ed White going faster?
I think Johnny had a slightly dodgy lap, and he's just had another one. He's followed it up with another slower lap, 35.0. So I don't know whether he clipped the barrier, whether he's just feeling the pressure. Yeah, he's defending down the back straight.
Yeah, and it's certainly half a second between them on that last lap, with half a second to the good of Ed White. So Ed White now is really piling that pressure on Johnny. Ed White's in the
as
pits.
I fully expected, Ed pitted. He doesn't want to get held up behind Johnny, so he's got a good first pit stop. I very much expect to give me another good pit stop, because Ed is an absolute perfectionist, and he comes out well ahead of Anthony Roberts.
Yeah, that's
the pit stop time was a 44.9, so it's not a great pit stop.
Now, will we see Johnny Elliott come in very soon, though, to cover that? That's the real question.
I think it's too early, because if he does, he's going to be defending. He was already defending.
Yeah, he's going to defend again.
Ed was looking at him.
And he's going to have to defend for 12.5 minutes.
I think it's more a case of the pressure has been removed from Johnny. Just drive fast. So
in fact, there Johnny continues round by the looks of it.
And immediately Johnny does a much more respectable lap time, down to the 34.8.
So maybe it was that pressure and the defence that was slowing him up.
Absolutely.
As we've seen in so many other races.
I've felt that pressure from Ed White myself, and I could hear the Jaws music as he was looming in his mirrors.
Now, to give some perspective to all this, we're currently looking at the fastest lap of the race is the race leader, Zimovit Vera. He's on a 34.3. Now, if we compare that to Johnny Elliott's best lap of 34.7 and Ed White's best lap of 34.8, sorry, is that 8? Yeah, no, 34.5. Then that really gives a perspective in terms of absolute pace. on the best laps, it's going the way of Ed White. But if we look at the last lap, Ed White was 34.8 and Johnny Elliott was 34.8 as well, compared to Zimovit Vera's 34.4. That's half a second difference nearly.
Yeah, in fact, Vera and Tibor Gabor, those guys, and Van der Ende, they are absolutely flying out the front. And it really is Ed White, the other driver, that seems capable of matching those times. Having said that, Anthony Roberts is just on a 34.4 as well, but he's all the way
Johnny
down
is
the
pitting.
field.
Johnny Elliott's into the pits.
Johnny storms around the left-hander, screeches to a halt, hits a green, and he does it again, and we get another green. Now, where is he in relation to Ed? He's going to come out ahead of Ed.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
Ed's turning in, but he cannot take him.
He's now going to have 10 minutes of defence.
Yeah, that's going to be 10 minutes of attack and defence. That's going to get pretty nasty. Now, equally importantly, is that not Anthony Roberts, who's actually running behind them and in contention with them? And then equally, Anthony Rippick is behind that as well. If the more this battle intenses, those two behind are definitely going to get involved.
Well, so Johnny is clearly defending, and I appreciate we're not really talking about the fight for the lead at the moment, which is a bit more straightforward with the kind of gaps there. Johnny has a massive amount, 20+ laps of defending now, with Ed White, one of the best drivers we've ever seen in BRKC, right up behind him. And I've been in that position too. Ed will not wait. The moment he senses a move on, he's going to go for it. And you can't completely white line it this early in the race.
That long at least, because there's Johnny Elliott signalling. Well, yeah, sorry about that. It's obviously he's caused some slow up. He's waving as if to say think. But the only thing I think Ed White's thinking of is overtaking him, as Ed White's going to come under increasing pressure from Anthony Roberts, and they're down the order, and he knows it. So Ed White, I think, is going to be in a bit of a hurry here. As you said, Brad, Johnny Elliott's basically got 10 minutes, which is 20 laps plus a lap of solid defence here. They've made the pit stops. There's nothing more they can do with that. In fact, they're only two of the four drivers who've been in.
They're potentially going to get jumped now by the guys who haven't pitted. This is always the danger of this early pit stop that puts you into a defensive position. So you've got Modzelewski and Zafar. They're only 10 and 11 seconds behind the leader, and Johnny's 19 seconds. Right now, he's okay. But if he's defending for the next 9.5 minutes, there's no way that both those guys are going to jump them.
And Hassan Zafar, to say the least, he's actually won a race already today. So this is his second outing. So he's already on a 1-for-1, and this is his second outing. So he's no slouch himself. He's clearly not going to win this one, but he could be a problem for the likes of Johnny Elliott and Ed White. Now, Ed White, therefore, as they have such time, he needs to make this a bit of a considered pass. Johnny's plea for thinking is obviously rather slightly selfish in the sense that stop pushing me this hard. However, Ed White, there's merit in him not actually leaning on Johnny too much and allowing the speed to come.
So Ed White may well be doing this very, very sensible tactic we've seen a lot of times in BRKC, where despite knowing you're quicker than the driver in front, you deliberately don't stay right on their tail.
Yeah.
Because you know if you force them to defend, you're both going to lose places to these guys who haven't pitted yet. So he needs to kind of signal to Johnny, he needs to signpost to him with his body language in the car that he's not going for a move, so you don't need to defend, so we can both go forward. But Johnny seems to want to defend.
Yeah, things like being on the outside. I mean, Johnny Elliott straight to the inside there, but things like Ed being on the outside, not really pushing the issue, is exactly what you're saying, Brad. He's not. He needs Johnny Elliott to settle down to be able to do the lap time, so that he too can do the lap times. It'll be what stops them getting leapfrogged by drivers who've yet to come in the pits, of which there are about 6 of them.
And at the moment, they are actually doing okay, because despite his defence, Johnny is a couple of tenths quicker than those drivers I was worried about. So Modzelewski and Zafar in the 34.9s, 34.7s. Johnny and Ed there, both in the 34.6s on that last lap, despite defending. So, and now the gap's opened up, so he's going to be safe until Ed closes back in and goes for a move.
Yeah, did you see there? Johnny did not go defensive, so Johnny's clearly got for the first time in a number of laps, Johnny's clearly got the memo on that one. So he's this allows them to free up the speed. We'll see again if when they're in the revised section, but when they come out of it, it's that backstretch which will tell us everything about what's going on in Johnny's mind, whether he needs to defend or not. Ed White has softened his approach a little bit to allow Johnny to be fast. That will allow Ed to be fast. you can see now this whole thing has changed. The whole complexion of it has changed. They're now down to doing the lap times. Will they get that best lap off Jimmy Vera is the question.
No, not remotely. He's 4/10 down the road on best lap. By the
yeah, he's looking shockingly quick. On them he is. He's 2/10 against the second place. So.
One useful thing for someone in Johnny's position here is that this track layout doesn't really punish you too much for defending, except in that final hairpin at the end of the long straight. Because most of the track is so tight and twisty anyway, the line you want to be on is the defensive line, naturally. So you're in the way regardless.
And going hairpin is defensive anyway, isn't it? You know, people can't come through, not with that gap. You need a bit of momentum to the karts on an indoor track.
Exactly.
And you can't get that in the new section. So it's about maintaining speed. It's about not giving anything away really in this area, which is why we're seeing some of the guys, you know, especially when they're clear, are really taking those sector at one times.
And now Johnny's down to
leader is in the pits. Jimmy Vera is in the pits. He stops on his marks, gets a green. He doesn't have to make any risks. He can just cruise through this. He gets a green and he is out into some lovely clean air. I think that's some mega teamwork from his team, boxing him at the right point.
Absolutely. Šimavit Vera continues out. He's listed as third place when he crossed the line there. Tibor Gabor, the Hungarian, has now assumed a lead from Bram van der Ende. And Bram van der Ende, one of the talent factory drivers, so he'll have among the best in the world in terms of strategy, basically dictating to him when to come in, and they'll be looking out for what's happening around the rest of the track as well. So Bram van der Ende has the best support that you could, among the best support you could really want, although some would say that the BSR team are up there as well on that kind of thing. Now, yeah, Johnny Elliott there is no longer showing those defensive lines. Are we seeing a change in lap time for that? Is he now able to consistently put some quick ones in? Well, he's on 34.7. Yeah, okay, well, 34.6.
Yeah,
Wouldn't it be nice to see that drop to a 5 maybe, or a 4?
He actually did a 4 a couple of laps ago, and so him and Ed seem to be just trading blows at the moment, although visually it does look like Ed's closed in slightly.
Yeah.
One bonus for both of those guys, particularly for Ed, is that there's no one particularly close behind as Johnny goes defensive again. So if he does go for a stab, if he goes for a move, he's not in imminent danger of losing a position if it doesn't go well. And same with Johnny, he's not in imminent danger of losing 2 places by Ed going for a mit. But here we go.
It looks like Ed's piling on the pressure now. So Ed White has now started to attack Johnny Elliott. Almost certainly Elliott's going to go defensive. He was tight in that hairpin there. That was defensive right away. So down the back stretch, we can expect Elliott to be absolutely on the right-hand side of the straight, looking up it on our screens here. So they're entering that the familiar bit now. So they're going to be entering that back stretch. Elliott's going to get defensive. Is he? No.
Ed's dropped back again.
There's something must have happened there. Maybe a gentle contact lost to Ed White momentum, but Elliott saw that. He didn't need to defend, and so therefore he was on the normal line, which is to the left as we look at it on our screens.
Again, it might be that worry that they could lose out to Modzelewski because he's, you know, within striking distance the moment they start losing significant time. Maybe Ed's just being sensible.
So where are we looking on gaps here, Brad? If Modzelewski comes out now, if he pits and comes out, we think he may well not quite have enough. He would pit maybe. He would come out alongside Ed White if he came in now.
Yes, or potentially slightly behind, depending on how good his lap time is.
But we also have to. Somebody. I was just about to say we need to start getting some people into the pits. So Hassan, I think that's Hassan's pitted. He gets a. Oh, sorry, Haynes. That's one of his teammates. Gets a good stop, and he is off and out. I was going to say we're getting very, very close to the pit lane closing. We've still got 4 more people that need to get in the pits.
Yeah, so 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap. You're absolutely right there, Alex. These guys are pushing it now because there are, 4 pit stops yet to be made. The highest place the pit stoppers is Šimavit Vera, who came out in 3rd place, would you believe? But yeah, that's right. It was Ben Paynes who came in and out of the pits there. So, but no pit stops from the battling duo of Elliott versus Ed White. Now, let's have a look here. Yeah, they've got Roberts and Brad, you say?
Yeah, so you were asking me about where this group kind of factor in overall once the pit stops shake out. The battle we've been watching for basically this entire race, because it's the most exciting one, is the battle for 4th place.
Right.
So really you've got Vera, Tibor Gabor and Van der Ende, they're gone. And so they've got to make their stops still, or everyone except Vera. But really this fight we're looking at is for 4th. And that means you definitely don't want to lose it, because if you lose that, you're down into 5th, 6th, 7th. That's these karts behind the Johnny Elliott kart here. That's the train that.
So Majewski, Hassan, they're going to be a factor in this race. As we look at the screen, so those viewers at home, the 4th place and 5th place, Majewski and Zafar, they haven't been in the pits yet.
As we have somebody in the pits, it is Gabor, the current race leader. He will lose that lead to Jimovic Vera as he nails the 2nd pit stop. I think he will still clearly come out in 2nd place as Hassan has come in, and Hassan is nice and clean on the pit stop. I think he's being nice and safe. He's going to come to the back of the Johnny Elliott train, and he's going to continue on his way as the final pit board comes out, and we are waiting on Aidan to come into the pits.
Yep, so Adrian Majewski.
And he's in.
And what about... oh, yeah, he's the only one.
We got a green light. Nicely controlled. Van der Ende comes out, and he is clearly in 3rd. Oh, and there is Aidan.
Yeah, so right then, now all the pit stops have been made. We've got Jimovic Vera who's retaken the lead. Tibor Gabor is in 2nd place. Brad van der Ende is 3rd, but crucially Johnny Elliott, then Ed White, then Anthony Roberts, then Anthony Whippich, then Aidan Majewski, which is definitely a drop. Hassan Zafar has clearly dropped way further than we thought he would. But let's have a look in real terms. That is a pretty tight battle. It's going to come onto your screen now. There it is. And there's Johnny Elliott leading from Ed White and from Anthony Roberts and Whippick and Majewski and Zafar. So this is quite the epic 6-way fight. And bear in mind, there are 10 karts in the race and 6 of them are in the same battle. So Johnny Elliott's kind of got his hands full, really, in terms of Ed White, because Ed White is very fast indeed. What looks like a big gap now could suddenly close down from a Johnny Elliott point of view. Meantime, though, Anthony Roberts there is one of the BSR drivers, and he's going to be working on Ed White if he can. He's got 22 seconds plus a lap to do it. It's probably going to be 3 laps to go in real terms, or 2.5 from their point of view, because no doubt Jimovic Vera is going to actually cross the line and therefore have a lap to go. Then the time will go to 0 and they'll be on the last lap. So let's keep an eye on this. 5 seconds to go, and where is Vera out on the track? Well, he's nowhere near the start-finish line, so it's going to be completing this lap, then the last lap. So there's Johnny Elliott, and there is Ed White. We've got Jimovic Vera coming round into view as we look out the screen. So Vera's about to start the final lap. So Vera's starting the final lap now. So this is it. They've got basically a lap and a half to go. Johnny Elliott has definitely pulled out a lead there over Ed White. That is a huge gap, the biggest gap we've seen between them.
I think Ed White's begun to go defensive over Anthony Roberts. I think he's seen he can't catch Johnny. Johnny's just managed to pull the pin and break away. So Ed's now trying to protect his 5th position.
Yeah, it's kind of something that you can easily fall into, really, isn't it? You want to attack, but you've actually got to defend, especially this late in the day, because Anthony Roberts is going to try whatever he can, whenever he can. They're on the last lap now, so it's going to be a bit of a do or die. But Jimovic Vera comes through. Jimovic Vera takes the win. Another astounding result. This is actually his first win. He's got a 2nd from his first heat race, and now he's won this one. So Jimovic Vera, a sterling performance there. He had this race right from the start, but what's going on further back is comfortably going to be Elliott into 4th, and then Ed White, and then Anthony Roberts and Anthony Whippick. So as we look now at Jimovic Vera on his cooling down lap, it's definitely an emphatic victory there by the young Polish driver Jimovic Vera as he comes down that back stretch. But what a great run by Johnny Elliott there. This is the sort of thing that would have been easy to flunk, especially with having to defend with like 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's interesting that we basically spent the entire race focusing on kind of the upper midfield, but sometimes that's where the exciting battle is. But yeah, I'm pleased. Johnny will have felt the pressure from Ed, but he didn't crack under it. He managed to absorb the pressure, but not then lose time to those karts that were kind of opposite side of the track, lapping in free air. So it worked out well.
Exactly that. There was several things he needed to look at. Alex, down with you in the pits.
And we are going to sit with Johnny Elliott right now, and it was woo-woo all aboard the Johnny Elliott train. How did that pressure of that entire race with that man Ed White all over you feel?
Well, the fact that I out-qualified him was nerve-wracking enough to start the race, to be honest with you. So I knew it was going to be a ridiculously tough and long race. That felt like 3 hours, not 20 minutes. So yeah, just very happy with the result. It was one of those where I couldn't push to 100% because I couldn't leave the door open too much the entire race. So I think I could have gone a couple of tenths quicker, but yeah, fantastic race.
amazing. Really happy with that P4.
Excellent, great performance, Johnny. We will catch you next, and we were going to go find Zimovic, Vera, and Timo Gabor and Bran to go and have a chat with them. So we're going to try and find them. I think I'm just going to go and grab Zimovic before he even takes his helmet off. Zimovic, race winner. How did that one feel?
Yeah, it felt really good. I like the track layout though.
It seemed like it. You were absolutely gone. It felt like it couldn't have gone more perfect for you.
Yeah. I mean, the quali wasn't too good, to be honest, because I hit some barriers to the left corner, but it still was enough, and I'm really happy.
What is it with people in this championship saying they didn't have a good qualifying when they stick it on pole? I always find that baffling.
Well, if you're on pole, it makes the race a lot easier. When you are behind, normally you end up in a lot of fight, and when I had a good start because I already had a good gap, and then I had the race of my own.
Excellent, well done, great win. Where is Thibaut? No, hang on. Bran, we'll catch Bran first. Bran, how was that one for you?
Better than the first one.
It looked very, very exciting. So did you, what do you think of this particular new layout?
It's very technical. My shoulders hurting. But yeah, I fell asleep during the race because I was so lonely on the track. But it definitely a very good result after the first one. So
excellent, well done, and have a good rest of your weekend. We seem to have lost our second place man, so I think he's vanished off. So I will head back to you guys for qualifying here.
Nice one, Alex. Now, any young British racers, you really want to be taking note of the likes of Zimovic, Vera there and Bran van der Ende. I mean, look at what they've done. They've come out, they've competed and had a result at this level, and yet they come in and in a foreign language managed to do a perfectly acceptable interview with Alex down there right off the cuff. So that's the standard you've got to operate at if you're going to be racing, to an international level, whether it's in karting or everything. So young British drivers, take note of that. It's these are guys to pay attention to, because that's who you're going to have to beat if you want to get the top in anything in motor racing, people like that. So we're moving on to the next race now, and the qualifying laps have started. They're going to be bringing out the checker flag now to finish it off. It's Neroda, Smith, Dobka, Pinero, Vliga, Durame, Navarro, Nimchek, Dennis Holler and Elliot Tuesley in this race, and the first one through is the 16, and that is Tuesley. So Tuesley's going to be the first one to actually set a qualifying time. There it is. He's obviously fastest. He's been pushed down by Harley Smith, and Nimchek is behind Smith. But Holler's gone quickest. Dennis Holler's done it. Durame comes through into sixth. Into first place is Frederick Navarro. Frederick Navarro's come through to take the pole position there. The qualifying's concluded. An incredible run by Navarro there to beat Dennis Holler and Franek Dobka. In fourth place is Ricardo Vliga. Patrick Neroda's fifth. Harley Smith is sixth. Ramon Pinero will feel he's a bit down in seventh. Carol Nimchek equally will feel he's a bit down in eighth. Elliot Tuesley is in ninth, and 10th place is going to be Matteo de Ramey starting there at the back. So an incredible run there by Frederick Navarro, just nipped the pole position literally by thousandths, to be fair, about 4,000ths of a second he took it by. So an outstanding performance there. Now Navarro, didn't we see him win earlier on, or second or something? He was right up there, I'm
Sounds
sure.
plausible anyway. He's the kind of driver that would win.
He's, I'm struggling to find his name. Oh, yes, he did. He won his first heat race. So this is his second heat race. Can Frederick make it 2 out of 2? Dennis Holler, though, is also a winner already this morning. So Dennis Holler will have something to say about that. And the German, now very experienced indeed, Dennis Holler. And then the relatively inexperienced Franek Dobka. Franek Dobka, of course, is from Poland. He's only 15 years old, so he's the other end of the spectrum in terms of age. Now they're bringing him around. It's going to be Frederick Navarro. He's going to set the pace and take the start. So Navarro coming round, and then it's Dennis Holler, and Navarro brings them round. That's in good order there. They're getting the green light. That is about as clean a start as you're going to see. The gaps between the karts almost perfect, and from his point of view, getting out in the lead perfect is Frederick Navarro. They're coming round the new section there. On our screens, we can see it's Navarro leading from Holler, and then Dobka, and then Vliga, and then Patrick Neroda. And obviously, we've been seeing a lot of Patrick Neroda over the years, particularly here in the British Rental Kart Championship, but it's Navarro getting turned in the lead from Holler and Dobka. They complete that opening lap. It's a convincing lead, albeit not a massive one, by Frederick Navarro. Onto that really tight first corner, an immediate hairpin right. Brad, that does look like a particularly tight corner, that first corner, the new one.
You know what, interestingly, it's actually much faster when you're driving it than it looks. It looks like a horribly tight hairpin, and obviously normally that's a flat-out right-hander round to the start of the snail, but it's quite an enjoyable, quick right-hander there. There's more grip than it looks.
And what's it like when you've just come out of the pits? It must be quite tight, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you've got the luxury of opening it up at all, if you don't have someone directly next to you,
so a normal lap.
Yes, exactly. Then it's definitely much easier.
Yeah, you've got to be coming from the left-hand side of the road.
Someone's into the pits.
Yeah, Alex.
We have kart number 17 into the pits, hits the barrier as he slams on the brakes, and now he rocks the kart forward as he leaves the pit lane in a nice clean lap. As 18.5 minutes to go, as he is the first stopper.
Yeah, that was Karel Nimchek there, and he's in and out of the pits now. Nimchek, again, one of those who may feel he actually qualified slightly out of position, so we'll see if he can convert that to some sort of pace on the track that leapfrogs other drivers. That's the whole point of the early pit stop.
Another driver. Sorry,
Holler, Dennis Holler.
Dennis Holler has come in. He gets a green on his first stop, and he's going to hopefully get a green on his second as he is out there. He obviously wanted some clean air. He didn't like being involved in that battle. Maybe he thinks he can move faster on his own. So we'll keep an eye on his lap times. His pit stop was a 44.6, which is about okay. So we'll see how he gets on.
Niroda wanted to pit. I saw him put his hand up, and then he aborted when he saw Holler coming in. So that's the driver I was watching. I had no idea Dennis Holler had slipped in underneath.
Yeah, well, Dennis Holler, of course, Holler being in the pit. Oh, another one coming in.
And that is Niroda, I think.
Niroda or Pinero?
Nails his stop. And the second one, and he is off. And Holler has already passed him, though, so he has lost a little bit of time. Let's see what his lap time was. It was a 45.0. That's a bad pit stop.
Yeah, and you are right. It was, in fact, Patrick Niroda there, and, yeah, comfortably behind the German ace, Dennis Holler. So, yeah, Niroda has exited the pits, and he's just got to work now. He's got a clean gap towards Dennis Holler. He'll be using Dennis Holler as a bit of a benchmark, as a closing in. Can he close in on the German? It's a long distance, but it's a good one to spot, I think. So, you know, he'll come up the straight, he'll see Holler. He won't lose him in the corners on a straight, he'll see Holler again. And that's probably how Niroda's going to have to work this for some time now. So, still with the 16, just under 17 minutes to go in the race, an awful long way. We've still got Frederick Navarro, who's now got a very comfortable lead over Frank Dobka. Ricardo Vliga is right up there in third place, with Harley Smith has now moved up to fourth, as Ramon Pinero's now gone into the top half of the results. There's Pinero. He's going away, chasing down Harley Smith, though. So Pinero, the Spaniard, is looking to make moves on Smith, and you can see how the fluid lines of Harley Smith are not enough to stay away from Pinero.
So Ramon is really keen to get through.
Yes,
I've got a feeling his strategy is just stay out. He clearly doesn't have the pace to be right at the front in this race, but I think he's a little bit quicker than the 13 car in front of him. But he just wants everyone to pit out of his way. A few of them have already done that, and he'll then be looking to what we've seen throughout the day, James. Hope that people battling after they've already pitted and they've all come out together gives him the little boost he needs to move forward. But I've got a feeling he's just going to stay out until he has to come in.
Pressure someone into a pit stop, benefit from the own aggro that you cause, do the lap times.
But right now, he doesn't seem close enough to actually go for a move on Smith. He seems close at some of the apexes of the hairpins, but you can't make a move there. It's this section here, you need to be within striking distance, and he never is.
Yeah, the closing in bit needs to be a bit further back up away from the corner, doesn't it? If he can come down the straight closer, that'll make the difference. If he's close at the apex, that doesn't matter, because he can't actually attempt anything from any further, too far back.
Exactly.
It is, well, there's a lot of info going on there, a lot of hand signaling to Harley Smith. Now, Harley Smith has shown pretty excellent form. He's a pretty rapid driver there, but you've got to be, if you're going to be staying ahead of the likes of Ramon Pinero. Ramon Pinero's raced at Formula 2 level in cars, and he was an excellent karter. He's thumping the kart there.
He knows he's stuck. He knows he's stuck.
sheer frustration. I hope he didn't hit the screen.
I think it was the bottom of the steering wheel.
It was, wasn't it?
The tricky thing for him is there's just nothing you can do. If he pits now, he's wasted his one kind of extra bit of strategy he's got.
Yeah, the card he can play.
But he also can't overtake. So and he's bumped into the back of Smith there. Yeah, he clipped the back of Smith on the apex of the hairpin. So he's fuming because he knows he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't really have a good strategy open to him at this point.
Well, to get anything out of this race, now is not the time for getting disheartened and starting to make errors through, the level of care goes out of the window a little bit. So if Pinero can get knuckled down again, there's no reason to assume that he can't close back onto Harley Smith, who we can clearly see he had difficulty actually making any passing attempts on. Harley Smith's got so many things covered. Pinero's just going to want to kind of knuckle back into it. Get closer to Smith and just sort of redouble on his efforts, whether it's speed, whether he even makes a pit stop. I mean, if he feels like he's got nothing to gain, maybe he's got nothing to lose equally by making that pit stop. So we'll see what happens. If nothing else, it might just restart the brain.
Exactly. Now, out at the front of the field, just a quick update, because we've not really mentioned him. Navarro seems to be absolutely streaking ahead, so he's having a nice, easy race here. We've not seen very much of him, but that's because he's having quite a lonely time by the looks of it.
Yeah, from Navarro's point of view, that's a good reason not to be seeing much of him on the screen, isn't it? Yeah.
Take the medal rather than the screen time.
He's doing a bit of a Zimovit Vera there.
Yeah, they're making my my interviews very difficult at the end by leading by so much. It makes So was that boring for you? Yes, it was. Yeah. I think they're all finding it very physically demanding around this circuit, though. So I don't think there is such a thing as an easy race, even if you are leading by 2.47 seconds.
Yeah. Now, it's only just, but just want to draw attention to the fact that the fastest lap of the race is currently held by Dennis Holler.
Just encountering traffic who have not pitted yet. So the two white helmeted karts in front of Holler have no obligation to allow him through. I'm sure he'll,
because they're racing for position right now.
I'm sure he'll want to make a move on them, and it's in their interest to not fight it too hard. But they're also not going to get blue flags. Looks like he's down the inside of one of them, though. So Holler overtakes Tuesley.
Yep, Holler's made the move by the looks of it. In fact, we can see it on the screen there. He's done it on Tuesley. He's obviously now got to work on Matteo de Rame. One thing that was interesting, that Karel Niemczek in last place was the fastest Sector 1 time, Sector 1 being the new section. So, that's quite an interesting thing. As we're back looking at Ramon. Now, Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver, has closed in on Harley Smith. He's getting closer and closer. He is redoubling on his efforts now. It's time to knuckle down and get the pass made if he can. But, Harley Smith, not an easy driver to deal with out on that track.
Yeah, and Harley's got no reason to make a pit stop either. So he'll be in the same boat as Ramon, thinking, well, my best chance here is staying out and letting other people mess their own races up and then make the stop once we've got that overcut. So, right now, though, it's not happening. Right now, these guys are fighting for kind of 6th, 7th position overall, but we'll see how the stops shake out.
Yeah.
The only person on the opposite side of the track who's done a pit stop and is looking competitive is Dennis Holler, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's not within a pit stop of Navarro yet, but if Navarro was to pit now, Holler would come out around 1 second behind. So Navarro does need to be careful that he doesn't allow Holler to keep setting fastest laps.
And it has cleared the way for Dennis Holler. It is kart number 12 who gets a green light on his first stop gate. Very nice, smooth, calm pit stop. Let's have a look at the lap time for number 12. It was a 44.6, not a bad pit stop.
Yeah, that was Matteo de Rame, and he's back on track now. It's going to be interesting a little bit with the Pinero situation, which we're looking at with Harley Smith, because Harley Smith is getting some pretty good support from the pit wall on the far side of the track. So they're going to make sure that the right decision is made in terms of pit stop. I've got a feeling, Brad,
we have another stopper. Number 16 is in as he hits his marks.
That is Tuesley.
Very nice, very simple pit stop. Tuesley gets it done. Let's have a look at what his time was. His time was a 45.2, so actually quite a slow pit stop, unfortunately.
Yeah, he comes out of the pits and he's now behind the previous pit visitor, Matteo de Rame. And going back to the Pinero situation, if Pinero comes in, Harley Smith seems to have the kind of team that can really cover that, and so we'd expect Smith in straight away, and it might cancel out the Pinero pit stop. So,
yeah, absolutely.
We'll see what happens with that. Right then, up at the front, Frederic Navarro continues in the lead. He's one of 5 drivers who've yet to make a pit stop, and needless to say, they're in the top 5. That's Navarro, Dobka, Vliga, Harley Smith, and Ramon Pinero, the last of the non-pit stoppers. Dennis Holler currently does hold the fastest lap. His last lap was faster than Navarro's. Brad, have we any idea what that real gap is, Navarro and Holler?
I think he's around about 1.5 seconds behind if they were to pit. I think Holler would come out about 1.5 seconds behind Navarro.
So Navarro's got enough at the moment to win this thing.
Especially with the pace he's showing with the fastest lap there, 34.3.
Yeah, just retaken that fastest lap situation, hasn't he? That last lap of Navarro was the quickest so far.
There's a bit of a lesson of working together in order to maximise a result here going on between Neroda and Niemczyk, because in any other situation, Neroda would be defending from Niemczyk. You can see them going onto the back straight right now.
Yeah.
But you see how he's not defending, even though he's
down the inside. Neroda.
Right, okay, so everything I just said about working together, throw that out the window, because these guys are actually in a fight with Harley Smith and Ramon Pinero.
And they've just swapped positions as well. Niemczyk has gone ahead now of Patrick Neroda. The timing system has reset itself. They've crossed the line. But that was an incredible lunge there, and possibly one of the cleanest we've seen.
That won't have helped their fight with the Smith and Pinero battle.
No.
So let's have a look. Smith 6.8 seconds behind the lead.
So they're on. Sorry, Brad. They're on screen now. Is Neroda and Niemczyk. Niemczyk is saying to Neroda, "Come with me, come with me." That's the body language there. They know they're in that battle you're talking about. Carry on, Brad.
Exactly 10 seconds as well. So the gap between Smith and Niemczyk there in the front of this little duo is exactly 10 seconds. So they'll be aware of that, and they'll know that they can't afford more of those fights. Whereas what Pinero and Smith will be hoping for is that Neroda goes for some moves. And if these guys lose 1 second even, then they're going to be dropped down another couple of places.
And we've actually discovered that on this layout you need a little bit more than 10 seconds.
Okay.
The pit stop loss is a little bit higher in this race. So at the moment they're not doing it.
About 12.
Well, it's very safe.
11-8, something like that.
Something like that, yeah. It's not 10 seconds isn't enough.
And viewers at home, you're getting a great action shots there with Karel Niemczyk. Look how Karel Niemczyk in the yellow helmet and light blue suit is really working that kart in his efforts to stay ahead of Patrick Neroda. He's leaning out. He's very physical with the machine. He's pulling it around, almost like racing a motorcycle more than a car. The kart tends to sit in the middle of the two. But Karel Niemczyk is really working that car hard. Very intense bit of driving there. He's waving at Patrick Neroda, making him come with him. That's all to do with the battle that Brad Philpott was talking about, which is currently for 4th place of Harley Smith and Ramon Pinero. If Smith and Pinero pitted now, Brad, what would the situation be?
Well, based on your 11 to 12 second gap, Smith and Pinero would come out just behind the Niemczyk-Neroda battle.
Close enough to make it 4-way?
And it's going to be even worse because Smith is starting to defend now from Pinero, so that's going to make it tricky.
Pinero in the pits?
No. He's staying out. However, if we're saying it's 11 to 12 second gap that you need, well, Dennis Holler's within striking distance of Navarro in that case because he's 11.5 seconds behind.
Right, well, Navarro's currently got the fastest lap, but his best lap is some 3/10 off his current fastest lap, his current laps. So Frederic Navarro needs to just sort of get back into that zone again that was giving him those lap times in the sense of coming into the pits and coming out ahead of Dennis Holler, because Dennis Holler is one of those sort of grinding drivers that's going to grind the result out and grind Navarro out of the lead. So
just on this gap thing, because I've got a bit of experience today in a way that I wouldn't have had last year.
Indeed.
In my race, I pitted when I was 10.3 seconds in front of Lewis Manley. I could see it on my dashboard. And I came out on this layout. And I came out directly in front of him. So I think it is realistic with a 10.5-ish second gap that you can do it.
Okay, so we'll work off that then, if you can do it. And so how does that... let's have a look at the...
Well, with that in mind, that means Holler isn't quite close enough. He needs around about another second or so. But let's see. I think a lot depends on the pit stops in a way it hasn't really been as important in previous years.
Yeah.
That does rely on you really nailing your stop, because if 10 seconds is good enough, if you do a, say, 44 dead second pit stop lap, but if you're going to do a 45.5, then 10 seconds wasn't enough, was it? So
absolutely. And of course, it does depend on your efforts in the pit itself, doesn't it? So obviously Dennis Holler, he's consistently lapping, I've noticed in the past few laps, consistently 1/10. faster than Navarro. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but it does add up. Over 10 laps, that is a second.
And it puts the pressure on Navarro to do a good pit stop, which can then give an error. They can do a yellow light.
Exactly. Yeah. And you have to do it again. Now, we're looking on screen with just under 5 minutes to go before we get the final lap. It is Harley Smith there in the purple against Ramon Pinero. These guys have been together the whole race long. As we're still thinking that they will be in the Nemchek-Neroda vicinity when they do pit, certainly if that was to be now.
So Harley Smith's 8.5 seconds behind the lead, and Nemchek in the lead of that little battle is 18.5 seconds behind the lead. So that's exactly 10 seconds there. So this little battle isn't quite far enough in front to come out ahead of the Neroda-Nemchek little battle, but they're there or thereabouts to be in some kind of fight at the end.
It could end up being spectacularly in the middle of it, couldn't it?
Exactly, although Dennis Huller is closing them down, having just set the fastest lap of the race, 2/10 quicker than what Frederick Navarro just did on the last lap. So Huller might have some traffic, although there's only 4 minutes remaining of the race.
Yeah, and Huller is actually, when you say closing him down, he's really closing him down. He's actually not a million miles off joining the battle, surely. Because
you're right.
He's, he's not with them, but he ain't far off it.
By the time he gets there, I imagine at least one of them will have pitted. And the danger that these two have, Smith and Pinero, is if they both wait until the very last minute, one of them's going to follow the other one in. Obviously, Pinero would follow Smith in.
Yeah, it's going to be one then the other, isn't it?
Exactly.
No
so that puts the onus on the driver behind, who is in the weaker position to pit earlier.
And we have a stopper. It is car number 19 on their marks.
Race leader.
Nicely works it out. And Navarro stops again. And he is out, and he has got Ramon ahead of him as Harley pits.
Wow.
Wasn't a great stop for Harley, I don't think that was.
Okay.
And he's off and out. And Holler has managed to get ahead. No, that's not Holler. Number 17 has managed to get ahead of Harley. Harley's pit stop.
Alex, if I can cut in here, we've got a really serious situation. Yeah, it's not only huge for Pinero, it's huge for Navarro, because there's Pinero, there's the race leader Navarro, and there is Dennis Holler. So Dennis Holler is close right upon Navarro. Brad, I think
Pinero's coming in, or he was in half a mind to not come in because he saw a kart was in front of him. It's just far enough in front that it didn't matter too much. But Pinero was gifted the second kart pit. You always want to be the second kart in a duo to pit, and so as Pinero rounds this corner now, in fact, he has lost out to Smith, so somehow being the second kart didn't work out for him.
He's lost out hugely to Smith because Smith has come out right in the middle of the Nemchek-Neroda battle. So as
Smith
predicted,
had a monster out lap there.
Yeah, he did have a very good lap. I know we cut into you, Alex, there. Harley Smith's lap was good, I take it, his pit.
Yeah, he had a good stop. We've got number 9 in the pits now. Does a good stop. Debecky and Navarro and Holler have gone past, and Debecky resumes out behind them.
Now, Dennis Holler's only half a second behind Frederick Navarro. We are focusing, though, well, actually, no, we're not. We're focused on the 9, which is Dobka, who's in third place. Dobka has been in the pits, so that's a genuine third. But look at this. It's the Nemchek-Smith-Neroda-Pinero battle, and this could really get tasty because they've got something like 1.5 minutes plus a lap, which is arguably 4, maybe 5 laps to go. And that's more than enough time for this to kick off because Neroda's already looking heavy at Harley Smith there. We're looking at Nemchek there in the yellow helmet, turning in and really working that kart, as I was saying before. But Harley Smith could actually try something here, and what will happen with Neroda and Pinero is the question. And there's Pinero just coming into view, so a bit of a gap. But the lead, as you can see up ahead, it's still Navarro, and he's definitely fighting a rearguard action against Dennis Holler there. That's for the race win. Meantime, we've got this 4-way battle further down the order. That's Nemchek in the yellow helmet, and there's Smith, then Neroda and Pinero on the same straight.
I think Pinero's stop was a little bit slow there, just looking at it to 45, so that might explain some of this extended gap. He was right on the tail of Smith before the pit stops, and then now look at the visual gap.
Yeah, but you know what, Brad? If there's somebody I actually trust here to close it in, even though he's further back, I've somehow still got belief that Pinero can draw himself onto this back four, whether it'll be too late, because there's only 30 seconds to go. So thinking about the front then, we've got actually Navarro has eked 1/10 of a second out on Dennis Holler. It's up to 0.7 of a second as we're looking at the Nimchek battle. But there's Navarro cross line, there's Holler, and Holler is close. He's not able to challenge, but when the concertina down into the corners, he's just got a kart length between him and the race leader. And so we're looking at that on screen now. Here's Frederick Navarro. Can Frederick Navarro hold on to beat the German ace Dennis Holler? It's down this backstretch and then another lap, so there's a lap and a half to go in effect. Now what's Holler going to do? Is it Navarro going to go defensive? No, he doesn't. So as you can see, that is the gap first to second. It's just about a kart length. Here comes Navarro. He's round the final corner now and he's heading for the start line. This is the final lap. This is it. If Holler's going to do it, it has to be now on this lap. If so, where would it be? Is it going to be into this corner? No, it's not. What about building something through these S-bends here, through these tight hairpins, and then out maybe you run towards the final corner? He's closer than ever. He's right on his tail. If a nudge happens, that could affect things. No, it doesn't, but Holler's on the inside. Dennis Holler's gone to the inside there. Frederick Navarro's gone defensive in response to that. Can Holler jump down the inside? No, he can't. The German is locked in second place. There's one more hairpin that could be a factor. No, Holler can't do it there. He's going to be second. It's Frederick Navarro taking his second win of the meeting. A great result there by the youngster, Frederick Navarro, finishing ahead of the German veteran ace there, Dennis Holler. And Franek Dobke's come through to an amazing third place with Ricardo Vliga. Now, what's happening further back? Is it Nimchek? Is it Smith? What's going on? We're looking for them to cross the line. They've crossed the line. And it is, in fact, Nimchek from Smith, Neroda Pinero, Matteo de Ramey, and Elliot Tuesley. Another cracking British rental kart race as these guys have been tackling this new section for the first time. Alex, when they come to you, there's going to be stories right down the board here.
Well, as you can see, I'm stood near the back of the grid because I am going to shove my microphone in Ramon Pinero's face. So this could get colourful. So we are waiting for them all to come in. Really impressive race. And I have to think of some questions to ask the leaders because I think it was incredibly difficult for those guys. They didn't see each other for the whole race and they had to get going. So we are going to stick a microphone in your face, Ramon. Ramon, what happened in that race? You had promise and pace, but it kind of went away from you.
I mean, that's what you get when you get the shit car, isn't it?
Thank you, Ramon, for that. Apologise to the stream for the swearing. But yeah, it was you seem to be constantly with Harley, but did pitting not come into your mind to try and jump him?
I mean, Neroda, Patrick, and the other guy pitted, and we were having more or less faster pace. We were between 9.5 to 9.8 second range. So I hope we could manage. I mean, I had a lot more pace than the guy in front, but I was sitting back at the exit of the corners, so I couldn't really pass anyway. So I just had, like, making a stupid move, it would only make us lose more time. So I just had to wait and hope that he manages to do 3 corners right, and we can push forward, you know. But that wasn't the case, unfortunately.
Unlucky. Catch you the next one, dude. It's always fun with Ramon Pinero. Yeah, sorry for the language on that one. Right, we are going to try and grab the leaders for this one. I'm going to go try and grab Navarro before he disappears off while he is celebrating. Another victory.
Yeah, well, it was really difficult to say the least. Like, Dennis piling on the pressure behind me and, like, the track just getting harder to drive as you keep going.
Yeah, it was interesting because you had a gap at the start, but Holler constantly had that pressure on with lap time, so you had to constantly answer back. But did you? How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite tired, but to be fair, it's a good reminder for the next round, which is in a few hours.
So you got one more race left to go today?
Yeah, 10, but I think the last one.
All right, so a long day for you, but don't worry. Hopefully we'll get another victory and we'll see you in the final. Right, where is Mr. Holler? I can't find him. There he is. Oh, he's talking to his camera, so we're going to have a video from Mr. Holler at some point. But that was an impressive drive. Early pit stop and phenomenal pace and kept our eventual winner under a lot of pressure. How was that for you?
Yeah, I mean, I screwed my qualifying just a little bit. You know, I was expecting a bit more grip on the track because, you know, with this layout they are driving a couple of heats already, so I expected a bit more grip and I lost it. So I know that the quali was a problem. And then after the start, I was again a bit struggling with my rhythm. So that's why I was deciding to come a bit earlier to have clean air and to get calm and finding the right rhythm. It was good, but yeah, he was performing very well. So.
It was awesome to see you. Your pace was incredible. So well done, and we'll hopefully see you much further up later on.
Yeah, thank you.
All the best. And I think we are done down here. I think our third place man has disappeared. So back over to you guys to start for qualifying.
Well, thanks there, Alex. Yeah, there's always going to be some interesting responses to that race. Now we have the last race of round 2, which is the last set of drivers who are tackling the revised circuit for the first time. In this race, this potentially is absolutely wide open, and we've got a raft of different ideas on who could win this one. So let's have a look at the lineup as they start the qualifying lap. It's Aaron Mitchell-Begley, Arthur Langley-Bourne, Carl Stevens, Louis Draper, Elias Talia, Ben Franken, Matthias Matus, Jenny Tompkins, Sven Hendrickson and Daniel Truman in this. Now, I've got to be honest, Brad, my money, I think, is going to be on Carl Stevens. I think, you know, we've seen him win before. I think this is the kind of race he can come out on top of.
Well, he's got the purple first sector, so you've bet on a good horse there by the looks of it.
Matthias Matus, though, is always a danger.
Let's have a look. So Mitchell-Begley's the first one who's set a time. Carl Stevens does go to the top, and then bump down.
Hendrickson.
Oh, I wish I'd said it. Sven Hendrickson was my pick, but now you won't believe me. But
Alex, have you got a bet? Matthias
goes to the
Matus,
top.
maybe?
There we go. Purple in both sectors, actually, with Matus.
Yeah, Matus is... I think he will consider this should be his race. Certainly his team would have probably thought, do you know what, if you're going to do it, this is the one you're going to do it on.
Well, he's half a second quicker than some of the drivers in it, so I think he's looking pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah, this is one of those slightly strange ones because a lot could happen here that we don't expect to happen. I'm slightly surprised to see Ben Franken down in 9th place, I have to say. I normally associate him in even a slightly more difficult heat, you could say, actually being higher than that, you know, top half.
I agree. And Arthur Langley as well. He's someone who actually set his fastest lap on his out lap from the pit, so he's clearly had a major issue on his flying lap.
I mean, he got a 3rd place in one of the heat races last year, Arthur Langley-Bourne, didn't he? So, sorry, yeah, he did, actually, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, Matthias Matus is another one of the more established European stars from Poland, he is, and he seems to have been around for absolutely ever. He's still a young guy at 22 years old, but how he's 22, I don't know, Brad, because I'm sure I've known him for more than 22 years, and he's 22. So, Matthias Matus, still very young, but he has been around for such a long time. That really tells a story there. He's going to take lead them away on the start here as they come around the final couple of corners. He's going to try and make this start as clean as possible. It's going to be one he's going to try and check out on. But Sven Hendrickson, he was 15th in this event last year, so he is a strong semi-finalist, knocking on the door of a final, to be fair. So,
unfortunately, that was a couple of years ago now, James. The years are going fast, aren't they?
Yeah, so 2 years ago.
Still recent enough, though.
1 year ago, yeah, 2 years ago. So 2024, Hendrickson was 15th place overall. So that meant he was just 5 places out from a spot in the final itself. He's second in this race, chasing down Matthias Matus. Now, Carl Stevens is another one who's won a race at this level before, won a couple of the heat races, and Carl Stevens is going to try and make this one what I'd count for his tally as a 3rd win, but if we ask him, he might tell us he's actually bagged a couple more. Anyway, he is in 3rd place as we speak, so it's Matus, predictably with the fastest lap. He's just completed 1 lap there so far, and Sven Hendrickson from Stevens. Aaron Mitchell-Begley there is in 4th, and this, I think, a good chance for him to try and get some big points in the bag. He was 32nd in this championship last year, as in 2025, and he narrowly missed out on a place in the semi-final. He was 32nd, so Aaron Mitchell-Begley is certainly not one to be discounted here. Further back, we've got Elias Talia, and we've got Louis Draper, Jenny Tompkins. Dan Truman's there in 8th. He's another one making a bit of a karting comeback, having been right at the front in previous years. He's won races. We know he can do it, but now he's racing cars. It's the focus is slightly different. The approach is different. Ben Franken there is still in 9th, and Arthur Langley-Bourne is 10th. So they're continuing around. Are we going to get any early pit stoppers? But look at that lead that Matthias Matus is pulling out already. That is pretty gigantic by any standards for lap 3 or whatever it is we're on. Yeah, lap 3.
Absolutely huge lead. Yeah, you're right. So he's got a nice easy race on the cards by the looks of it. So we probably won't watch him very much, but there's still a lot of fighting going on behind. I was very surprised nobody in that backpack came in for a pit stop on that lap, because they were all really bunched up together. They're the kind of group that I expect some stops to happen soon.
Yeah, particularly from Ben Franken, who's actually 2nd to last in that group. It's drivers like that would be prime in this situation for an early stop. Maybe it's yet to come, maybe it's just a couple laps in. He's a BSR driver, so he'll be
And we have car number 19, I think that's Jenny Tompkins on her way in, with the green on her first stop, and then there is another green on her second stop, and she gets away, and she's going to have nice clean air to drive into for the next 17.5 minutes.
So Jenny Tompkins there is back into the race, one of the BSR drivers, so she'll have been brought in there, so maybe we'll expect a little bit of a breather, then another BSR driver and so on down the line. So round again. Look at this lead though for Mateusz Matus. We're looking on screen there at Carl Stevens with the black helmet, and the fact that he's only got one car.
We have a stopper. It's kart number 13 as he gets on his marks really nicely with a green, as he's looking over his shoulder as he's looking to see who's coming for him, but he's going to get out ahead of Jenny and heads on his way for the next 16 and a bit minutes.
Now we're looking on screen, we can see with the white helmet just constantly going out of view there is Sven Hendrickson. There's Carl Stevens with the black helmet and black suit. Now he's coming under increasing pressure from Aaron Mitchell-Begley, one of the BSR drivers, and Elias Tellier, who's independent. And as the more pressure Carl Stevens is getting, the more likely maybe BSR to pull in Aaron Mitchell-Begley and try and leapfrog Carl Stevens if he can't be dealt with on the track. So as you can see, that driver with the white helmet in front is not actually leading the race. That is Sven Hendrickson in second. Such is Mateusz Matus, who's also wearing a white helmet. Such is his pace that he's not even in view. And if we go to the looking up the start finish, the backstretch, we don't even see Mateusz Matus. He's already that far ahead. It's Sven Hendrickson who's got the white helmet in front. Then Carl Stevens with a black helmet. There's Stevens on picture there, and the 21 behind is Aaron Mitchell-Begley. Now, Brad, if you were BSR, at what point do you think you consider bringing Mitchell-Begley in? Is he too far back from Stevens as we speak?
Okay, so I'd be looking at the gap. So let's have a look at Mitchell-Begley. If he came in now, he would have a nice gap in front of him. He'd come out into clear air. So, I mean, he certainly could pit. The only danger is that then one of those guys around him also pits and covers him. But we've seen the first stopper actually not having a particular disadvantage as long as the stop's good. So it's certainly it's one course of action. If he feels like he's being held up, they could pull the trigger and bring him in, but it doesn't look like he's right tucked up behind him.
He's not really being held up, is he? It may well be that at the moment he's not trying to maintain a gap with Carl Stevens. He's actually genuinely doing his best and can't get any closer.
I just have to shout out, Mateusz, I can't say his name, Matus is so much faster than the rest of the field. You never normally see this kind of thing in BRKC, and he's going faster still. He's half a second quicker than most of the field in the first sector, and each lap is 4 to 5 tenths faster. This is going to be an absolutely massive lead.
It's got to be said that I mean, Mateusz Matus, when you put him against maybe Vika Schlitz, someone like that, to be fair, that's not when he's going to win. If you throw him in the guys that we're going to traditionally see in the final. However, Mateusz Matus is a genuine final contender anyway, I believe, and not least of which, you put him with anything that's not one of the top internationals, and yes, he will put on this kind of performance. We've seen it before from him. When he's been in what he might consider a slightly more relaxed heat, he can get the bit between his teeth and he can pull off this kind of result here. I mean, he's on 34.3, which is pretty rapid straight away. Everyone else is on 34.7, 34.8, so that compounds during lap by lap by lap. Mateusz Matus, as I was saying, we've seen him around for so many years. He's one of those who hasn't got a massive resume in terms of winning, but he's someone who's always there. He's, the idea of him making a final out in Poland, obvious, things like this. So I'm kind of not surprised, but it's impressive to see this kind of performance.
And again, 34.2, he's absolutely decimating the field here. And like I say, you never say that in a BRKC race, so fair play to Matus.
Matus, who tends to sort of lurk in the shadows, so to speak, in terms of results. This is almost tailor-made for a demonstration run by him, because we're not used to talking about him, so we don't think this is possible.
And when you say a 34.2, I'm not quite certain I've seen more than one 34.2 or anyone at all in 34.2. So this is rapid pace for any heat.
Absolutely.
So it's absolutely crazy pace.
Yeah, and Matus, I've seen him pull off some stuff before. He is deceptive when he's got the right when we've got the right Mateusz Matus, he's pretty devastating, to be fair. Needless to say, Sven Hendrickson is another top driver, a World Championship level driver. However, those below are more even and not necessarily of that Matus standard that we would consider. Especially, not all of them do many international races. So, Matus is just. He's the right man in the right spot for a domination.
Finally, though, on that last lap, Hendrickson actually got within a tenth of him. So he's not quite as dominant among the top two now, although as I say, 3/10 faster. But in terms of battles on track, there's obviously no danger for Matus at the front, but there is a danger for Carl Stevens because Aaron Mitchell-Begley is now right on him. But earlier we said he wasn't really close enough. I'd now be considering a pit stop because he's clearly faster.
Well, he's got BSR calling the shots, and we're looking on screen there. There's Carl Stevens with the black helmet, and that is, in fact, Aaron Mitchell-Begley right behind him, followed by Elias Tellier. And so there's Carl Stevens. If Stevens doesn't come in, will Mitchell-Begley? The answer's no. BSR are keeping him out. There's just under 12 minutes to go. They're clearly not interested in a pit stop at this point. In terms of lap time, Brad, well, Stevens is running, well, he's ever slightly slower on that last lap, but his best lap slightly quicker. Although it could have been several laps ago now,
I think Mitchell-Begley's just bottled up a bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can be quicker, and I found this weekend, you can be quicker into a particular corner, but if there's a car in the way there, obviously you can't use your pace there. So.
Oh, definitely. On this revised layout, we've seen that a lot. There's people actually having to deliberately be slower into hairpins, and yet they don't have it in other parts of the track.
There's also a gap for him to drop into, so if Mitchell-Begley was to pit now, he'd come out in front of Louis Draper with about 4 or 5 seconds to Arthur Langley. So that's what I would be considering because it's not really doing anything from this position. If you can't go for a move, then I think you should do something with the strategy.
Now, in terms of lap time, Sven Hendrickson is starting to show something to Mateusz Matus. So Mateusz Matus, yes, he holds the fastest lap so far, 34.2, but he's just gone a 34.2 again. But I was about to say that his laps have peeled off in the last few to a 34.4, which is the same as Sven Hendrickson, but now he's pulled the pin again, 34.2 versus Hendrickson slightly slower, 34.5, so yet again that lead gets stretched out.
Some drivers are actually in danger of being lapped regardless of pit stop, so even once the pit stops have shaken out, and that's very, very rare in BRKC. And that's nothing against those drivers. They're doing perfectly respectable lap times. Just Matus is looking incredible.
Welcome to international racing. That's the simple thing. It might be the British Rental Kart Championship, but it's one of the foreign, the national championships that all the major foreign drivers compete in. Obviously they all drive in the World Championship, but it's almost like, well, what do you do when you're not in the World Championship? You do all these races. You go to the French Championship, you go to the Polish, the German. It's the same faces you're seeing, and Mateusz Matus is one of them, and this is how these sort of performances happen.
Speaking of the Mitchell-Begley-Carl Stevens fight, it's turned into the Mitchell-Begley and Elias Tellier fight because he's dropped back a little bit from Carl Stevens, and he's now doing a bit of a rear guard action.
Yeah, we're looking at that concertina effect on the TV there. That's Mitchell-Begley there in view with the orange suit.
And as I say that, they're back to kind of status quo again.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of this concertina on this track, particularly down the backstretch. I think a great exit to that hairpin seems to count for so much more. Maybe it's because the hairpin's a bit slower. You're actually, the hairpin that tight is normally in the snail section fairly early on. You've got plenty of time to build it up, whereas you haven't got that much time on this one, so maybe that's what's showing up there. There's your gap, Brad. It's really opened up. There's Carl Stevens down the backstretch.
Yeah, Mitchell-Begley was looking behind him, which is always a sign of being worried that someone's closing you down.
Probably because he just felt a tap.
So now maybe it's down to Elias to make a pit stop and start this whole thing off. We've got 9 minutes to go. We need some action in the pits with Alex.
Alex, have you? What's going on down there? Anything at all? Nothing.
No, nothing at the moment. I keep every time I see that little gaggle for third come round this penultimate corner.
Yeah.
I sort of hold my microphone in a position where I can turn it on because I'm expecting two of the three to pit, and it doesn't happen.
Which would be your bet at the moment?
It'll be the guy who's in
the middle one.
No, it'll be the car number 20, Elias.
Yeah.
I'm very much expecting him to think, I don't want to be involved in this fight. Let these two duke it out, and I can get a pit stop, get some clean air, and maybe go for it. But we have number 8 into pits, come very fast around that left hand. That was incredible kart control from Langley there, as he stops on his marks for the pit stop, and he gets a green, and he is out into some lovely clean air with 8 minutes to go.
And Arthur Langley-Bourne there is he's back out into the race. He was on a podium in one of the races last year, one of the heat races, so he has got form, but today he's running near the back in this race. So there's Carl Stevens. No one anywhere near coming in the pits yet of those 3. Carl Stevens continues in that 3rd place position and continues on screen in that spot. And there's Aaron Mitchell-Begley. Now, when will he come into the pits, and when will Talia come in the pits? Because they're now on 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap. We are getting, from a pit stop point of view, kind of ever closer, of course, to the end of the race. But, they are winding down these laps now. So, it's going to come to the point where it might be successive laps that people make that pit stop.
That is always the danger. Although, again, the gaps have changed. So now Mitchell-Begley is closer to Carl Stevens, and Talia is a little bit further back. So I do have to agree with Alex, though. I think if I was Talia, I would be just thinking about coming into the pits. There's no move happening on track. He doesn't seem like, he doesn't seem in a position to do that. But he does have clear air if he was to make a pit stop.
Yeah, but equally, there's just a bit of devil's advocate here. From Talia's point of view, it would help a bit in that decision if Mitchell-Begley was battling with Carl and they were losing time. That would make that sort of thing worthwhile. Because at the moment, if he pits, when they cycle through, unless someone bungles the pit stop, he'll probably come out in exactly the same place. He needs to see a bit more fight up front before he jumps in the pits, I'd have thought. You're contact on the other part of the track.
Ooh.
And there is
Daniel Truman.
Yeah, it looked like... yeah, you're right.
I didn't see what happened, but Daniel Truman's in front of Frankham.
I think there was a place being given back. So that might have been what it was. So obviously a bad pass somewhere. But as we continue to look at the Carl Stevens headed group, maybe Talia is actually looking for a bit more time-wasting fight from those in front of him. Mitchell-Begley is definitely playing a very patient game if he's got anything left in hand, because he's been nowhere near the pits, and he's just sat there with Carl Stevens.
Because I guess in this fight, it might look to us that maybe Talia's being held up, but maybe he's going as fast as he can, and he can't actually make that little bit up to the rear end of the 2 karts in front. Yeah. So it might. Oh, we have somebody stopping though. It is number 16 as he rounds the left-hander, stops on his marks. Very nice stop. And he does another really good stop, watches his marks, goes through, gets a green light into some clean air, and that lap time was a 44.7, so not a bad one. Oh, we have number 17 in.
That's Stevens, yes, it's Stevens, so he's gone first.
He's decided to go first as he gets out green flag and some clean air in front of him.
Now that was race leader Mateusz Matus and 3rd place Carl Stevens. Mateusz Matus, we know, is checking out, but Stevens, he needs to really get the bit between his teeth, and so does Mitchell-Begley if he wants to pass him. So, Stevens, the first of the 3, the last of the one we didn't consider was going to come in first. Either of us, any of the 3 of us commentators, we had no idea that it was going to be Stevens who was going to duck into the pits first, but then again the clock is running down, so
it's still 4.5 minutes more than that for Mitchell-Begley and Elias Talia to do some fast laps. So if they genuinely were faster than Carl Stevens, now's the time to prove it, and they'll get an easy pass.
Yeah, well, that's what we're about to find out. I think Stevens maybe is convinced of the very opposite. Stevens is probably thinking, well, there they are. They could all be taking shots at me, and they're not. So what does that tell me? Maybe they're on their limit. I'm going to duck in the pits, come out. I know I'm going to have a clear gap at the moment. I'm not going to have to let anyone through. There's nobody going to be battling with me who's down the order I don't want to come into contact with. And there's Mitchell-Begley. Now, they're waving at him, so maybe it's going to be this lap for a pit stop for Mitchell-Begley.
As we have a stopper, it is kart number 12 of Ben Frankham. Really nice stop from the BSR driver. These BSR drivers are really well trained on their pit stop. They do great jobs.
Mitchell-Begley and Elias Talia are flying now. They've got 3 of Carl Stevens, so they just need to stay out until the last chance to pit board, because they've been gifted this space to drive fast by Carl pitting early.
Yes, absolutely. Now, what's the gap there, do you think, Brad? Do you think if Mitchell-Begley came in now, would he come out ahead or behind of Carl Stevens?
Okay, so Mitchell-Begley... Sorry, Alex is...
Kart number 9 of, I think that's Daniel Truman, has come into the pits. He's been somewhere near the back, unfortunately for Dan. He is out. Nice green pit stop as he comes out ahead of Kart 12.
Yeah, mini racer there. Dan Truman's coming out just ahead of Ben Frank and Brad. Over to you.
I think they're comfortably ahead. I think Mitchell Begley certainly has the gap. He's 5.8 behind the leader, and Carl Stevens 17.5 behind the leader. So that's nearly a 12-second gap he's got there. So Carl Stevens has effectively given up his position by pulling the trigger early with his pit stop.
Yeah, it's well, if he's going to not have that, he needs to be quick now, which is surely why he's been in and out of the pits.
If they start fighting, though, then he will have made the right decision. If Tellier goes for a move on Mitchell Begley, then all of that's out the window, and that's what we can see on our screen right now.
And of the last laps, it's like 34.5, 34.6 with Stevens pulling a 34.7.
Yeah.
So technically, on paper at the moment, it seems like the wrong idea. Into the pits is Tellier. Tellier in.
Tellier's in as he rounds the left-hander, gets on the brakes very hard, gets a nice green stop, nice and easy, hasn't got to push too hard as he gets to green, and he's going to come out well ahead of Carl Stevens.
Yes. That was more than I thought it was even going to be. I thought Stevens was going to at least be alongside him, but he's actually ended up nowhere near him. So Tellier has leapfrogged Stevens. Now, considering that Tellier was behind Mitchell Begley, we can only assume that Mitchell Begley will come out in front of Tellier. So a massive net gain there.
Current race leader Sven comes into the pits. Whoa, that was fast.
Mitchell Begley's out.
Really good stop there. Bang on his marks, figured it out, another green, and out he goes. Right, now it is very much time for Aaron Mitchell Begley to get into the pits because the blue lights of the pits closing board is on.
This lap, he's going to come in this lap surely. Here he comes, and is he in the pits? Unless I'm looking at the wrong one. No, I'm looking at the wrong BSR driver. He's...
it's not a surprise, there's so many of them.
Yeah, there's yeah, someone needs to tell...
here he comes.
Brad Shepard to wind it in a bit.
Right, here he comes. As he whacks the barrier as he comes in, but he stops bang on the white line, gets a green, as we're going to stop bang on the white line again. Let's have a look to see where Elias is, and he has done it just about really nicely. As long as he manages to get up to speed up through the next few corners, he should have this dealt with.
And crucially, from his point of view, he's had two things happen. One, he's maintained position over Tellier, and he's in exactly the same position he was before the pit stops. And the second thing is he's managed to leapfrog Carl Stevens. So Aaron Mitchell Begley has moved up into third place. He's taken Tellier with him. Stevens is the kind of net loser there. He's dropped from third to fifth, although he's still in contention with 47 seconds to go before the last lap board. And then, of course, the second half of the race at the moment is Draper from Tompkins, Frankham, Truman and Langley Bourne. Now, we're focusing on the screen with that battle with Mitchell Begley because Tellier is starting to get a little bit racy there. Under investigation is the number 12, which is Ben Frankham, which is obviously that move we saw possibly involving Jennifer Tompkins a few, or was it Tompkins, somebody?
I think it was Dan Truman, wasn't it, with Frankham?
Right, yeah, a few laps ago, actually, when we saw them switch back. So maybe there's something going on there. But anyway, Mitchell Begley still has that position in front of Tellier. Now, Tellier... we've been wondering, is he holding position? What's he doing? Has he actually got the extra speed? If he's got the extra speed, it's going to be now because they've effectively got 2 laps to go. So the next time through for Mateusz Matus is going to put everyone on the last lap. And here comes Matus now. I can see out the window here. He started his last lap now. So Mateusz Matus is on his last lap. Sven Hendrickson comfortably in second. But this is the battle for third place. Aaron Mitchell Begley versus Elias Tellier. And Tellier does not seem to be able to... Although he's in contact with the driver in front, he's not able to actually do anything about him.
I think Sven Hendrickson has had a lovely race. He's just been out on his own, a bit of a Saturday drive. No pressure from in front or behind. He's going to finish 11 seconds behind the winner, but still comfortably in second place.
And the checker flag is out for Mateusz Matus. Sorry there, Brad. Mateusz Matus has taken the win, and a brilliant victory there by Matus. He's absolutely delighted, as you can see. Hendrickson's going to take second, as we know. And what about Mitchell Begley versus Tellier? Mitchell Begley's done it, surely. Tellier's not close enough to make a pass. So across the line, there goes Mitchell Begley. There's Tellier. There's Carl Stevens, and there is Louis Draper, and there is Jenny Tompkins. So actually relatively close at the end, that third down to 7th place. But there's no denying the winner. It's Mateusz Matus has taken the win that really is the one he should have taken. He's coming to you now, Alex, in the pits.
Have you seen Mateusz's lap time?
The last lap of 34.1.
34.1. That's the fastest on this track. So that says a lot about the temperature, the conditions, the time of day, and the driver.
I mean, you say the temperature, it has definitely got colder down here.
Yeah,
I've had to do my jacket up and my hands are in my pocket, so it's definitely starting to get cold down here. However, I'm going to go and very much earn my pizza, and I'm going to go ask Carl Stevenson why he pitted out of a 3rd place. So wish me luck. What number is he? He's number 17. There he is. I'm coming for you, Carl. Carl, I have to ask you, you had a clear 3rd place. You were doing a great job defending from the guys in front. Why did you pit so early? Why didn't you wait it out?
Just after someone overtook me, and I was sandwiched in between 2 people, and I thought I wasn't sure if I was going to get caught up into anything that was going to slow me down. So I thought I'd rather the free air. So that was all I was thinking.
Fair enough. You look very, very tired. Was that exhausting?
Tiring, yeah. It's tiring, but yeah, I'm happy with 5th. It'll do. I tried my best.
Excellent. Great job, man. Oh, right, so that was why Carl pitted out. I think he was under a lot of pressure and was incredibly hot and flustered, being put under that much pressure from the 2 guys behind him. So I need to go and interview Aaron, Sven and Matus. I mean, there's no point interviewing Matus because he was so far ahead.
Well,
he didn't have much to think about. I think that's Sven. Let's grab Sven, as I've got you here. Sven, I know there was a big gap to the leader, but to be fair, with setting lap times like 34.1s, I don't think anyone in the entire paddock had a chance of fighting him. But was that a difficult race for you, or were you just cruising?
Yeah, I was just struggling with the layout at the beginning. At the end I was driving 34.3, but at the beginning I was driving 34.8, so that I was nowhere with Matheus, but still P2, so a big point, so that's great.
Excellent, well done. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. Where is Matus? Matus, that was an incredible race because it may have looked like you were just miles ahead of everybody else, but with a 34.1, that is the best lap time so far on this layout. That in a track that is cooling, that was phenomenal. How did that race feel for you?
To be honest, good race, good points. The first win today, and I hope not the last. I have one race today, so we will see.
I've never heard somebody so forlorn after winning a race with the best lap time of the day, but well done and good luck for your race later on.
Thank you.
Honestly, I'd have been jumping around jumping around and being really excited. He was like, yeah, nah, just a win, innit?
Yeah, I'd have been struggling to speak in my own language, let alone a foreign one. Right, so that looks like we've concluded the interviews with Alex in the pit lane, and just to say we're now having another fuel break, and so if you're enjoying the action at home on the live stream, please rejoin us at about 8 o'clock tonight. Obviously check in a little early just in case they pull things forward slightly, but aim for 8 o'clock, and we'll be back with the 5 heat races that remain. It's going to be the first 5 races of round 3, which means all of the drivers will have seen this new revised track, so we may see some slight change in results there from what we've seen so far. We'll join you at 8 o'clock. Thank you for watching.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lid Mods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
How do we keep our whole fleet of karts within 0.2 seconds from the fastest to the slowest kart? Keep watching to find out. So we have two kart testers here at Formula Fast who have been testing our BRKC fleet for the last 12 years. We've got Kyle Morby, who you might have seen on the live stream before. He's won BUKC, the championship, twice. So we've also got Michael here, who has raced in the Mazda MX-5 championship and came third, and has also been testing our fleet for the last 12 years and been our mechanic and our fleet manager as well. So Michael, would you be able to talk us through the whole process of testing the fleet of karts from start to finish?
Yeah, sure. So we always test first thing in the morning. It's the one time we can guarantee that the karts are the same temperature. We then warm them up. Once they're warm, we'll do an out lap and 2 flying laps in each kart. Once we've done that, we'll drive the first 3 karts again to collect any data on track evolution. And once we have all that data, we'll then look to make any adjustments.
Perfect. And how long do you warm them up for? Was it
So we warm them up for an hour.
hour? Perfect.
With any potential track evolution, we're looking for the karts to match their original lap times ideally. If they are still jumping in lap time, then we have to consider that the next however many karts might also jump in lap time. Generally, if that will happen, we'll just continue driving till we match previous lap times.
Okay, is that quite common? Does it usually that the top 3 will be completely different the second time you drive them?
So normally the first one is, but normally by the 3rd kart, you're about there.
Okay. And what variables is it? And is it temperature, humidity, that sort of thing?
So
you're looking for?
track condition, temperature mainly with the floor here, can make it a little bit slippy, but then especially with BRKC, it tends to grip up and you see these issues less and less.
So once you've tested the karts, how do you then make them closer together? Like, how do you actually change them?
Yeah, so once we're happy that it's solely times that we're adjusting on, we have a restrictor system, and that restricts the airflow from the carb to the engine.
Okay.
We go up in 0.1 of a mil increments, and each 0.1 normally equates to 1/10 of a second on track. So all the karts will have restrictors on, and then we'll just adjust based on what needs to move into the pack from either side.
Yeah, what size they need. Okay, cool. So how do you use the restrictors in line with the test result once you've done it?
So once we have a test result, we'll look for the closest group of karts within 0.2 of a second, and then we'll adjust into the pack either up or down depending on what's needed for each test, and we'll choose the increments based on the lap times.
Okay. So when you're driving the karts, do you also look out for anything wrong with them, or is it purely just driving them to see what the times will come out at?
So when we're driving them, we don't really worry about the times until after. So what we're looking for is any handling or potential grip issues that could affect the times, and then
like oversteer and understeer.
Yeah,
sort of
oversteer and understeer. And once we're happy that none of that comes into play, then we'll look to adjust based on the lap times.
Okay. So you basically just want the environment to stay as consistent as possible.
We want, when we have the fans on, we want to keep the exact same number of fans on, so that the environment stays exactly the same, because any other extra fans can cause subtle differences, can be 1/2 of a second.
Well, let's go have a look at the times and see what we're looking at when we're looking at the timings once the fleet test is done. We've got a couple examples from BRKC tests that we did last year. So this is the first one. We've got all the results here. So how did you go through these and go about changing them?
Yeah, so we look for the group of karts that are within 0.2 of a second. So in this first test, it's the top 10 karts, and then anything outside, we'll look to adjust into the pack. So that's karts 11, 8, and 15. Looking for about 0.2 and 0.3 on these two. And then if we go to the next test, you'll see that those adjustments have put 11, 8, and 15 towards the front of the test, but the whole gap now is 0.2.
Yes, you can see that's from the fastest kart, that gap there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was it about the first 10 karts that makes you choose that in this case?
So yeah, we choose the closest 10 karts to start the day. On this occasion, it would have been the top 10 because we had a gap of 0.084 to start the day.
Right, and that was the Saturday morning of BRKC 2025?
This is the Saturday from last year's BRKC.
Okay, and you do, is it 2 tests every morning of BRKC? Or?
Yeah, so we do 2 tests from Wednesday all the way through to Sunday in the week of BRKC.
Wow, okay. Okay, so you just said you did 2 flying laps for each kart. Do you literally just take the best time of the kart? You don't take both laps into account?
No, yeah, so just the best lap time from each kart, which is normally the second of the 2.
Okay. Okay, so how can they change once you've done the tests throughout the day? Or can they change?
Yeah, so we have a good starting point with this at the start of the day, but as the track conditions change and more rubber and more driving time for certain karts, it is possible that they'll stretch their legs a little bit or slightly fall off. So we'll track each driver throughout the whole of the event and make any slight adjustments as we feel we need to.
Okay, so you do make adjustments like throughout the weekend in BRKC?
Yeah, so we won't necessarily do it instantly, so we'll make sure we've got the correct data and it's not just one driver potentially being quicker or slower. We'll look at a couple heats worth, make sure that that's happening across a couple of heats, and then basically
It's not just a one-off.
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of things can cause those changes? Is it the same things that change during the test, same variables?
Yeah, so just as the karts get warmer, bearings loosen up, things like that. Track conditions, just air temperature.
Different driving styles?
Different driving styles, different drivers. Some drivers will get more out of a kart than others.
The test that you do, you said you do 2 in the morning. Is that you and Kyle both doing one test each, or do you mix it up?
So I'll test Wednesday to Friday, and then we'll swap to Kyle for Saturday, Sunday. Just a second opinion on karts is always good. We've done a lot of driving together, so we know our crossover is good, and he's also closer to weight.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from LidMods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better, to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
How do we keep our whole fleet of karts within 0.2 seconds from the fastest to the slowest kart? Keep watching to find out. So we have 2 kart testers here at Formula Fast who have been testing our BRKC fleet for the last 12 years. We've got Kyle Morby, who you might have seen on the live stream before. He's won BUKC, the championship, twice. So we've also got Michael here, who has raced in the Mazda MX-5 championship and came 3rd, and has also been testing our fleet for the last 12 years and been our mechanic and our fleet manager as well. So, Michael, would you be able to talk us through the whole process of testing the fleet of karts from start to finish?
Yeah, sure. So we always test first thing in the morning. It's the one time we can guarantee that the karts are the same temperature. We then warm them up. Once they're warm, we'll do an outlap and 2 flying laps in each kart. Once we've done that, we'll drive the first 3 karts again to collect any data on track evolution. And then once we have all that data, we'll then look to make any adjustments.
Perfect. And how long do you warm them up for? Was it
So we warm them up for an hour.
hour? Perfect.
With any potential track evolution, we're looking for the karts to match their original lap times ideally. If they are still jumping in lap time, then we have to consider that the next however many karts might also jump in lap time. Generally, if that will happen, we'll just continue driving till we match previous lap times.
Okay, is that quite common? Does it usually that the top 3 will be completely different the second time you drive them?
So normally the first one is, but normally by the 3rd kart, you're about there.
Okay. And what variables is it in? Is it temperature, humidity, that sort of thing?
So track condition, temperature mainly with the floor here, can make it a little bit slippy, but then especially with BRKC, it tends to grip up and you see these issues less and less.
So once you've tested the karts, how do you then make them closer together? Like, how do you actually change them?
Yeah, so once we're happy that it's solely times that we're adjusting on, we have a restrictor system, and that restricts the airflow from the carb to the engine.
Okay.
We go up in 0.1 of a mil increments, and each 0.1 normally equates to 1/10 of a second on track. So all the karts will have restrictors on, and then we'll just adjust based on what needs to move into the pack from either side.
Yeah, what size they need. Okay, cool. So how do you use the restrictors in line with the test result once you've done it?
So once we have a test result, we'll look for the closest group of karts within 0.2 of a second, and then we'll adjust into the pack either up or down depending on what's needed for each test, and we'll choose the increments based on the lap times.
Okay. So when you're driving the karts, do you also look out for anything wrong with them, or is it purely just driving them to see what the times will come out at?
So when we're driving them, we don't really worry about the times until after. So what we're looking for is any handling or potential grip issues that could affect the times, and then
like oversteer and understeer.
Yeah, oversteer and understeer. And once we're happy that none of that comes into play, then we'll look to adjust based on the lap times.
Okay. So you basically just want the environment to stay as consistent as possible.
We want, when we have the fans on, we want to keep the exact same number of fans on, so that the environment stays exactly the same, because any other extra fans can cause subtle differences, can be 1/2 of a second.
Well, let's go have a look at the times and see what we're looking at when we're looking at the timings once the fleet test is done. We've got a couple examples from BRKC tests that we did last year. So this is the first one. We've got all the results here. So how did you go through these and go about changing them?
Yeah, so we look for the group of karts that are within 0.2 of a second. So in this first test, it's the top 10 karts, and then anything outside, we'll look to adjust into the pack. So that's karts 11, 8 and 15. Looking for about 0.2 and 0.3 on these 2. And then if we go to the next test, you'll see that those adjustments have put 11, 8 and 15 towards the front of the test, but the whole gap now is 0.2.
Yes, you can see that's from the fastest kart, that gap there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was it about the first 10 karts that makes you choose that in this case?
So yeah, we choose the closest 10 karts to start the day. On this occasion, it would have been the top 10 because we had a gap of 0.084 to start the day.
Right, and that was the Saturday morning of BRKC 2025?
This is the Saturday from last year's BRKC.
Okay, and you do, is it 2 tests every morning of BRKC? Or?
Yeah, so we do 2 tests from Wednesday all the way through to Sunday in the week of BRKC.
Wow. Okay. So you just said you did 2 flying laps for each kart. Do you literally just take the best time of the kart? You don't take both laps into account?
No, yeah. So just the best lap time from each kart, which is normally the second of the 2.
Okay. Okay. So how can they change once you've done the test throughout the day, or can they change?
Yeah. So we have a good starting point with this at the start of the day, but as the track conditions change and more rubber and more driving time for certain karts, it is possible that they'll stretch their legs a little bit or slightly fall off. So we'll track each driver throughout the whole of the event and make any slight adjustments as we feel we need to.
Okay, so you do make adjustments like throughout the weekend in BRKC?
Yeah, so we won't necessarily do it instantly, so we'll make sure we've got the correct data and it's not just one driver potentially being quicker or slower. We'll look at a couple of heats worth, make sure that that's happening across a couple of heats, and then basically
It's not just a one-off.
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of things can cause those changes? Is it the same things that change during the test, same variables?
Yeah, so just as the karts get warmer, bearings loosen up, things like that. Track conditions, just air temperature.
Different driving styles?
Different driving styles, different drivers. Some drivers will get more out of a kart than others.
The test that you do, you said you do 2 in the morning. Is that you and Kyle both doing one test each, or do you mix it up?
So I'll test Wednesday to Friday, and then we'll swap to Kyle for Saturday, Sunday. Just a second opinion on karts is always good. We've done a lot of driving together, so we know our crossover is good, and he's also closer to weight.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lid Mods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
How do we keep our whole fleet of karts within 0.2 seconds from the fastest to the slowest kart? Keep watching to find out. So we have 2 kart testers here at Formula Fast who have been testing our BRKC fleet for the last 12 years. We've got Kyle Morby, who you might have seen on the live stream before. He's won BUKC, the championship, twice. So we've also got Michael here, who has raced in the Mazda MX-5 championship and came 3rd, and has also been testing our fleet for the last 12 years and been our mechanic and our fleet manager as well. So, Michael, would you be able to talk us through the whole process of testing the fleet of karts from start to finish?
Yeah, sure. So we always test first thing in the morning. It's the one time we can guarantee that the karts are the same temperature. We then warm them up. Once they're warm, we'll do an out lap and 2 flying laps in each kart. Once we've done that, we'll drive the first 3 karts again to collect any data on track evolution. And then once we have all that data, we'll then look to make any adjustments.
Perfect. And how long do you warm them up for? Was it
So we warm them up for an hour.
hour? Perfect.
With any potential track evolution, we're looking for the karts to match their original lap times ideally. If they are still jumping in lap time, then we have to consider that the next however many karts might also jump in lap time. Generally, if that will happen, we'll just continue driving till we match previous lap times.
Okay, is that quite common? Does it usually that the top 3 will be completely different the second time you drive them?
So normally the first one is, but normally by the 3rd kart, you're about there.
Okay. And what variables is it? And is it temperature, humidity, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so track condition, temperature mainly with the floor here, can make it a little bit slippy. But then, especially with BRKC, it tends to grip up and you see these issues less and less.
So once you've tested the karts, how do you then make them closer together? Like, how do you actually change them?
Yeah, so once we're happy that it's solely times that we're adjusting on, we have a restrictor system, and that restricts the airflow from the carb to the engine.
Okay.
We go up in 0.1 of a mil increments, and each 0.1 normally equates to 1/10 of a second on track. So all the karts will have restrictors on, and then we'll just adjust based on what needs to move into the pack from either side.
Yeah, what size they need. Okay, cool. So how do you use the restrictors in line with the test result once you've done it?
So once we have a test result, we'll look for the closest group of karts within 0.2 of a second, and then we'll adjust into the pack either up or down depending on what's needed for each test, and we'll choose the increments based on the lap times.
Okay. So when you're driving the karts, do you also look out for anything wrong with them, or is it purely just driving them to see what the times will come out at?
So when we're driving them, we don't really worry about the times until after. So what we're looking for is any handling or potential grip issues that could affect the times, and then
like oversteer and understeer.
Yeah,
that sort of
oversteer and understeer. And once we're happy that none of that comes into play, then we'll look to adjust based on the lap times.
Okay. So you basically just want the environment to stay as consistent as possible.
We want, when we have the fans on, we want to keep the exact same number of fans on, so that the environment stays exactly the same, because any other extra fans can cause subtle differences, can be 1/2 of a second.
Well, let's go have a look at the times and see what we're looking at when we're looking at the timings once the fleet test is done. We've got a couple examples from BRKC tests that we did last year. So this is the first one. We've got all the results here. So how did you go through these and go about changing them?
Yeah, so we look for the group of karts that are within 0.2 of a second. So in this first test, it's the top 10 karts, and then anything outside, we'll look to adjust into the pack. So that's karts 11, 8, and 15. Looking for about 0.2 and 0.3 on these 2. And then if we go to the next test, you'll see that those adjustments have put 11, 8, and 15 towards the front of the test, but the whole gap now is 0.2.
Yes, you can see that's from the fastest kart, that gap there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was it about the first 10 karts that makes you choose that in this case?
So yeah, we choose the closest 10 karts to start the day. On this occasion, it would have been the top 10 because we had a gap of 0.084 to start the day.
Right, and that was the Saturday morning of BRKC 2025.
This is the Saturday from last year's BRKC.
Okay, and you do, is it 2 tests every morning of BRKC? Or?
Yeah, so we do 2 tests from Wednesday all the way through to Sunday in the week of BRKC.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So you just said you did 2 flying laps for each kart. Do you literally just take the best time of the kart? You don't take both laps into account?
No, yeah. So just the best lap time from each kart, which is normally the second of the 2.
Okay. Okay. So how can they change once you've done the tests throughout the day, or can they change?
Yeah. So we have a good starting point with this at the start of the day, but as the track conditions change and more rubber and more driving time for certain karts, it is possible that they'll stretch their legs a little bit or slightly fall off. So we'll track each driver throughout the whole of the event and make any slight adjustments as we feel we need to.
Okay, so you do make adjustments like throughout the weekend in BRKC?
Yeah, so we won't necessarily do it instantly, so we'll make sure we've got the correct data and it's not just one driver potentially being quicker or slower. We'll look at a couple heats worth, make sure that that's happening across a couple of heats, and then basically
It's not just a one-off.
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of things can cause those changes? Is it the same things that change during the tests, same variables?
Yeah, so just as the karts get warmer, bearings loosen up, things like that. Track conditions, just air temperature.
Different driving styles?
Different driving styles, different drivers. Some drivers will get more out of a kart than others.
The test that you do, you said you do 2 in the morning. Is that you and Kyle both doing 1 test each, or do you mix it up?
So I'll test Wednesday to Friday, and then we'll swap to Kyle for Saturday, Sunday. Just a second opinion on karts is always good. We've done a lot of driving together, so we know our crossover is good, and he's also closer to weight.
And welcome back to Milton Keynes. We're at Formula Fast. It's the British Rental Kart Championship of 2026. And we've had the first complete rounds of heat races. So each driver is going to drive in one heat race in 4 rounds of heat races. We've had the first 2 completed. We've got the alternate layout at the moment. And this is the second round. On that alternate round, it is in fact round 3. Heat race 1 is coming up now. And in this heat race, very interesting mix here. Brad, it looks like we've got a bit of a tough race, but a clear winner.
Well, we've both decided it's Iliano de Vos that should be our pick. I don't know if you guys can hear me at the moment.
Yeah, you're live on air, Brad.
So yes, Iliano de Vos was my pick of these. Although you could throw a dart at this page of drivers, and it could be any of them.
It could. Iliano de Vos is a sensible pick there. Thibaut Gabor is another possible. We've got Russell Endine, previous race winner. So well, not today, but he's won in the past here. Franek Dobka has been very competitive, been in the top 3 today. Konrad Bielek is very reliable, and Thies Vibelink can certainly get a kart around this track. So we'll see what happens. Now it does look like it is actually Iliano de Vos who's first out to qualify, so he's going to be the real benchmark here. He's the one we predict to be on pole, and he's the first one to put down a lap time. He's on his qualifier now. As we're looking on the screen at the drivers setting, they're completing their warm-up lap and they're starting their qualifier there under that gantry. It's where the start line is. So now they're all on that qualifier. There's Iliano de Vos at the bottom end of the picture. Brake light's just coming on, and he's going to be the first one to set a time, and it could very easily be the time that sticks and stays on top. So here he is. He's going to set that time now. We'll see what it is. It's de Vos to the top, 31.5. Russell Endine to second. It's still de Vos on top. Jonathan Wilson's up there, but he's been pushed down by Cameron Daz up to 3rd. Massive turnaround. Dobka's up there. Vibelink is now moved up into 3rd place. Kirshner's come through. Bielak is into 4th. And Louis Draper and Thibaut Gabor is relatively only 5th, and that is the qualifying complete. So predictably, it's de Vos at the top with Russell Endine, Vibelink, and then Bielak. A bit of a surprise to see the Hungarian Thibaut Gabor down in 5th place from Franek Dobka and Cameron Dass. That's a much higher position than what we've seen from Cameron so far. Jonathan Wilson's going to be in 8th place. Sandy Kirshner, the German, is into 9th, and Louis Draper rounds him out in 10. Brad, it's hard to look beyond Iliano de Vos in this race for the victory.
Well, we called it early. Russell Endine's had a good old stab at getting near to him,
yes,
1/10 of a second off, as is Vibelink actually, only about 1/10 of a second off. It can turn around in the race. Drivers can get used to their karts, and potentially you can have someone like de Vos who managed to pull the lap out. Maybe those couple of drivers behind him can eke more out of their karts as the race goes on. We're going to see, but de Vos is the driver that I would be calling for the win at this point.
Russell Endine, though, he might see this as his big chance of the weekend. So with Russell Endine actually sitting there in 2nd place, this might have perked him up a little bit, and he'll be showing us something in this race and doing his best performance in terms of finishing. So they're getting underway now. It's de Vos who's going to bring him round. He's going to manage that speed to create the right gap amongst the karts as he comes round. He's got another corner, but from any point here on, he could start to accelerate away, and the rest of the field will go with him. So there's Iliano de Vos. He's on the throttle now. So is Russell Endine and the rest. They're going through to the very tight first corner, although it has been deemed deceptively fast for how tight it is. But it's de Vos definitely has converted that pole position into the race lead as expected as they come through the revised section. This is the new bit. It's the revised section that Formula Fast throw on every year. So we're going to be going back to the regular Formula Fast circuit. Those who know the venue here will definitely recognise the revised bit, and already de Vos has got quite a good lead there from Russell Endine with Thies Vibelink immediately, isn't he?
Yeah, Vibelink was having a look. Endine was feeling and breathing down his neck on lap 1 there. So we've got this massive queue behind Russell Endine, and this is where we start to see interesting strategy play out, because someone in a moment, now we're on a lap where you're allowed to pit, someone's going to think about pitting.
Definitely, because there are karts all over the place, really. There's a lot of wandering away from the line there as karts are getting caught out by others, and they're coming onto the back stretch now as we can see that gap there. There's Iliano de Vos on screen. There's Russell Endine, and look at that gap already. We've not seen anything like that. Endine, yes, he's having to defend, and that's costing time, but de Vos has really got the bit between his teeth, and he's down to 35.1 on the lap time already.
There's our first pitter.
Does it come in to you, Alex?
and it's number 19 as they land on their marks with a nice green, and they hit their marks on the second one. It's probably stopped a little bit short, so it might not be the best lap time. It's going to be hard to tell actually what whether it's a good pit stop or not, because it's cold tyres on a cold track. So a 46.0, we don't know if it's any good. Let's see what the standard is later on.
And that was Sandy Kirchner, the German, the regular in the German Championship and the Belgian. So Kirchner debuting here in the UK now. It's still De Vos from increasing his lead over Russell Endine there, and Russell Endine has got the full attention of Thies Vibbelink there, the 13 kart that we're looking at with the blue on his suit. So Russell Endine, one of the British hopes, who's been around an awful long time now. He did have some time out, but he's done so many of these races. Certainly can win round here. We've seen that. We've seen him in the final before, and he's currently running in second place. Even if he is dropping back from Alain De Vos, surely he's going to see this as one of his chances to score big points.
Definitely. He had a little bit of a nightmare earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah,
so
he did.
I think he's going to want to cement a podium here at the very least. And he did have a lap or so there where he wasn't needing to defend.
We've got a stopper. It's number 12, and he has had... excuse me, it's Bellick. He has managed to stop on his marks, and it's a good stop, and he comes out clearly ahead of the car that stopped earlier.
Yeah, indeed, and that was Conrad Bielak. And Conrad Bielak, we've seen, in fact, I think he was third place in one of his races. I will check my results. Brad?
Russell Endine looks like he's being overtaken onto the back straight.
Yes, he does. They're side by side down the inside. Here comes Vibbelink. He's got it.
Yeah, that was done very early, so unusual to have someone alongside at the beginning of the straight like that. That's why we weren't really picking it up, but that might help Russell out if he can just settle in behind Vibbelink and go with him. Or he could be on the back foot and potentially be under threat from...
We got number 9 in the pits. He's had a good stop at the first part, and he is on his way out. Let's see what the lap time was for that pit stop. For Louis Draper, it was a 44.7, so better than the first stop we had earlier.
Yeah, so Louis Draper carries on out. He's come out between the two who've made their pit stops. But as you say, Brad, Russell Endine was passed there. In fairness, I think you might be right, because Russell Endine was having to get defensive against Vibbelink. Vibbelink was probably faster at this stage than he was. So this may have done both of them a bit of a service in terms of an overall better position than they get if they fought their way down and down the field. So we've seen this this weekend so far. Too much of a scrap does affect actual positions. Yeah, you might get in front of the kart ahead of you, but it's at the cost of 2 places when all the pit stops cycle through.
I think that's called a Pyrrhic victory, isn't it? Where you win the battle, but then you lose the war because of it. Yeah. So I think Russell Endine can now sit in the slipstream of Vibbelink.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a good place for him to be, because if Vibbelink genuinely has that fraction more speed than Russell Endine, this will be good because it will pull him forward, and it'll keep the speed really genuine from a Russell Endine point of view. And in fact, he's staying with Vibbelink, so if he can do that, then obviously that means that maybe he can pass him later on, even leapfrog him in the pits if he feels he gets that extra speed back. Meantime, though, Vibbelink there is leading that group. He's second overall in the race, but he's not actually checking out away from Russell Endine. Given how easily he seemed to pass him and how much defence Russell Endine was having to offer up a minute ago, I would expect a gap to appear already between that second and third place kart.
And Cameron Das, just to note here, Cameron, who I'm sure a lot of you will know, is an absolute huge YouTuber in the karting world,
Yep.
not far off 1 million subscribers. So I think safe to say that the most successful karting YouTuber on the planet.
Yeah.
He's there doing so much better than in his earlier races. He's really getting to grips with BRKC here, and it would only take some battling from this 4-kart group in front of him for him to be right in the fight here for what is actually second place overall.
Yeah, because Cameron Das is very close to...
Endine's in the pits. Endine's in the pits.
Oh,
He
wow.
stops on his marks. Obviously, I don't think Russell wanted to be in this fight. I think Russell wants to be on his own to try and actually bang out some laps, because he knows this kart is capable. This kart came second in the last race, but he's come out behind Belak. So that might be a big problem for Russell Endine.
Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting one, Brad. I'm not sure what he was figuring there.
I wonder whether he thought Bielak was making a bit of an undercut, and then it transpired that he was, and Russell was a bit too far back to stay in front. So maybe now those guys can just go and stay in front, or maybe jump this battle, because Bielak was under my radar there. I didn't notice he was quite...
Well, Bielak, I mean, my goodness, he qualified a lot further down than that, and he was, you know, he's overtaken the guy who was third. So that tells us a lot about the overall positions there. So when you consider that gap between what we're seeing as first on screen, which is actually second place in the race, Thies Vibberlink, the gap behind him, that's where Russell Endine was. So technically, if Vibberlink came into the pits and went out now, he'd probably lose a space himself to Bielak. So Bielak's pulled an absolute blinder with that early pit stop.
Yeah, I think actually Bielak is the driver here who's in the net second place, because Russell Endine was only just behind Vibberlink, and he's now further behind Bielak than he was behind Vibberlink. So you'd only assume that when those guys pit, Bielak's going to be the one in front.
Absolutely. So
he's faster. Well, he was faster on the last couple of laps.
And interestingly, we've got Elian de Vos, who has checked out. There he is, just going out of view. Now here comes a second place battle. There it is. Thies Vibberlink, Tibor Gabor and Frank Dobke. Now Russell Endine was in the middle of that sort of first and second on your screen, behind this blue-coloured kart driver here, which is Vibberlink. Now when you consider that, and where is Bielak relative to Russell Endine? Is he pulling away? He could be, if my eyes are correct. Yes, it is. Bielak, if you consider Russell Endine was just behind the lead driver on your screen there, Bielak, who is way down the order, would definitely be in front. So Bielak might have already booked himself a second place in this race.
So actually, Russell Endine's pit stop, which at the time looked a bit strange, he just pitted out of nowhere pretty early, was in quite a comfortable little train. That might prove to be the thing which keeps him on the podium here, because if he can just drive along in the slipstream of Bielak, and Bielak does turn out to be the driver that inherits second, as we see him move.
Pass for position, a big pass for position, because not only has Tibor Gabor got ahead, but so has Frank Dobke. So Thies Vibberlink has dropped 2 places there. There's Tibor Gabor, there's Dobke, and there is Vibberlink. So far from passing Russell Endine and moving to the maybe into contention with de Vos, Vibberlink has now dropped further back. So it's Tibor Gabor on the move now. That's the Hungarian in the dark-coloured helmet. There he is on our screen now, Tibor Gabor. And as the timing screen rechecks itself, watch for Vibberlink's name dropping to 4th place. There it is. As these 3 continue on, and in fact, Vibberlink does seem to be actually dropping away.
And so the gap for P2 now is 6.2 seconds behind the leader, and the Bielak gap is 15.5. So yes, so he's within that 10-second window that we're talking about. So pretty comfortably at the moment. That move, he was already going quicker than this little group, and that move where they've lost some time with an overtake has helped him out even more.
But for Tibor Gabor's point of view, that move was either that or a pit stop, and maybe the pit stop option would have been better. But with Russell Endine in that zone now, it could have been difficult.
And actually, Tibor Gabor is now flying, so that kind of pace is going to drag him back. So this is kind of ebbing and flowing and swinging around. But that move, which lost him time at the time, could prove to be decisive.
Absolutely right there, Brad. That's I think it was, as I said, it's literally that was the choice: pass or pit. He picked the pass option. It's lost him a little bit, but it may well be what keeps him in the result.
And actually, it's these two, Dobke in 3rd and Tibor Gabor, they are the drivers on the move. They've been doing 34.5s, and it looks like Bielak and Endine can only do 7s at the moment.
Yes, they're matching pretty much race leader Elian de Vos now in terms of lap time. These are the guys you're seeing on your screen at home. There is Tibor Gabor ahead of Frank Dobke. As Gabor comes now onto that backstretch, these guys need to keep doing the lap times to put the pressure on those further back, Bielak and Endine. Now, if we look at the Bielak and Endine lap times, they are actually a little bit slower, certainly, than Tibor Gabor. So those tenths that add up are those tenths that Tibor Gabor is currently laying down. As he continues to lead Dobke. I'm continuing to watch the lap times for Bielak and Endine. They are getting quicker, but they're not consistently within a tenth of Tibor Gabor. So Gabor's doing everything he needs to right now. He's the one who's gradually pulling away from Dobke. Now Dobke is doing the same sort of lap times, I believe. No, he's slightly quicker on that last lap, slightly quicker. But you can see how Tibor Gabor was sort of inching away. That's effectively what he's doing to Bielak and Endine on the other end of the circuit.
Yeah, I think what was looking quite promising for Bielak and Endine, now Dobke and obviously Tibor Gabor have been released from behind Vibberlink. it's not the right decision anymore. But you can't know that until someone makes the move. And obviously, with Endine in the way, Tibor Gabor was never going to make that move.
Absolutely right. And things have changed substantially in that front group since both Endine and definitely Bilac made their pit stop. So what was right at the time may end up having changed, but it changed after they made their commitment to the pits.
And now Tibor Gabor has set the fastest lap of the race. So really kind of driving home this advantage over the Endine and Bilac pairing.
And Endine and Bilac are regularly like 34.6. Now they're 34.7. But look at Tibor Gabor, 34.5. Franek Dobka, 34.5.
Yeah.
They're doing everything they need to make sure when they come in the pits, they get out. Not just getting out, you know, of the pits competitively, but comfortably in front. So there's no argument going into that first corner about trying to get the old position or anything like that.
And
so
it's not comfortable just yet. So they haven't done all the work, but there's still 8 minutes to go. So, or 8 minutes plus a lap. So it's quite a while for these guys to keep eking out these 2/10 every lap.
Yeah, and there's time to be gained and lost in the pit stops. If we can go down to the pits to Alex, if you remember, Alex, what did you think of the pit stops of Bilac and Endine? I know it was a while ago now.
They were fine. They weren't anything spectacular. They weren't bad. But yeah, it's really interesting to see how all of a sudden it looked like really positive for this move for Bilac and Endine, and now all of a sudden, as Webberling's been moved out of the way, the other two have all of a sudden started to really put the pressure on. But it looks like Elio De Vos has gone, oh, they've all put in some extra lap times, I'm going to go do the same, and he's gone a tenth quicker.
He certainly has, because that's the calibre he runs at. Now, what's interesting for me, again, down to what you were saying there, Alex, is that it's literally that, it's changed. So when Bilac and Endine came in the pits, they were pitting reference to Thies Webberling. Now, with Webberling being passed by Gabor and Dobka, that relevant driver has changed. So if they were trying to get themselves ahead of Webberling, they still might do it. But Webberling has actually dropped 2 places. So, you know, the actual position they were shooting for, the driver they were shooting for was still in contention with, but not the position.
And Webberling's not only dropped 2 places behind, he's also dropped 2 seconds behind as well. So it really does leave him in a place to be picked off. So we're going to be very interested to see how this one pans out over the next 6.5 minutes, 6 and nearly 7, just under 7 minutes, which is crazy. This one's flown by.
Yeah, so Webberling, if we remember, was in second position when he went past Russell.
That's the point, because I think Bilac and Endine were trying to deal with Webberling.
Yes.
Now, they're still dealing with Webberling, but Webberling is not the driver they're shooting for in second place anymore.
Yeah, so he's effectively going to be quite well down the order from his second place.
But I think they will be, their strategy has been to deal with him, but that situation has changed. So I think
they've successfully dealt with him.
They'll be successfully dealing with Webberling, but not successfully dealing with second place.
Yeah, exactly.
So very interesting outcome there, and it does show the quirk, and of course they played their card. You know, and it was the right thing to do. It would be a very difficult one to actually criticise. It just hasn't really worked out, maybe, although it's not over yet. However, I mean, looking at this, as Alex was saying down in the pit, Elio De Vos has responded to all this this fast lappery by second and third by raising the game himself. He's taken those times down to 34.2 as he's seen the times of Gabor and Dobka, you know, improve to 34.4. Going back to the Bilac Endine, they're still on 34.7, so they're losing 0.3 a lap.
Yeah, absolutely.
And every lap that adds. 3 laps and this is second.
Yeah, I think that's over now. It's game over for the podium.
Yeah, they're still battling Webberling, but he ain't in second anymore.
They're now going to just have to be happy to be 4th and 5th and in front of Webberling, who's going to be bundled down to 6th from second.
Absolutely, he's going to be gutted with that, having pulled himself up with an overtake up into second
When
place.
you're in that position at the start of the race, if you make a move, if you're lucky enough to be in a position to move up to second, you never imagine that you're going to end the race down in 6th. So.
Oh, you're not, are you? I mean, that move to just the psychological element of that move into second place on the road by Webberling will have made him feel so strong in this race. He certainly wouldn't. Okay, well, it's not going to work out for you, but not 6th place. You know, it's almost like a bit of an excessive beat down, isn't it?
So let's have a little update.
Cameron Dust, though, in 5th.
Yeah,
he's in 5th place. He's hanging in there. He's a little bit off the pace. He's the highest placed driver who's on 35. In fact, he's the only driver in the race whose fastest lap is 35 seconds. So you could say, for given the lap time, he's actually doing very well.
He has actually done 34.7, but you're right.
He's talking about the last lap.
He's one of the only drivers, in the 35s. I don't know whether he had a bit of a dodgy lap that time, but I don't know where it's going to shake out, because there are drivers behind him who haven't stopped, or maybe driver.
Yeah.
I think he might be jumped by most of the people who have already stopped.
In the pits. Wibbling is in the pits. Good first stop, and the second stop goes well too, as he finds himself well behind Endine and Belek.
Yeah, you're right there, Alex. It wasn't even close, was it? He's come back and he's barely able to see them through the hairpins. He's definitely lost out there. Poor old Thies Vibbeling will be ruining the way things has gone, because it's not really like he's done anything wrong. It's just, you know, ended up going backwards.
So they have successfully dealt with Vibbeling, as you said. So that strategy, the reason that...
Wilson is into the pits as he bashes the barriers all the way in. We get a green and we get another green as he nicely gets through. So he's the one person who we think is fighting with Cameron Dass, but he was quite a fair bit behind.
Yeah, he's actually resumed into 10th place. He's a little bit back from Sandy Kirshner there. So Jonathan Wilson down into 10th place. We'll see what happens when Dass, who's now 4th, makes his pit stop. Dass is the final driver yet to make a pit stop. He's the furthest down the order in 4th place. De Vos leading, Thibaut Gabor 2nd, and Franek Dobke in 3rd remain the current leads there. We're looking on screen now. That looks like it's Thibaut Gabor, but with him, oh yeah, it's still Franek Dobke. I was getting a little bit excited there. It's too light a blue to be Vibbeling. I thought
the leader is in. The leader's decided he's had enough. He wants to get his pit stop dealt with as he gets a green on his first stop. Nicely stops. Nice calm stop. He knows he's got all the time in the world to get it done. He doesn't need to rush. Oh, as number 17 comes in, which is Dobke. Oh, Dobke's in. So Dobke's had a good stop, and he is closely followed by Gabor. So this has all been absolutely crazy, and we're going, oh, it's not Gabor, it's Cameron Dass, my apologies. So Cameron Dass has made his pit stop, and he comes out ahead of that orange helmeted car.
Yeah, well, he had us going up here. Raising in the hand, Thibaut Gabor has acknowledged the signal. Gabor is going to be coming in the pits out of the race lead. Now, can he maintain that second? He's coming to you, Alex.
Now Gabor enters the pit lane, and he slams on the brakes into the box, gets a green. I'm going to watch the green go, and then I'm going to watch the track as he has clearly come out ahead. Oh, Dobke's actually alongside him. Oh, it's very, very close.
He's still alongside him, but to the other side now as they turn through, and he's just about held on to it, Thibaut Gabor, as an incredible attempt there. There's Dobke as Thibaut Gabor on your screen now with the dark helmet. Leading the way there is Thibaut Gabor. He's in 2nd place overall. Franek Dobke followed by Conrad Bilak and Russell Endine. So look at this. Bilak and Endine almost achieved their aim. They've got right in contention with the 2nd place battle. Now, they didn't come out ahead in front and be the 2nd place, but they certainly end up in the battle, particularly Conrad Bilak. So it almost worked out. Now, if obviously we want to see how far back has Thies Vibbeling dropped, because everyone's been in the pits now. So with 1 minute left to go on the timer plus a lap, what we're seeing now is sort of genuine positions, if you like. So that's 2nd place Thibaut Gabor, and then Franek Dobke, and then Conrad Bilak, and then Russell Endine. A little bit of a gap further back, but there's a move, very defensive there by Dobke.
Yeah, so this is going to just drag Russell Endine back to the tail of these guys, but it's always pretty difficult to overtake in these closing stages, particularly when there's no more pit stops to be had, there's no threat from anyone else on the other side of the track, so you can afford to just close the door, stick to the inside. So there we go, Russell Endine is directly on the rear bumper, having been a couple of kart lengths behind at the beginning of that last lap. But can he do anything with that?
Well, it depends. If they keep battling, he's got more and more scope to do something with less than 30 seconds to go. Just to answer one of our earlier questions, Cameron Dass is in 7th place now.
Yeah, he's actually done pretty well there.
A much better performance than what we've seen so far.
Absolutely.
So we've got Elian de Vos, the Dutch ace, in the lead, and he's been chased down by Thibaut Gabor, the Hungarian. Then it's Franek Dobke and Conrad Bilak, Russell Endine, onto Thies Vibbeling, who's then going to end up 6th, as we feared from his point of view. But yeah, in fact, Thibaut Gabor is now comfortably ahead. He's got a lap and a half to hang on to that, and the 3rd place is what the battle is, and it's Franek Dobke from Conrad Bilak and Russell Endine. So look at Dobke right over to the side, and so is Conrad Bilak defending down the long backstretch there. And to start the last lap, well, we've got Elliot Ross on the last lap. Now Conrad Bilak, this third place battle is on to that final lap, and a move attempted there by Russell Ending because he's on the last lap. It's now or never, really. And in catching up with him is Tees Vibbeling. Now, Tees Vibbeling is more than capable of taking advantage of any massive blunder, which could most likely occur at the end of the following straight that they're going to get to. There's the leader. There's Elliot Vos. He's going to win the race. So another win for Elliot Vos. A great performance there. And then it's going to be Thibaut Gabor. But what's happening further back? And there's a change. Russell Ending's lost a place to Tees Vibbeling. Tees Vibbeling's up to 5th. It's going to be the best he can do, but he's done that at the very least. So third was Dobka, and then Bilak. And at the final, on the backstretch, on the final lap, Tees Vibbeling up the inside, made it count on Russell Ending 6th. Das into 7th. Louis Draper 8th. Sandy Kirshner into 9th, and Jonathan Wilson has ended up in the 10th place there. That was quite a race, and they're coming to you now, Alex, for the post-race interviews. Well, there's going to be some interesting questions to ask down there.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether I want to hassle Russell now. I was going to make a joke with him, but having lost that position on the last lap, I might not go for it.
He's a friendly guy, Alex. He'll be happy to talk to you.
I know. Or maybe I'll have a chat with Wibberling, who had a terrible race to start with and then made up for it in the end.
Well, he won't feel that way because he was second, you know.
Fine. All right, let's go wind Russell up. It'll be fun.
Yeah, go on.
So Russell, before this race, we had a conversation. I said go and win. What happened?
I didn't win.
We know that. Yeah. So what happened?
I qualified really well. That was a really good thing. I think I out-qualified my own pace at the moment. So I was aware of that going throughout the race in terms of, do I want to be going defensive, holding everyone up and holding myself up more than anything else? So I pitted relatively early, try and get some clear air, because I think it's actually easier to set better lap times without being up someone's bumper here, because of the Constantine effect and sort of the tighter part of the circuit. You're compromising your O-line, your braking point a lot. So having that clear air, following someone not too far ahead was really good, so I can gauge my own braking points and things. I think I did my kind of best pace and result, but then one last move in the last corner. Not sure how it was, so it'd be interesting to see the replay.
Awesome, no worries, buddy. Good luck. Right, we need to go pick. Oh, Ramon's trying to get in Russell's car, so I've got a problem there. So let's go and pick on people. Let's go and pick on the winner, because he's the easiest to spot in the blue suit. Another race win, Mr. Voss. How was that one for you? That must have been like a walk in the park.
Yeah, it was feeling really good. Really happy with this result after a tough result for today. So I'm really happy with this P1 for today, and I hope for tomorrow morning again a P1. But I'm really happy with the result. So.
Excellent, another good result should put you in the semis. Good man. Right, who is next? Oh, Mr. Wibberlink, as can't find anybody else to talk to. That was a stressful race for you. You had a good start, and then it went backwards, and then you picked it up towards the end.
Yeah, I had a pretty good quali again. And, even overtook Russell. But then, I got overtaken by Thibaut Gabor. And then I just had not the pace. So, in the last lap, they were defending, so I could close up again. And then I thought, let's just try it and see if it will work out. So, was my race.
No problem. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I think everyone's run away. So,
okay, Alex. Well, I tell you what's been a feature of the interviews this year has definitely been the sheer, genuine honesty and willing to admit that you didn't get it right. I mean, how many people have said to you, "It took me too long to get to understand the revised course"? You know, things like that. Brad, have you got something for us with the Brad pad?
Shortly, I'm just downloading the Russell Ending incident that he referred to there. So that move that happened to him on the final lap there with Vibberlink. So as soon as it's downloaded, the Wi-Fi is struggling a bit.
Okay,
There's quite a lot of people here.
While you're getting that, we'll just run through the entry on this next race. In this one, it's actually quite an interesting lineup here, and a little bit of a potential reprieve for someone who was struggling earlier on. Valdemar Anderson leads the entries here from Zach Venn, Hassan Zafar, Elias Tellier, Freddie Farrell, Thomas Wilshire, Ryan Taylor, Adam Sheargold, and Richie Clark. But I want to go back up the order because you've got Ramon Pinero. Now, in this race, I would actually rate Ramon Pinero quite strongly. So where he felt he was struggling, he wasn't happy in the earlier race, this could be where he pulls some points back. If Ramon Pinero can really nail that qualifying, then I think he's going to be a pretty difficult guy to prize out of first place, to be fair.
I spoke to him after the last race, after I told him off for swearing on the stream, and he told me he was going to win this one. So
Well,
let's see if he's right.
He told me that too.
Yeah, well, he's been telling everybody then that counts, because you guys definitely count. So we'll see if he can hold true to that. I think on paper, looking at his entry list, he's my pick. Another one I think could do very well, deceptively so. We wouldn't mention him before, but now I think Zach Venn.
Yeah, Zach Venn. I think Zafar as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's won already today.
Yeah, there are a few that
Talia
dark
showed
horses.
really well, didn't
Yeah,
he? And he's maybe overdue something like that, a good result.
Absolutely. So it's not going to be an easy one for him on here. But
Adam Sheargold?
This is his favourite heat of the heats he's had so far.
Yeah, I think so. But again, I would say if Ramon can do it, so could Adam Sheargold. He was what? I know it's a few years ago, it's 4 years ago now, but he was 11th overall. So that's missing the final by 1 place. Absolutely outstanding run there those years ago. But if Sheargold can pull that sort of performance out of the bag, then he's more than capable of winning this. And we'll see what happens. So they're out. It looks like they're out on their actual sighting lap now, their first lap, just to get warmed up. Yeah, this is not their qualifier. They're going to start their qualifier the next run through. So crossing the line now to begin that. It looks like it's Hassan Zafar. Hassan Zafar is going to be setting the first time, therefore the kind of benchmark one, if you like, and then he's going to be followed by everybody else. They're all now on their qualifying lap, so round the revised part, and they're actually fairly close together for a qualifier, to be fair. There's not a lot of gap between the first and last place kart there, so it's pretty tight amongst them. They don't want to get in a situation where they're actually tripping over each other. No one certainly wants to end up in a position where they're actually overtaking someone on a qualifying lap. You want it to be clean and basic. So Zafar crosses the line now. He's the benchmark. He's in first place. Farrell to second. It's still Zafar. It's still Zafar at the top. And now Ryan Taylor's gone. Pinero's third. But it's Taylor from Zafar and Pinero. And they've been pushed back by Anderson. Anderson's gone second. It's going to be Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor into the pole position there. And Valdemar Anderson is into second. Hassan Zafar to third. Ramon Pinero to fourth. And Elias Tellier is in fifth place. Thomas Wilshire sixth. Freddie Farrell seventh. Adam Sheargold actually in eighth place. I'm surprised. Zach Venn, I'm very surprised to find him in ninth. And then it's Richie Clark in the 10th place slot there. So really a number of competitors who, quite frankly, we expect to be a little bit higher up the order than that. So they're coming around now to take their spots. They're being pushed or sent forward by the marshals, and you can see there looking down, it's Ryan Taylor there at the front there in the orange BSR suit. Valdemar Anderson is the next one back, and then it's Hassan Zafar. Then Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver, the former Formula 2 race winner, is in the number 10, and he's going to start this one in fourth place. Probably feeling like, well, you know what, I could have done with being a bit better. But he's already had discussions with Tellier behind, and Tellier has had discussions with Thomas Wilshire behind. So there's obviously some sort of small little pact that's formed there. Maybe it'll be to do with not pushing each other too hard, not getting too tight too soon and battling and losing time. Because all three of those guys would quite fancy a pop at the front there. Yeah. And they're not going to do it if they're dropping back in the early stages. So here comes Ryan Taylor, bringing him round. We see it's Taylor from Anderson Zafar on screen now. And tapping the back as far as Ramon Pinero, the Spaniard. And they're going to come through the final hairpin, and then it's across the start line, and the start surely is going to be good. Yes, it is. And turning in nicely there is Ryan Taylor, and he's definitely leading the way. He's got the jump there really on Anderson. He's got maybe a crucial kart length between them, so he's not going to be getting tapped. He's not going to be getting any sort of push and shove on that opening lap through the revised back section there. They're coming around the hairpin. They're heading around the fast left-hander back onto the familiar section with the long backstretch. There it is. Look at that. Ryan Taylor, he's got the start he wanted. That's one of the better starts that you're going to get in this level in the British Rental Kart Championship, as they now continue to go around, and they're ending the first lap now with Ryan Taylor in the lead, and there's Valdemar Anderson and Zafar into third place. So working his way around. There's Zafar that we're looking at now. He's got a bit more of a rear guard action going on, reference to Ramon Pinero. Through this revised section, more than ever in any BRKC we've seen, there's a lot of concertining, pushing in, pushing out of the gaps between the karts. It goes up to 2-3 kart lengths, and then in the next corner it's right back down to half a kart length. So it really can be quite deceptive, but it does look now as though Valdemar Anderson has got his stuff together, and he's starting to close in on the leader, Ryan Taylor. What's kind of proving that that a little bit is that he's now opening up something of a gap to third place Hassan Zafar. So I don't think it's anything to do with Taylor and Zafar, really. It is literally that Anderson has moved forward within that gap. Constantina, in fact, closed him up. Now it opens him up. Now you can see a clear gap. Constantina closed him up a little bit, but we're going to see a bigger gap coming down this backstretch now. So as you see the front shot, look at that gap, second to third. That's the biggest we've seen so far, certainly in this race, as Taylor continues to hang on to his lead, with Anderson, who's looking increasingly impatient behind.
Stuff's going to happen soon, James.
It's going to happen soon. Will we see an early pit stop by a front runner like Anderson? He may pit his way round, he might not, but he might.
This is a close enough race on pace that a front runner could pit and be confident they're not then going to catch the back markers very easily.
Yeah.
So if you look at the lap times throughout the field, they're not wildly different.
It's a relatively even pace across the board, isn't it, in this race? These are evenly matched drivers. That's the best way to put it. And certainly the ones at the back aren't being left behind. And up at the front there, we can see Ryan Taylor on screen, and there's Anderson. And they've sort of that gap cemented now. Zafar has stopped the erosion, and he's managing to keep that sort of gap constant in his pursuit of Anderson. But again, we see it into the hairpins. The drivers, the ones still on the power versus those on the brakes. That gap really Constantina's down as it's still Ryan Taylor, but he's under a lot more pressure now. Valdemar Anderson, will he go for the overtake or will he go for the pit stop? Taylor's still not exactly expecting a move down at the end of the straight there, or he would have gone towards the middle of the road, which he didn't, and they continue on. So there's no question of a pit stop for any of these front runners yet. Brad, if there was a pit stop, you'd have to consider it would come from either Anderson.
There is a pit stop. It's Zach Venn, who's managed to get himself into the pits. I think he's decided he doesn't want to have any of that fight and wants to use his raw pace, which maybe he didn't get to do in qualifying, as we might get another driver tell us that they messed up their qualifying.
That could happen. I think that's been another feature of the interviews, a messed up qualifying. Obviously, it's easy to feel that you're not happy about the qualifying because it's one lap that's dictating everything. As we look again at Ryan Taylor now, things seem to have stabilised a bit with him and Anderson. Anderson's no longer kind of sat on his bumper. There is that sort of half a kart length cushion between them. So Taylor, it closes up in the hairpins, doesn't it? Look how that really sort of shut down there, that gap first to second. Now Zafar is maintaining that gap to third place now. It doesn't seem to be opening out anymore. He's got Pinero coming with him. Now if Zafar can keep that will be increasing Pinero's confidence in Zafar's ability to not just lose him and the rest of the field time. So Pinero will be less likely to want to come in the pits, less likely to make some kind of lunge into one of the corners to take the position on the track.
So we've got a couple of, well, more than a couple of really interesting things going on here. We've got a pair at the front, a pair then fighting for third, then a little trio, and then we've got the Zach Venn strategy where he's pitted early and he's going to try and go as fast as he can. As of yet, we haven't seen a lap time. He's about to cross the line now. Let's see what this one is. There we go, 34.9. Okay, so currently not quick enough to move him any higher up than around 8th place. So for our sake, as viewers, let's hope he finds another couple of tenths so that becomes a more interesting strategy.
Yeah, I think that will be. One thing about Zach Venn, though, do you feel, Brad, that at the moment he must be revelling in being the only kart to be in the pits? I mean, you imagine that Anderson loses patience now, comes in the pits. He's going to then come out in front of Zach Venn. Zach Venn's going, oh, really? I'm really no better than I was. But right now, he might be sitting there in the belief that, do you know what? I'm making Van Lionhorst-type inroads into these leaders now. Let's have a look at lap time. Who's fastest? Is Freddie Farrell. Who would have thought that? And I don't mean that disparagingly, because he's earned it. He's one of the good guys, but he's down in 7th place with the fastest lap.
So I've just seen some gesticulation, unsurprisingly, from Ramon Pinero. He's telling Zafar to not defend, just go. Oh, and Ramon's gone for the move. Oh, no, I think that might be classed as a bad pass.
Well, it involved the barrier the inside and the barrier.
Oh, I've had Farrell just blast past me in the pit lane as Farrell gets a good stop, and he's in clean air and is one of the karts that is ahead of Zach Venn, which is what you thought, James, he doesn't want.
Yeah. Yes, in reality, maybe he didn't want that. It's close enough that maybe he's got something to chase down. Will that give him some sort of, good feeling there? But certainly Farrell is, it's almost like that, nah, you haven't done anything, mate. I'm in front of you, way in front of you, that kind of feeling. So we'll see what happens. But Pinero continues on his way. Has there been anything from race control in the pits?
As we have number 12 into the pits, it is Tom Wiltshire. There's two of these guys. There's two Wiltshires. There's a J Wiltshire and a T Wiltshire. So, yeah, the two brothers taking part in this competition, as he has a good stop and gets himself out, as we see that number 10, which is Ramon, is under investigation.
That's normally ominous. I mean, certainly not a good sign.
No, not when you've hit the barrier inside and outside, you know. It's,
having said all that, they're not that far behind the leaders, so Ramon could let Zafar back through if he's required to. If it is deemed a bad pass, he could let him back through and not lose out that much. But if it's a penalty, obviously he's going to lose more.
Yeah, if the gap that he's now got over Zafar has been as a result of Zafar being in the barrier. So, however, at least it is only Zafar's the next kart back.
What we haven't seen,
not like he got jumped.
We haven't seen a slow-mo of whether or not Ramon was put in the barriers by Zafar turning in once he was alongside, or whether it was just a way too optimistic.
Well, that'll be part of the investigation, won't it? I mean, it'll be like, did Pinero cause, or was him hitting the barrier the effect? You know, it's and it could well be that you know, Pinero's actually fairly innocent and Zafar has properly turned in on him.
Sometimes you can surprise the kart in front, make a legitimate move, and it ends up in a bit of significant contact because they just weren't expecting it. Ramon is looking behind. I wonder whether he's judging if he can allow Zafar back through. You definitely don't want to relinquish that gap that you've worked so hard to build.
Absolutely.
If that's what the stewards deem, that's what he needs to do.
Now, obviously, the stewards need to make a decision at some point, because if Pinero came in the pits, that could really upset things.
So Zach Venn, we want him to find a couple of tenths. He has done that. He's in the 34.6s now. 17 seconds behind the leaders, which would mean he's kind of in a bit of a net 5th or 6th position. So he's still not that far up the grid yet.
Now, Zach Venn, of course, he's not the fastest, because Anderson's done the fastest lap, but that was, well, in fact, that was on the last lap there. But at that point, in fact, Venn has dropped off. But I was just going to point out that on that previous lap, Venn was the fastest of that lap, not necessarily the race, but of that lap, which is obviously what he had in mind when he pitted in the first place.
Absolutely. I'm still not seeing any update on this Pinero situation, and this is significant.
Well, it's probably a lot to
podium
consider.
position.
Apparently they are currently looking into it. I mean, the barrier at turn 1 is quite deformed. Now, as you said, we don't know whether he was pushed into it or whether he just took more barrier. So I might not interview him this time.
Well,
yes. That's a good idea, Alex.
Yeah, that could be the smart move. Pinero is still listed as 3rd place. As we say, the jury is definitely still out, literally and figuratively, because the race control is still considering it. They have the overhead cameras. They'll know exactly what's been going on there.
The problem is, every lap that goes by is a risk that Zafar would potentially pit, or Ramon might pit, and therefore there would then no longer be an opportunity for him to let Zafar back through if a bad pass is given. And
it's going to be a difficult...
No further action. So race control, who have got much better views than us, deem that to be okay. So we saw it in real time, and there was barrier movement.
So clearly, although it was very dramatic, it was a racing instance. That's great news for Ramon Pinero.
And they will have broken that down in slow motion from angles that we don't have, and looked in detail.
Particularly that overhead view. They look right down on the track, don't they, with those cameras in the roof. Now, I want to just look at Ramon Pinero now, because if you look at those lap times, he's competitive, he's fast. And, well, Hassan Zafar's just set the fastest lap of the race, 34.4. is exceptional, when you consider everyone else as best. Everyone else is on 34.6, but that does include the flying Ramon Pinero. So Pinero is in 3rd place. This race is far from over from a Pinero point of view. He's your teammate, Brad, and we've all known Ramon for a lot of years now, and he's going to have the bit between his teeth on this one, especially as he's not got a penalty. He's now free to continue whatever he was doing.
Although, he's being chased down, and he will be thinking, Hassan, why didn't you have this pace when I was behind you? We could have just gone together. I wouldn't have needed to overtake you.
100%. That would have been something great. I mean, when that gap was opening, in fairness to Zafar, though, he actually had stabilised that gap. He started to drop away. Pinero was knocking on his door. However, he did actually do the work to stabilise the gap to Anderson, who was then 2nd. But just looking at our front here, we're going to go back. I'm going to look back at the screen. We've still got Ryan Taylor versus Valdemar Anderson, and these two have been at it for the entire race. They've maintained that sort of position. We've had Zafar and Pinero have dropped back that little bit further, particularly because of incidents, etc. But if we look on the screen there, we can see the 2 leaders, and they're right behind with that gap, not really that much bigger than what it was, is Pinero. He's got Zafar coming with him. So let's have a look back up the straight there. So they're the 2 leaders, but there's Pinero, and there's Zafar coming onto the straight. So, this race still has a lot going for it, and they're 9 minutes to go go plus the lap. So
and P2's into the pits.
Anderson.
Anderson is in the pits as he hammers the brakes, gets a really good slide, a big double dab of the throttle to get going again, leans forward in the kart, gets another green, and he comes out behind Sheargold. Oh, as we got number 9 into the pits, which is Richie, and he gets a good green, and then he's up to the next stop. As he looks up at the lights, gets a good green, and he's off, but he's unfortunately at the back by himself.
Well, yes, but that is exactly what Zach Venn was planning, because Zach Venn was down near the tail of the field. And you can see how far ahead of Richie Clark he has actually developed a distance too. So Zach Venn, although it seems like his strategy does involve people in front of him, and quite a few of them, it certainly wasn't a bad idea at the time when you consider the gap he now has over Richie Clark. So as they continue round, it is Ryan Taylor with Pinero now saying, now there's Pinero on screen, and Pinero is not actually really that far back.
Well, the pace of Ryan Taylor, I don't know what's gone on. Ryan Taylor's dropped back a few tenths. He's completely on his own. He's unopposed. There's nobody getting in his way, but he's been a few tenths off for the last couple of laps.
So those viewers watching at home, if you look at this, there is Pinero. He's in second place, but if we get a bigger picture, we'll see how close. There he is. Look, so there's the leader going across the line. There's Pinero with the yellow on the helmet, and there is Zafar behind him. So Pinero potentially is closing in. We've seen a drop-off in pace from Taylor. He's back on pace, but on that previous lap, he lost 0.3 per second. And the trouble is, in any motorsport, particularly at this level, you never get time back that you've lost. Okay, you might have people match that by their own blunders, but you don't get the time back. In reality, that's you can't be giving anything away. And so Ramon Pinero will really have the bit between his teeth now as he's seen Taylor come back gradually into his clutches. Now, the bottom 5, so that's Anderson back, have all made pit stops. The upper 5, Taylor, Pinero, Zafar, Taylor and Sheargold have not been in the pits. There's Zafar on screen now in the blue suit. So that's Hassan Zafar. There's Ramon Pinero in front with the yellow on his helmet. Now look at that. Is that gap coming down, or is it just a concertina?
Another 2 tenths on that last lap. So Pinero is just gradually reeling in Ryan Taylor. But Anderson is going quicker than both of them.
I was just coming in to say that, Brad. Yeah, we can't ignore Anderson, because Anderson was quicker than the leader on both of those last 2 laps. So he is absolutely flying right now.
And he's within the pit window, 9.9 seconds. So you'd expect him to be close enough. They're going to have to do some kind of unbelievable pit stop if they want to come out in front of him.
Well, they've got 6.5 minutes before the last lap board, so they do actually probably have a real honest good 8-9 laps before they need to be pitting. Obviously they don't want to pit as one big group or they'll trip over each other and they'll really lose the race. However, they do have to be mindful of the pace of Anderson, because look at that. Ramon Pinero definitely seems to be visibly closing in on the leader now. There's Pinero, the Spaniard, in second. And yes, he definitely is closing in. It's going to seem even worse as they move through the pit lane from Taylor's point of view, because Pinero will be right with
number 17 in the pits, which is
Tellier.
Elias Tellier, and he has got a good stop. He's being shouted at by his team as he comes out of the pits alongside Tom, no, behind Tom Wiltshire.
So he's come out behind Tom Wiltshire. Tom Wiltshire will be pleased to see that, that's for sure, because Tom Wiltshire is the next driver behind Anderson in terms of those who've pitted. So Anderson, we think, could come out in the race lead if they all made a pit stop now. But look at this. Pinero definitely is as close to Taylor as he is ahead. And then comes Hassan Zafar.
Oh, as Hassan has a very big whack on both pit walls as he comes into the pits.
And remember,
he does get a green.
Just remember, any significant contact with the pit barrier is a penalty. So when you say someone's whacked the barrier, Alex, that always worries me.
Yeah. Sheargold's just come into the pits behind me. Well, to be fair, I've seen lots of people hitting that barrier all weekend, and I think the organisers are being lenient.
That's a far clout we could hear up here. So anyway, it was quite a noisy one. But there, look at that. Ramon Pinero is on to the leader. He's in contact with the leader now, Ryan Taylor. So Ramon Pinero is going to be applying all kinds of pressure with 5 minutes to go on the race lead there. Ryan Taylor, who looks over his shoulder, he sees what the position is. So Taylor now has Pinero right on his case, and Taylor round the revised area there, and he's going to come through a final hairpin and then on back to the familiar track, this long sweeping bend to the backstretch. Now, will Ramon make a move? He's too far back to make a move here this time, but he's certainly got the attention of Ryan Taylor.
I feel like he needs to make a pit stop, because you've got Zafar, who's been very, very fast, although not quite so on that last lap, but he's within that striking distance. Ramon doesn't have a comfortable pit stop, and if he wants to bank this podium, he needs to think about coming in. There's only 4 minutes to go.
He's getting waved. Is that to Pinero? Someone was getting a wave there, and it didn't look like a BSR arm.
I didn't see that one, but it may well have been a
It looked,
Valor
it looked
Racing.
Like, it looked a lot like a Johnny Elliott type arm, shall we say?
Yeah.
And
I'd be saying the same thing if I was down there.
I think that might be a Johnny Elliott arm. Waving
here we go.
Pinero.
Some defence going on from Taylor. You can't afford Taylor to defend for more than 1 or 2 corners. Pinero needs to pit unless Taylor.
He's in, hand in the air. He's coming in right now.
In comes Pinero.
Comes in really nice and smooth, really precise. Bang on the white line. Gets the green.
Okay, this is
smashes it on. Bang on the white line again. He's being egged on by Johnny. He's behind Anderson, which we thought might have been the case.
Yep. But that does look like a podium banked, though. So he has come out. It's only Anderson that's jumped him. So now it's just about what Taylor does in the pits.
Yeah, an outstanding performance there by Ramon Pinero. He's really got the bit between his teeth on this one. It's Ryan Taylor. Will Ryan Taylor try and cover that pit stop by coming in now? What's happening? Yes, he does. In comes Taylor.
He is in, and again, very smooth. He stops a little bit short of the line as he gets his pit stop done, and he goes up to the next one. He goes a little bit over the line, so he's got to be a bit careful as he releases the throttle. And Anderson goes past, but Ramon isn't going to make it past, but it is at least a podium banked for now for Ramon, and now we're going to see him try and go for second place.
Well, that's very interesting, because look at those leaders there. It's now Valdemar Anderson, who's cycled through the pit stops, come out in the lead, exactly what he wanted. Ryan Taylor's got a bit of a rear guard action. Ramon Pinero was waving there. Was it to Taylor to say, look, just keep going, go, 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 because Pinero may still have designs on winning this race. Yeah, there he is. He's saying, go, mate, go.
I have to say, I think it's a bit of an unreasonable request, and I think in Taylor's position, Ramon would be doing some defending right now.
I think Ramon would be doing a lot of defending. However, despite that, Ramon's message is basically we can't afford to lose time to Anderson. So don't worry about me, just get up to the front. I think Ramon would get a bit more racy if Taylor could close in, but I agree with you. I think Anderson's got some pace here.
There's a reason Anderson jumped them both, and that's because he's faster.
That's the tall and short of it, really, isn't it? You were talking about the Lewis Manley line going out wide. It seems to be quite a few people doing that now, Brad. Have a look when the next...
Yeah, I did notice that.
So Anderson continues to lead. They've got 2 minutes to go, then the final lap. Now, Taylor, let's have a look at the times. Is he actually dropping back? Sort of not really on that last lap. They're identical on times, really, on that last lap, these top 3. At some point, Pinero's going to start thinking, well, Taylor ain't got what it takes to get to the front of this race. I'm going to pass him anyway. That'll probably be the last lap, will it, Brad? But that's where you'd assume he would do it.
Well, he's had a bit of practice at going for an audacious dive into turn 1, and he was ruled to be okay for that one. I don't think he's close enough. I think
there's
like Taylor's pulled that gap.
Yeah, it's this revised layout this year does seem to enhance this concertina effect. So I think when karts are on the power versus karts on the brake is really what we're seeing, and it's power brake, and that's probably what's making it seem a bit closer than it is at times here.
Much as he's my teammate, I think my blood pressure would rather he had that little gap to Taylor rather than going for something half-hearted. But
yeah,
let's
but
see.
He's not under pressure from behind though, Ramon Pinero. So Hassan Zafar is really nowhere near in contention. In fact, there he is going defensive against
exactly.
Thomas Wilshire. So Zafar is actually trying to hang on to 4th place rather than any designs on 3rd. So if Pinero wants to do something, he's kind of got the freedom to do it. The question is, he just can't afford to end up with either even if he gets a bad pass, gives it back, he's probably not going to lose as far. But what he can't do is end up in the barrier and facing the wrong way, anything like this.
Yep.
So that would be the real risk for Ramon Pinero there. They've got just under half a minute now, and then it's the final lap board. Pinero, is he getting closer? That gap is maintained. Obviously, if he could, it's Ramon Pinero. We know he would try.
Yeah, I just don't think he's quite there yet. It's so hard to make a move on this circuit because the braking distances aren't very long. The karts aren't really travelling fast enough to have to slow down a lot into the corners. So
yeah, not too much excessive slowdown. The average speed is quite...
Yeah.
Compared to the high speed, low speed, it's all fairly even.
So if you're not right on the bumper of the kart in front of you as you approach the braking zone, you've got too much ground to make up. And I can see daylight clearly there between Pinero and
yeah. Now that does lead us to the battle behind, which is really getting tasty because there's 5 karts in it. It's Hassan Zafar, it's Thomas Wilshire, it's Elias Tellier, it's Freddie Farrell, maybe even Zach Venn at the back of that. Yes, it is Zach Venn at the back of that in the 21. So yeah, that's getting very, very tasty as they cross the lines. There's Pinero, there's Gap. Now this is the battle I'm on about. There's Zafar, and look at it, it's a 5-way fight. This is the one that could explode because Pinero looks like he's kind of in position there. They can close it under the concertina, but it's not enough to pass. They're on the last lap now. Anderson, Taylor, and then Pinero, and this is the big battle behind. This is the one that could still explode down at the end of the straight. They're on the final lap here. What's going to happen? There's Zafar holding the line. No, in fact, no one's close enough. Everyone's sort of kind of matching each other, cancelling each other out. It's going to be across the line. It's a win then for Anderson, Taylor, Pinero. It's going to be a 4th place for Zafar, Wilshire, then Tellier, then Farrell, then Sven in 8th, and Sheargold 9th. Richie Clark there in 10th place. So what a win there by Valdemar Anderson. He's going to be absolutely delighted with that one. Slightly, well, it's I wouldn't say surprising, but it's certainly an impressive thing that he's been able to do to win that.
Yeah, that was a pretty tight race, wasn't it? We had quite a lot of karts all within a decent margin, under 10 seconds separating first down to 8th, and we had a race earlier where first to second was bigger than that.
And we can rely on the spectacular from Ramon Pinero, and he delivered really with that 3rd place finish. Taylor into 2nd, Ryan Taylor, great result for him. Pinero 3rd, and the rest. So down to you, Alex, in the pit lane. They're coming in now with you.
I'm gonna grab Tom Wilshire really quickly because Tom, you played the long man strategy on that one, didn't you? You pitted quite early and made it work for you. How was that race for you?
It was okay. I mean, I messed up my quali a little bit. I mean, I've never really been too good at 1 lap quali pace, so yeah, I gave myself a lot of work to do. Pitted early, I knew I had some pace. I know my long run pace is pretty good, so pitted early, and yeah, I gained a few positions, but yeah, it wasn't to be.
Excellent. It's a good race, though. Well done. Right, let's go find the leaders. I'm going to have to try and find Ramon. I actually am going to have to interview Ramon. So I'm going to go grab him and find him. And I also need to find Ryan, and I need to find Anderson. So let's go and find them. Where Anderson is celebrating with his team. There is Ramon. He's going to go get weighed. And then we're going to go talk to Ramon in a second. They're all celebrating and going crazy. And we're going to grab Ramon. Ramon, you are live on Big Brother. Please do not swear. You told me you were going to win this race. What happened?
I wasn't fast enough myself. Yeah, I didn't do a very good quali. And then up to the pace, I think I was the fastest. I caught all the 2 guys that were in the front. But I came from too far back. Yeah, I didn't do a good enough job in quali, and then I paid the price in the race.
You drove really well, though. Really,
yeah,
you drove really
Alex,
well, though.
Alex,
oh, hang on, we got a question from James.
Tell him that we think you did a really good job there. It was a great move on Zafar, and so that was actually quite a fighting 3rd, even if he feels he was a bit off.
Oh, that's a really good point. We thought the move on Zafar was really good. How did you feel when you saw it under investigation?
I mean, after one mad bash passed in the heat before, if they give me a penalty for this, it would be embarrassing. So I knew I was okay.
Fair enough, good man. Right, where is the winner? Where's the leader? Oh, we'll grab Ryan Taylor. I'm going to steal you away from your conversation. Yes. So, I'm talking to you again. I know. You found yourself in another good position. How was that race from your point of view?
Do you know what? I'm just happy I've made the pit stop this time. But yeah, definitely a lot better, a lot cleaner. I'm quite happy to be on pole. Nothing to do with the kart or anything, but I was coming out of the last one feeling a bit like annoyed with myself, thinking I can't believe I've just done that with the pit stop. Went off, cooled down, and then come back with it. Just get on with it, and yeah, there you go.
Well, hopefully we keep talking to you and see you in the semi-final. Mr. Anderson, you are very happy about that one, aren't you?
Indeed.
So you should be.
Indeed.
Absolutely stunning performance. How does it look from your point of view?
I am absolutely. I can't really put it into words. Like after the last heat where I messed up my pit stop, I was so gutted. And then when I saw I qualified 2nd, I was like, okay, I just gotta go. And then I felt faster a lot of the ways track, so I decided to take a pit stop. And at the end it worked out. I was very surprised by how much gap I had made. And then I saw them battling. I think, oh yes, perfect. And then yeah, it was just a cruise to the end.
Excellent, well done. Absolutely stunning performance. Enjoy. So that was absolutely brilliant. I love seeing people who are so enthusiastic when they win a race. So Mr. Anderson there was incredibly happy. Anyway, over to you guys.
Well, I'm not surprised. You did a great job. Now we're moving to the next race. This is heat race 3 of the 3rd round. We've got 3 more races tonight, and this is the first of those 3 remaining. In this race, we've got the spectacular Sam Shaw, we've got Tristan Lloydell, we've got Kylam Kenny Bedeau, we've got Anthony Roberts, we've got Ricardo Vliga, we've got Ben Franken, we've got Bobby McGeer, we've got Aaron Bell, Jack Langford, and Charlie Ratford. Now, this is going to be deceptively tough. Those who are used to the more international field with the international names, oh yeah, Linda Ross is going to win, of course he is. We've got a lot of quite deceptively strong British drivers in this. Charlie Ratford is one of those. Jack Langford is one of those. Bell's actually one of those. Bobby McGeer is definitely one of those. Ben Frankham is regularly one of those. And Anthony Roberts has shown well. And Calum Kenny Badeau was, this is second visit to the BRKC. And Sam Shaw, of course, we know can do the business as well. Of the non-British drivers in this, Tristan Lloydell, the American, and Ricardo Vliega of the Netherlands, they are the only non-Brits in this, and this is going to be possibly the biggest British battle we've seen so far. So the times are coming in for the qualifying. Shaw's fastest, still fastest. It's still Sam Shaw. He's on the top. Frankham's gone through in third, but it's still Sam Shaw. No, Bobby McGeer's gone to the top there. So Bobby McGeer has gone to the top. Sam Shaw's down a place. And now that the qualifying's concluded, I can confirm it is Bobby McGeer from Sam Shaw, Anthony Roberts, Ben Frankham, Ricardo Vliega, Calum Kenny Badeau, Charlie Ratford will feel he's down in seventh, and Jack Langford in eighth place. He will definitely feel he's outplaced. Potential early pit stoppers there. Aaron Bell and Tristan Lloydell, the American, rounds out the top 10. So it's going to be Bobby McGeer now. We saw Bobby leading the way for a long time in an earlier heat race, and he got bundled down the order a little bit, much to his dismay, to third. But we'll see if he can turn that around in this one. He gets another shot, starting from pole position. Clearly got immediate pace. Can he hang on to said pace during the race? Well, we're going to find out, because he's starting in first here, Brad. An interesting qualifying. Winners like McGeer and Sam Shaw, but what about relative losers like Ratford and Langford?
Yeah, and fine margins really decided that one.
Yeah.
Charlie Ratford down there in seventh was a tenth of a second off, and he's now
he's
miles
like,
down the order.
Yeah, he is. He's
just over a tenth
off.
So you've got fractions of a second separating the top six effectively, and tiny differences in the way they would have lifted at a particular time and just turned the wheel slightly quicker than their competitor.
And it's a tenth. I mean, whereas that tenth is like you can't even stop it on a stopwatch hardly, So what we're looking at here is potentially a very close race, one that's crying out for early pit stoppers on that basis if they're all doing the same lap times. And now let's have a look. Bobby McGeer is going to take the start. There he goes. He's across the line in the lead, and a bit of a gap second to third. So McGeer and Shaw have made the sort of break that they wanted. Roberts a little bit later getting on the throttle. Can he close that gap up? Well, again, we're going through the concertinaing effect of the new section, but it does look as though he has. So it's McGeer from Shaw, from Roberts, Frankham, and the rest. So there we are. The blue suit there of Bobby McGeer is leading the way onto the backstretch, followed by Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw is, already he's indicating to Roberts behind, go for it. We're going for Bobby McGeer. So in other words, don't challenge me. Don't wreck our chances by, bumping and boring and losing us both time.
Roberts has really closed onto the back of them, because the gap as they got to turn one, Shaw had quite a big lead over third place, and Roberts just closed that down in a heartbeat. So I think he's got some pace.
Absolutely, Roberts has some pace. He was 39th in the championship last year, which 9 places away from a semi-final, which actually in the scheme of things, when there's 100 drivers, that's pretty close. That's close enough to be disappointed, and he's certainly not wanting to give in easy this year. He's actually closer now and potentially challenging. I think he's in a better position versus Shaw than Shaw is on McGeer.
Hasn't gone for the move yet. I was watching closely down the back straight. He's not even had a look. So we've got a few BSR drivers there. In fact, the top 4 drivers are all from various BSR teams.
Yeah.
A couple of them on the same BSR white team. That's Sam Shaw and Ben Frankham.
Yeah, and if you were in say one of these leading BSR karts, say Frankham, Roberts, and you made a move that didn't come off and you blew the race for the whole team, would you want to be the one answering to Brad Shepherd himself?
No,
it may not be a nice place to be. So, yeah.
Do you think Anthony Roberts has to apply to Papaya rules?
I think he has to remember which team he's driving in. He's technically, you see, the BSR drivers there, they're actually top 4. It's McGeer, Shaw, Roberts, Frankham. They're all BSR drivers. But guess what? Brad Shepherd Racing, they love to enter 300 people in each meeting, don't they? So they've got a multiple of teams, and they've given them team numbers. So actually, it's different teams within BSR. So, for instance, McGeer is part of BSR Black, Shaw is part of BSR White, Roberts is part of BSR Papaya, and Frankham is part of BSR White. So they're different teams within the same outfit, if that makes sense.
And somebody is in the pits. It's kart number 8 as he stops on his marks and gets a green light. And there's another good stop. Nice and simple. That is our first pit stop at 17.5 minutes, and he has got clear air to go and run around by himself.
Yeah, so, Vliga there, he's part of the talent factory in terms of team, and that's one of the top teams in the world. So Vliga there, certainly from the Netherlands, and definitely one who cannot be discounted if he's part of that team. So they do bring on young drivers, that's for sure. So Vliga will be one of those. So the team will actually be expecting to see improvements. Yeah, he'll get all the coaching he needs, but they are going to be looking for something from him, ultimately. And so he's actually rejoined there in 10th place. But it's Bobby McGear up at the front. It's a BSR team top 4. So Bobby McGear there in the screen there. He's part of BSR, but he's not in orange. So he's kind of a subtle BSR there in the traditional blue and white we expect with Bobby McGear. He's probably just joined the team on this weekend. He doesn't seem to have any BSR branding on him whatsoever.
I always wonder what the rules are on that, because there's a couple. You also see Vika Schlets isn't in a Blue Star outfit, is he?
He's not. It might be that people like that are purely in for this.
Oh, we have a stop out. We have kart number 10 has come into the pits. Looks like a nice clean stop as he's going to come out ahead of the guy who pitted before him, and they're now gesticulating to each other to get on with it.
And that's Bedo back in the race, and crucially from his point of view, he's come out ahead of Ricardo Vliga there, and so Bedo back out into the race, and he's managed to go ahead of Vliga.
You were talking about this earlier, James. You hate that. When you're the driver who's pitted early, you just want no one else to pit for ages. You want them to all mess around and slow each other down, and you want to be the only one with clear air. But now he's tucked right up behind Bedo.
It seems worthwhile when you feel like you're on your own doing something. When someone pits in front of you and they come out in front of you, miles in front of you, it's so disappointing. And of course, from Liga's point of view there, he won't have been too keen to see Bedo come out right on his front bumper.
And Bedo's probably done that in order to cover him. He probably saw
and he's done the right thing to do so, hasn't he?
For him. And Vliga's thinking, but I didn't want to race you. I wanted to race those other guys. I wanted you to wait a few more laps before you pitted.
Talent Factory expect me to be in the middle of the BSR battle, not down the tail of the race. Anyway, we've got Bobby McGear up at the front still, and there he is being challenged by Sam Shaw. So Sam Shaw is starting to work really hard on the back of McGear. It's in this tricky to spot revised area. In fact, Sam Shaw's just waiting to Bobby, look, just go. So there's obviously been some taps there, and Bobby McGear needs to be understanding the right message from Sam Shaw's point of view. He doesn't want the defensive Bobby McGear because they've opened up a little bit of a gap to Anthony Roberts there in that third place. So as we can see, there's McGear, there's Shaw, and there is Roberts. So that gap is opening up, and Shaw keeps indicating, keep going, because he doesn't want a battle to ensue that drops both of them back into that third place. A two-way fight from his point of view is far better than a three.
The pace of the drivers in the middle of the pack, so 4th place all the way down to 9th and 10th, in fact 10th place, is so close. It's high 4s and low to mid 5s, 34.5.
It's such an even race.
Very even.
Look at the last lap times. Just because Bobby McGear's leading doesn't mean he's pulling that much of a better lap, because Bobby McGear on the last lap did 34.7. Ricardo Vliga on the last lap, who's in last place, did 34.4.
Absolutely crazy how tight this one is.
Yeah, Vliga's faster than McGear, but he's last.
So he's going to really want to get past Kylam Kenny Bedo if he can. Although, having said that, there's that little bit of air cushion between them. So maybe Bedo's fast enough to drag them both forward.
Yeah, Bedo's quite interesting there because he's fractionally fast, by 100th of a second.
On that lap, he was.
Per lap, yeah, but from Vliga. So those two at the back are running a pretty hot pace. And the only reason it doesn't seem so hot is because they are literally at the back. So it could well be that they're actually going to show us something here, Brad. And those early pit stoppers, those two, are the only ones who've been in. Alex, it's been very quiet. We've got 13 and a half minutes, and we've still got 8 karts to come in the pits.
Yeah, I don't want them to come in though, because this battle's brilliant. I'm really enjoying watching this lot, all absolutely slogging it out. This is one of the tightest lap time races I think we've had for quite a while, especially on this layout. So it's actually very, very exciting, because anyone could make the slightest slip up and cause themselves to be on the podium.
And we saw a defensive attempt there by Bobby McGear at the top of the straight. This is not what Sam Shaw wants. He wants Bobby McGear to just keep on. He's waving again to McGear, just go. Don't worry about me, because now they've got what they didn't want, which is Roberts on their tail. They'd opened up a gap and now it's closed in. How did that close in? Purely on defence.
On the last lap, or the lap before this one, the top 3 were actually some of the slowest drivers out on track, and that's exactly what the drivers like Vliga and Bedo, who have made that early pit stop, want to see. They're a bit too far back at the moment, but as we've seen throughout the day, it only takes a few of those defences and you lose seconds. At the moment, they don't have the gap to be involved. But if Bobby McGear feels the need to keep defending, then they can be involved.
And on that last lap, Bedo was faster than the leader. So they're doing the business at the back there. They really are on terms of lap time. And Bobby McGeer continues to lead. Sam Shaw continues to sit in that second place, but they now have the attention of Anthony Roberts. Now, at some point, Shaw's going to run out of patience, is he?
McGeer's defending hard, defending
strong
hard.
Defense, strong defense, and that's costing time for Shaw and Roberts there. So it could soon become a four-way fight, because Franken's going to fancy a piece of this action.
One of these guys is going to need to pit, surely.
Surely. I was just going to ask you, Brad, if you were Roberts, would you have pitted by now?
If I was sure, I might.
I mean, the problem is, Roberts has potentially already lost out to Bedo and Vliga. Let's have a little look. No, not quite. So, yes, I would, Alex, to answer your question. If I was Roberts, I would pit now.
What about if you were Shaw, though? Because Shaw was the one who was waving at McGeer to keep going, and Shaw is now the one who's under attack from Roberts.
Well, Shaw's got an interesting position. He could pit just so he's not being held up by a defending Bobby McGeer. But the problem is, the moment he pits, Bobby won't be defending anymore. So Bobby will be fast again.
I think he will, because I reckon Roberts will be straight on him.
If Roberts pits, McGeer will still be defending from Shaw. So Roberts is going to benefit from multiple
I was
laps.
thinking if you were Shaw, surely it's not going to take long. The way Roberts closed in there, surely if you pitted out so you were sure, you remove yourself.
Potentially.
In the second place. Roberts is going to close in on McGeer quite rapidly, and then McGeer will be defending Roberts instead of Shaw.
Yes,
Similar situation.
you are relying on Roberts closing right in on McGeer.
Sure, you will switch back to the Vliga-Bedo spot.
Although their pace has come back now, so 34.5 for Bobby on that last lap, and actually that goes with a couple of bad laps from Bedo and Vliga, who might be defending themselves.
Yeah, good spot that, Brad. Some of the early gains have now been mitigated by because Bobby McGeer is down into 34.5.
We have a stopper. Number 21 has flown his way into the pits. Really aggressive on the pit stop. Bang on the white line for that second one. Really nice stop.
That's the American Tristan Lloydell, and through go Bedo and Vliga. Now, Bedo and Vliga will have been absolutely delighted to have actually come past the pits and seen someone in it. That shows to them that their strategy's paid off. They've passed the driver in the pits completely clean, because he was well in the pits when they were going by. So, he wasn't even coming out. So that'll have given them sort of positive hope for the rest of this race.
I now don't think Bedo and Vliga are in this hunt. I don't think they've really made inroads. Bobby's not defending anymore. He's going fast again. He's just on a 34.4, so really Bobby is really capable of some fast lap times here when he's not having to cover the inside.
Well, we know he can do it, and that's the thing, because not least of which he's on pole, but we've seen enough of him now over the past couple of years to know that Bobby McGeer is more than capable of winning a BRKC race, and that's what he's gone to now, and he seems to have got the bit between his teeth, and it's almost like, if you can see it on the screen at home, there's Bobby McGeer in the blue, and you can just see in the body language, this is a driver now who's racing to get away at the front, not someone who's racing to maintain the first place. There's a much different attitude of mind in those two sort of situations. As a racer, if you are actually driving to pull away and win, that's a big difference to driving to just not lose your spot. There he is. He's really kind of egging himself onto this backstretch. There goes Bobby McGeer in the blue, and it's Sam Shaw and Roberts. They actually seem to be working harder now just to stay with McGeer, and maybe that's what Sam Shaw wanted all along.
So look how close we've got. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5 across the line, and then obviously 6 of Langford. So that looks like quite a lot of karts in a short space of the track. But actually, there's these other 2 karts here that are just about to cross the line who are also involved in that battle. So when all the pit stops have shaken out, there's actually more involved here than it looks.
A little bit of rapid maths, Brad, but there's that lead 3, and then there's like a couple of karts gap to Frankham and then Ratford. Am I right in thinking that Bedo and Vliga would actually fall right in that slot if everyone was in the pits now?
It depends whether or not those guys do good pit stops or not, but I think they're actually just behind that.
They're just behind the 5th, so they're really 6th and 7th.
Within the margin of error. It could be somewhere around there, but they're certainly in that lead bunch, even if it's for 6th position.
So we're looking at exciting pit exits, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, certainly we've still only got 3 people in the pits, and we're down to 8 minutes on the counter. It is still Bobby McGeer absorbing enormous pressure from Sam Shaw. He's gone defensive again. That's going to cost a bit of speed. As Shaw tries to the outside, tries to cut back. He's staying with McGeer. He's not trying to make a move yet, but surely one of these top 3 is going to come in the pits soon, because, maybe Roberts will stay out because he keeps sort of losing a bit and then closing in on the leaders.
And they just lost half a second to Bedo on that lap because of that defence.
The defence, it plays its part. I mean, Shaw is being very patient with this. Bobby McGee is doing what he has to. He's trying to stay in front and win it from the front, staying there the whole way, go through the pit stops, come out ahead. But, you know, you can't blame Bobby McGee. He's in front. It's his job to defend it. But equally, maybe Shaw or Roberts.
There's a move. Ratford just slid down the inside of Frankham there.
Ooh, right.
I got a good glimpse of it.
Yeah, there he is. There he is. There's Ratford there in the blue and white versus Frankham in the orange and black.
I quite like that move. Again, I'm not seeing it in slow-mo, but from my my kind of real-time vantage point, it looked pretty good here. He was kind of slotted in. There's always that little bit of contact, though, isn't there, which makes you question whether race control are going to deem it legal or not. But
when we've seen moves by Charlie Ratford, I have to say, Brad, that Charlie Ratford, he's one of those pretty decisive people. And when he sends a move down the inside like that, you know it's a move. It's not just a random thought. It's a I've got it.
I think a lot of it depends on whether or not you then go on to easily make the corner, or whether you just miss the corner entirely, gain position, and have a bunch of contact. But race control have their systems for looking into it. But Charlie is up to 4th place on the track.
Yeah, and well, now I'm looking at that section there. They are really closing in on the lead trio. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, slight gap 5, 6. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, slight gap 4, 5, 6. Because there's McGeer in the blue. There's Shaw. There's Roberts. A gap. There's Ratford. Then there's Frankham, and Jack Langford is coming into this mix. This is almost a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lead group.
This isn't over because Bedo and Vliga, who have made their stops, are going along quite nicely, although the top two just absolutely smashed the lap times there, 34.2 and 34.3. But if there's a battle about to ensue here, with 6 minutes left to go, the Vliga-Bedo little duo could still be involved. At the moment, I think they're somewhere bang in the middle of that group.
I was going to say, they've got to fit in there somewhere, and we're going to see that when the pit stops come out. But it will mean that the pressure's on for any of these 6 to make a good pit stop. Make a bad pit stop, you're going to lose your spot in, seriously, there's a big risk of it to Bedo and Vliga. Bedo and Vliga could really be flies in the ointment of this particular battle for anyone hoping to stay in the position they're in to the end. If you know, some people will be thinking, gosh, I'm in 4th, that's great for me, or something like that. But you're under pressure there because there goes, they've been running together the whole way of Bedo and Vliga. They're really on it.
Who's going to set them off? Who's going to be the first to pit?
I keep thinking it's Shaw Roberts. Maybe Ratford.
Because there are less minutes in the race than there are people to pit.
Yeah.
So we're going to see some double stacks. We're going to see people flying in. I'm just expecting people to come in, as there is, as number 17 flies into the pits. Really good stop right on the white line. It is Frankham, as he's just over the white line on that one. But again, a nice pit stop. He's through, but he comes out behind. Oh, Bedo gets ahead, but him and Vliga are side by side.
Yes, but Vliga's got the inside. Vliga's on the inside, and he's done it. Vliga's done it. So it's worked. Bedo and Vliga have got their first scalp in the form of Ben Frankham. Now they're coming round to you, Alex. Are we going to have another pit stopper? Here's Bobby McGeer. Is he coming in? No, but someone behind surely is. No, they're not. The top 4 are staying out.
And actually, now it's just Bedo who is in this conversation for a really high finish of the people who have already pitted, because that little melee between Vliga and Frankham has dropped them quite a long way back. And with it being so close, that gap you can see now crossing the line, now as they cross, that's going to be quite significant when it comes to trying to slot into this group.
Yeah, there's a good maybe 5 karts between Bedo and Vliga. So Bedo, the net beneficiary there. McGee turns in, so does Shaw. Now, surely one of these 4 is going to come in this time. It's
less than 4 minutes. They have to come in.
What about this?
Ratford, it's Ratford.
Ratford is in as he bang on the white line. Just a bit over the white line, actually, you're right. And he's going again, and just again a little bit over the white line. But he does make it stick, and he's going to come out ahead of Bedo.
That was a very good stop, and it had to be, because here comes the flying Bedo. Bedo is on the back of Ratford there. Ratford's sort of waving like, yep, done it. But here comes Bobby McGeer. He's egging himself on through that corner. Down the backstretch goes Bobby McGeer. He's got Sam Shaw with him and Robertson. There's a gap now behind because the pit stoppers in the form of Ratford and company. So are we going to have any in on this one?
Yep,
yes,
we are.
Roberts is in.
As he's just a little bit shy of the right. Oh, as Langford's coming in as well. We're all clear on these pit stops. Where's Roberts going to come out? Roberts coming out just ahead of Ratford, and Langford is behind Baddow and alongside. Oh, he's lost out like 3 places in that. That's a shame.
Yeah, he's made it in front. However, looking at where Roberts was and where the other two will be, Beddoe, a real net gainer there because he was right down the order and he's looking good for being among the front pack there. Once the pit stop cycle into the pits comes Shaw.
Here comes Sam Shaw, bang on the white line. That's perfect. Absolutely brilliant bit of pit stopping. As we've got Bell coming in behind us as well. We've got a green light here, we've got a green light there. We're going to have a green light everywhere. Oh, he stopped a little bit early. That's not going to be a great stop for him, but that doesn't matter as we have Sam Shaw out there. He did a 44.1. That is a really, really strong pit stop. Bobby has to come in right now and nail this stop.
Pressure's on Bobby McGeer.
And here comes Bobby McGeer now. He's rounding the final corners. He's heading towards the pit lane, surely. He's in. Bobby McGeer.
Here we go. So nice and smooth around the corner. Nails his marks. Really good stop. Leans forward to get off the rear axle and get a stop. Ooh, I'm very deep. He's got to be careful. He's going to get the yellow. That's really good. But he is going to come out well ahead. That is a really, really good stop. What was that time? Another 44.1, cracking pit stop.
A brilliant stop by Bobby McGeer. He's done enough to stay ahead of Shaw. Shaw must be absolutely disappointed, shall we say. I can't think of a better word because Shaw would have definitely known he did a good pit stop. It's like, right, McGeer, you answer this one, mate. And as it happens, Bobby McGeer has answered this one, and he's answered it by keeping the lead. And he's turning into the hairpin at the bottom. There's 1.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Bobby McGeer, though, isn't entirely safe now because we've seen that Shaw has got the speed to close the gap. He was doing it earlier on. He's going to do it again, surely. And Bobby McGeer's got a lot of work still to do. He's got the advantage of being in front. Can he hang on is the question. Bobby McGeer going through the tight turns there in the revised layout with Sam Shaw with him. A bit of a gap to Roberts, so Shaw isn't under pressure from Roberts to, Roberts isn't going to capitalise on any move that Shaw makes. Oh, look at this. Bobby McGeer is going to be defensive. Watch him to be on the inside down here. Look at that. Yes, he is. You don't get any more defensive than that, dear. Shaw's trying to the outside, but it's too far to go. And that does allow the others to close in. So it's little things like that. Look at that. They're all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. So look at Beddoe. Beddoe really closing in on the leaders there in 5th place. Kylan Kenny Beddoe, well done indeed for that.
I think this is comfortably the tightest top 9 we've had. We've got Aaron Bell down there, 6.5 seconds behind the lead in 9th position.
Absolutely. I mean, we thought this was going to be a close one in terms of lap time. Not to be disappointed. And there's Sam Shaw now. A move by Roberts. Can he make it work? No, he can't. He just gets shut off. And defensive moves across the board there. Ratford down the inside. And that was defensive against Beddoe. Beddoe is definitely in this mix. This is the best result we've seen from him. Look at McGeer go across the line. They're all together. It's like the top 8, isn't it? Or something like that.
Yep, the top 8 karts are all together on track fighting for
McGeer,
P2.
He's got 2 laps to hang on to this lead. And hang on, he has to, because there's 7 people ready and willing to take it from him. There's McGeer, there's Shaw, there is Anthony Roberts, there is Charlie Ratford, there is Kylan Kenny Beddoe, there's Richard Vlieger, there's Jack Langford, and maybe even Aaron Bell at the back there, which has joined this party here. So there's Bobby McGeer. That's the biggest lead he's had all race long. And gosh, when does he need it? Right now is when he needs it.
Yeah, Bobby McGeer saved his race with his own pace because had he been under threat from Shaw for more of the race, he would have been jumped by some of those fast karts that are pitted.
Yeah.
But because he kept managing to just edge far enough away that he didn't have to defend that often, that's what saved him. And I know it sounds obvious, but being fast is sometimes the best way to do it.
Yeah, well, it is. But also remember that pit stop. He did an equally rapid pit stop.
Yes,
with Max,
that
I'm
too.
sure.
Yes.
So arguably it could be said that Bobby McGeer won this race while he was stopped.
It was a masterclass of mental strength, I think, this race. He's really, really shown that you've got to keep a cool head, and he just absolutely nailed it.
Here's Bobby McGeer.
And there is the win.
He takes the winner. What a win there by Bobby McGeer. What a second place by Sam Shaw, Anthony Roberts, Ratford, Beddoe, Vlieger, Langford, Frank and Bell and Lloydell. And to be fair, if you were to vote man of the race on this, who on earth would you pick out of that lot?
No, I think it's got to be Bobby McGeer because
it would have to be
he did the job, didn't he? Absorbed the pressure, and when that gauntlet was thrown down with a really fast pit stop from Shaw, he just matched it.
Sam Shaw, we saw great performance. Roberts, Ratford up there. What about Beddoe? Beddoe, a fight in 5th there. Vlieger came back from the back. Really, really strong showings across the board. They're going to be with you, Alex, and it's going to be take your pick, mate.
Does it mean I've got to interview Sam Shaw again? He's got to tower over me again?
No, isn't that Seb Miller usually?
There's loads of them who are really tall. I feel really short. I don't like it. Right, so who are we going to grab first? Let's go and grab Jack Langford. Jack, How was that race from your point of view? You had like the stadium seats for the battles that were going on.
Yeah, it was getting a bit feisty at the end, especially at the end of the straight, but I just couldn't capitalise on it.
No worries, good, well done, man. Right, let's go find some of these winners. So I want to get hold of Bobby McGurr because that was an absolutely stunning performance. And let's find everybody else because it's pandemonium in here because there is everyone trying to get ready for their own races. Who are we trying to get? We are trying to get Anthony Roberts. Anthony, come back. You're top 3. No, put it down. Come here. Well, that looked like the most exciting race I've seen all day. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, well, it was my best qualifying of the weekend in what was quite a hard heat, so I was quite happy with that. But we were all working together at the start, but then towards the end, Bobby started defending, everyone started bunching up a little bit, and it started to get a bit chaotic, but I was still happy to hold on to third because Charlie was breathing down my neck at the end there.
Excellent, well done. Right, I'm going to go grab some of the other guys. Sam, that looked like fun. How was that one for you?
Fun, to be fair. Yeah, I went out first for quali, which is never easy, but yeah, it was a tough race. We had to do what we needed to do for the team. We qualified 1, 2, 3, 4, so yeah, we couldn't really battle too hard.
Yeah, no, it's incredible how the consistency and the pace of the BSR guys. It's one hell of a team to be part of.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Everyone helps each other. Everyone's coaching each other. They step up to the level every year, and the juniors are coming on brilliantly as well.
Well done. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bobby, Mr. McGurr, race winner. Now, I said, as you were coming through, that was an absolute masterclass in mental strength. Is that was that much more of a mental race than a physical race for you?
Yeah, I think so. I just had to, just keep my head and keep cool, just park it where I need to, and yeah, that's what I did.
Brad was saying in the commentary that you saved yourself with your own pace because you were fast enough when you needed to be. Did you feel there was more to give, or were you on maximum attack the entire time?
I was just maximum attack, just sort of just defending where I need to, put the laps together where I need to, and yeah, it was good.
Awesome, well done. Absolutely fantastic win. Hope the rest of your weekend goes well. Anyway, that was awesome. We're off for another race, and we will go back to you guys in the commentary box.
Yeah, we've got just 2 races remaining tonight, and let's have a look at this. We've got heat race number 4 of the 3rd round. They've all been out on this revised layout now, so everyone knows where they're going. Now, let's have a look at this. In this race, we've got Harrison Kirkham, Yolano Shipkins, we've got Christopher Knight, we've got Gary Jones, Adrian Mudlewski, Matteo De Rame, we've got Mateus Matus, we've got...
Sorry, James, can I butt in? Christopher Knight has taken a kart change. He has dropped kart, what I think is 21, and put on kart 18. That's why he's weaving like crazy, because obviously he's the one with the cold tyres.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Chris Knight may find that he does or doesn't have the ideal temperatures before the start of the race. It does take a fair bit of warming up on the tyres, but he's obviously, switched for a reason. So we've got Kirkham, Sheepens, we've got Knight, we've got Jones, Mazuski, we've got De Rame, we've got Mateus Matus, we've got Jacob Equal, Ross Sandwell and Tyler Mays. Several race winners here and several sterling performances. Obviously we've seen race wins from Tyler Mays, we've seen race wins from Mateus Matus, and we've seen close run things from Kirkham and Shapekins as well. So it's going to be another strong race, I think. It could be very similar to the last race. Obviously, front runners like Tyler Mays will want to check out, but let's have a look. We've got Shipkins fastest from Mays at the moment. De Rame is 3rd. Matteo De Rame, we've not seen him that close. Matus is into the pole position. Yes, we're seeing the warm-up laps there, sorry about that. So Mateus Matus is fastest from Jacob Equal at the moment. Yolano Shipkins there, and Tyler Mays has been pushed to 4th. Matteo De Rame is 5th. Harrison Kirkham 6th. Ross Sandwell is 7th. Gary Jones 8th, and Adrian Majewski is 9th, and Christopher Knight is in 10th. So
showing how bad a cold kart is compared to one that's already warm. That's the kind of gamble you take when you want to switch.
The risk one takes, but can he do something in the race? It's far from over yet. Will we see an early pit stop by Christopher Knight? Maybe he'll make the pit stop when he knows the tyres are still cold. A few laps in and they'll be warm. So if he does it early, what happens?
I've got a feeling he'll be just sitting at the back and just letting the race run. Because if everyone does hold him up towards the start as they're battling, that's just his tyres getting up to temperature without him losing time.
Yeah, without any loss.
Whereas if he pits, has cold tyres, does slow laps, he's just going to stay at the back when everyone else pits. So
yeah,
we'll see how it goes.
We'll see what he does.
Sorry, James. I grabbed Ramon just to see if anyone had suggested that he changed to change the kart, and Ramon was like, "No, why would he change the kart?" So I think it's a bit of an error from Chris there.
Well, he must have done it for a reason. It's not. Well, I don't know. Maybe he felt he'd had a good practice in it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask him afterwards. But yes, James, you're asking, is he one of my teammates? Yes, we've got Ross Samwell and we've got Chris Knight in the Valor team.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Strategically, is a decent backup with Pinero and Johnny Elliott. Right, the race is underway now, and it's Mateus Matus predictably from pole in the lead. Jacob Equal is keeping him honest in second. Shipkins is third. Now I'm expecting a good Equal and Shipkins battle here as Mateus Matus does his checkout routine, which he did before. And yes, that seems to be what's happening, because Equal has now got the full attention of Shipkins, and Tyler Mays then is running in fourth, but there's a gap either side of Equal and Shipkins. So there's Matus completing the opening lap in the lead with the gap to second and close third, and then a little gap to fourth visual I'm just dealing with really here. It's still quite close timing wise. So Mateus Matus, there he is, black suit and white helmet. We saw him win earlier by probably one of the biggest margins, as he's been tailed now by Jacob Equal. Jacob Equal is definitely losing already distance-wise to the flying Matus, but Equal, maybe he's already thinking about Shipkins, and he's already thinking about trying to maintain the top three finish here. There's Matus coming through, Equal, and then Shipkins, and then Tyler Mays. No super early pit stops, Alex, but and I'm thinking particularly from a Christopher Knight point of view.
I think we can let him off and not give him a pit stop. He can just roll around. He's not going to go anywhere, is he? He's already dropped way off the back of the pack.
Theoretically, at this time of day with the track temperatures, it may well be that, cold tyres is a net pit stop,
This is why you only really go for a spare if you absolutely have to, because
you obviously absolutely have to.
Chris is a good driver here. He came second in the British Indoor Kart Championship within the last few months.
Good boy. At Warrington, was it, or something?
Up at Warrington.
Yeah.
He's coming in. Okay, I don't know who's advising him to do this.
Let's hope he doesn't completely miss the stop. No, actually, really good stop. I'm shrugging my shoulders at him though. Another really good stop on the marks as it comes out.
Well, I honestly think he's done the right thing. I mean, at the end of the day, he's at the back. He's made his stop while his tyres are still coming up to temperature. I know what you were saying, Brad, about run with the race and let the tyres warm up, but I don't think he's got the pace with the cold tyres to run with the race as well as you're thinking he needs to. I'm reckoning that what he's wanting to do now is sit down now on the ever-increasing tyres. He's got the stop out of the way while the tyres were cold, and it's, so what the heck if it's a slow lap?
So from my point of view, the problem is now anyone else who pits is going to have track position over him. Whereas if you
they were going to anyway, weren't they?
Well, if you just stay out until the death, there's a chance that there's an enormous battle and a fight, and you just inherit a better position.
Okay, yeah,
now
that
he's
makes
kind
sense.
of guaranteed that unless he has unbelievable pace now, every single person who pits from now on is going to be in front of him.
Basically what you're saying is that if a massive fight develops in front of him, he's going to join the back of that fight and have to fight his way through.
Whereas if you stay
before,
out,
he
there's
might
a
have
chance,
just gone past it.
Yes, there's a chance that if the battle's big enough, you make up some places. None of it was looking that good, though, because that car was obviously much too cold for him.
I just felt the tyres on his 21 car. He probably could have come in, stopped the 18, got back in the 21, gone out and probably did a better job.
I actually really liked the 21 when I drove it earlier as well. So, anyway, back to the race.
I think, Alex, you need to be talking to Mr. Knight when he comes in and see exactly what's going on.
I will be.
And don't forget to put things in that sense, about how you say.
Oh, and we actually have a stopper who's very, very deep. He's got to be very careful as he rolls forward there. As it's Kirkman, this time he's on his marks, rolls forward, nice stop, and oh look, he's ahead of Chris.
Yeah, obviously he is, as Kirkham now resumes there. So Harrison Kirkham, well, he was in a group, but again, early stop, he obviously feels he had to. As the field come down now through, we're looking on screen there, we're looking at Jacob Equal. Now, Jacob Equal is obviously losing ground, as we can see visually on Mateus Matus. his result really is based on maintaining position. He almost has to think in terms of being in the lead as he sits now, because he's in the lead if you discount Matus. So does he maintain that? He's got karts behind him. He's got Shipkins. He's got Tyler Mays. Now, Tyler Mays we saw win a race pretty convincingly earlier on. So it's fair to say that Jacob Equal has got a good team behind him, another BSR driver, but he's certainly got his hands full in the form of Yolando Shipkins and an increasingly quicker Tyler Mays. So there they go round again. There's Jacob Equal on screen. There's Shipkins and Mays. Jacob Equal in the orange suit. As we can see, further up the road from them is Mateusz Matus. We can just see in the black suit and white helmet, just running ahead of them. There he flashes across the screen, and there is Jacob Equal. That's the visual gap. We'll also see that on the backstretch as they're coming through the long turn into that backstretch now. We'll see Tyler Mays at the foot of the screen, just going out of view there. Very quick flash of him. Jacob Equal already moving towards the middle of the road there, is in a discouraging position for Yolando Shipkins, the driver behind.
So I don't really have anything to talk about at the moment, James. Normally by this point I'm talking all about strategy, but I don't think anyone...
Well, you've probably got a lot to think about with your teammate making a kart switch.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's talk about the other teammate, Ross Samwell. How's he doing? So, yeah, even Ross, a second and a half behind the kart ahead of him, so there's not really much to talk about. He's not close enough to do anything.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the fact that Mateusz Matus is again setting ridiculously quick lap times. Remember in the earlier race, we were quite stunned when he got down to 34.1, I think it was, wasn't it? He's currently running 30, and every lap is quicker. He's set a new fastest lap after lap after lap. He's currently on 34.2, and it's not his first 34.2 in this race. So,
and he's got 15 minutes of the race to go.
Yeah, he's showing us he's doing exactly the same race he did before. This is how to win a race against the opposition he's got. And Mateusz Matus is definitely one of the more regular international drivers, although Jacob Equal has definitely been out there. Yolando Shipkins is still learning, although look who he's racing with, Talent Factory. You know, that's one of the top teams in the world. And again, you're not with them because you've just randomly joined. They have to invite you. So Yolando Shipkins is the real deal as well. Tyler Mays, we know, can win races. He's on a 34.6. So
number 20 is into the pit lane. Stop bang on his marks. Very nice stop. And he stopped a little bit short this time, but still managed to get a green and go out. And he is in clean air on his own. And he's still ahead of Chris.
Maslewski there, and so he's managed to come out ahead of Chris Knight. What sort of gap has he got? It's probably reasonably substantial. They're certainly not visual between those two, really. But Mateusz Matus continues another fastest lap. Every lap he's doing is a record lap for this race. So Mateusz Matus is, as I say, he's been on this international scene for some time now, and he's one of the best. He's also one of those that you don't notice when you're lining him up against Vika Schletz, Ruben Bartens, people like that. But he's certainly not to be ignored. Jacob Equal's doing a great job. He's down to 34.3, so he's actually less than a tenth away from Mateusz Matus, which is why he's second in the race here. But even faster than him is Yolando Shipkins. So these top three are, it's simply a case of, I think Mateusz Matus was quickest one into the really fast times. Now Jacob Equal and Yolando Shipkins have arrived at those times. It's just been a few laps later than Matus.
Yeah, still really fast compared to most of the other sessions.
Oh, ballistically.
It gets quicker and quicker, doesn't it? It's a layout that hasn't been used until today, so it's going to obviously be dirty. And it's getting cleaned up and rubbered in, and I wouldn't say warmer so much because it's not particularly warm out there.
When you think about it, if you enjoy watching the live stream of the racing at BRKC, the standard circuit, which is the one we use for the first round, the fourth round, the semi-finals and the final, is actually the very same track that you'll come up here and race if you just turn up on a ride and drive day. So it's a common use. So in other words, areas of the revised section potentially haven't seen light of day. They've been under a tyre for a year.
Yep. One thing I just want to point out, because it's an area of interest for us to look at later in the race, is Adrian Modzelewski pitted to try and jump Gary Jones, and he is now doing that job. He's doing 34.6s. Gary Jones was a 35 dead on the lap before this one, 34.8 on this one. So that on its own is a few tenths that Modzelewski's gained on him, and he was right up behind him when he pitted.
Absolutely right. And talking of lap times, Mateusz Matus has now moved into the 34.1 bracket, so he's on his record pace from the previous race. Mateusz Matus, what can you say? This is genuine. This is genuine.
Yep.
And
Flash in the pan, multiple
no,
carts,
not at all.
multiple races.
Yeah, he's different carts, different times of day. He's really is the real deal, as we know. Jacob Equal, sorry to put it this way, but he's trying to be the equal of that, and he's trying his formidable best, but he's on a 34.3, and that 34.3 is still better than anyone else in the race.
I'm just keeping an eye on Gary Jones just to see that battle, and Gary's responded with a 34.6. So.
Yeah, Gary's he's running in faster than the guys behind him, slightly off the ones in front of him, but it's literally like 0.04 of a second, so, you know, near as damn it, isn't it? So Gary Jones, you know, Gary Jones turns up year after year. He's another one who was there in the beginning, and he's still got speed. He's still got shocking pace out there. Doesn't do as much karting these days as he used to, but by heck, when he does turn up, he's on point.
Gary, one of my competitors for the Masters prize this year for drivers over 25, I think it is, isn't
over
it?
25, right? Yeah, yeah, of course, because nobody's reached 40 yet. We haven't been doing it that long, have we?
I mentioned earlier, Dennis Holler's nearly there, so that's going to be that one out the window in 3 years. Isn't it?
I thought Dennis Holler had been around even longer than anyone else, and I'm sure when we were first moving out into the international events with the World Championship, whatever, 15 years ago, I'm sure I remember Dennis Holler being around then.
Yeah, I think he was.
You know, it gets, you know, well, you wonder where these where the years go to, really, don't you?
So
anyway,
Chris Knight update. He's nearly got the kart warmed up. So 34.7, so now completely respectable, having been a couple of seconds a lap down towards the beginning.
Yeah,
cold
but his
tyres.
pace has dropped to a 34.9, but at least he's in the right department now, isn't he? So, but Mateus Matus has raised the bar, another lap record in this race, and probably getting on for his fastest, 34.14 now. So Mateus Matus continues to bring that down. Jacob Equals now has moved into the 34.2 with Shipkins into the 34.3, although their laps of, 34.1 for Shipkins, 34.1. So another driver into the 34.1s, and in fact it's Matus that's lost the pace with a 34.3 on that lap. So Jacob Equal and the Yolanda Shipkins and now for the first time have done laps faster than the current race leader on the same lap. So for once they've actually made a very tiny inroad into that lead. There they are on screen. There's Jacob Equal there in the orange colours, and Yolanda Shepkins behind him in the blue. We're 8.5 minutes really in, and only 3 pit stops. Alex, they're going to be coming in thick and fast surely once more.
Yeah, I think they're all allergic to making pit stops at the moment. Everyone's like, yeah, we'll just chill out and hang around, and no one wants to come and see me. So I'm expecting some fireworks, and I hope we get it.
Yeah, Gary Jones is the rear place driver of those who have yet to pit, and he's in 7th place. He's got Ross Sandwell ahead of him. Matteo de Ramey is up into 5th place. Tyler Mays continues in 4th. It's quite a low-key race for Tyler Mays. I'm looking out the window, and Tyler Mays is absolutely on his own. He's nowhere near contention with those in front, but equally he's not falling into the hands of Matteo de Ramey behind him either. As we look on screen again, there is Jacob Equal. Now it looks like Chris Knight in front of him. So Christopher Knight is now in the position of going a lap down. He's probably going to wave through the carts behind. He's the one who we were talking early on. He took a spare cart. The cart he was offered, he chose to not use and wanted to go in the spare. Obviously there was question marks over tyre temperatures, etc., and Christopher Knight is maybe suffering a little bit for that, but we'll hear his reasons later on. Surely they'll be valid, and it'll be very interesting to hear what they are. But meantime, he's got Jacob Equal breathing down his neck, and Jacob Equal is not going to want to lose any space here, any space or time. Chris Knight is he's waving him through. You can see he's pointing across to say,
very
come
fair
around the outside.
driver.
Yeah, excellent driving there by Christopher Knight.
I think this has been a lesson for Chris, to be honest, because in all my years of BRKC, I don't think I can remember a time where taking a cold spare during the middle of a round of heats has worked. Now there is the option if it's after a break maybe, or at the beginning of a round.
At least everything's cooled
when
down.
everything else is already cool, then it's not so much of a deficit. But when everyone else has come in 2 minutes previously, I think it's way too much of a deficit.
Now, can I go back to the front here from the back to Mateus Matus? He's now 34.0, and that's not his only lap of doing that. He's got 2 laps in 34.0, and so Mateus Matus, he's responding to everything everyone does. Equal and Shipkins.
The 33s, James.
34.00. He's almost there. Can Mateus Matus be the first driver under 34?
It's absolutely crazy, isn't it? This guy is the master of this layout.
Oh, he really is. And unfortunately for him, we're going back to the regular layout after the remaining 5 rounds, 5 races tomorrow. So Mateusz Matus for the final time, but he's going to take 2 wins from it. That's a huge amount of points. I mean, really, we're going to look back to what his previous result was in the first heat, but this is the kind of performance that books you into the final already almost, you know, when you keep winning these races. This is Vika Schlett's style performance and Ruben Bouton's performance.
But the thing that's crazy with the lap times that Matus is setting is Jacob Equal, the lap times he is setting would have won almost any other race. And that's how mental these lap times are.
Absolutely, that's the killer for Equal. He's doing enough to win the race. It's just Mateusz Matus has got the speed on him, and yeah, this is really quite staggering. And Shipkins is actually going slightly faster than Equal, albeit by 100. 34 dead. I mean, 34 3-0s there now for Mateusz Matus. What does this guy have to do to get a 33? With 5 minutes to go, there's still only 3 people being in the pits, so it's going to be very interesting. Remaining few laps, 4 minutes 50. As Alex would say, there are more karts to come in than there are minutes in the race. So what's Mateusz Matus going to do next time through, because he's still on that 34-0. Here he is now.
Alone's amazing.
Yeah, it's staggering. Let's see what he does. He's crossing the line now. Can he do it? 33s. No, it's 34-1. So he's dropped.
We have a stopper. We have a stopper. Kart 12 is in. Bang on the marks. Really nice stop as he gets on the marks with the second one as well and moves across. Let's see what the lap time is for that one. It is a 44.6, so it's a middling stop.
Well, that's Yolano Shipkins, who pitted out of 3rd place. He was the one challenging Jacob Equal. So Jacob Equal there on screen has been released to continue whatever lap times he can do, which we know are very quick. Yeah, we're getting excited about Mateusz Matus, who's 34.000 is so close to a 33-second lap time. Can he do it? He's got 4 minutes and a lap to do it. What about Jacob Equal? Is he going to come in the pits? Yeah, there's a nod on his hand. I think Jacob Equal's going to be in this time around. There was a distinct nod there as he passed some Bradley Shepherd Racing crew. It could well be Bradley himself who's calling the shots on this one, because Equal's in a very strong position here. Clearly he's not able to challenge Mateusz Matus, but he's definitely able to get the next best result, which is going to be second. A lot of points and really on the road for the semi-final and final from his point of view. There's Mateusz Matus setting the times.
And he is in. Equal is in. Slams on the oh, it's a bit of a slow getaway there. He was right on his mark, but didn't get away so quickly. And he moves away quite nicely. Let's have a look, see what his time is. Oh, everyone's coming in. Tyler Mays is in. Kart number 9 is also in. Everyone's all trying to, it's all going to happen now. It's all going to absolutely kick off. What was Equal's time? It was a 44.8. So yeah, I think that slow getaway from the first part of the pit stop was not there for him. He's managed to stay in position. And we've got somebody else coming into the pits. Oh, it's the leader. It's Matus. He's in. And it's a nice, easy stop. I think he can take his time. I don't think he's got to be too stressy about what he's doing as he comes out of the pits, across the line, continues in the lead, and does a 44.3.
Yeah, that's outstanding. And I believe Jacob Equal set the exact time from a pit stop point of view as Yolano Shipkins, who was the one he was trying to hold off. Wasn't it both on 44.8? Something like that, Alex?
I didn't see what Shepkin's lap time was.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought you called it. Not to worry. We're looking at Mateusz Matus, who's leading the way. Now, the big thing for him is, can he be the one to get under 34 seconds? He'd be the only one who's done it so far. There's Mateusz Matus, the flying Mateusz Matus, the Polish driver there, and he's gunning for that 33-second lap time. And
we've got another kart in the pits, number 13, as he lands on his marks. Everyone's getting way better at landing exactly on their marks. Does it again, lifts himself off the seat as he comes out alongside Kirkham. No, just behind Kirkham.
Yeah, he's come out just behind Harrison Kirkham there, and we are looking at some of the best drivers in the world here. Not just the country, it's the British Championship, but world standard. And so amazing company for the likes of Sandwell and Kirkham to be keeping. As there we are again looking at Jacob Equal in the orange, as Shipkins continues his pursuit of Equal. Surely he's not going to be able to...
Gary Jones's hands in the air. His absolute last chance to pit as he comes through. Just a little bit short of his line, but actually works out quite well for him. And this one's just bang on the line, and he is off and away, and he is out behind one of the one of the other Bradley Shepherd karts.
Yeah, so that was Modzalewski who made his stop earlier in the race just to jump Gary Jones, and he's clearly just done that. It's been coming for a while, and I think Gary also got held up by those karts that pitted out of the leading positions, as Gary was kind of in the melee as they left the pits.
Yeah, and talking of the lead positions, Mateusz Matus has not quite been able to match that previous pace. He's on 34.1s as a rule now. It's Alex, if you do speak to Mateusz Matus, you've got to ask him about his gunning for a 32-second lap time, because his best lap is 34.000. How close can you get?
It's like you can read my mind, James. I was just thinking the exact same thing as what I was going to ask him.
You're going to get him on that one, that's for sure. But we've got a 34.4 now from Jacob Equal, 34.5 from Jolano Shipkins.
He's done it. 33.9.
33.978 by Mateusz Matus. Thank goodness for that. I was so hoping he would get the job done, because 34.000, comfortably the fastest so far on this layout this weekend. What a hero. There we are looking at Jacob Equal once more, and there comes Mateusz Matus. He's he's going to be starting the last lap this time through, because the time is going to click, and when they cross the line, it's going to say last lap on your TV screens at home in the top part. It says 2 laps now, but watch for it now. It's going to go last lap. There it is. So there he is, the Polish driver, Mateusz Matus. He's cracked the 33-second bracket there. He's the only one all weekend, despite the fact we got a 6 times British champion, despite the fact we got 3 double British champions in this, champions the BRKC, despite the fact we got 2 world championships in this as well. It is Mateusz Matus who's been the fastest so far on this revised layout. And here he comes through to take victory number 2. Guess what? On the revised layout. He's coming through to take the flag now. He's got the job done. There it is, the win for Mateusz Matus. And what a great result there. It's his 2nd win of the day and the championship. And so Jacob Equal is going to come in surely into 2nd place. Yes, he does. The flag is out. Most of them across the line. Equal comes 2nd. Shep comes 3rd. Mays 4th. Dura Mays going to come through into 5th place with Harrison Kirkham. Surely. Yes, that's exactly how it is. Ross Sandwell is secured 7th. Majewski is into 8th. And Gary Jones 9th, and then Chris King into 10th place. So they're going to come into you now, Alex. An outstanding performance by all of them in race sense. But what about that lap time by Mateusz Matus?
That was phenomenal. I've just told him I'm not worthy. That was absolutely excellent. However, somebody I am worthy of is Chris Knight, who is about to have a conversation with me as he shakes his head coming into the pits. And Chris, I have 4 words for you. What were you thinking?
I was warned the clutch was going on 21, so I'd swapped, and obviously that turned out to be the wrong decision. It turned out a bit shit, shall we say.
It was going on?
Yeah, it wasn't the best decision, but maybe next time. Jeez, right, okay, so let's go grab some of these race winners. I want to go talk to Mateusz, because that was phenomenal. Mateusz, I'm grabbing you before you get weighed, mate. Okay, he's going to get weighed anyway. He's completely ignoring me. Come back. That, sir, was phenomenal. I was hoping I was going to say to you, are you upset you didn't get a 33? But you are the master of the alternate layout. How do you feel after that one?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. He was happy about the 34.1, so this one is for you. So
that was excellent. Well done. I bet you're going to be sad, but going back to the old layout now.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, it was a pleasure to be on this layout. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, excellent. Two excellent wins, and that's hopefully in the semi-finals for you, no problems.
Thank you so much.
Right, who was next? Who am I looking at? Here we go. Right, so how was that race for you?
It was a tough race, to be honest. I tried to follow Jacob Equal the whole time in the whole race, but throughout the exit I lost too many time on him, and it was hard to catch up.
I'll tell you what, that was an incredibly paced race, because obviously the leader was setting, well, 33s as we now see now. That was like the pace that you guys were on was enough for a win, but just not in this particular race. So how do you feel you're going to do now in your next few races?
I think I have to keep up this pace. My pace is really good throughout the weekend now. In practice it was not, but now it is, and this is what counts. And yeah, we'll see what it brings.
Awesome, good luck, well done. Take care. Jacob, That was another absolutely excellent performance. And if it wasn't for the ridiculous lap times, that would have been an easy win for you at that kind of pace. So how was the race from your point of view?
I'm just happy, you know, with the second place. I don't think I was ever going to beat Mateus. I mean, you know, he's 2/10 faster than me in qualifying, let alone the race. It wasn't easy for me, you know, I had a lot of pressure from behind, so I had to stay composed, you know, make sure I didn't make any silly mistakes, you know, not clip barriers. And then I was a bit too conservative on pit stop, and I was like, well, coming out the pit lane, we were literally side by side. I thought I got a bit too safe, a bit like Sam earlier, but no, I'm happy with second, and yeah, on to tomorrow.
Awesome, well done, good luck. Have a good night rest. And back to you guys in the pit lane as we start the next race.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, there was some great little interviews there. So we're coming now to the final race of the day. This is the 25th race now of the BRKC of 2026. In this race, though, we've got a bit of an all-star cast as well, because we've got Mason Brown, the American driver, Tom Shipman, James King, Levi Blocks, we've got Johnny Elliott, we've got Frederick Navarro, Jenny Tompkins, Joe Peters, Kieran Kennis and Jake Anders in this race. Now, obviously, potential contenders, Navarro, we've seen him win twice. Mason Brown, we know he can win as well. And we've got Johnny Elliott, of course, Kieran Kennis, another winner. And so there's a lot to be said for this race here. They're going out, they're starting they're on their pace lap, and then they'll be doing their qualifier. Looks like the first one who's going to set the target time, if you like, as they come through. Well, it's the 17. Who do we think?
Johnny's a bit close to Navarro here at the front.
He is.
Not got a lot of gap. I mean, Navarro's someone that you'd expect to be able to be quite close to like that, because you're not going to catch him very easily.
Mercifully, Navarro's fast.
But if Johnny's got any kind of improvement on Navarro's braking points, or if he can go any deeper into the corners, he's going to be absolutely held back on this lap. Looks okay at the moment.
The danger area for that would have been in the new bit. That's the one with the most concertina going on. Now they're on to the more regular parts. There's less of that effect, shall we say.
Well, they've got a bit of a slipstream down the back straight.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's been doing it for, but we'll see what happens. So Navarro's going to set the pace, and then we'll see what Elliott's got in response to that. This is the qualifier. It's just complete now. So Navarro goes fastest, and Elliott is, in fact, saying Kennis.
100th quicker, Kennis.
Yeah, Kieran Kennis has done that. And Levi Blocks goes into the first place. Yeah, Anders is in there in sixth, but it looks like the final qualifier is coming through now.
Brown.
And that's Mason Brown to fourth place. So very interesting, the top four there. Top five, actually, because Levi Blocks, who's won, is in pole. Kieran Kennis, who's won, is in second place. Johnny Elliott, who's yet to win this weekend but can run at the front, is third. Mason Brown, who's won this weekend, is fourth. Frederick Navarro, who's won this weekend, is fifth. So an outstanding top five there. But Levi Blocks is just top of the lot, not by much. Well, actually, by 0.3 of a second. So what am I talking about? That's a pretty good, solid first place there.
Yeah, this is an interesting looking grid. I like this. I'm surprised to see Navarro down there in fifth.
Well, in a sense, it's a surprise, but in a sense, not, because he's, you look at the opposition, all bar Johnny Elliott, who's won on different BRKCs, have actually won today.
And the gaps are very small. If you look, ignore Levi Blocks on pole, who's got the biggest gap of anyone. It's then 100th, 500th, 400th, 4,000th, 100th. That's the kind of gap between each position we're talking.
Absolutely. It's a bigger gap than it takes the kart to travel in its own length, which is how they start, you know, one behind the other. So, you know, it's a smaller gap, you know, the time it takes. So a really, really close qualifying there. But here comes Levi Blocks leading them round to take the start. He's been just given a bit of a pace check going on there to even things out. And here he goes. So Levi Blocks is now on the throttle. He's got the green light. He crossed the line and is in the lead. So he's gone through the first turns comfortably in the lead. Well, someone looked like they were having a move. Was that Mason Brown having a look to the side of Johnny Elliott?
I think he was pushed. I think Mason was pushed and then hit Johnny, and Johnny had his hand in the air.
Right. Okay. So that's interesting, because as they come around onto the regular part there, we've got Levi Blocks in the lead. We've got Kennis second. Elliott there is in third. Then there's Brown, and then is Frederick Navarro. Is Frederick Navarro dropping back a little bit is the question. In fact, has Frederick Navarro been passed by Jake Anders? That's an even bigger question.
Looks like he has.
I think he has. I think Freddie Navarro's lost a place.
Absolutely has. Jake Anders looking really good in this race.
Yeah.
This is his best showing so far.
You can tell it's Jake Anders because of the blue helmet, whereas the more sort of like silvery helmet of Navarro it showed up, and I think it was at the end of the backstretch, was out of view of the camera and us. So there's Levi Blocks coming through to enter that backstretch again. He's got what could be considered a comfortable, a possible lead from Kennis, and then Johnny Elliott, and then Mason Brown, and then there's that little gap now to Jake Anders, which Anders will need to close in. He's made the move on Navarro. Needs to close the gap.
Could this be another one of those really close pace races where all the top 8 are somewhere near each other? At the moment, they're reasonably close. I think most of the gaps there are from that lap 1 contact.
And absolutely, and we saw Mason Brown come on top in such a race earlier on. So Levi Blocks there is really actually he's trying to check out, isn't he? That's a pretty good lead considering the opposition. Yeah. It's Kieran Kennis. How do we know Kieran Kennis is good? Well, he won a race earlier on. I
have a feeling Blocks is a shoo-in for this one. His qualifying gap was pretty significant, but the fight for second is going to be hot.
Well, Blocks is doing what it takes to make himself a shoo-in for this, isn't he? He's leading from the front and he's pulling away. Johnny Elliott there has given the forward signal. That really maybe was to the team rather than to anyone else, to his team rather than Kennis's team.
I know Ramon will be on the pit wall there signalling to Johnny because he's in a bit of a difficult position here. He wants to go forward, also needs to defend from Mason Brown, and Mason's got his eyes fully on the final here. Johnny's defending. Yeah, against Mason Brown, the American. So, well, obviously it would be an error to come in the pits this early. We've seen the early pit stops work. Think of Joop van Lijnhorst. We haven't seen him race yet without making an early pit stop. So Van Lijnhorst can make it work. And in the
we have a pit stop. Number 17, Navarro, is in the pit as he stops bang on his marks, goes across the line. Let's see what his lap time will be. It is a 44.7, so it's a middling to poor stop.
Well, it's interesting because Navarro, he will have been brought in there by the BSR team, so that will be a team call, no doubt. They've obviously got their eye on something. Maybe they just want to settle things down. Maybe they want to pull Navarro out of the situation he found himself in, particularly as he lost a place, and that was on track, overtaken by Jake Anders there. So anyway, Mason Brown is all over the back of Johnny Elliott now, who in turn is all over the back of Kieran Kennis. So Kieran Kennis is definitely the sort of logjam driver there as they come onto this backstretch. Now, at what point, Brad, as teammate to Johnny Elliott, would you actually consider bringing him in if this is sort of things going on now with Kennis?
If there are gaps, and right now there aren't, if Johnny was to pit now, he'd come out in traffic. Any of these guys, if they were to pit, they're going to be in traffic, so that's not an option on the table now. No. If people keep pitting out of the way like Navarro did, then potentially, but Navarro's about to find himself in that situation. He's about to catch Shipman, and obviously the Johnny Elliott trio there all fighting for second place. They'd be even closer to the traffic, I say, of multiple champion of various series, James King.
That is the one thing here with the BRKC. It's an invite for the initial entries and then opens to the general entries after that. So you are talking about an all-star cast. Every driver here, even if someone comes 10th and last in all of their 4 heat races, you look at their credentials, they're a champion of something.
If you were to go 2 miles down the road to a different kart track in Milton Keynes, James King would be the one whose photo's on the wall and signing autographs. So that shows you the kind of level here today.
And there he is down in 8th place.
And one thing I want to talk about with you, Brad, is driving style. So the thing that I'm starting to notice more and more and more is drivers are holding the top of the steering wheel. Now, I know we've talked about this in the past, but what do you think the reasons are? You've got the leader out there at the moment, Levi. He's holding the top of the steering wheel, which is very unorthodox.
Yeah, I've got a couple of thoughts on this. So first of all, especially if you're using a seat insert, the steering wheels on these Sodi rental karts are quite low down. If you were to look at the difference between this and your own car, Alex, your GX UK kart, the steering wheel's much higher up relative to your body and you sit down very low, but indoors you tend to sit that little bit higher. So that's one reason. They're also a very squared off steering wheel, so the hand grips are effectively vertical, and if you find it a bit more comfortable to sit your hands higher and at an angle, then they end up in that kind of top corner position. And the final reason is it kind of restricts, it automatically restricts how much steering angle you apply and prevents you applying too much steering angle and obviously scrubbing the front, so it kind of limits.
Sorry, I've got to stop you, Brad. We have a pit stop. Number 8 is in the pit, and he has had a nice, good stop. That is Mr. Brown, who won the race earlier, and he gets away nice and well. What's his lap time going to be? It's a 43.9. Wow.
That's got to be one of the fastest,
pit stop I've seen all day.
Yeah, I was going to say Mason Brown in and out of the pits, record time there, which is what he needed to do. Going back to your holding the top of the wheel, one thing I've noticed, Alex, it tends to be the younger drivers doing it, the ones carrying more weighted seats. The weighted seat is under them by definition, and as opposed to the side of them, and therefore maybe that is raising them going in line with what Brad's saying.
Navarro makes that move on James King, so the traffic I was talking about, he's having to overtake them for position, but he's made his way through. So he's got through the two drivers at the back, Shipman and James King, and Navarro is on his way.
Yeah, Navarro has made the move we expected he not only was going to do, but had to do. There, the number 12 is Kieran Kennis in second, Johnny Elliott. Now, all of a sudden, they're on their own. If you look at that on your screens at home, you can see Levi Blocks in the blue suit sometimes appears in camera picture there, for instance, and then it is the second place, Kieran Kennis, and Johnny Elliott in third, with Jake Anders as up to fourth now. In the pits, Alex?
We have a stopper, it's car number 19. As he makes a really good stop, it's Peters, I thought it was. He's got that very nice lid, very nice shiny pink and yellow lid. As he taps the back of his helmet, it must have heard me. So he is off and underway. And that was a 44.8, so not the perfect lap stop. So pit stop.
Yeah, it's literally a second off what we saw earlier on from, was it Navarro who made that? Mason Brown, that was it, Mason Brown. So Mason Brown gained a second just on the pit stop there, showing the importance really at this level of the pit stop.
Another kart in the pit stops. Oh, stopped a little bit early is Anders, as he stopped a little bit early on the first one. Little bang on the line for the second one. Let's see what the lap time is going to be for Anders on this one as he comes across the line, and it is a 34.7 as number 10 comes in, which is Shipman in his classic MIR race suit. He told me that suit's from 2008.
And I believe him.
So these these pit stops that are happening now are manna from heaven for the early pitters, because they're effectively just now pitting out of the way. So they're clearing the path for the drivers that stopped early and lost track position. And
notably Navarro.
Yes, Navarro's the one, and also Mason Brown, who has slightly gambled because he took himself out of that that second position battle.
Yeah.
But now let's see, is he doing the job? So yes, Mason Brown's into the threes. Johnny Elliott is also in the high threes on that last lap, but we're in the territory where Mason Brown may well be jumping Johnny Elliott and Kieran Kennis if he carries on like that.
Yeah, it's actually only those three drivers that are in the threes at the moment. We've got Levi Blocks, and then, of course, you mentioned Johnny Elliott and Mason Brown. They are the fastest three on the track, the only ones under that lap time. In fact, everyone now seems to have dropped to 34 on that last lap. So the threes, they're not as like a cemented lap time. They're ones that people can get if they can, but it's not like guaranteed. It's 34.4 seems to be the guaranteed lap time in this race right now.
But I'll tell you who the pitting early hasn't worked for. It hasn't worked for Peters and Anders, because they have found themselves behind a not stopped James King, who obviously is not as quick as those two and seems to be struggling and holding those two up.
Well, you're right. I mean, he's running at his pace, and from their point of view, okay, his pace might be slightly slower than theirs, but it's not enough that they can just blow past him, and he doesn't have to let them through. He's battling for position here and down the inside, and running out of patience there pretty quickly was Jake Anderson. Now that's created a big gap. In fact, trying to follow through was Joe Peters. Pretty robust on King there, but
I think James turned in on him. I saw a jink to the left from James there. So I think that might have been a turn in from James. But if the officials are feeling not very generous, they might not be so courteous with Peters.
Well, just like a referee in a football match, you know, he can't go giving out yellow cards too early because he's got a precedent he's then set. But and the officials here, obviously vastly experienced here at Formula Fast, they know how to run an event of this caliber. They always get it right, really. But
I called it. Jake Anders. I said Peters before, but Jake Anders has been given the bad pass flag.
He has, yeah. Well, that was probably the more lungeful of the two, perhaps. So yeah, we'll see if what happens with. The other one.
I didn't see it.
It means he's going to have to give up 2 places.
Yeah, that's always the killer, isn't it? When the positions change so much that you know, you have to give back multiple places. That's a pretty horrible situation to be in, especially if you then pulled a bit of a gap. You then undo the gap and lose the place.
So the battle that's really, like, the most important one here is for second place of the battles that are happening. And Mason Brown is doing everything in his power to jump Kieran Kennis and Johnny Elliott. But Johnny Elliott and Kieran Kennis are also matching his lap times. So Mason Brown's excellent pit stop might be the thing which jumps him into that that better podium position. Or he was in 4th actually, wasn't he, when he pitted?
Yeah.
But it's kind of raging in 2 different parts of the track. But now Mason's catching up with Jennifer Tompkins. So is he going to get held up? Is she going to let him through? Is she going to pit out of his way? That's what's going to be crucial here. If he has to stay behind her for 2 or 3 laps, that's going to give the initiative back to the Kennis and Elliott battle.
I think Jenny Tompkins is going to race him, to be fair. She's pretty racy out on the track. The battle you were talking about, the important one, Brad, is the one we're looking at on screen with the viewers at home. And that is Kieran Kennis in the number 12, followed by Johnny Elliott in 16. So Johnny Elliott really trying to close in on Kennis as he can't. He's sort of running with Kennis. Arguably, this is kind of a pleasant place to be, isn't it?
Tompkins does want out of the way.
Jenny didn't want any of that battle. She decided to get into the pits. I think it's a sensible decision. She can run her own race at her own pace and hopefully end up with a good result for herself as she comes out into clean air. Really good idea for a stop there.
Mason Brown certainly was not held up by Jen on that lap. He went a 10th quicker, so he used her slipstream and she got out of the way at exactly the right time, which is not good for these two.
No, it's worked out perfectly for Mason Brown, and the big question will be, of course, when they do come in the pits, these two, how does that relate to Mason Brown? That's the big question here. We've got Levi Blocks pulling out a slightly bigger lead, but it's 10th by 10th he's doing it. So it looks a lot here, but it's not really, because we are focusing on that second place battle, and Blocks just in front. But I think there's a driver between them, isn't there? Is that there's somebody, I'm sure, between Kennis here and Levi Blocks.
James King's in the pits.
Oh, so I think we've got a pit stop.
Kennis is coming in. No, he was waving.
Yeah, he was waving, but I think, did he see someone else there? Or was
I think the team kept him out. I reckon that wave we saw might have been one that acknowledges the stay out.
Right, got it. Okay, so at the moment, I think Mason Brown's got this position. It's exactly 10 seconds. The gap to Kieran Kennis is exactly 10 seconds. So I think he might have it. It's going to be super tight. It's one of those where they're going to all come out of the pit side by side, and it's going to be who makes the best of turn 1.
Yes, it's going to be a turn 1 scramble, isn't it? As this is, of course, the last time for these drivers that they're going to be tackling that very tight turn 1. Tomorrow, when they're racing in the 4th round of heats, they're going to be using the regular layout, which is a fast right, about 90 degrees roughly. So there was Jenny Tompkins on screen in the 9, and she's there. Now, she's been in the pits, and there's only 3 people left to pit. That will be the leaders, Blocks, Kennis and Elliott. So there's Jenny Tompkins going through there to start another lap. That's 6th place there for Jenny Tompkins. One more of the BSR drivers there, Jenny, as she's working through the revised layout for the final time in this competition.
Kennis is in. Kennis is in as he stops on his marks, leans all the way forward. Again, bang on his marks. Really good stop. Really, really nice. Let's have a look at the lap time.
If these two fight, Johnny Elliott will inherit that second position.
43.9.
This is all about whether or not Kennis decides to go with Brown or whether they start to fight. If Brown goes for any kind of moves here, that is going to give this to Johnny Elliott. So I think Johnny's got some pace. If he's got it, he needs to use it. And maybe try for second.
Yeah, it's we're focusing on screen on Jenny Tompkins versus Joe Peters, but it's up at the front where Johnny Elliott is still fighting this rear guard. It could be said Johnny Elliott's fighting in a lap time sense right now. He's going to be in the pit stop soon, surely. But although there's 6 minutes to go, there's only 2 to come in and almost 6 minutes to go plus a lap. So there's plenty of time. Now we're looking at Mason Brown. Now Mason Brown has closed right up on Kieran Kennis. This is where Johnny Elliott was before. So it's going to be very interesting where Johnny Elliott comes out. It's going to have to be a pretty tight pit stop, I think, Alex, whenever Johnny does come in. But it may not necessarily be that soon. He's probably still got with only two karts to come in. Johnny Elliott could run this much, much later than before.
These two might catch the traffic because you've got the 2 slowest drivers, for want of a better word, on track, James King and Tom Shipman at the moment, who are going to be caught pretty quickly by those guys, by Kennis and by Mason Brown. So within the next few laps, there might be more traffic for them, in which case Johnny just staying out right to the end could be the perfect strategy.
It certainly could.
However, on that last lap, Mason and Kennis were quicker than Johnny, and I don't know what Johnny's pit stop times are generally like, but he's got to absolutely set it perfect because he's up against the 2 guys that have set the fastest pit stops that we've seen all weekend.
Absolutely, and although it is only a 1/10 of a second, that is the sort of thing that's going to count, because it's going to be Johnny Elliott in and out of the pits, which is going to be the decider. That 1/10 of a second could mean the difference between an easy pit exit and a not so easy pit exit from Johnny's point of view. And the ones he's battling in real terms are these two on our screen now. We are looking at Kieran Kennis in third, Mason Brown in fourth. They've been in the pits, they've come out of the pits, and it's really down to Johnny's pit stop. He will come out somewhere relative to these two drivers we're looking at on the screen. So there's Kennis, there's Mason Brown as they come through, and there, of course, is Frederick Navarro going out of the picture there. And this is the third and fourth. They've been in the pits. The others, the only ones who haven't are the two ahead.
They are closing in on this traffic. Will Brown and Kennis catch James King?
Well, yeah, they'll catch him before the end of the race, but will they catch them before Johnny Elliott
before the last lap to pit?
Well, it's about, there's two things in that, really. Is it, do they catch them before the end of the race, or do they catch them before Johnny pits? That's the crucial thing there.
And Johnny is losing a 1/10 or so here and there.
Right, and losing a 1/10 here or so is definitely going to be Kennis and Brown when they catch those two. And
however, notice with Shipman and King, they're being lapped.
Yeah, they are being lapped, but they still could cost time. That's the thing. Because bear in mind, there's two of them. I mean, it's all very well if there's one of them, because that driver just moves straight out of the way. But they're in a race of their own. You know, they are going to be trying to...
Leader's in, Levi's in. Levi bang on his marks as he gets in. He gets a nice little stable getaway. And he feathers the throttle, wearing Rubin Boutin's race suit.
Yeah. And
weirdly,
well, that is strange when you consider it's one of those skin suits as well. But there we are. So Levi Blocks there is in second place now. Johnny Elliott is the race leader, but has yet to stop. That's Levi Blocks, the second place on the road, but apparent heir to the race lead once Elliott comes in. So there's Levi Blocks. This will be his second win if he can put this one across the line in first place. And the ones he's racing are actually notably far back. As there's Kieran Blocks. He's not under any kind of real threat. He has to keep this pace. Yes.
Here we go. They've caught them. They've caught the two blue flaggable karts.
Right.
So that is Tom Shipman and James King.
Now one of them moves
Shipman
out the way.
straight out the way.
Yeah, Shipman straight out the way. King, it's and in fact Brown and Kennis have gone through as one, so they're both onto the back of King now. Will King spot this? Well, this is the place to overtake if there is one. He's waving them through. So King spotted that already, and he's staying to the outside. He's waving them through. Some great driving there. A thumbs up back from Mason Brown. He's saying thank you for that. And they continue on, barely any speed lost now. What will, even though it's barely any speed loss, if it's anything at all, this could be a problem that is Johnny Elliott's benefit.
I think Johnny's going to come out in fourth, unfortunately for him. I think this podium might be over because it's just been a few tenths here and there that Kennis and Brown have been eking over him.
Yeah.
On good laps, Johnny's been matching them, and then occasionally he'll drop a 10th. So, and that's with that close, that could be all that matters. He really needed them to battle.
He's on his way in.
Elliott into the pits then, and here he comes.
Nice and calm pit stop, bang on his marks, really nice.
Let's see.
A green there as he gets bang on his marks again, and another green. Really nice stop from Johnny. It's going to be close, but he's not quite going to make it, unfortunately.
Yeah, your prediction is right, Brad. He's come out in fourth place now. Ideally, from his point of view, he could have done with Kennis and Brown suffering a bit at the hands of the back markers. Of course, the back markers were right on it. I mean, everyone's a class act. You know, none of these people are slow, even if they are going a lap down. These are champions in their own right, and they know what to do. They've been there before and on the other end of the deal. So, you know, Kennis and Brown had all the relevant help that they needed and deserved, and Johnny Elliott has to now try and take the fight to them. He's got a minute plus a lap if he's going to do something. The first one on the list is going to be Mason Brown, and then it's Kennis. If he can get Brown, that's one thing, but if he can get Kennis, that'd be quite another in the time he's got left.
I think he's going to be annoyed and frustrated, but sometimes there's not much else you can do. Could have taken a gamble and pitted immediately after Brown. Could have tried to bank track position them, but then you end up in that defensive battle too early in the race, don't you?
Yeah, you do. It's he's rolled. You've got to roll the dice in one direction or another, and the dice, the roll he's made is ended up in fourth place, and it's one of those classic things. It's full of what ifs, isn't it?
Oh, speaking of this battle, they are knocking each other out the way.
Yeah.
Johnny hasn't made it through, but Mason Brown's made it through.
Yeah, Mason Brown made the move. Johnny Elliott tried to capitalise on it, but Mason Brown is pushed his way through into, well, when I say pushed, I don't mean he's rammed anyone out of the way. He's taken that position there, and they've got a lap and a half to go. So here's Mason Brown now in second place. It says third on your listing there on screen, but don't worry about that. It'll change when they cross the line. So there's Mason Brown, the American, into second place. There's Kieran Kennis down to third. There's Johnny Elliott, who almost made it up to third. He tried to get the run on Kennis, but Kennis had the
under investigation, Mason Brown on Kieran Kennis. So if he doesn't let him back through before the end, and then it was deemed to be a bad pass, there's going to be some form of penalty.
Well, surely they'll just switch them back, won't they, on the results like they did with Shaw and Vera earlier on. So
very likely, very likely.
So, but Mason Brown getting defensive. He's got to assume that because they won't sort out anything before they cross the line. So he's got to actually try and cross the line and then do the apologising later.
Yeah.
So Mason Brown crossed the line in a second place there. We'll see what happens. That's under investigation with Kieran Kennis. They could end up swapping back. We don't know. Johnny Elliott. Now, in other words, from the investigation point of view, thank goodness Johnny Elliott stayed fourth, because if that would have got very muddy indeed.
Yep.
If Elliott had actually been successful in getting through on Kennis, and he was alongside. It almost happened.
Yep, those kind of things can go either way as well, depending on what the karts in front do.
Yeah, so a great win there by
Interesting
Levi
race.
Blocks. That's his second win of the tournament. So Levi Blocks, a great point score there. There's a number of drivers who've won twice. Levi Blocks has now put himself among them, and he's won the Blue Star Racing drivers. He's come ahead of Mason Brown and Kieran Kennis and Johnny Elliott on the road. There may be a switch back on that one, but there's no denying Levi Blocks the winner. They're down with you, Alex.
And I'm going to grab Johnny. So, Johnny, I was hoping to be speaking to you from the podium, but you just missed out. How was that race for you?
Yeah, a little bit gutted, to be honest. I didn't have quite the edge just to come out in P3. When it's that close, it's a bit upsetting. But yeah, enjoyed the race. Felt really in the zone. It was always going to be a tough one. We've got a very, very high quality field, not just in BRKC this year, but overall in this heat as well. So I'm pretty happy with the result. Yeah. Good
lad. Well done. Right, let's go find some winners, shall we? Let's not let the cameraman fall over. I'm gonna hold your hand. It'd be like proper Ted Kravitz telling you not to trip over people. Right, so as he trips over, there's a block there. Right, Levi, how we doing? That looked like a nice, controlled, calculated victory. Was there any difficulty for you in that one?
Yeah, it was just going fast till the end, keeping the momentum and the pace good. I know that's a bit my strength around this track. And yeah, that's all I needed to do in this heat. So yeah.
Awesome, excellent. What's that, second win of the day?
Yeah, second win.
Excellent, well done, and I hope to see you in the semi-finals. Right, who's next? Everyone's run away, I think. Mason, where's Mason? Mason, there you are. So there is a bit of an investigation going on. So you're either second or third, but at least you made your way to the podium. And again, another stunning pit stop from you. How was that race from your perspective?
I mean, I put myself in a tough spot. I messed up my qualifying, just turned in too early to that first apex of the alternate track, and the barrier doesn't move. So if anyone else is going for that tomorrow, just know, don't hit it. But yeah, put myself in a tough spot, and I drove forward the best I could.
Excellent. And what's your opinion on the move that you put on Kieran?
I mean, I think they've let way worse go in that specific corner this weekend. So if that's a bad pass, I don't believe it. But in the end, the officials will decide what they want. And a second or third, it's still a good points result.
Yeah, you've had. Is that 2 podiums for you this weekend?
That's 3 now. Yeah, first, second.
Excellent. So we should hopefully see you in the semi-finals.
I'll see you in the final.
Yeah, man, that's what we want to hear. Right, where's Kieran? Where's Kieran? Kieran, how we doing? How was that race for you, my friend?
Not what I expected, to be honest. I thought I had the P2 in my hands, and yeah.
Well, the move is currently under investigation. What was your opinion on the move?
A little bit bumpy. Like when I steered in, he jumped out, and like, how do you say it? More contact. I didn't find it really clean, but it still stick the move. So I will let the race control think about that. But for me, I didn't find it really clean. But
But it's another strong podium for you, regardless whether it's second or third, and we should hopefully see you moving further through this competition.
Yes, I want to move further competition. Last year, it did quite go well. This year, my luck has changed now, so for me it's the best. But I'm still happy about P3, so podium is a podium for me.
Excellent. Well, listen, go get some rest. We'll see you in the morning. And yeah, we will see everybody else in the morning, and I will head back up to the commentary box.
Wonderful. So thanks for that, Alex. Some very interesting interviews there. And we hope you've enjoyed the racing on the live stream. We've got 25 races in now. There are 15 more qualifying heats tomorrow. And then we'll be into the 3 semi-finals and the final itself, where they're racing for free entries to the World Championship and £1,000 first prize. So if you've enjoyed your time on the live stream today, please join us tomorrow from 8 o'clock in the morning, and we'll be coming to you live from Formula Fast here in Milton Keynes. Thank you very much, and good night.